Battling Records of the Chosen One Chapter 576 to Chapter 630. A human teenager triggered a peerless thunder tribulation when he was advancing to the Tao Insight realm, which was rare and terrifying. This was already surprising and shocking, but when they saw Lin Sun survive the thunder tribulation, they felt it was even more incredible. Who on earth was this guy? When did such a monster appear in the human clan? All the overmatches were shocked speechless. Whoosh, however, in this silence, a figure suddenly rushed out like lightning towards Lin Sun in the distance. This scene was so abrupt that all the overmatches were stunned. Immediately, they realized that although the human teenager survived the thunder tribulation, he was seriously injured and dying. Now was the best time to kill him. At the thought that the human teenager still had the great fortune from the sacred island of 5 elements, the overmatches in this area couldn't bear it any longer. The guy from the Wind Falcon tribe is really cunning. He should be the first one to attack. Humph, so what? There are so many competitors in this area. How can they let the Wind Falcon tribe take away the fortune? Kill. We must kill the human teenager while he is seriously injured. Otherwise, when he recovers, he will definitely be a formidable enemy. Loud shouts sounded one after another, breaking the shocking atmosphere in this area. All the overmatches were flying at full speed to where Lin Sun was. They were all overmatches from various clans in the Soul Oblivion Sea, belonging to the ancient remnant forces. Those who could enter the secret realm of Demon Saint were all masters. Today, they acted together for 2 reasons. One was to fight for Lin Sun's good fortune, and the other was to take this opportunity to kill Lin Sun. After all, Lin Sun's performance in the Thunder Tribulation was so amazing that they felt deeply threatened. For a time, this mountain range was filled with streaks of light that were dazzling and resplendent. They shot out from all directions in a dense mass, and they were like dense divine rays of light. Greenscale Clan, Demonic Elephant Clan, Sea Spirit Clan, Limu Clan. Damn it! Why are there so many competitors? But the appearance of the overmatches from different clans caused an uproar in the field. They didn't expect that a human teenager would attract so many competitors. This shocked many practitioners. They realized that in order to fight for the fortune of Lin Sun, there was bound to be a storm of blood. Lin Sun was bleeding all over and his body was scorched black. Lying on the ground, he felt a kind of relief after surviving a disaster, but also a kind of hatred for being plotted against. He'd never imagined that he would actually suffer a lethal blow at the last moment before the tribulation lightning was about to end. It was as if the heavenly tribulation was deliberately targeting him, wanting to catch him off guard and kill him. Suddenly, Lin Sun noticed that there was a piece of gray chain left in the Tao platform in his body. It was wrapped around the Tao platform and emitted a terrible aura of order and law, which was constantly eroding the Tao platform. The power of the heavenly tribulation. Lin Sun's face suddenly changed. He didn't expect that although the thunder retribution had disappeared, there was still a part of the power of heaven's retribution remaining in his body. This was tantamount to burying a source of disaster within one's body, and the slightest carelessness could lead to an unpredictable disaster. After all, the Tao platform of the heavenly abode was established from the foundation of the great Tao, and it contained the essence of Lin Sun's cultivation. Yet now, it was being bound by the chains of the heavenly tribulation and being corroded. This was equivalent to destroying the foundation of his cultivation. Damn it! Lin Sun looked up at the sky and gnashed his teeth with hatred. He increasingly felt that this heavenly tribulation was full of mysteries, as if it was deliberately targeting him, but soon, Lin Sun had no time to think about it. He sensed danger and suddenly got up. Not far away, he saw a figure rushing towards him. The figure was as fast as a ghost. Looking carefully, it was a wind falcon with cyan wings, sharp claws like blades, and an extremely strong aura. At the same time, Lin Sun also saw dense escape lights rushing out of the mountains in all directions, and they were sweeping towards this place in an overwhelming manner. They were the overmatches from all races. Was it because he made too much noise during the heavenly tribulation that led to this scene in front of him? Lin Sun's black eyes narrowed. Young man, leave the Tao scripture of the sage, and I'll spare your life. The overmatch of the Wind Falcon tribe had already rushed over. Although he said so, his actions were not polite at all. His wing set off a piece of cyan light, steaming with Tao aura, and rushed towards Lin Sun. In his eyes, Lin Sun had just finished the heavenly tribulation and was seriously injured and dying. It was undoubtedly the best time to kill Lin Sun and seize his treasures. Therefore, as soon as he made his move, he showed no mercy at all. Get lost. How dare you Wind Falcon tribe come here to compete for the good fortune? However, before Lin Sun could make a move, a ferocious green Kirin beast rushed over with a smelly smell and slapped the overmatch of the Wind Falcon tribe away. Immediately, a group of overmatches of the Green Kirin clan appeared with a roar that shook the sky. With a monstrous murderous aura, the void was in disorder, and the leaves in the forest were dancing wildly. At this time, many overmatches who had arrived were shocked and hurried to dodge. But there were also many tribes who came to kill aggressively, not afraid of the Green Kirin clan at all. There was the Devil Elephant tribe, which was as big as a mountain and had a ferocious face. He stomped on the ground and smashed down the low mountains. There was also the Sea Spirit tribe, whose skin was glowing with blue water. They were very aloof, like human beings, but they had blue eyes and long golden hair. At the same time, there were also the Red Flame tribe, the Blackwood tribe, the Water Ape tribe, and other forces. All of them had gathered in groups, which was a spectacular scene. What a big battle array! Lin Sun stood there with his black hair fluttering. Although his clothes were stained with blood, he had a disdainful momentum at this moment. His black eyes were deep and cold like the abyss. Clouds moved in all directions, and countless overmatches gathered, surrounding this area. The situation suddenly became tense. Human boy, hand over the good fortune you got from the sacred island of 5 elements. An overmatch shouted. Why? Lin Sun asked expressionlessly. The overmatches sneered. In their opinion, Lin Sun's question was too childish and ridiculous. Why? Of course, it was because of his strength. A seriously injured and dying young human boy was just a lamb waiting to be slaughtered. He was vulnerable and posed no threat at all. Get lost. Suddenly, an overmatch of the Green Kirin clan roared, releasing a terrifying aura that shook the wind and clouds. His eyes were bloodthirsty and terrifying. He stared at Lin Sun. Little guy, hand over the good fortune you got, and I can let you die with dignity. Green Kirin clan, do you think we don't exist? Do you want to eat it alone? Have you asked for our permission? An overmatch of the other clans said coldly with an unkind expression. Ho ho, do you want to fight? The overmatches of the clans confronted each other. In order to fight for the good fortune, they threatened each other and revealed their killing intent. They didn't give in. Everyone, why don't we kill this lad first, and then discuss the problem of fighting for the good fortune? An overmatch suggested, which was quickly echoed by others. They thought that they couldn't give Lin Sun a chance to breathe, and they should eliminate him as soon as possible to avoid any accidents. Shut up. What qualifications do you have to fight with us? Get lost. Otherwise, don't blame us for killing all of you. The overmatch of the Green Kirin clan roared, glancing at the crowd with a murderous look. Lin Sun stood there alone, listening to the arguments and threats of these overmatches. He had an indescribable sense of absurdity in his heart. What did they think he was, a prey that could be divided at will? Lin Sun's heart burst with killing intent. He understood that these guys not only came to kill him, but also to take away his treasures. Everyone, continue to talk. I'll leave first. When you come to a conclusion, you can come to me. Lin Sun couldn't help but speak. In an instant, the world quieted down. The eyes of all the experts present all looked at Lin Sun with a look of surprise. It seemed that they didn't expect that the prey still dared to provoke them at this time. Boy, you're really arrogant. Get over here and die. An overmatch of the Green Kirin clan shouted. Do you only know how to shoot your mouth off? Why don't you just call yourselves the Verbal Clan? Lin Sun frowned. The Verbal Clan, all the overmatches looked strange. Wasn't this young man afraid of death? He was already a piece of meat on the chopping board, but he still dared to be so unscrupulous. You're courting death. The overmatch of the Green Kirin clan was furious. With a roar, he slapped out with his palm, and a millstone-like palm print appeared. It was full of green tau rime, which was enough to smash a mountain. This was an older overmatch with strong combat power. Many overmatches were frightened and had to retreat. They didn't dare to stand here in case they were affected. However, something unexpected happened. Lin Sun didn't move. He casually punched and collided with the overmatch. In the process, an unparalleled and terrifying force rushed out of Lin Sun's fist. It was full of destructive breath and directly drowned the overmatch of the Green Kirin clan. The void collapsed, and it was like breaking dry weeds and smashing rotten wood. It was just a blow, but it surprised all the overmatches present. What kind of fist energy was this? The power was so terrible that it covered the opponent in an instant. Boom, with a violent roar, the overmatch of the Green Kirin clan screamed and then his body exploded. Blood rained like a waterfall, dyeing the void red. It was sad and terrible. Oh my god, wasn't he seriously injured and dying? How could he still have such combat power? All the overmatches were shocked. One punch smashed an old Tao Insight Realm overmatch. Who could imagine? Your strength is so weak. You really only know how to shoot your mouth off. Lin Sun's expression showed a touch of contempt. All of a sudden, the overmatches of the Green Kirin clan nearby were all furious. They immediately rushed up and used their strongest means to kill Lin Sun. This human teenager was so abominable that he insulted them as the verbal clan. They must kill him to wash away the shame. The power of a group of overmatches was naturally full of power. The void was vast and mighty, and the stones were flying through the air, rumbling. Although the Green Kirin clan was arrogant and domineering, they all used their full strength when they really fought. Boom, Lin Sun's eyes burst with cold killing intent, which was extremely frightening. At the same time, he also attacked without any hesitation. Although there were enemies in all directions, he was not afraid. This was a kind of invincible faith and style. Similarly, this was also his first battle after advancing to the Tao Insight Realm. He urgently needed some opponents to prove to what extent his combat power had reached. Boom, Lin Sun took a step forward and performed the 9 strikes for shaking heaven. The dazzling fist power and dense Taoism poured out, forming a terrible vision of the collapse of mountains and rivers and the collapse of the sky and the collapse of the earth. The 4 strongmen of the Green Unicorn clan who rushed to the front all screamed in horror and confusion. Their chests were smashed, their internal organs burst, and their blood was dripping. This made people desperate and frightened. The battle had just begun, but 4 strongmen had been destroyed. Moo. At the same time, under Lin Sun's feet, a huge shadow of ice dragon emerged. It was snow white and icy. It raised its head and roared, hovering in the void, and its cold eyes were ruthless, overlooking everyone. Boom, the ice dragon rushed up, causing the void to burst, the earth to crack, and some nearby strongmen were defeated. They were scared out of their wits and turned around to flee. Unfortunately, it was too late. The ice dragon roared in the void, and with a flick of its tail, more than a dozen strongmen were swept by it. Their bodies burst like paper paste, and they died on the spot. This was Ice Dragon Steps, a kind of mysterious body movement, but also a kind of unique skill. When practiced to the extreme, the ice dragon would come out with a step, and it could suppress the enemies in all directions and not allow the foreign enemies to invade. After experiencing the baptism of life and death in the Thunder test, Lin Sun had already deduced the mystery of Ice Dragon Steps to the extreme. As soon as it was performed, it immediately burst out with amazing power. Come on, let's kill him together. Kill. Take away the good fortune of this boy. Many strongmen shouted. This time, they were really enemies in all directions. All the strongmen of various clans in the surroundings moved, and their figures flickered as they attacked from all directions. For a time, the world was filled with treasure light, spiritual weapons were flying around, and terrible rays of light crisscrossed and spread like a tide. The scene was terrible. It should be noted that the strongmen of various clans present at least had the cultivation of Tao Insight Realm, and there were also some young talents and some veteran strongmen among them. Now, they moved out together to besiege Lin Sun. It could be imagined how shocking the scene was. The world lost its color, the wind and clouds changed, and the destructive aura raged, opening the curtain of a shocking battle. Whether it was to kill Lin Sun or to take away his good fortune, the experts of all clans didn't hold back. They were murderous and mighty. If it was any other ordinary existence in the Grotto Heaven realm, they would have been scared out of their wits at the first moment. After all, he was alone. Facing the siege of so many experts was enough to make anyone feel fear and despair. But Lin Sun was a special case. He didn't run away. Instead, he took the initiative to fight. Boom, his entire body surged with divine radiance while strands of the aura of the Tao coiled around him like divine radiance. He held a broken blade in his hand, and he was like an immortal of the blade that was arrogant, otherworldly, and peerless. The ice drake steps, which had been performed to the extreme, made his figure seem illusory. It was inconceivably fast as he repeatedly flickered and shifted. Every time it flickered, it would definitely cause a bloody scene. Blood rained down on the battlefield, and one expert after another was killed on the spot before they could even react. Some had their stomachs split open, some had their necks severed, and some had their bodies crushed. The scene was horrifying and bloody. These experts of all clans came for Lin Sun, so he showed no mercy and killed all the way. He pushed his martial power to the extreme and broke through and flattened the mountains. Between heaven and earth, the bloody mist lingered, and the sound of killing shook the sky. Although he was alone, he was like a tiger in a pack of wolves, setting off a bloody storm. Didn't he suffer from the thunder test and was seriously injured and dying? Why is he still so terrible? As the battle continued, there began to be cries of unwillingness and fear in the field. Indeed, Lin Sun's strength and fierceness completely exceeded all their expectations. They thought he was a lamb waiting to be slaughtered. Who would have thought that he had become a young devil in the blink of an eye? It should be known that he had just reached the grotto heaven realm. Under the siege of a group of strong people, he not only did not lose, but also killed all the way with irresistible force. How could it not be shocking, looking at the whole world? Who could do this? Even if the holy sons and holy maidens of the various races were to come, it would be difficult for them to withstand their sharpness. Kill. If we don't get rid of this man, he is destined to become a big trouble in the future. Some strong people roared and realized the problem. Lin Sun was seriously injured, but he still had such incredible fighting power. If he recovered to his peak state, how terrible would he be? The killing continued, and the world was turbulent. The thick blood and screams mixed together, like a picture of purgatory. Boom, finally, a tyrannical figure took out a big ancient seal, which emitted golden light and pressed down fiercely. The big seal was obviously a secret treasure, and its power was earth-shattering. As soon as it appeared, it produced a strange scene of ghosts crying and wolves howling, and blood raining. Kill Devil Ancient Seal, the ancestral sacred treasure of the Limu clan. Many strong people recognized it, but what made them disappointed was that the young man didn't dodge at all. With a single blow of the broken sword, the Kill Devil Ancient Seal was knocked away and wailed incessantly. There was no doubt that the broken sword was a secret treasure not weaker than the Kill Devil Ancient Seal. Otherwise, how could it be defeated so easily? Realizing this, many strong people were horrified. This young man didn't just have a heaven-defying fighting power, even the treasure in his hand was an incredible secret treasure. Lin Sun turned a deaf ear to all this. His expression was calm, and his whole body was like a sun burning fiercely and shining brightly. He was using this battle to comprehend the power of the Tao Insight realm, and he was deducing and examining his own strength to consolidate and refine his strength. After all, the Tao Insight realm was a completely new realm, and even Lin Sun needed to adapt and control this new strength again. Kill, the Tao Insight realm, and Lin Sun's body roared, and the blood and qi in his whole body surged like a dragon. Every move he made released extraordinary power, and he was like a banished immortal, holding a broken sword and killing in all directions. This was the path of extreme sublimation, and it was one of the strongest paths since ancient times. It was extremely rare, and it was hard to find in the world. Since ancient times, no one knew how many amazing geniuses had been born, but only a small group of people could set foot on this strongest path. Most of the other strong people couldn't see this path. But as long as they set foot on this path, they were destined to be different from the rest of the world. This was the true path of a peerless genius. Under such a path, the other so-called geniuses were destined to be overshadowed. Absolute. With these two words, one could be called the king of the same generation, and it was the supreme power of the Great Way. The battle continued and became more and more intense. Within 100 miles, mountains were flattened one after another, and ancient forests were destroyed one after another. The earth was cracked, and the void was chaotic. Blood dyed the earth and the void red, and screams and shouts filled every inch of the place. Smoke. filled the air, and the blood was shocking. When he was in the Sea of Souls realm, he already had the power to fight against me. Now, he survived the peerless thunder tribulation and stepped into the Grotto Heaven realm. In the Demon Saint secret realm, how many people can fight against him? Far away from the battlefield, Saintess Linlang was bitter. It is indeed a little troublesome. No, it is very troublesome. This young human should be the supreme master mentioned in the ancient legends. He is invincible in the same realm, like a king who can suppress all enemies. If he is allowed to live, his future path is destined to be above all other geniuses. Yu Xiaoxing's face was extremely gloomy. He had read some ancient books and knew some secrets, so he could vaguely guess what kind of potential Lin Sun had now. This made him feel cold and fearful. He and Saintess Linlang did not participate in the distant battle out of caution. They did not want to expose their identities too quickly. But after witnessing Lin Sun's divine power in the battle, the two could not help but feel lucky that they did not participate rashly. Otherwise, even they could not be sure that they could kill Lin Sun. However, apart from feeling lucky, both of them felt extremely heavy. As geniuses, they were originally the holy sons and saintesses of their respective clans, and it was difficult for them to meet an opponent of the same realm. But compared to Lin Sun, both of them felt a heavy pressure and fear. I have to improve myself as soon as possible. Coincidentally, both of them made the same decision. Lin Sun's rise made them feel a sense of urgency, and they could not tolerate Lin Sun standing out on the Great Way. In reality, like the two of them, there were many strong cultivators hidden in the dark who had not participated yet. They were all the top figures of their clans. It was not that they were afraid, but out of a kind of dignity. They did not want to compete with other strong cultivators, so as not to bring shame to themselves. However, when they saw Lin Sun's peerless power, they were secretly shocked and felt threatened. Suddenly, Yu Xiaoxing sensed something, and his eyes brightened. That kid seems to be unable to hold on much longer. At the same time, Saintess Linlang and other top figures hidden in the dark also looked towards the battlefield. They saw that Lin Sun, who was originally divine, suddenly began to cough up blood. His brows were tightly furrowed, and his face was pale. Cracks appeared on his body, and his injuries were extremely serious. This also affected his battle, causing him to be in a perilous situation. After such a sudden scene happened, all the strong cultivators were a little surprised, and then they were overjoyed. This guy had been seriously injured in the Thunder trial, and now he was finally unable to hold on any longer. Lin Sun's performance just now was too fierce and disdainful, and it almost made them feel despair. Who would have thought that such a change would occur under the twists and turns of the mountain road? Ha ha ha, some of the strong cultivators could not help but laugh, and the cultivators of other clans also heaved a sigh of relief. Then, they gritted their teeth and rushed towards Lin Sun madly, wanting to take advantage of this opportunity to kill him. It's time for us to act. In the distance, Yu Xiaoxing's eyes were cold and gloomy, and murderous intent lingered. Let's go. Saintess Linlang took out her blood-colored bell and floated out. Almost at the same time, some of the top figures hidden in the dark also realized that the real opportunity had come, and so they began to act without hesitation. In the battlefield, Lin Sun leaped up, displayed the ice dragon steps, and turned to leave. Like a dreamy ghost, his speed was unbelievably fast, and he fled into the distance. This scene fell into the eyes of the strong cultivators, and it further proved that Lin Sun could not hold on any longer, and had to flee. Only Lin Sun himself knew that it was not because his injury was too serious, but because a part of the divine punishment chain wrapped around the Tao platform of the Grotto Heaven in his body suddenly began to attack in the battle. The terrible power of divine punishment kept eroding his Grotto Heaven Tao platform. This change was so sudden that Lin Sun was also affected by it. He had to start running away, not daring to continue fighting. Go after him. How could the masters of all races give up such an opportunity? Lin Sun was about to collapse, so it was a good time to kill him. At the same time, peerless figures like Yu Xiaoxing and Lin Lang also followed Lin Sun's trail. Lin Sun was silent all the way, which was rare for him. This time, the divine punishment was not as simple as he had imagined. It was full of too many strange and terrible things. At least he had never heard of any practitioner in the world who, like him, attracted 6 stages of divine punishment, each more terrible than the last. In the end, he was even drawn into the depths of the divine punishment cloud and fought against the divine punishment thunder. The strangest thing was that when the divine punishment thunder dissipated, there was still a divine punishment chain wrapped around his Grotto Heaven Tao platform, constantly eroding and destroying the foundation of his Tao. Why? Lin Sun's heart was a little heavy. In the fierce battle just now, if the power of divine punishment didn't suddenly burst out and obliterate his Tao platform, how could he be so embarrassed and have to run for his life? Even at this time, the condition of his body was not optimistic. On the Grotto Heaven Tao platform, a piece of gray chain constantly tightened and bound the platform, releasing the supreme power of order and law, constantly eroding it, making the platform tremble violently and become unstable. This was a sign of shaking the foundation of Tao. Once the Tao platform was damaged, Lin Sun's cultivation would be seriously affected. I must find a place to get rid of this disaster in my body. Lin Sun gritted his teeth. His Tao platform was constantly eroded, which affected him and made him cough up blood. Whoosh, using the ice dragon steps to the extreme, Lin Sun shuttled through the ancient mountains and forests like an illusory shadow. Along the way, he relied on his powerful divine soul to avoid wave after wave of terrifying fluctuations. Not only did he sense the auras of the experts of various clans, but he also sensed the terrifying creatures that were hibernating in the demon saint's secret realm. Behind him, a group of experts chased after him. It was an unprecedented chase. Everywhere they passed, it caused an uproar and attracted attention. The news quickly spread. The Xianxia that were scattered in all the areas of the Yao Saint's secret realm started to understand the ins and outs of this chase. Even outside the sinkhole, there was an uproar. All the important figures were alarmed. It was ridiculous to say that Lin Sun fought against enemies from all directions alone. Although he had an accident on the way and had to escape, many strong people had died in his hands before. Of course, some of the core characters with the Life Soul Bone talismans did not die completely. Their divine souls were directly moved to the outside of the ultimate ruins and appeared on the Life Soul altars built by the various clans. It was also because of this that the great figures outside the sinkhole learned that all of their clansmen had been killed by that human youth without exception. All of a sudden, the whole place was in an uproar. Originally, these days, those big figures had almost forgotten about the human youth. They thought that he had either suffered a catastrophe or had fallen silent. But they never thought that today, he would appear again with great strength. With the bloody massacre, he set off a monstrous storm. First of all, many clansmen were killed. There were heavy casualties, and there were many old strong people who died with hatred. This news was too shocking. He was just a human youth, but he alone killed so many heroes that blood flowed like a river. He was invincible, who dared to imagine. Moreover, when the human youth was promoted to the Tao Insight realm, he actually attracted a rare and peerless thunder tribulation. This was even more shocking, which made it difficult for those big figures to calm down. Old monsters like them naturally knew what this thunder tribulation meant. The fact that the human youth could survive 6 thunder tribulations in a row meant that he was simply a freak. Even in ancient times, similar cases were extremely rare. From this, it could be inferred how terrifying and abnormal the human youth's foundation was. Once a young genius like this grew up, he would definitely shock the world and compete with the most dazzling figures of the past and present. Of course, the more dazzling Lin Sun was, the more these big figures disliked and feared him. After all, many of their clansmen were killed by Lin Sun. How could they allow Lin Sun to continue rising? Taoist Gao Yang, it seems that your spirit treasure sacred land has given birth to an amazing peerless genius. Can you tell us who he is? Many important figures in the Soul Oblivion Sea looked at Elder Gao Yang coldly, their faces filled with hostility. Even the bull demon king of the Herculean bull demonic clan, Miao Sheri, looked over. Obviously, he was also startled and curious about Lin Sun's identity. Elder Gao Yang sensed a form of killing intent and an indescribable pressure. This allowed him to realize that many great figures had aroused killing intent in their hearts, and they wouldn't allow that human youth to leave this area of the sea alive. However, Elder Gao Yang also frowned. He couldn't figure out who this human youth was no matter how hard he tried. This was because among the descendants of the spirit treasure sacred land, apart from Yun Che, there was no Sea of Souls realm existence. Could it be one of the young men in the retinue? Suddenly, Elder Gao Yang's heart moved. Many faces appeared in his mind, and he quickly thought of one person, Lin Xian, the young man who followed Zhao Jingxian. The reason why he thought of Lin Xian was because on the ship, Elder Gao Yang had heard that this youth had easily defeated Su Xingfeng's retinue, which made Su Xingfeng bear a grudge. Moreover, in the intense battle with the vengeful spirit army, Lin Xian's performance was also very special. In the end, he returned from the depths of the vengeful spirit army alone. This was not simple at all. Could it be him or not? Elder Gao Yang was a bit uncertain. After all, that human youth was too heaven-defying and cruel. It was hard for him to connect Lin Xian with this human youth. I'm also not sure, but everyone, please think carefully. If this person is the descendant of the spirit treasure sacred land, we will not let anyone bully him. In the end, Elder Gao Yang gave such an answer. He was neither humble nor arrogant, and his calm attitude revealed a sense of dominance. This obviously did not satisfy the other big shots, but they also could not do anything about it. Because the operation in the Demon Saint secret land was still ongoing, they could not interfere and could only wait outside the ultimate. On this day, there was a heated discussion outside the ultimate and in the Demon Saint secret land. They all remembered this mysterious human youth. Let's go and kill this man. In the Demon Saint secret land, many top powerhouses made a decision. They were the representatives of the various clans. When they learned that some of their clansmen were killed by Lin Sun, they were immediately furious. They did not even search for the opportunity and rushed to kill Lin Sun. Among them were the saints of the Jade Unicorn clan, the saints of the Limu clan, the saints of the Water Ape clan, and other dazzling top figures of the younger generation. There were also many forces that learned that Lin Sun carried the fortune of the sacred island of 5 elements, and it was very likely that there was a saint's Taoist scripture in it. This made them unwilling to be left behind, and they rushed from all directions to seize this opportunity to seize the fortune. This was destined to be a bloody battle, and it was also a gathering of powerhouses. The entire Demon Saint secret land was in turmoil. I'm going to have a look. In a crater of purple flames, Zhao Jingxian stood up, her clothes fluttering in the wind, and her clear eyes flashed with a trace of imperceptible worry. At the other side, Xiao Ran sat cross-legged while playing the zither, and he seemed extraordinary and otherworldly. His entire body was like a wisp of misty smoke, and he seemed cultured, refined, and extraordinary. But when he learned of Zhao Jingshuan's decision, he could not help but be a little surprised. He said thoughtfully, "Junior sister Jingxian, do you think that the human youth who caused a storm is the Lin Xian beside you?" "I'm not sure, but I have to go and have a look." Zhao Jingxian looked determined. "Senior sister Jingxian, it won't be long before the Demon Saint opportunity in the Purple Cloud's holy mountain will appear. If you leave now, you are likely to miss it." On the other side, Yunche opened his eyes from meditation and reminded her seriously. He had a handsome face and a warm temperament. "I've made up my mind." After saying that, Zhao Jingxian floated away. After watching her leave, Yunche rubbed his chin and pondered, it seems that Lin Xian's identity is not as simple as a retainer. Xiao Ran smiled lightly, everyone has their own secrets. It's reasonable. Senior brother Xiao Ran, where do you think Su Xingfeng, Wen Xiang, and Gong Yangyu are now? Since entering the Demon Saint secret realm, besides some news about senior brother Su Xingfeng, the other 2 senior brothers seem to have disappeared. There is no news at all. Yunche suddenly asked. Perhaps they are looking for their own opportunities. However, I believe that when the opportunity in the Purple Cloud's holy mountain appears, they will definitely come in advance. Xiao Ran said casually and continued to play the zither. He seemed calm and indifferent, as if nothing in the world could affect his state of mind. Oh, Yunche did not ask any further. Not far away from them, there were many forces gathered near the crater of the purple flames. There were experts from the Herculean Bull clan, the Golden Phoenix clan, the Cloud Monkey clan, the Black Turtle clan, and so on. These were the top clans and forces in the Soul Oblivion Sea. They were like overlords. Now that the experts of these clans were gathered here, one could imagine how shocking the opportunity would be. Xiao Ran and the others represented the spirit treasure sacred land, so they naturally had to participate in this competition. However, they still had to wait because now was not the time for the opportunity to appear. However, it was foreseeable that when this fortuitous encounter truly appeared, an unprecedentedly fierce battle was bound to occur near this violet-colored volcano. For several days, Lin Sun had been on the run. Along the way, he had been besieged and attacked countless times. He had been in dozens of fierce battles. In the most serious battles, he was attacked by Yu Shaoxing and Lin Lang. Although he escaped in the end, his injuries became more serious. The most chilling thing was that as time went on, more and more powerful people came to kill him, leaving Lin no time to stop and recover. This situation lasted for more than 10 days. Lin Sun's body was broken and mottled with blood. It seemed that he would fall at any time. Even the Lantern King ginseng had been exhausted by him. This was a peerless medicine, a rare treasure that even Life-Death Realm kings coveted. But now it was exhausted in the constant escape. It could be imagined how dangerous the fierce battles along the way were. The Lantern King ginseng was gone, but there was still a Kylan grass. What really worried Lin Sun was that although the external wounds could be healed, the injuries on the Tao platform became more and more precarious. The tribulation chain was too strange and terrible. It was full of the supreme power of rules and order. No matter how Lin Sun tried to resolve it, he couldn't do anything to it. On the contrary, it constantly eroded the Tao platform, shaking the foundation of the Great Way. On this day, after escaping another chase, Lin Sun hid in a cave in the mountains and silently healed his injuries. Time was limited, so he dared not slack off. These days, he had been thinking about why his Tao Insight realm would lead to such a strange disaster. But he still couldn't figure it out, which cast a shadow over his mind. This is a Tao wound. When Lin Sun tried to ask Jin Dui, he unexpectedly got a very heavy answer. You are not tolerated by the gods. I remember that in ancient times, only the taboo and nature-defying figures could cause such terrible tribulations. Jin Dui was also quite shocked. He said, I didn't expect you to be such a monster. What on earth are you cultivating? Tao wound. Lin Sun looked dull. He remembered that the nature insight and spirit devour scripture, the meditating magic, the Tianyuan saber play, and the 9 strikes for shaking heaven were all obtained from the heaven accessing place. Even the newly condensed spiritual vein in his body was inextricably linked to the heaven accessing secret land. In this way, the reason why the tribulation was so strange and caused him to be injured by the Great Way, was it related to the heaven accessing secret land? Lin Sun was not sure. For cultivators, Tao injuries are undoubtedly the most terrifying. They harm the foundation of the Great Path, and the Tao injury you suffered is even more special. It is the power of the heavenly tribulation. It is almost impossible to resolve it. Jin Dui was not joking. Lin Sun's current situation was so serious that he was not in the mood to joke. Since the ancient times until now, countless peerless and world-shocking figures were unable to recover after suffering a Tao injury, and they faded into the crowd. In the end, they stopped on their path towards the Tao and perished with grievances. Is there no way to resolve it? Lin Sun looked more and more stupefied. After a long time, he sighed softly and stopped thinking about it. He would never give up until the last moment. A few days later, Lin Sun was still on the run. He was constantly being chased. His injuries were so serious that he often coughed up blood along the way. That was because his Tao platform was shaking more and more seriously and began to become dim. This was the foundation of his great path. It could be imagined how terrible the consequences would be if it suffered such a serious injury. Damn God! Lin Sun sighed. Until this moment, he did not give up. He did not believe that he would die in the pursuit. He was still pondering and deliberating on how to resolve the Tao injury in his body. You can go. On this day, after a fierce battle, Lin Sun's injuries had begun to deteriorate. His body was broken, as if a gust of wind could blow him away. He decided to let Jin Dui go. I should be able to hold on for a while longer, but if I encounter any mishaps, you will definitely be implicated as well. So, you can leave now. Lin Sun reminded him seriously. Jin Dui stood on one side, looking at the teenager in front of him who was bleeding constantly. He seemed to be a little surprised, and a touch of complexity appeared on his handsome and charming face. In the end, he just said oh and waved his hand, saying, You still have some conscience. When you die, I will set up a grave for you. As he spoke, he turned around and left, quickly disappearing from sight. Lin Sun watched him leave. A touch of self-mockery appeared on his pale and bloodless lips. Then he shook his head and continued to run. A few days later. Boom, another battle broke out. It was the Saint of Water Ape clan and the Saintess of Limu clan who caught up with him. Lin Sun fought with all his might and escaped once again. However, after he escaped this time, he couldn't hold on any longer and collapsed in the depths of a swamp. His entire body was covered in ghastly cracks. His pale face was suffused with a greenish-black color, and his black eyes were dim and lifeless. Still can't resolve it? Lin Sun's heart was filled with strong unwillingness. He completely let go, and his mind was fearless. He didn't care whether there were enemies or not, and he was very ethereal. His body was broken, and his essence, qi, and spirit were almost exhausted. The Tao platform in his body was dim, and the originally bright and clear Tao platform was dyed with terrible gloss of disaster. It was about to collapse. I can only give it a try. One cause and one effect, one drink and one peck. If I want to solve this problem, I should explore from the source. Finally, Lin Sun gritted his teeth and exhausted the last bit of his strength to perceive the mysterious gate to heaven in his sea of consciousness. At this moment, he was like an empty shell, about to die. Boom, all of a sudden, at that moment, a tremendous aura burst out from the primary spiritual vein in his heart, spreading out like a surging tide. His incomparably broken body was immersed in the swamp. It was filled with a deathly aura. However, there was a majestic energy spreading from within his body, allowing the injuries all over his body to swiftly heal. Lin Sun didn't notice all this. Different from the past, this time his consciousness entered the heaven accessing place, and it was still a familiar scene. A straight green cloud path spread straight in the void, and at the end of the path was a mysterious gate, standing there, as if it hadn't been opened for a long time. Once he reached Tao Insight Realm, he would have the opportunity to enter the heaven accessing place again and challenge the fifth pass of green cloud path. Now, Lin Sun stood here again, looking around, with different feelings in his heart. A familiar obscure wave quietly spread and swept through Lin Sun's body. After that, a voice that was cold as ice resounded in this expanse of the heavens and the earth. Practitioner, the fifth pass of green cloud path is Tao Fusion. Do you want to challenge it now? Lin Sun shook his head. How could he have the mood to challenge it at this moment? Without any hesitation, he asked aloud, I just want to ask if the disaster and Tao injury I suffered are related to this place. He clearly remembered that the other party had answered a question when he challenged the last time, which made him sure that the other party must exist and had psychic wisdom. However, at this time, he waited for a long time, but no one answered. The world was silent. Just when Lin Sun was a little discouraged, the cold and emotionless voice finally sounded, this pass is prepared for refining Tao injury. This sentence was earth-shattering. Lin Sun suddenly cheered up. Sure enough, the source of this strange disaster is here. Practitioner, do you want to challenge it? The voice that was as cold as ice asked. Lin Sun took a deep breath and said without thinking too much, yes. Master the meaning of Tao cutting tactics, and you can pass. When this cold voice fell, a rain of light turned into mysterious ancient runes, covering Lin Sun's whole figure. Almost subconsciously, Lin Sun sat cross-legged on the ground and closed his eyes. At the same time, a grand sound of Tao resounded in the depths of his heart, and all kinds of obscure and mysterious mysteries emerged. Tao cutting tactics. In short, this cultivation method was not prepared for cultivation, but a mysterious method to refine the tribulation power, against the heaven and Tao, dissolving the tribulation, and integrating the Tao into the nature. These words could sum up the real purpose of this wonderful method. It turns out that the creator of the heaven accessing place had already foreseen everything that would happen today when I first started to break through the barriers. That's why he set up the 9 barriers of the green cloud path as a test to guide and pass on the inheritance step by step. No. This is prepared for the challenger, not for me alone. No matter who has the heaven accessing secret land, when they reach this step after going through many tests, they will encounter similar tribulations. That's why the Tao cutting formula exists. Against the heaven and Tao, who on earth created the heaven accessing place? Soon Lin Sun had no time to think about it. He immersed himself in understanding and began to master all kinds of mysteries about Tao-cutting tactics. After a long time, the cold voice suddenly sounded in Lin Sun's ears again. The sixth pass of the heaven accessing place is spirit control. Next time you challenge it, you need to master the power of Tao. When the voice disappeared, Lin Sun's consciousness left the heaven accessing place and returned to his body. Cause and effect, thinking of the thunder test he had encountered before, the bloody pursuit along the way, and entering the heaven accessing place to find the way to dispel the tribulation, Lin Sun had a kind of enlightenment. For the first time, he realized that there was a mysterious force of cause and effect in this world. Without the heaven accessing place, there would be no Lin Sun today. But at the same time, because of the heaven accessing place, his cultivation path became completely different from that of other practitioners. There were many unexpected tribulations and dangers. This was cause and effect. Without thinking more, Lin Sun ran Tao-cutting tactics and began to try to dissolve the tribulation power on the Tao platform. His mind was clear and empty, without any desire or thought. With the operation of Tao-cutting tactics, there was an invisible obscure aura in the cave, which shrouded the tribulation chain. In an instant, the cave began to roar and emit auspicious clouds. After a long time, a fierce sound of fighting rang out and shook the field. The momentum was so amazing that even Lin Sun, who was refining the tribulation power with all his strength, was alarmed. It turned out that there was a mistake in the previous chapter and a chapter had been corrected. The fierce sound of the battle made the swamp area completely restless. Who was fighting? Lin Sun was lying in the swamp. Although his body was healing, he hadn't recovered yet. The reason was that his previous injuries were too serious. He couldn't even open his eyes at this moment. In addition, he was running Tao-cutting tactics with all his strength to resolve the divine punishment chain, so he didn't dare to be distracted at this moment. But even so, Lin Sun still realized that he was facing an unprecedented threat. If he couldn't recover soon, he might be in trouble. Lin Sun didn't dare to neglect. He abandoned all distractions and devoted himself to refining. This time, he was really injured to the extreme. Under normal circumstances, he would die without a doubt. There was no way for him to survive. However, just as he was about to run out of energy, the origin spirit vein released a majestic power that turned everything around. At this moment, with the operation of cutting Tao tactics, the inside of Lin Sun's cave was steaming with auspicious light and the sound of Buddha roaring. The mysterious light rushed up to the platform one by one, completely covering the chain of heaven's punishment and refining it. At this moment, Lin Sun's potential was awakened and fully recovered. Like a dry riverbed, it was watered by the surging power. His cracked and damaged body was repaired, his injuries gradually closing. He began to produce abundant life force, no longer as deathly still as before. Boom! The movement in the cave heaven became stronger and stronger. It could be seen that the divine punishment chain was being refined little by little into a force, which was poured on the mottled and dim platform. This was a kind of power of order and law. Although it was refined and the remaining breath was extremely weak, it still had incredible power. Yet now, all of the refined energy had fused into the Tao platform, causing the Tao platform to receive unprecedented nourishment and tempering. This was simply stealing the creation of heaven. Who dared to imagine that the power of divine punishment could be refined and integrated into the cave heaven to pour and temper the Tao heaven? This was the magic of Tao-cutting tactics. The power of divine punishment fed the origin of Tao, integrated into the foundation of Great Way, and carried out extreme transformation. The rumbling continued like the Sanskrit sound of the Great Way. Lin Sun's originally dim cave was overflowing with light and colors at this moment, and it was constantly expanding while divine clouds and auspicious light suffused the air. Even the Tao platform had stabilized once more, and it was no longer as bright and clean as it was before. However, it now possessed a simple and unadorned aura. As it stood towering within the abode, it seemed as if it could endure hardships and endure eternity with the world. All of this was like a blessing in disguise. When he was on the verge of true death, he'd turned the situation around in one go and was reborn from death, and it just happened to be like he'd undergone rebirth in cultivation. This was the path to the peak. Even though it could be said to be the strongest path of the Tao in the world, the suffering, setbacks, and hardships one encountered were unimaginably terrifying. Even someone as amazing as Lin Sun was almost killed. Just now, he survived nearly half a month of hunting and torture. This road, at least in Xiao Empire, was absolutely unprecedented and unique. There were practically no records of it in the ancient texts, and it was like a taboo that wasn't allowed to exist in the world. Mother Vastus Kerr, if I had known there were so many enemies chasing you, I wouldn't have come back. Suddenly, the voice of old toad Jin Dui rang in his ears, which surprised Lin Sun, who was in cultivation. Did the toad actually come back? A wisp of consciousness spread out, and Lin Sun immediately saw Jin Dui in a green robe beside him, bleeding all over, holding his thigh and scolding angrily with his teeth bared. Ouch, ouch, it really hurts. Boy, I'll remember you. You cut me 3 times, and I'll eat you sooner or later. While shouting, Jin Dui looked at Lin Sun beside him worriedly and muttered, "Is this boy really dead? Why hasn't he woken up yet? Alas, if I had known this, I wouldn't have come back." Listening to this, Lin Sun felt a burst of warmth in his heart. He secretly thought that although this guy's character wasn't good, he was very worthy of recognition for his loyalty to friends. At the same time, there was an inexplicable anger in Lin Sun's heart. Obviously, old Toad had been seriously injured in the battle just now, and he did this to protect Lin Sun. That chick is not bad. Fighting alone with a group of strong people, I really don't know what kind of luck you have to find such a beautiful and affectionate girl. Jin Dui sighed with emotion. Lin Sun's heart shook fiercely. There was still someone helping him? He spread out his consciousness and instantly noticed that a fierce battle was breaking out not far away. Yu Xiaoxing, the holy son of the Dragon Whale clan, Lin Lang, the holy girl of the Blood Lion clan, the holy son of the Jade Unicorn clan, the holy son of the Demonic Elephant clan, the holy girl of the Limu clan and other top figures of the younger generation were all on the battlefield, and at this moment, they were besieging one person. No, not besieging, but being entangled by one person. No matter who wanted to rush to his side, he would be attacked by that person at all costs. That person, it was Zhao Jingxian. Her clothes were stained with blood, her clear and beautiful face was pale, her hair was messy, and her figure staggered. Obviously, she had been seriously injured. But even then, she was still resisting and persisting. Her clear eyes were filled with firmness and resolution, and she hadn't hesitated in the slightest. Lin Sun's heart shook while an indescribable feeling surged through his entire body. How could he have imagined that the dignified princess of the empire, the heir of the numinous treasure Holy Land, Zhao Jingxian, would practically disregard her life and fight for the sake of protecting him? You really are mad. You don't even want your life for the sake of this dying young man? A loud shout resounded, and it was a ghastly voice that revealed killing intent. It was Yu Xiaoxing, and his expression was filled with impatience. You're all alone, so it's utterly impossible for you to stop us. Quickly move aside and stop resisting stubbornly. Otherwise, you'll definitely suffer calamity today. Many experts threatened because Zhao Jingxuan's strength had exceeded their expectations, and it caused them to feel that it was slightly difficult to deal with. Fortunately, Zhao Jingxian was on the verge of being unable to persist any longer, and it wouldn't be long before she was bound to be killed. Zhao Jingxian seemed as if she hadn't heard all of this, and her expression was firm while her clear eyes were filled with resolution. Blood was dripping from the corners of her mouth, and even her figure was staggering. It caused Lin Sun to feel heart-wrenching pain and hatred, and he wished for nothing more than to immediately kill his way over and stand before Zhao Jingxian. A proud genius of an empire, a direct line descendant of the current emperor, possessed an extraordinarily lofty status. However, at this moment, she was like a stubborn madwoman that disregarded everything and stopped all enemies from approaching Lin Sun at all costs. This sort of scene seemed to be exceptionally horrifying and shocking. No one could understand whether it was worth paying such a price for the sake of a dying young man. It was precisely because of this that Zhao Jingxuan's actions seemed to be childish and laughable in the eyes of the top figures of the various clans. She was like a moth flying into a flame, and she seemed to be extremely stupid. Alas, if I'm able to have such a woman by my side in my lifetime, then it would be worth it even if I don't seek immortality. Jin Dui sighed with emotion. He was shocked as well, and he was unable to imagine exactly how important Lin Sun's status in Zhao Jingxuan's heart was to the point that she actually risked her life to help him. Kid, wake up quickly if you still have any conscience. Once such a beauty passes away, then you're bound to live with regret for your entire lifetime. Jin Dui murmured. As if hearing Jin Duyi's words, Lin Sun's body, lying in the swamp, suddenly sat up. The wounds on his body were constantly healing and regenerating. Boom, a powerful wave spread from Lin Sun's body like a hurricane, sweeping through the swamp. The whole world trembled like the undulating waves of the sea. However, Lin Sun just sat there cross-legged with his eyes closed, without any further action. However, it could be clearly seen that a brilliant divine glow was steaming out of his body. It was brilliant, magnificent and brilliant, like a waterfall, and there was a strong and immeasurable life essence surging. At this moment, the world seemed to be robbed of its brilliance by Lin Sun and became dim. In the hazy mist and undulating swamp, Lin Sun was like a statue receiving a kind of nourishment and baptism, shining with dazzling divine brilliance. Ha ha ha, he's awake. This guy has finally woken up. He actually resolved the Taoist injury. My God. This guy is definitely a monster. Suddenly, Jin Duyi laughed. Not far away, the expressions of Yu Shaoxing, Lin Lang and the other strong people changed as they realized that the situation was not good. Zhao Jingxian was originally on the verge of collapse, but at this moment, when she sensed the surging vitality that erupted from Lin Sun's body, her clear eyes suddenly brightened, and she murmured in her heart, "Do you all see it? This is the meaning of my persistence. Kill. Kill this woman quickly. Damn it, this kid actually wants to rise again. We must not let him succeed. Quick, use your strongest means." The strong people of the various races shouted and launched their strongest attacks. In just an instant, Zhao Jingxian was heavily injured again. A long wound was torn on her back, her skin and flesh were torn open, and blood was dripping. Her internal organs were almost injured. Kill. At the same time, Yu Shaoxing seized the opportunity and rushed out, carrying the dragon bone halberd, and slashed towards Lin Sun. With a bang, the void shattered. It was conceivable how terrifying this attack was. It was definitely Yu Shaoxing's strongest attack. With me here, how can I let you succeed? Suddenly, Jin Duyi shouted loudly. Even though he'd already suffered a heavy injury, he actually charged up ferociously at this moment and helped Lin Sun block this attack. But in the next moment, he was blasted flying and smashed into the swamp. The bones in his entire body seemed to have been broken, and he was on the verge of death. Little bastard, let's see if you can survive this time. Yu Shaoxing's expression was cold. As he spoke, his movements weren't slow in the slightest, and he swung the halberd mercilessly and gave rise to a terrifying brilliance of the Tao. How dare you? In the distance, Zhao Jingshuan's expression changed abruptly as she let out an extremely furious roar, and she disregarded everything as she charged over. But she was obviously a step too late. The dragon bone halberd descended, and it was about to chop off Lin Sun's head. No. Jin Duyi, who was on the verge of death, let out a howl, and his eyes almost split apart from rage. We've already come this far, could it be that I'm going to be killed just like this? But to everyone's surprise, Yu Shaoxing's attack had clearly arrived before Lin Sun's head, yet it stopped there and was unable to chop down. Bang! A loud bang resounded as Yu Shaoxing's figure and the halberd in his hand were blasted flying by a terrifying force. His figure staggered back for over 30 meters before he stopped. Even though he didn't suffer any injuries, a wisp of surprise and bewilderment had already appeared on his face. The others were even more shocked. They were unable to imagine that Lin Sun would crush Yu Shaoxing's strongest attack with only his palm at the most critical moment. Zhao Jingxian was originally nervous to the extreme, yet when she saw this scene, her heart that was hanging in her throat finally relaxed, and a wisp of a relieved smile appeared on her face. Kid, quickly get up and kill these utterly heartless and despicable bastards. Jin Duyi shouted loudly as well. He was on the verge of death, and he was obviously severely injured, yet he seemed to be very spirited and excited at this moment. However, Lin Sun still sat there cross-legged while his entire body glowed. There were no cracks or scars on his body, and he was completely unharmed. On the other hand, within the cave within his body, the radiance of spiritual energy surged like an ocean while dazzling divine radiance gushed out. A simple and unadorned platform stood there, and 3 divine lights that were dazzling like white jade hung down from it. Everything seemed grand, vast, and brilliant. He'd completely recovered. His injuries had been completely resolved, and the energy of the tribulation chain had been crushed and fused into the platform to become nourishment for consolidating and tempering the platform. At this point, his entire body had stepped foot on the peak of the initial stage of the Tao Insight realm, and he'd become even stronger than before. At this moment, no one dared to step forward and offend him because the aura that flowed out from Lin Sun's body was too overbearing and arrogant, and it suppressed all the beasts in this world to the point of trembling and prostrating themselves on the ground. Swoosh, Lin Sun opened his eyes, and it was like two mountain peaks had torn open the void, causing the entire void to be dazzling and shocking. Up until this moment, Lin Sun felt that he was completely different from the past, and he could truly look down upon the world and the crowd. The terrifying aura was restrained and concealed within Lin Sun's body like a tide. All the beasts in this world stopped trembling, and they quickly got up and fled as if they'd been freed. Lin Sun's figure was extraordinary. His eyes were clear and deep, peaceful, and tranquil. His entire body was filled with divine radiance, and it didn't contain the slightest trace of the mortal world. His gaze swept across the surroundings, and there was a sense of returning to simplicity. "You're finally awake, not far away," Zhao Jingxian said softly. A smile bloomed on her pale face, which made Lin's heart tremble. Before he could finish speaking, Zhao Jingxian seemed to be unable to hold on any longer. Blood flowed from the corner of his mouth, and his body fell from the sky. In the previous battle, she'd fought against many saint-level figures by herself. She'd staked everything on a single throw, and it was as if she didn't care about her life. It was already a fluke that she'd survived. But now, because her injuries were too severe, she simply could not hold on any longer. Lin Sun's figure flashed, and he embraced Zhao Jingxian in his arms with great force as if he was deeply afraid that the latter would be lost if he let go. Zhao Jingxian frowned and said, "You're hurting me." Her face was clear and beautiful. In the past, she always looked elegant and smart. Now lying in Lin Sun's arms, she showed a rare trace of weakness. Lin Sun gazed at her pale face. He originally had a lot to say in his heart, but in the end, he only said one sentence: "Have a good rest. Leave the rest to me." This sentence was so simple and plain as if it was a casual chat, but it stunned Zhao Jingxian. Inexplicable emotions were fermenting in her eyes. In the end, she just said, In the distance, Jing Dui was lying in the swamp, muttering angrily to himself, "What a guy who forgets his friends at the sight of love. Didn't he see that I almost died? Why didn't he come to save me first? My injuries are much more serious than that girl's." As if he'd heard Jing Dui's voice, Lin Sun turned his head and said, "Thank you, old toad." Jing Dui shouted loudly, "If you really want to apologize, then go and kill those bastards for this king." "Okay." Lin Sun nodded and agreed readily. It was just that before the battle, he first sent Zhao Jingxian to the first floor of the wordless pagoda to recuperate, and then asked Jing Dui if he wanted to recuperate first. In the end, he was flatly refused by the latter, saying that he wanted to see how those guys died with his own eyes. During this process, Yu Shaoxing, Lin Lang and the others watched coldly from the sidelines, observing Lin Sun's aura. They didn't act rashly. In reality, from the moment Yu Shaoxing had been blasted back, they'd realized that it was already impossible to kill Lin Sun before he recovered. And the aura released by Lin Sun made them feel frightened and oppressed, so they didn't dare to act rashly. But when they heard Jing Dui call them bastards and say that he wanted to see Lin Sun kill them with his own eyes, they still couldn't help it. "Hey, do you really think he's a savior? What a joke. So what if he recovers? In front of us, he can't escape death." The holy son of the Green Unicorn clan spoke, his eyes cold and murderous. "Everyone, it's undeniable that this lad is very difficult to deal with. Most importantly, if we want to seize the fortune on this lad, we must kill him before others arrive." Yu Shaoxing also spoke with a cold expression. "So, why don't we join forces and wipe him out with all our might, then divide the fortune on him?" As soon as these words were spoken, many powerhouses immediately agreed. The aura that Lin Sun revealed just now was too strong, and it actually made them rather fearful. It couldn't be better if they could join forces. But I have something to remind everyone. When dealing with this lad, you can't hold back your strength like you did with that woman just now. Lin Long's voice was cold as she reminded them. When dealing with Zhao Jingxian just now, they fought individually, all wanting to be the first to kill Lin Sun and seize the fortune. This instead gave Zhao Jingxian many opportunities to take advantage of, causing them to lose many excellent opportunities. This time, they had to deal with Lin Sun, who had recovered, and Lin Lang didn't want something similar to happen again. The other holy sons of the other clans were silent, agreeing with this suggestion. "Are you done? Then I'll send you on your way." Lin Sun watched all of this with an indifferent expression, and it was only now that he finally spoke. His entire body suddenly rumbled and flowed with Taoist rhymes, and his aura instantly rose to an extremely terrifying peak state. It was as if a god had awakened in his body, and it was shocking. The heavens and the earth wailed, the weather changed, and the terrifying aura wreaked havoc, causing the souls of Yu Shaoxing and the others to palpitate incessantly. What a terrifying aura! A holy son's expression was solemn. If this lad isn't eliminated, no one will be able to suppress him in the future. Sooner or later, he'll become a great calamity. Yu Shaoxing's killing intent burst forth. Kill! A powerhouse took the lead to attack. It was the holy son of the demonic elephant clan. His physique was as huge as a mountain, and his entire body seethed with deep and terrifying demonic qi. In his hand, he carried a giant white bone rod. With a rumble, he smashed through the void and smashed it towards Lin Sun's head in the distance. That level of power was completely capable of crushing mountains and rivers and throwing the universe into disorder. It was too violent and ferocious. Dazzling Taoist rhymes appeared around Lin Sun. Multicolored light flowed, divine and vast, as if a god had descended to the mortal world and was patrolling the world. He struck out with a casual punch, meeting his opponent head-on. Dong! The seemingly ordinary punch shook the giant white bone rod to the point of trembling and wailing. Meanwhile, the body of the holy son of the demonic elephant clan was enveloped by the force of the punch, and he was sent flying as if he was being crushed by a divine mountain. Such might instantly shocked everyone. A single punch had defeated the holy son of the demonic elephant clan, and he was unable to compete with Lin Sun. This is truly heaven-defying. In the distance, Jin Dui's eyes widened as he muttered to himself with an excited expression. "What are you still standing there for? Let's attack together." Yu Shaoxing roared furiously. With a clang, he waved the dragonbone halberd and let out a long howl as he slashed out. The other powerhouses naturally didn't dare to be negligent. Merely a single strike had made them realize how terrifying and abnormal this human youth was. This made them feel even more fearful, and they didn't dare to disregard him. All of them attacked. Buzz, grand and ancient sound waves resounded in the surroundings. The blood-colored bronze bell revolved and appeared, accompanying the holy girl to kill Lin Sun. Huff! The holy son of the green unicorn clan shouted and took out a green jade ruler. Mysterious Taoist patterns emerged on it, and it had a kind of majestic power that could enlighten all living beings. Without a doubt, this green ruler was also an ancient saint artifact. Whoosh, an emerald green divine brilliance pervaded the air, turning into an ancient armor that covered the body of the holy girl of the Limu clan. The armor was branded with a mysterious totem, and it had a kind of vast and primitive aura. Obviously, the origin of this armor was also extraordinary. Now, these holy sons of various clans attacked with all their might. In an instant, there was a shocking fluctuation in this world, as if the end of the world was coming. The scene was extremely terrifying. In this turbulence, Lin Sun's black hair was loose, and his eyes were clear and bright. He had an indescribable transcendent demeanor. Using the ice dragon steps, he walked out of holiness step by step with immeasurable divine power. He displayed the 9 strikes for shaking heaven. His fist strength was simple and untainted, but it possessed an incredible destructive power. It collapsed the void, shook all kinds of secret treasures, and destroyed all laws. It couldn't be suppressed at all, even if he was besieged by a group of peerless figures of the same generation, even if he was restrained by many shocking secret treasures, they couldn't suppress his demeanor and divine power at all. Rumble, heaven and earth rumbled as if the sky was falling and the earth was splitting. How shocking was the attack of the holy sons. In the outside world, such an unparalleled battle was extremely rare, and it would attract the attention of the world and set off a great uproar. Die! In the battle, the holy son of the green unicorn clan roared angrily. He raised the green jade ruler and seized the opportunity to smash it towards Lin Sun's back. With a roar, the shadow of a divine beast emerged from Lin Sun's back. It raised its head and roared. With a rumble, it directly knocked the holy son of the Green Unicorn clan away. His body trembled and he coughed up blood. Slash. On the other side, Yu Shaoxing waved his halberd and struck down. Lin Sun didn't even look at him. He punched out, and the sacred fist strength burst forth, sending Yu Shaoxing flying and staggering. At the same time, the shadow of an ice dragon appeared under Lin Sun's feet. With a flick of its tail, it fiercely whipped the holy son of the demonic elephant clan. The latter let out a muffled groan as the bones in his shoulder collapsed and blood flowed. In an instant, 2 holy sons were forced back, and one was even injured. Such peerless divine power was simply unparalleled, and it made Lin Sun all the more extraordinary. He was like a king sweeping through all enemies of the same realm. In the distance, Jing Dui was dumbfounded. His heart was completely boiling, and he was shocked again and again. He could imagine that Lin Sun was destined to be very strong after he recovered, but he didn't expect him to be strong to this extent. The heavens and the earth shook. A swamp had collapsed long ago, the ground cracked, and it was a scene of desolation. Lin Sun strode through the sky. His figure glowed while his black hair fluttered in the wind, and the image of an ice-hornless dragon coiled around him. Even though he was alone, he'd fought numerous top figures of the same generation. His divine might was supreme, and he possessed an unparalleled spirit. Auspicious rays of light surged and spiritual energy rumbled within his abode. An ancient platform was enshrouded by 3 treasures, and it emanated the faintly discernible sound of the Grand Tao. It was boundlessly divine. No one could imagine how terrifying Lin Sun's reserves were at this moment, or how formidable the path he'd stepped onto was. Bang! In merely a short moment, Saintess Linlang was pushed back. If it wasn't for the protection of the blood-red bell, merely this attack would be sufficient to heavily injure her. Even then, she couldn't help but cough up blood, and her expression became even colder and more solemn. Kill! Yu Shaoxing shouted explosively with peerless valor. The dragonbone halberd emanated surging markings as he fought fiercely with Lin Sun, and his killing intent poured out like tidewater. But it wasn't long before he couldn't hold on any longer, and he had no choice but to retreat. The reason was that the strength of Lin Sun's fist was too strong. It seemed to be casual and otherworldly, but it was actually filled with the might to destroy the heavens and the earth, and even Yu Shaoxing didn't dare take it head-on. How could he be so strong? His expression grew even more gloomy and unsightly. At this moment, it wasn't just him and Lin Lang, all the other saints were like this as well. How formidable were they when they joined forces, but they were unable to suppress Lin Sun, and they were suppressed repeatedly instead. This caused their hearts to turn cold. What sort of monster was this? He'd just advanced into the heavenly abode realm, and he'd almost been killed in the pursuit just now. But he'd recovered in the blink of an eye, and his combat strength had become even more terrifying than before. This was simply unbelievable. Everyone, if we don't eliminate this kid, then no matter who it is, we'll have to live under his shadow in the future. Are any of you willing? Yu Shaoxing let out a long howl, and he encouraged everyone to exert their full strength. Otherwise, the consequences would be unimaginable. Kill. He was the first to use his trump card. Phantoms of mountains appeared on the dragon bone halberd one after another, stacking on top of each other and suppressing the void. When looked at from afar, at this moment, he seemed to be moving through a mountain, and his entire body was glowing brilliantly. He was simply like a king of gods that was moving mountains. Everyone glanced over and were extremely moved. What sort of might is this? It was too thrilling. Boom! Lin Sun confronted him head-on. He stretched out his palms and fingers and directly smashed a mountain. Then, he stepped forward bravely and fiercely fought with him. In that instant, the ice centipede's cries resounded through the 9 heavens. Its powerful body spiraled about, actually blasting those mountains into pieces, turning them into a rain of light that exploded. Yu Shaoxing's trump card attack was actually about to be broken. The hearts of those divine children constricted, and they didn't dare dally at all. They charged over from all directions while utilizing their entire strengths, and they didn't dare dally in the slightest. For a time, figures intersected in this expanse of the heavens and the earth while divine radiance seethed, and an area of 50 kilometers in the surroundings had transformed into a turbulent battlefield. One had to admit that Yu Shaoxing and the others did indeed possess extremely impressive resources to be able to become the chosen of the various races. They were definitely the top figures of the younger generation, as dazzling as the sun. At this moment, they'd utilized their entire strengths and trump cards in unison, and it instantly turned the entire situation around. They encircled and suppressed Lin Sun, causing the battle to be intense to the extreme. But they were unable to kill Lin Sun in a short period of time. Rumble, divine rays of light shot through the sky while secret treasures shocked the world. This was a peak battle that was rarely seen in the world. If news of this were to spread, then probably no one would dare believe that Lin Sun was actually able to compete with all the divine children by himself. Along with the passage of time, this battle grew more and more horrifying and extremely dangerous, and it caused Yu Xiaoxing, Lin Lang, and the others to become anxious in their hearts. They didn't have time to waste. If they didn't kill Lin Sun as soon as possible and seize the fortune in his possession, then it wouldn't be long before even more experts would rush over. If that was the case, then all the efforts they'd made earlier would be utterly meaningless. Fellow Daoist, so long as you hand over the fortune in your possession, then we'll turn around and leave right away, and we won't be enemies with you any longer. How about it? Suddenly, the Jade Unicorn clan's chosen spoke. This suggestion caused the others to be slightly moved. All of them realized that even if they were able to suppress Lin Sun this time, it would be extremely difficult to kill him. Even if they were unwilling, they had to admit that Lin Sun was really too strong, and he was simply like a heaven-defying monster. I'll give all of you a suggestion as well. Leave your lives, and I can give all of you a dignified death. Lin Sun's expression grew even more calm and indifferent while his black eyes were clear and bright. But no one knew that his heart was already filled with killing intent. He'd been besieged when he was undergoing the heavenly tribulation, and then he'd been repeatedly pursued by Yu Xiaoxing and the others during his escape for over 10 days. He'd experienced innumerable dangers, and he'd even almost lost his life on many occasions. Under such circumstances, how could Lin Sun discuss terms with them? Even if he didn't discuss all of this, merely for the sake of Zhao Jingxian, Lin Sun would absolutely not allow these fellows to leave unharmed. Looks like you intend to shed all pretense of cordiality with us? Haha, what an arrogant human. Cut the crap. Kill him with all your might. Lin Sun's voice revealed resolute killing intent, and it caused Yu Xiaoxing and the others to be completely infuriated, causing their attacks to become even more terrifying. Boy, you must hold on. If you don't kill them today, will you be worthy of everything I've done for you? Far away, Jin Dui muttered. In fact, he was also a little nervous. The battle had become more and more tragic and terrifying, making it difficult for him to calm down. Clang, suddenly, Lin Sun, who was in the midst of the battle, took out his broken blade. In an instant, the power around him changed again. He was like a sword immortal, blooming with peerless sharpness. Almost at the same time, the holy son of the demonic elephant clan approached. When he noticed the change in Lin Sun, his face suddenly changed, and his scalp went numb. He subconsciously dodged to one side. He sensed an extreme sense of danger, but he was obviously a step too late. In an instant, it seemed as if stars fell from the blade one after another. The eternal night came, covering all directions as if to erase everything. RFS. However, the current RFS contained a wave of Tao, which combined with Lin Sun's peerless power that belonged to Tao Insight Realm. It was like a brand new, and its power was completely different from before. Boom, stars fell, and the eternal night came. The power was so terrifying. The holy son of the demonic elephant clan roared in anger. He waved the green jade ruler in his hand, and almost staked everything on one throw. He released all his power to fight against the eternal night. But after an earth-shattering roar, his whole figure was submerged by the terrible divine light, and he screamed. This made Yu Xiaoxing and the others' hearts skip a beat, and their faces changed abruptly. When they wanted to help, it was too late. In an instant, the holy son of the demonic elephant clan seemed to be cut into pieces. His flesh and blood flew everywhere, and his figure was broken. If it weren't for the green jade ruler, he would have been killed on the spot. Even so, he was still seriously injured. He let out a crazy and shrill scream, and fled into the distance. That's right, at this moment, an incredibly awe-inspiring holy son had fled like a stray dog in the face of the threat of death. How could Lin Sun let him do as he wished? He chased after him with the broken blade in his hand. Stop him! Yu Shaoxing roared and besieged Lin Sun with other strong men. Boom, a cold light flashed in Lin Sun's black eyes, and he displayed the burning sun style without the slightest hesitation. It was like a sun had soared into the sky, and it burned fiercely and emitted a terrifying destructive and incinerating force. This expanse of the heavens and the earth were incinerated. The void distorted and wailed, and everything was burning. The force was too terrifying, and it was simply about to incinerate the heavens and the earth. Amidst a wave of furious roars, Yu Shaoxing and the others were blasted back by this attack. They either dodged in a sorry state or coughed up blood and suffered injuries. The scene was terrifying. It was only a single attack, but the siege of the Holy Suns was broken. What was peerless brilliance, that was it. Lin Sun, who held the broken blade in his hand, seemed so arrogant, and it caused them to be terrified. Their only regret was that the Holy Son of the demonic elephant clan had taken advantage of this opportunity to escape, and he was lucky enough to keep his life. However, with the heavy injuries he suffered, even if he stayed in the Demon Saint's secret realm, it would be impossible for him to recover in a short period of time. How could they fight him? At this moment, Yu Shaoxing and the others were livid, and their hearts were filled with fear. The way they looked at Lin Sun had changed. Their fighting spirit was shaken. The miserable condition of the Holy Son of the demonic elephant clan made them completely aware of Lin Sun's terror, and they began to be fearful and terrified. Kill! Lin Sun attacked again. He did not stop at all, nor did he intend to give his opponents any chance. The broken blade swept across the sky, and it was as if a galaxy had been rolled up. Stars rolled and gushed out. This expanse of heaven and earth trembled, and the fierce battle continued. However, it was different from before. Yu Shaoxing, Lin Lang, and the others had realized that the situation was different. Lin Sun's power was matchless, and he was almost unrivaled, and could no longer be suppressed. The worst thing was that their fighting spirit had been shaken. After all, they did not come from the same camp. Although they were cooperating, who would risk their lives desperately when they sensed that something was wrong? Boom, before long, an arm of the Limu clan's saintess was chopped off, and blood burst out like a waterfall. Her pretty face suddenly turned pale, and she let out a muffled groan. She actually gritted her teeth, turned around, and fled. Broken arms could be regrown, but if she was killed here, the consequences would be too serious. The other strongmen felt a chill in their hearts. The saintess of the Limu clan was wearing an ancient armor with unparalleled defensive power, but she was still chopped off by Lin Sun and fled. Let's go. At this moment, Yu Shaoxing, Lin Lang, and the Holy Son of the Jade Unicorn clan withdrew from the battlefield at the same time, and fled to the distance with incomparable decisiveness. This made the only remaining Holy Son of the Water Ape clan suddenly dumbfounded. He was so angry that his eyes turned red, and he roared, "A group of cowards! I was blind to cooperate with you." To his surprise, Lin Sun ignored him at this moment. Instead, he waved his sleeves and released the four-image coiling dragon pillar, which trapped Lin Lang in the distance with a bang. At the same time, insignificant spiritual bow appeared in his palm. With a bang, a silent spiritual arrow shuttled through the void and shot towards Yu Shaoxing in the distance. From releasing the four-image coiling dragon pillar to pulling the insignificant spiritual bow, it was almost done in one breath. It was incredibly fast. The speed of the action stunned the Holy Son of the Water Ape clan, and an inexplicable thought emerged in his mind. Could it be that this guy had already expected such a scene, so he was ready to kill in advance? With a rumble, the four pillars shone brightly, trapping the saintess within. This set of treasures was also an ancient treasure. Although it had a simple function, it was extremely magical. It could create illusions and trap the opponent within. Even if a life and death realm king came to the rescue, it would be hard to shake within a cup of tea's time. Puff. On the other side, the spiritual arrow pierced through the air. Under the lock of Lin Sun's enormous soul power, it instantly pierced through Yu Shaoxing's back, blowing half of his body into pieces. Flesh and blood flew everywhere. If it were any other practitioner, this attack alone would be enough to kill them. However, Yu Shaoxing seemed to be different. With only his broken body, he managed to hold on and continue to escape. When Lin Sun wanted to add another arrow, his opponent had already disappeared without a trace. This made Lin Sun frown. He then looked at the saint of the Water Ape clan not far away. The latter's face turned green, his eyes filled with fear. He clenched his teeth and said, I have the bone talisman. You can't kill me. How about we make a deal? He was indeed afraid. Just now, he was surrounded by a group of saints, but he was still defeated by Lin Sun. Now that he was the only one left, how could he have the confidence to fight against Lin Sun? Without waiting for Lin Sun to speak, he flipped his hand, and a storage bracelet appeared in his palm. He said, this contains some rare spiritual medicines and treasures I collected after entering the demon saint's secret realm. As long as you let me go this time, I can give them all to you. Lin Sun shook his head, not enough. The saint of the water ape clan's face darkened, but he finally restrained himself and said, what on earth do you want to let me go? I heard that your water ape clan has an ancient inheritance called Golden Body of Fire. If you hand it over, perhaps I can exchange it for your life. At this moment, the old toad appeared out of nowhere. Its pair of golden eyes stared at the saint of the water ape clan, making the latter's hair stand on end. No way. This is the supreme inheritance of my clan. I would rather die than give it to anyone else. The saint of the water ape clan refused without hesitation. Then hand over the white bone rod in your hand. That should be enough, right? The old toad's eyes were extremely vicious, and his face was full of desire. The saint of the water ape clan was so angry that his face turned green. He was a saint. When had he ever swallowed an insult like this, not to mention being extorted and robbed? This is my clan's ancestral artifact, the Holy Bone Staff. It can't be given to outsiders either. To put it bluntly, even if I gave it to you, you wouldn't be able to use it. The holy son of the water ape race flatly refused again. Old Toad was instantly annoyed. Damn monkey, why are you so stubborn? Do you believe that we will kill you first and then plunder all the treasures on you? The saint of the water ape race sneered. He wasn't afraid of the old toad, but he was afraid of Lin Sun. How about this? Old Toad stroked his chin, his eyes darting around as he casually said, other than your inheritance and the ancestral artifact, leave behind all your other treasures and I'll let you go this time. Lin Sun had the intention to kill, but after hearing Old Toad's words, he immediately decided to look on coldly. This toad was a three-legged golden toad that could identify all kinds of treasures. He must have taken a fancy to some kind of treasure on this water ape. All right. This time, the sacred son of the water ape tribe hesitated for a while but eventually agreed and handed over all his treasures. Are you really going to let him go? Lin Sun frowned. The sacred son of the water ape race had already left, but if he tried his best, he could still catch up with him. Alas, let him go. Old Toad's expression was a little complicated. After a long while, he said, the ancestor of the water ape race was actually a descendant of the ancient six-eared macaque. Although the current water ape race has almost nothing to do with the six-eared macaque, you'd better not provoke them. Lin Sun was stunned. Why? Old Toad knocked on his head and said with a sad face, I can't remember. Anyway, my intuition tells me that this clan should be involved in a monstrous cause and effect. I'd better not get involved with them. Otherwise, no matter if I'm their enemy or friend, I'm bound to get into trouble. Monstrous cause and effect, Lin Sun was lost in thought. Next, Old Toad began to count the trophies he had plundered from the sacred son of the water ape race with a happy face, like a miser. Lin Sun's figure flashed, and he entered the dreamland created by the four image dragon pillars. In the dreamland, the Saintess Lin Lang was driving the blood-red bronze bell with all her strength, trying to break the dreamland. Unfortunately, it was doomed to be in vain. When Lin Sun appeared, he didn't hesitate at all. He attacked with all his strength and began to suppress the opponent. He didn't just have a good impression of this woman, he simply hated her to the extreme. As early as in the sacred island of 5 elements, they had become enemies because of a Taoist scripture of the sage. Then, during these days of escape, he almost died in the hands of this woman several times. Now, even Zhao Jingxian and Old Toad were seriously injured because of this woman. How could Lin Sun not hate her? In the dreamland, the Saintess Lin Lang's extremely resentful scream rang out. At this moment, she was really shocked and angry, but also had a kind of unspeakable fear. She even tried to negotiate with Lin Sun several times. But Lin Sun didn't make a sound from beginning to end. His attacks were fierce and merciless. In the end, the Saintess Lin Lang was killed on the spot, and her head was chopped off. But what made Lin Sun helpless was that the bone talisman of Lin Long's life soul was activated, wrapped up a wisp of her soul, and moved away. Even the 4-image dragon pillars couldn't stop it. What surprised Lin Sun even more was that the blood-red bronze bell couldn't be suppressed or taken away. As if it had a spirit, it disappeared into the void. This was the power of the ancestral weapon, mysterious and unpredictable, which made Lin Sun helpless. But fortunately, the Saintess Lin Long's body had been destroyed, and the other treasures she carried were destined to be unable to be moved away. Soon, Lin Sun found a storage ring, which was shining with treasures. There were all kinds of spiritual herbs and spiritual materials piled up like a hill, all of which could be regarded as treasures of inestimable value, dazzling Lin Sun. Even Lin Sun couldn't help but sigh with emotion. Sure enough, the treasures on the bodies of these saints were the most abundant. Finally, Lin Sun's eyes fell on an incomplete Taoist scripture. It was golden and shining, clear and clean, and filled with the mysterious aura of a saint. Impressively, it was another part of the Taoist scripture of the saint. This was undoubtedly the biggest gain this time. When he had the chance to snatch the other incomplete Taoist scripture from the little child of the sacred island of 5 elements, he would be able to peek into the real mystery hidden in this scripture. When Lin Sun put away the 4-image dragon pillars and walked out of the dreamland, he saw Old Toad squatting on the ground, grinning from ear to ear. Obviously, the treasures left by the saint of the water ape tribe were also a great harvest for Old Toad. "You are so seriously injured, and you still have the mood to think about treasures?" Lin Sun couldn't help asking. But Old Toad said righteously, "As a practitioner, we can be beheaded and bleed, but we can't lose treasures." Saying this, he let out a cry and grimaced in pain. It turned out that the injuries on his body were acting up, and he couldn't bear it. Lin Sun almost rolled his eyes. When he was plundering the treasures just now, this guy didn't seem to be unable to bear it, but now he was seriously injured and wailing. It could be seen how greedy this guy was. For the sake of treasures, he even forgot his injuries. Lin Sun couldn't help but admire this persistent and selfless spirit of greed. In the end, Lin Sun threw Old Toad into the wordless pagoda to recuperate, and his figure flashed, deciding to leave this area. This experience was simply thrilling. If Lin Sun hadn't finally obtained the art of cutting Tao, which allowed him to recover, the consequences would have been unimaginable. Although he had defeated Yu Shaoxing, Lin Lang and the others in the end, Zhao Jingxian and Old Toad had been seriously injured and had to concentrate on healing their injuries. It would be difficult for them to recover in a short period of time. Thinking of everything that had happened these days, Lin Sun's heart was filled with an indescribable hatred. He had just passed the Thunder Tribulation, and was hunted down by the strong cultivators from various clans, almost dying several times. Now that he had recovered, it was time to settle the score. At this moment, some of the nearby areas were in an uproar. Strong cultivators from various clans came one after another to kill Lin Sun and seize the good fortune. For the past half a month, whether in the Demon Saint's secret realm or outside the Ultimate, it was boiling. Everyone's eyes were locked on this operation to kill Lin Sun. This human teenager is simply a monster. For the past half a month, he was obviously on the verge of collapse from being hunted, but he still managed to escape without being killed. He definitely can't hold on any longer. If there are no accidents, he will definitely die in the next few days. Didn't you see that many saints have already rushed ahead to take action? Lin Sun had survived 6 peerless thunder tribulations, and he had killed many strong cultivators along the way. This made the cultivators of all clans feel frightened and terrified, so no matter who it was, they didn't want him to continue living. If such a monster rose, it would be a disaster. In the future, no one would be able to stop him from advancing to the supreme way. Let's go. Success or failure will be decided in the next few days. Let's kill him together. The strong cultivators of all clans were full of murderous intent as they tracked Lin Sun's escape. They chased him all the way and were about to reach the swamp. "We almost killed him last time. This time, we can't let him escape again. How dare he kill a clansman of the Sea Spirit clan? He must pay with his life." A young man with blue eyes and a feather robe said coldly. He was the saint of the Sea Spirit clan. "Haha, last time we joined forces, but in the end, we still let him escape. I have to say, this human teenager is indeed a character. A man in a silver battle robe next to him laughed coldly. He was also a saint from the Silver Light clan. As they talked, they quickened their pace as they chased after Lin Sun. Now, everyone knew that the human teenager was seriously injured and on the verge of death. Even a ferocious beast could kill him, so it was the best time to kill him. In the distance, there were still many strong cultivators of different clans on the move. In their eyes, Lin Sun was already a lamb waiting to be slaughtered, and there was nothing to worry about. What they really needed to worry about was who could snatch away Lin Sun's opportunity first. Therefore, no matter who it was, they were all moving quickly without slacking off. But no one knew that Lin Sun, who in their eyes could only wait for death, had already become different from before. In the boundless forest, Xianxia was sprinting. He'd reformed his body, but because his injuries were too severe, his face was ghastly pale. Damned little human bastard, one day, I'll take revenge with my own hands. Xianxia gritted his teeth. Ever since he'd started cultivating, he'd never suffered such a loss. When Lin Sun's spirit arrow pierced through his body, he'd almost thought he was going to lose his life. Even now, he still had lingering fear when he thought about it, and he hated Lin Sun even more. Suddenly, Xianxia noticed that there were many figures in the mountains far away. They were obviously not from the same force, but from different clans. Xianxia quickly realized that these were the forces that were chasing after Lin Sun. This made his heart shake, and a cold smile appeared on the corners of his mouth. He didn't warn them, but followed them quietly. These fellows are really stupid. If they knew that the human youth has already recovered and has become extremely powerful, I wonder what they would think. A twisted resentment arose in Xiaoxiang's heart. My dragon whale clan was almost completely annihilated by that fellow. It's time for you bastards to have a taste of what's coming. Idiot. Go over there, I just saw that little human bastard appear. Suddenly, a loud shout resounded from afar. It was the Jade Scale clan saint, and he was pointing the way to some powerhouses. Xiaoxiang couldn't help but be stunned, and then he understood. This fellow was obviously extremely sinister and malicious. He didn't warn Lin Sun that he'd become stronger, but wanted to make others do his dirty work. This fellow is even more ruthless than me. Xiaoxiang laughed coldly. He continued moving stealthily, following behind. Not long after, Xiaoxiang found a few more familiar faces. They were the Devil Elephant clan saint, the Dawnwood clan saint, and the Water Ape clan saint. Each of them had their own ulterior motives, and they didn't mention a word about Lin Sun becoming stronger. They obviously intended to watch coldly from the sidelines and watch the powerhouses of the various clans throw their lives away. Haha, it's getting more and more interesting. Xiaoxiang laughed coldly. At this moment, a sense of revenge arose in his heart, and he even wished for nothing more than for Lin Sun to show off his might and annihilate all the powerhouses of the other clans. When they were close to the swamp, the scene suddenly became lively. Strong practitioners of various forces showed their traces and rushed to the swamp to find Lin Sun first. There was a great battle here. Quickly go and report. That human youth must be nearby. Many experts were overjoyed. They discovered traces of battle and began to send out signals to summon their clansmen. For a time, this area was covered in streaks that rained down while the glow of treasures fluttered about, and they were like numerous dazzling shooting stars whistling through the sky. The scene was extremely chaotic. This place was destined to fall into chaos. Over there. Some sharp-eyed practitioners found Lin Sun's figure and immediately showed their excitement, because it meant a great fortune, and it was very likely to get a real Taoist scripture of the sage. In their eyes, after more than 10 days of hunting, Lin Sun had already run out of energy. Like a tiger with its teeth pulled out, he was no longer a threat and would die at any time. Moreover, there was a large patch of blood in this area. These strong practitioners thought that this was a sign that Lin Sun had lost too much blood and was about to lose his life. Only Xiaoxiang had a strange expression. Besides feeling depressed, he also felt that it was absurd and ridiculous. Those blood stains did not belong to that human youth. They were obviously the blood of the saints. Soon, a group of strong practitioners quickly separated and sealed off this area to prevent Lin Sun from escaping again. As for the saints of the Sea Spirit clan and the Silver Light clan, they had already rushed up, intending to forcefully intervene in this competition and get a share of the loot. Ha ha ha, kid, let's see where you can run this time. The Saint of the Sea Spirit clan laughed immediately. His eyes were very unscrupulous, as if he was staring at prey, full of cruelty and complacency. The others laughed as well. Lin Sun stood there foolishly, obviously not having the strength to escape. This let them know that the time to harvest had come. In addition to sneering, some strong practitioners from different clans were also hateful, because Lin Sun had killed many of their clansmen a few days ago, which made them feel ashamed. Lin Sun was indeed standing there without moving. He wore broken and blood-stained clothes, and his aura was restrained. From the outside, it was impossible to find any clues at all. At this time, looking at some strong practitioners who were constantly rushing over, he was calculating in his heart when to make a move. Immediately, Lin Sun was slightly stunned. He found traces of Xianxia, the Saint of the Jade Unicorn clan, the Saint of the Limu clan, and others. However, these guys were hiding in the distance, extremely low-key, and did not dare to come close at all. Didn't they mention anything about me? Lin Sun's lips curled into an imperceptible strange curve, and he immediately understood their thoughts. Lin Sun could not help but sigh with emotion. These guys looked decent, but he had never thought that they were so insidious and black-bellied. It seems that you are all ready to die. Lin Sun thought so in his heart, but he said calmly, that's good too. It saves me the trouble of settling accounts with you one by one. Everyone was stunned. Was this guy crazy? It seemed that he knew that he could not escape this disaster, and had become crazy in his desperation. Otherwise, how could he talk nonsense like this? Humph. It's useless to pretend to be calm. This time, no matter what you say, I won't give you a chance to escape. The Saint of the Sea Spirit clan sneered. Hey, this guy is really interesting. Why are you still pretending at this time? Do you really think we don't know that you are about to run out of oil? Many strong practitioners also sneered, their eyes full of mockery and pity. In the distance, Yu Shaoxing's lips twitched fiercely, and he could not help showing some pity in his eyes. These guys were really stupid. You are all here. Why don't you start? Could it be that he's the same as me, waiting for everyone to arrive before starting the battle? Lin Sun looked surprised. His attitude immediately made many people laugh. A man who was about to die dared to despise them like this. It was extremely funny. A group of strong practitioners could not restrain themselves and immediately rushed forward. However, they were stopped by another group of strong practitioners halfway, and a conflict broke out between them. They all wanted to be the first to kill Lin Sun and seize his good fortune. Friends of the Sea Spirit clan, we found this evil creature first. First come, first served, right? The faces of those strong practitioners were gloomy. This boy has enmity with our clan. If you want to kill him, it should be us who do it. The Saint of the Sea Spirit clan said unhappily. In an instant, the atmosphere was tense. Both sides confronted each other, and no one gave way. The smell of gunpowder was thick. In their eyes, Lin Sun was like a piece of fat meat that everyone wanted to eat first. They could not allow others to touch it. Yu Shaoxing's expression became more and more strange. He could not bear to watch any longer. Did these idiots really think that human youth was a piece of meat on a chopping board? Lin Sun was also a little stunned, and there was a strange look in his eyes. This scene was seen by many strong practitioners, and they immediately regarded it as a kind of contempt and provocation. What kind of look was that? No matter how they looked at it, it seemed to be pity and ridicule. Lin Sun was not nervous at all, which was too arrogant and presumptuous. Little bastard, don't play dumb. I'll chop you first. A strong practitioner shouted. As he spoke, he stepped into the void, swung a giant axe, and chopped at Lin Sun. Impatient, you are doomed to die a wrong death. Lin Sun sighed softly and waved his sleeve. With a flash of light, the strong practitioner's body exploded in the air before he had time to approach, turning into a rain of blood. What? All the strong practitioners present were shocked. Wasn't this guy at the end of his life? How could he still be so strong? Don't be scared by him. This guy is already an arrow at the end of its flight. He can't hold on any longer. Didn't you see how he behaved when he was chased last time? His body was almost smashed. There is nothing to be afraid of. The saint of the Sea Spirit clan reminded coldly. I didn't expect that you could see through it. Lin Sun looked surprised. Damn, why do I feel that this guy also did it on purpose? In the distance, Yu Shaoxin looked at Lin Sun's surprised look and wanted to rush forward and smash his hateful face. It was too insidious. Cut the crap. Hand over your fortune and I'll give you a quick death. The saint of the Sea Spirit clan shouted. What quick death? Let's kill him first. Another group of strong practitioners couldn't hold back and began to take action. More and more practitioners came, and time could not be delayed at all. At the same time, the strong practitioners of the Sea Spirit clan were also unwilling to be outdone. They made a brazen move. The light was boiling, and the secret method shrouded the front. In this case, I'll send you guys to hell first. At this moment, Lin Sun stopped smiling, and suddenly a blazing brilliance rushed out of his body. His aura suddenly became terrifying to the extreme, shocking people. Everyone's heart palpitated, and their hair stood on end. This was an instinctive reaction in the face of danger. What's going on? Didn't you say that he was going to die? Is he at the end of his life? A strong practitioner screamed. Boom, Lin Sun was surrounded by dense Tao, like a field, releasing a clear halo, sacred and transcendent. Puff, in an instant, all the strong practitioners who rushed over exploded. Their bodies were torn apart, and in the terrible light of Tao, they turned into a rain of blood. They died on the spot before they could even get close to Lin Sun. This kind of peerless sharpness shocked the whole audience. Every strong practitioner was so scared that their scalps were numb, and they couldn't believe it. Even the secret techniques and spirit artifacts that covered the heavens and the earth were completely destroyed, and they transformed into a multicolored rain of light that scattered down in a peerlessly gorgeous manner. In this rain of light, Lin Sun stepped out. His figure was illusory, and he stepped on an ice dragon, with an indescribable disdainful power. Why was this happening? Wasn't he about to die? Many people trembled all over, and their hair stood on end. Their hearts were terrified to the extreme. How could they resist such a peerless divine power? Come on, let's do it together. This guy is not pretending. He has been pretending to be weak all the time. All the strong practitioners roared, and their eyes almost popped out of their sockets. Until now, they finally realized that they had been fooled. However, it was too late. Lin Sun's body was blazing. He shuttled through the void and went straight forward. In an instant, a bloody storm was set off. In an instant, the area was filled with screams. Many strong people had no time to react and were killed on the spot. Their bodies turned into waterfalls of blood and dyed the void red. It was too terrible. He wanted to kill all his enemies by himself. Indeed, no one expected that Lin Sun wasn't deliberately mystifying or putting on airs. He didn't even conceal his intention from the beginning to the end. It was ridiculous that they had always regarded Lin Sun as a piece of meat on the chopping board without any threat. When Lin Sun showed his peerless spirit, they were all stunned, frightened, and angry. Rumble, Lin Sun's fists were powerful and unparalleled. Wherever he passed, there was a rain of blood. He was invincible. For more than 10 days, he had been chased by these guys all the way. He was almost killed several times. Now, Lin Sun had completely recovered and his combat power was at the top of the same realm. He could disdain all enemies. Of course, he wouldn't bear it anymore. He began to counterattack to vent his inner hatred. Kill! The Holy Son of Sea Spirit clan roared and took out a blue spiritual sword. Like setting off a vast ocean, it rolled back and covered Lin Sun. However, Lin Sun didn't even look at it. His figure flashed and avoided the blow. Then he spread out his figure and chased after the other strong people of Sea Spirit clan. In just a moment, more than a dozen strong people of Sea Spirit clan were killed. Their blood dyed the ground red, which was shocking. The Holy Son of Sea Spirit clan was so angry that he almost went crazy. He attacked again and again, but Lin Sun didn't fight with them at all. Lin Sun flashed like a ghost and killed the Holy Son of Sea Spirit clan and other clansmen of Sea Spirit clan. Coward! Do you dare to fight with me? The Holy Son of Sea Spirit clan roared. Lin Sun didn't pay attention to him at all, as if he didn't take him seriously at all. Later, the remaining strong people of Sea Spirit Clan realized that something was wrong and hid beside the Holy Sun in horror. Then Lin Sun changed his target and went to kill other strong people present. At this moment, Lin Sun was really too strong. He was like a peerless blade, conquering the whole field. No one could bear his edge. For a time, this area was filled with shrill cries, furious roars, and shouts. They were mixed with scarlet-red blood and shattered corpses, and they transformed into a horrifying and bloody scene. How was this a battle? This was clearly a massacre. This fellow is simply a demon. Yu Shaoxing, who was hiding far away, felt his heart palpitate as he watched, and drew in a breath of cold air. It wasn't just him, even the hearts of the Dawnwood clan's holy daughter, the Jade Unicorn clan's holy son, the Demonic Elephant clan's holy son, and the other peerless figures felt as if they'd fallen into an icy pit. They were still thinking whether they should take this opportunity to attack Lin Sun when he was unprepared. But now it would seem like if he did that, then it would be no different than giving his life away. This human youth was too ferocious. Evil creature. Do you only dare to attack the weak? The Sea Spirit Clan saint was so angry that his eyes were about to spit fire. In just a short period of time, another group of Sea Spirit Clan's powerhouses had been killed. How could he not be angry? What maddened him most was that Lin Sun had been avoiding him from beginning to end and didn't confront them head-on at all, which made him so angry that he almost vomited blood. When had he ever been ignored like this? He obviously didn't put him in his eyes. Coward. 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 You've lost the face of your human clan. No matter how strong a despicable person like you is, you're just a trash who bullies the weak and fears the strong. The Sea Spirit Clan saint roared sternly. Unfortunately, Lin Sun still paid no attention to him. He fought with all his strength and didn't intend to let any of his enemies go. His figure drifted erratically as he carried out a massacre in this area. In the end, many powerhouses collapsed. They realized that Lin Sun had really risen and wasn't at the end of his rope, but had recovered to his peak combat strength. Coupled with witnessing Lin Sun's bloody and cold slaughter and seeing powerhouses being killed on the spot like chickens and dogs, all of this made their souls almost leave their bodies. They cried out in terror and rushed in all directions, fleeing in all directions. Because they were all shocked and scared silly. Lin Sun's power couldn't be stopped at all, so how could they dare to go against him? You're all here. Do you still want to leave? Lin Sun's voice was indifferent and not very loud, but it was filled with a cold and murderous intent, which made the powerhouses in the field even more terrified. Boom, with Lin Sun at the center, divine radiance erupted. It was dazzling like a river of stars and blazing to the extreme, and it was like boundless volcanoes colliding before exploding. The terrifying fluctuation of divine radiance covered the heavens and the earth, and it swept towards the surroundings and enveloped this area. Pooh! Pooh! In an instant, countless powerhouses weren't able to resist in time before they were obliterated by the divine radiance, and they transformed into a pool of flesh and blood that died at various places. Blood flowed into rivers and dyed the heavens and the earth red. The horrifying bloody scene almost caused the distant Yu Shaoxing to be suffocated, and he didn't hesitate at all to flee as well. At the same time, the top figures of the Jade Unicorn clan, Devil Elephant clan, and Darkwood clan had chosen to temporarily avoid the brunt of Lin Sun's attack and fled far away. Going against Lin Sun at this moment was simply no different than courting death. The battlefield was suffused with smoke, and it was a scene of disorder. The strike from before had annihilated a few tens of powerhouses, yet only a few dozen or so remained now. Besides them, the other powerhouses had either fled or were lying in pools of blood. Corpses piled up, and it was like purgatory. The expression of the Holy Son of the Sea Spirit Clan changed constantly. He was also shocked and stimulated by the bloody scene in front of him, and he sobered up from his anger. It was also at this moment that he finally realized that the reason why Lin Sun didn't confront him head-on before was not because he was afraid, but because he wanted to seize all the time to kill those powerhouses. Now, why don't you shout? Lin Sun's black eyes looked over from afar, and his gaze was as sharp as lightning, which made the Holy Son of the Sea Spirit Clan feel a stabbing pain. Don't be arrogant. You've killed so many powerhouses. Even if you can leave the secret land of monsters alive, so what? The holy son of the Sea Spirit clan took a deep breath and said coldly, "Those big shots waiting outside will never let go of you, an executioner whose hands are stained with blood. That's a matter for the future. You don't have to worry about it. What I want to ask is, why don't you shout?" Lin Sun looked calm, but his words were like a knife, which was regarded as a kind of humiliation and contempt by the holy son of the Sea Spirit clan. The holy son's face was livid, and his chest rose and fell rapidly. He was so angry that his teeth almost broke. "Come on, don't you want to fight with me? There are not many people left now. Let's take some time to have some fun." As Lin Sun said, he swooped forward. But to Lin Sun's surprise, just as he moved, the holy son of the Sea Spirit clan fled without looking back, and he even crushed some kind of teleportation talisman, which made him disappear in an instant. Lin Sun couldn't help but be stunned. This guy shouted so fiercely just now, and he thought he would be proud and unyielding. Who would have thought that he would run away before the fight started? The remaining more than a dozen powerhouses on the scene had long been scared to tremble. When they saw the holy son of the Sea Spirit clan flee so recklessly, they immediately felt desperate, as if the support in their hearts had suddenly collapsed. Lin Sun didn't show any mercy. He attacked coldly and killed them all. After that, he didn't even spare a glance. His entire body was coiled with brilliant clear radiance as he strode forward with large strides, and he didn't conceal his tracks like he did in the past. After being chased for so long, he was going to launch a counterattack, run. From that day on, wherever Lin Sun passed, there were sounds of people fleeing for their lives. There was no way to stop Lin Sun's pace. It was too terrible. Like a devil, he walked on mountains of corpses and seas of blood. He was only one person, but he chased the heroes of all clans and made them constantly flee. They deserved to be unlucky. How excited and complacent they were when they chased him all the way. They didn't expect that Lin Sun would turn around and start to chase them. The impermanence of life was reflected incisively and vividly at this time. All the powerhouses were defeated and fled, leaving behind corpses one after another. Usually, they looked down on others with a very high attitude, but now they were like stray dogs, in a panic. Lin Sun seemed very ruthless. He was calm and unparalleled along the way. Ice Drake steps gave him unparalleled speed. Almost all the powerhouses who were targeted by him could not survive. The news spread very fast. It didn't take long for the whole Demon Saint secret land to be shocked. When they learned all this, all the powerhouses were shocked. Where did this young devil come from? How could he be so terrible? They were in the same realm, but he was like a king, sweeping away all his opponents with unparalleled majesty. There was no way to defeat him at all. Unless there was someone else who had set foot on the extreme way, no one could stop Lin Sun's pace. "Let's go." Still chasing after him? Don't you know how terrifying that young man is? That guy is a devil, invincible. If he continues to grow like this, who can balance him in the future? If he sets foot on the divine path, I'm afraid the whole world will tremble. All the powerhouses of all clans were running for their lives. They had no choice. Seeing this, some practitioners who didn't know what was going on were all stunned. Especially when they learned of Lin Sun's bloody record along the way, they were so shocked that they turned around and fled, not daring to stay at all. Although the Demon Saint secret land was terrible, as long as they were careful, they could avoid many forbidden dangers. But if they met this young man, they would absolutely be courting death. It's impossible. So many powerhouses were dispatched, but they couldn't defeat him alone? Some people didn't believe it. They didn't believe it. But no one went to explain anything. They were all busy running for their lives. Who had the mood to argue? Did they want to live or not? Finally, when he killed his way out of the mountains, Lin Sun stopped. Because the other areas were unknown and contained unpredictable dangers, he didn't dare to act rashly. He wouldn't forget the golden-winged rock and the unparalleled serpent he had seen in the desert. They were both terrifying existences in the Demon Saint secret land. This time, the powerhouses of all clans suffered heavy losses. No one knew how many of them were killed. On the other hand, the experts that escaped felt fortunate as if they'd survived a calamity. Being swept by a human youth was simply like a nightmare, and it left too many shadows in their hearts. At the same time, outside the ultimate land, there was a monstrous storm, the mountains reeked of blood. Broken corpses could be seen everywhere. The ground was dyed red with blood. From time to time, fierce beasts would be attracted and devour the corpses mercilessly. How many overmatches had died in this battle, it was impossible to count, but Lin Sun's unstoppable killing was like a nightmare that many overmatches would never forget for the rest of their lives. Oh no! That young man didn't die. He's slaughtering the overmatches of all clans. It's terrible. He's like a devil. His hands are stained with blood. He can't be defeated. Outside the ultimate, there were angry and panicked cries on the magnificent sea surface. For a moment, all the clans waiting near the ultimate were shocked. They almost couldn't believe their eyes. A young man who survived the thunder retribution had been chased all the way and was about to die. How could the result be reversed? What had happened to him that allowed him to defeat all the overmatches and counterattack all the way? Those children of my clan, are all dead? Immediately, a big shot roared fiercely. He was so angry that he spat out a mouthful of blood and almost fainted. This was Xianxia, granny of the Bloody Lion clan. All the overmatches of the Bloody Lion clan who entered the secret land of Demon had been annihilated. Only Linlang, the saintess, was left. Who would have thought that even Saint Linlang would meet with a calamity this time? Only a strand of her divine soul was teleported back. Even the fortune she obtained from the 5 elements sacred island was lost. How could the Xianxia granny not be furious? Damn it! This little bastard of the human clan is too arrogant. No matter who he is, we can't let him leave alive. Another ancestor-level figure roared, almost going mad. Their clan's situation was practically no different from the Blood Lion clans, and they were almost completely wiped out. Ah, damn it! I can't wait to kill my way into the secret land of Demon and kill that heartless young man of the human clan. Damn it! When did our clan suffer such humiliation? It's unforgivable that we were almost annihilated by a young man of the human clan. In the field, there were roars and roars that shook the world. All the clans looked at each other in horror and confusion. Not only was a ferocious human youth not killed, he single-handedly swept through the crowd and set off an endless rain of blood. As soon as this news spread, it simply angered the gods and humans alike, and it caused the powers of the various clans to be unable to remain calm and were in an uproar. Who would dare to believe it? He had just advanced to the Grotto Heaven realm, yet he was already so terrifying and heaven-defying. Who would dare to believe this? But this news was absolutely true. Because on that day, the soul altars built by all clans were running almost all the time, moving out batch after batch of souls, all of which were the core figures of various clans killed by Lin Sun alone. Especially when Saintess Linlang appeared, it caused an uproar in the audience. This meant that Lin Sun's current combat effectiveness had the power to suppress and kill saints. This sea region could no longer calm down. The great figures were all stamping with rage, and there were a few great figures who were endlessly bewildered. They began to make speculations. It was a complete mess, all of them shocked by this bloody storm. This young man survived the 6 peerless thunder tribulations, which can be said to be rare since ancient times. Now, he can launch a desperate counterattack and sweep away all the heroes when he is seriously injured and dying. I'm afraid he has set foot on the legendary road of cultivation. There was an old ancestor who speculated so. Otherwise, it wouldn't make sense at all. Is it the most powerful road in the ancient legend? It's impossible. This road is against the heaven and Tao. I don't know how many peerless talents died on this road. How could a young man of the human clan achieve this? Many great figures didn't believe it. Even if it is the road to the top, he has just advanced to the Grotto Heaven realm, and it is impossible for him to have such a strong combat effectiveness. There must be something strange about it. Some old antiques were keenly aware of the abnormality. The young man of the human clan was so ferocious that he seemed to ignore the barrier of realms. Some old strong practitioners in the Grotto Heaven realm were killed by him, which simply broke the common understanding since ancient times. It seemed too abnormal. No matter what Tao he cultivates, such a scourge that angers both humans and gods must be eliminated. This was the voice of many great figures. The strong practitioners of their clans had suffered heavy losses, which was a great shame and a deep hatred. How could they tolerate Lin Sun to continue to live? Only Elder Gao Yang seemed to be very silent and didn't say a word from beginning to end. This time, only the descendants of the Holy Land of Spirit Treasure and some retainers of the human clan entered the secret realm of Demon Saint. This made Elder Gao Yang very sure that the young man of the human clan who caused great indignation and resentment must be from his side. He even suspected that the young man of the human clan was the retainer named Lin Xian. However, he didn't dare to believe it, because he was also a little confused. The young man's combat effectiveness was too ferocious and against the natural order. If he was really Lin Xian, it would be incredible. After all, Lin Xian was not a practitioner of the ancient Desolation territory. He just came from the Xiao Empire, a young man who grew up in the barren land of the mortal world. How could such a young man have such a talent and foundation? Even, it was very likely that he had set foot on the most powerful and peerless cultivation path. Soon, Elder Gao Yang couldn't think anymore, because many great figures were glaring at him angrily. They were all threatening and asking about the background of the young man of the human clan. They even openly expressed that they would not let the young man leave the soul oblivion sea alive. This gave Elder Gao Yang a headache, but he had a strange sense of pride in his heart. Anyway, the young man was from the human clan. It was a great thing that he could defeat the strong practitioners of other clans by himself. If this news spread to the ancient Desolation territory, it would even make the big forces of the human clan applaud and be proud of him. After all, the ancient Desolation territory was a vast world where tens of thousands of clans fought for supremacy. Although the human clan was strong, it was only ordinary among the tens of thousands of clans. There was still a big gap between them and some clans with horrible backgrounds. Fortunately, the Demon Saint secret land won't disappear for some time. I just hope that the young man keeps a low profile and doesn't make such a scene again. Otherwise, I'm afraid that even the name of the Holy Land of Spirit Treasure can't protect him, Elder Gao Yang murmured in his heart, with a complicated look on his face. The Demon Saint secret land. Lin Sun stopped in front of the blood-stained mountain and didn't continue to chase. On the one hand, it was because he had consumed too much of his physical strength at the moment, and on the other hand, he had a deep fear of other areas. This was the Demon Saint secret land, full of unknown and dangers. In contrast, this blood-stained mountain was relatively safe, but it was hard to say for other areas. Finally, Lin Sun turned around and returned to the mountain. He had just broken through, and he had just resolved the chain of heaven's punishment. His top priority was to practice hard to refine and consolidate his cultivation. At the same time, he also needed to further think about his own path. After all, he had encountered too many accidents and setbacks, and experienced several life and death situations. He must calm down and explore his own path. Swish, in the messy mountain, Lin Sun's figure flickered, looking for a safe place for quiet cultivation. However, just a moment later, Lin Sun suddenly stopped in front of a collapsed mountain. His black eyes, like cold lightning, suddenly cut through the void and glanced into the distance. In that instant just now, he clearly sensed a wisp of faintly discernible killing intent, but when he carefully probed it, he came up empty-handed. Lin Sun couldn't help but frown. Was it an illusion? Without thinking too much, he continued to move forward. After half an hour, he stopped in front of a clear lake. The lake was vast and shrouded in milky white mist and steaming water. When Lin Sun arrived here, he jumped into the lake and began to wash the blood stains on his body. In the previous battle, he was bathed in blood and stained with too many enemies' blood. Whoosh, soaking in the cold lake, Lin Sun felt much relaxed, as if the killing and bloody aura all over his body had been washed away, and his heart was calm and ethereal. Before long, he walked out of the lake, put on a set of clean clothes, tore off a weed, twisted it into a straw rope, and tied his black hair behind his head at will. At this moment, he was dressed in a moon-white robe, with a handsome face and clear and deep black eyes. Standing in front of the misty lake, he exuded a transcendent, ethereal, and unearthly aura. Without looking carefully, no one could associate him with the ferocious teenager who set off a bloody storm. Before long, Lin Sun caught 2 fat golden-whiskered fish from the lake, set up a bonfire and began to roast them. The roast fish was soon cooked, giving off a tempting fragrance. Lin Sun looked at the lake in the distance while smacking his mouth and eating the golden and tender fish. He was indescribably comfortable, like a traveler who was having a picnic. When dusk fell, Lin Sun stood up and stretched himself comfortably. It seems that the assassin really left. Lin Sun thought for a while and was ready to leave. Whoosh, just as this thought came to his mind, a cold light flashed silently in the void and suddenly stabbed Lin Sun's head from behind at an incredible speed. This was a touch of sword intent. It appeared suddenly, silently, and incredibly fast. If it were other practitioners, they might not be able to notice it at all and have no time to react at all. Because this touch of sword intent was really amazing and rare. It was accurate, clean, direct, sharp and terrible to the extreme. However, its aura had been completely restrained. As a result, it seemed to be completely silent, like the shadow of death that had inadvertently descended and shrouded them. Puff, Lin Sun's head was directly pierced, but strangely, his figure disappeared in an instant like a bubble. It was just an afterimage. The reason was that Lin Sun's movement was so fast that he had dodged the sword intent before it hit him. Oh no! Suddenly, a cry of surprise rang out in the distance. At the same time, Lin Sun appeared and punched the void fiercely. Sorry, I made a mistake in the last chapter. Grandma Xianxia was the ancestor of the Dragon Whale clan. The original text should be replaced with the ancestor of the Blood Lion clan. The void collapsed with a punch. With Lin Sun's current fighting capacity, he could kill ordinary Tao Insight Realm cultivators with a casual punch, let alone at this moment with all his strength. The void was smashed like a piece of paper. The chaotic and violent airflow raged, which was a terrifying scene. Whoosh, however, in the place where the void was broken, a vague figure had already rushed out and narrowly avoided this fatal blow. But even so, he was still hit by the fist force. He staggered and almost fell into the void. At this time, Lin Sun finally saw his opponent clearly. It was an assassin covered in a black fighting suit. He was thin and slender, and his appearance could not be seen clearly. He was surrounded by an obscure breath that could block all perception and investigation. From a distance, he seemed to be just a shadow, extremely vague. I know you. Last time on the treasure ship, you assassinated me. Unfortunately, you failed at that time. Lin Sun looked calm, but his black eyes were full of cold light. He did remember the breath of the assassin. Last time, he was almost killed by the assassin. This was an unforgettable memory. How could Lin Sun dare to forget it? Tell me, who exactly are you? Although Su Xingfeng hates me among the successors of the spiritual treasure Holy Land, there's no need for him to hide and deal with me. Lin Sun's eyes flashed with cold lightning, and he firmly locked on the assassin. Or do you want me to capture you and reveal your true face? As he spoke, his body was surging with blazing divine light. Tao runes circulated, and his momentum rose to the extreme. As long as the assassin dared to show the slightest intention of escaping, he would attack him with all his strength. Give me the Taoist scripture of the sage or the pagoda made of the divine iron of creation. Maybe I can give you a satisfactory answer. The black-clothed man's voice was sharp and dry, which was obviously a disguise. Lin Sun immediately understood, and his black eyes surged with cold light. The reason why you attacked me on the treasure ship was probably for the pagoda in my hand. Yes. The black-cloaked man looked very calm and unscrupulous. It seemed that he was not afraid of letting Lin Sun know his intention at all. Are you stalling for time? Lin Sun suddenly asked. Aren't you the same? The man in black asked. Lin Sun suddenly smiled and stepped forward. With a clang, the broken sword swept out and Lin Sun attacked with RFS. Now, Lin Sun understood that the three unique skills of Tianyuan saberplay had their own mysteries, and there was no difference in strength between them. For example, reaching for the stars paid attention to the element of surprise and shock. Once hit, one would suffer a disaster. On the other hand, the moon clasp style was a type of divine and vast energy that transcended into nothingness. So long as one came into contact with it, it would produce a type of terrifying lethality that seemed like purification. As for the burning sun style, it was very simple. It was tyrannical and destructive. It was like the destructive power released by the burning of the sun. It was an extremely tyrannical killing power. At this moment, Lin Sun used RFS. Needless to say, he wanted to kill his opponent by surprise and shake his mind so that he couldn't escape. Boom, in an instant, it was like a group of stars had fallen and eternal night had descended. It was inconceivably swift, and it seemed like a nightmare had suddenly assaulted them. However, the strange thing was that the figures of the men in black suddenly turned into hundreds and thousands of them, densely packed like black lightning. Some of them took the initiative to attack Lin Sun, and some fled in all directions. Looking from a distance, the figures of the men in black were everywhere, which was a terrifying scene. Boom! The earth-shattering destructive power swept across, and those men in black who rushed up were annihilated almost instantly. Some of them avoided the attack and continued to attack Lin Sun. The most bizarre thing was that some of the men in black had already fled to the distance. The scene suddenly became extremely chaotic. Originally, there was only one enemy, but now there were thousands of them. How could he fight thousands of bodies? What secret method was this? Lin Sun was shocked. It was the first time for him to see such an amazing secret method. It was impossible to tell which one was the real man in black just from the appearance. As the saying goes, true and false, illusory and illusory, it was so mysterious and unpredictable that it could deceive the world roared. Lin Sun killed with all his strength. The dazzling saber light swept across with starlight, and groups of men in black were easily killed and turned into light rain and disappeared. It turns out that these doppelgangers are illusory and don't have the same fighting capacity as his real body. Lin Sun felt relaxed and spread his spiritual power to cover the whole field. He carefully perceived and identified them, but the final result shocked him. Whether it was the doppelgangers or the real body, it was impossible to distinguish the real from the fake just from the breath. Lin Xian, the next time we meet, it will be your death. The sharp and dry voice of the man in black echoed between heaven and earth, as if it was made by thousands of people, and it was impossible to determine the real source. Lin Sun's eyebrows became gloomy. Until he killed all the men in black in the field, he found that these were all doppelgangers, and his real body had already escaped. What kind of secret method is this? How can it be so strange and wonderful? Lin Sun frowned and felt a little unwilling. The men in black had assassinated him twice and escaped safely both times. The most difficult thing was that the man also mastered a secret method that could make thousands of doppelgangers, so it was almost difficult to kill him. Unless one could see through his real body at a glance, all this also sounded the alarm for Lin Sun. He realized that there were countless geniuses in the world, and there were also countless unimaginable mysterious cultivation methods. He must not take it lightly. Whoosh! Soon, Lin Sun got rid of the distracting thoughts and looked to the other side, with an intriguing smile on his lips. You two have been watching for so long. It's time to show up, isn't it? Lin Sun said softly. There was a low and ordinary hill, shrouded in thick white mist, without any special breath fluctuations. But as early as after being assassinated by the men in black, Lin Sun was keenly aware that there were two figures hiding in the hill. If it were in the past, Lin Sun would definitely not be able to detect them, because the two figures were covered by a ray of treasure light, covering all their breaths. The strange thing was that the treasure light seemed to be integrated with the heaven and earth, turning into the most common breath of heaven and earth, which was difficult to be detected at all. But now Lin Sun was different. After reaching Tao Insight Realm, his spiritual power had also transformed, and he had begun to practice the second realm of meditating magic, changing moon. A divine moon hung in his sea of consciousness and emitted great light. It was like he was ascending a tower, and it caused the perception of his soul to undergo a qualitative transformation, allowing him to detect fine details that he couldn't detect in the past. It was precisely because of this that when he noticed the existence of those two figures, he very naturally thought that they were in cahoots with the black-cloaked man. If not, Lin Sun would not have delayed at all just now, and directly went to kill the men in black without talking nonsense and delay. At this moment, the men in black had already fled, but the two figures didn't move for a long time, and they didn't intend to escape, which made Lin Sun feel a little strange, and he realized that there seemed to be some omissions in his previous speculation. I didn't expect that you, Lin Xian, are a top figure who hides his strength. What surprises me most is that a figure like you grew up in the mortal world, which is really unimaginable. With a sigh, a child in colorful clothes walked out from the low hill. He wore a bright silver necklace, and his expression was innocent and adorable. It was Wen Xiang, the successor of the Holy Land of Spiritual Treasure. Beside him, there was an extremely handsome young man in a red robe and a white jade belt around his waist. With his hands behind his back, he had a cold and proud bearing, and a pair of pupils were surrounded by blazing flames. He was Su Xingfeng. So it's you too. Lin Sun was stunned, and then he said with a faint smile, let me guess, are you here for the pagoda or the so-called Tao scriptures of the sage? On the treasure ship, Lin Sun might be afraid of these two people because of Elder Gao Yang, but now, there was no need to worry about them. You're wrong. We come from the same camp, and you're a friend of senior sister Jingxian. How could we harm you? Wen Xiang shouted loudly, as if he was wronged. Oh, it seems that I have gauged the heart of a gentleman with my own mean measure? Lin Sun looked indifferent. Not really. We also heard that a teenager of the human clan was being chased, so we immediately came to help. But we didn't expect that the teenager was you. What's more, we didn't expect that you could defeat the overmatches of the other clans. Wen Xiang said with a smile, and his face was full of amazement, if we had known that you were so powerful, we would not have treated you as a retainer. Lin Sun would not treat this guy as a little kid. Wen Xiang seemed young, but he cultivated in the form of a boy because he had cultivated a secret method called Yang blood refining method. In fact, he was a genius who had cultivated for many years. When it came to scheming and wisdom, he was not inferior to those old foxes at all. So that's how it is. Then I thank the two of you for your kindness. Lin Sun was calm and didn't deliberately expose them. After all, he entered the secret realm of Demon Saint in the name of Holy Land of Spiritual Treasure. In addition, he had a relationship with Zhao Jingxian. If it was not necessary, Lin Sun would not completely fall out with them. By the way, I wonder who the black-cloaked man was? Lin Sun suddenly asked. I don't know. Wen Xiang shook his head quickly, and his immature face was full of confusion. Lin Sun smiled, showing his snow-white teeth, in that case, I'll leave first. As soon as he finished speaking, his figure flashed and floated away. He left without any hesitation. This guy should have guessed something. Wen Xiang murmured, with a touch of coldness in his eyes. From the beginning to the end, Su Xingfeng didn't speak. He was cold and indifferent. Seeing Lin Sun's figure disappear, he said, just now, I wanted to fight, then why didn't you make a move? Wen Xiang was stunned. Su Xingfeng glanced at him and didn't say anything. However, Wen Xiang instantly understood, and his expression was complicated. He knew why Su Xingfeng didn't dare to make a move when he thought about Lin Sun's performance after overcoming the 6th level of the heavenly tribulation. That guy was too powerful. He had slaughtered the experts of various races until their blood flowed like a river. He was unparalleled, and even chosen ones did not dare to face him head-on. Under such circumstances, even if he was Su Xingfeng, he would not dare to act rashly. Wen Xiang couldn't help but sigh with emotion when he thought of this. Indeed, after Lin Xian advanced to the Tao Insight realm, he's not like before. Even I feel inexplicable pressure when facing him. Have you heard of the strongest absolute path of cultivation in the ancient times? Su Xingfeng suddenly said. Wen Xiang was instantly moved. You mean Lin Xian has actually stepped onto such a path? Isn't it said that it's impossible for such a path to appear in the current times? 100 years later, an unprecedented calamity of the Great Way will erupt, and a great battle will begin. Under such circumstances, it's not impossible for the absolute path to appear again. Su Xingfeng's expression was cold with a trace of seriousness, but I never expected that a little cultivator from the mortal world would be able to touch this path. It's really unbelievable. As far as he knew, the absolute path to cultivation was a general term that represented the strongest path of cultivation. It was extremely rare in the ancient times, and very few people could step onto it. Since Lin Xian was able to step onto this path, it was undoubtedly too terrifying and heaven-defying. Since it's like this, senior brother Su, should we give up on the plan to seize that pagoda? Wen Xiang's expression changed indeterminately. Give up? Su Xingfeng shook his head, and flames flickered in his eyes. That's a pagoda made of divine iron of creation. How can we give up just like that? Wen Xiang's eyes narrowed. What does senior brother Su plan to do? Su Xingfeng said, do you recognize the black-cloaked man who tried to assassinate Lin Xian? If I'm not wrong, that fellow is definitely senior brother Xiao Ran. Wen Xiang's heart skipped a beat, and his expression changed. Could it be senior brother Gong Sun Yu as well? According to what I know, senior brother Xiaoran is currently guarding the Violet Cloud Divine Mountain, waiting for the demonic saint's land of fortune to appear. He shouldn't have come here just to deal with Lin Xian, right? Gong Sanyu? Haha, he doesn't know the myriad transformations Tao Physique Sutra. Su Xingfeng sneered. Myriad transformations Tao body scripture. Wen Xiang's expression changed abruptly as he cried out involuntarily. Didn't you personally prove that this ancient ultimate technique doesn't exist a few years ago? Several years ago, in a forbidden area of the Holy Land of Spiritual Treasures, it was rumored that a long-lost supreme technique, the myriad transformations Taoist scripture, had suddenly appeared in the world and was obtained by a disciple of the sect, causing a great sensation at that time. However, in the end, no one knew which disciple obtained this lost skill. Later on, it was the headmaster of the Holy Land of Spiritual Treasures who personally stepped forward to quell this disturbance. It's not that it doesn't exist, but the origins of this ultimate technique are too great. Once it's exposed, it's bound to attract countless troubles. So, those big shots unanimously decided to seal off this information for the sake of protecting Xiaoran. They don't want him to attract the covetous eyes of others because of this ultimate technique. Su Xingfeng's eyes flickered with a cold light. Originally, I was also suspicious, but I couldn't be sure. However, after witnessing the secret technique executed by the black-cloaked man just now, I'm completely convinced that it's definitely the myriad transformations Taoist scripture. Only such an ultimate technique can allow one to transform into a myriad of forms without any flaws. It's truly miraculous and unparalleled. When Su Xingfeng spoke up to this point, he gritted his teeth and said, "Do you know why I've always been afraid of Xiaoran? It's because this fellow is too shrewd. He's usually like a wild crane that doesn't care about worldly affairs, but only I know that in the entire Holy Land of Spiritual Treasures, his schemes are the most terrifying." His voice carried envy, fear, and even indescribable hatred. Senior brother Su, even if that black-cloaked man executed the myriad transformations Taoist scripture, it seems to be unable to prove that he's senior brother Xiaoran, right? Wen Xiang still didn't believe it. In his impression, Xiaoran had always been warm, modest, and made others feel as if they were bathing in the spring breeze. He was like a flowing cloud in the horizon, and he was indescribably aloof and broad-minded. This caused him to be unable to call Xiaoran a scheming person. Humph. You may know a person for a long time, but you don't know his true nature. There are some things that I'm unable to tell you clearly, but I can tell you with certainty that the black-cloaked man that assassinated Lin Xian is definitely Xiaoran. Su Xingfeng couldn't be bothered to explain. But, what does this have to do with us seizing the pagoda in Lin Xian's possession? Wen Xiang asked while staring blankly at him. Cooperate. Su Xingfeng replied very directly. We'll go look for Xiaoran and cooperate with him. I believe that for the sake of seizing the fortune in Lin Xian's possession, he will surely not refuse. But what if senior brother Xiaoran also wants that pagoda? Wen Xiang said worriedly. He didn't have the confidence to compete with Xiaoran for this opportunity. Lin Sun has not only that pagoda, but also a fortune from the sacred island of 5 elements. Since it's a cooperation, Xiaoran can't take it all by himself, can he? Su Xingfeng chuckled. What's more, if he doesn't agree, I'll expose his identity and tell junior sister Jing Xian that senior brother Xiaoran, whom she respects and admires most, is the real murderer who repeatedly assassinated Lin Xian. Wen Xiang gasped with a hiss. This plan was really ruthless. In the depths of a mountain, Lin Sun dug out a cave residence and set up a spiritual formation to conceal the aura. If it's not Su Xingfeng or Wen Xiang, then it must be one of the 3, Xiaoran, Gong Sanyu, or Yunche. Yunche cultivates the great way of killing. Although his fighting capacity is extremely terrifying, he is still at the level of Sea Spirit Realm. Even if he has reached the level of Tao Insight Realm like me, it's impossible for him to have the peerless secret method of transforming himself into thousands of things. So, there are only Xiaoran and Gong Sanyu left. So, who on earth is it? Lin Sun sat there with his legs crossed, still pondering in his mind. Lin Sun couldn't help but be vigilant after being assassinated twice in succession and letting the assassin escape with ease. In his impression, Xiaoran was an existence that was indistinct like smoke and clouds. He was extraordinary and stood aloof from worldly affairs, and he gave others an indifferent and distant feeling. Gong Sun Yu, on the other hand, was a descendant of the Green Sheep Spirit clan, elegant, noble, and proud. According to Zhao Jingxian, under Gong Sun Yu's proud appearance, there was actually a pure heart. He wasn't really arrogant. No matter how Lin Sun looked at it, Xiao Ran and Gong Sun Yu didn't look like mysterious and ruthless assassins. Their images were so different that it was hard to associate them with assassins. But the more it was like this, the more Lin Sun dared not to be negligent, because he knew that opponents who were good at disguising themselves were the most dangerous and terrifying. No matter who it is, when we meet again, I will make sure that they have nowhere to hide. After a long time, Lin Sun took a deep breath, and a touch of determination flashed in his deep black eyes. Without thinking any further, Lin Sun took out the wordless pagoda and sensed the first floor of the pagoda. Zhao Jingxian was meditating motionlessly. Although the injuries all over her body were healing, Lin Sun was keenly aware that the situation inside her body was still not optimistic. Obviously, in the previous battle, she had suffered far more serious injuries than he had imagined, and all this was to protect Lin Sun. This made Lin Sun feel both touched and guilty. This time, he really didn't expect that Zhao Jingxian would show up to help him, and even fight for time to recover at the risk of her life. It was precisely because he hadn't expected this that he was especially shocked when he learned of all this, and Lin Sun had indescribably complicated emotions. But no matter what, from now on, he would never tolerate Zhao Jingxian being bullied again. At the same time, Lin Sun hated Yu Shaoxing and the others even more. He swore in his heart, "Don't let me run into you again." Cough cough. At this moment, Jin Dui, who had been meditating cross-legged, suddenly opened his eyes and coughed weakly. "Lin Sun, my injuries this time are too serious. Things aren't looking good." Lin Sun already knew what Old Toad wanted to shit the moment it stuck out its butt. Hearing this, he said directly, "Sorry, I've already used up all the Lantern King ginseng." Old Toad instantly became anxious. "Qilin grass is fine too." Lin Sun said unhappily, "Even if you want to use Qilin grass, Miss Zhao needs it more than you do." Old Toad coughed dryly again with a helpless look on its face. "How about this? This king has a supreme prescription that can be called peerless. There's no need for Qilin grass, you just need to gather the various elixirs according to the prescription, and perhaps this king will recover completely." Seeing that Lin Sun wasn't fooled, Old Toad rolled his eyes and said, "Of course, this prescription is also very useful for that girl's injuries. Don't you want to give it a try? She almost lost her life for you. Do you have the heart not to take some remedial action?" Sure enough, Lin Sun was moved this time. He obtained the so-called peerless prescription from Old Toad, and his face immediately darkened after a brief examination. The hundreds of spiritual herbs listed on the prescription were all extremely rare and precious. This wasn't a big deal, but the most hateful thing was that Lin Sun happened to have all these spiritual herbs on him. This made one wonder whether Old Toad had already figured out the spiritual herbs on him, and thus deliberately took out this prescription in order to swindle some of them from him. "Old Toad, did you already plan this?" Lin Sun's expression was unkind. Old Toad looked puzzled. "What plan?" "Don't accuse me wrongly." Lin Sun said expressionlessly, "If you admit it, I won't bother to haggle with you and will immediately refine the precious medicine for you. But if you still refuse to comply, then I won't be polite." Although this toad was very loyal, its character was too annoying. It always wanted to take advantage of others and plunder treasures. Under Lin Sun's undisguised threat, the old toad finally bowed its head in embarrassment and admitted it. But it still insisted and patted its chest to assure Lin Sun that it was doing this to help himself and Zhao Jingxian recover as soon as possible, without the slightest selfishness. Lin Sun rolled his eyes and didn't bother to pay attention to it. But in the end, Lin Sun still took action. He had prepared 3 bronze furnaces, all of which were spiritual weapons. They weren't very precious, but they could definitely be used to decoct treasured medicines. At this moment, the old toad was in high spirits as if it had transformed into an alchemist guru, throwing elixirs into the 3 furnaces at lightning speed. Of course, these elixirs were all taken from Lin Sun, including wisteria snow ganoderma, moonlight grass, and other rare treasured medicines. There were hundreds of them, some of which Lin Sun had collected himself, but most of them were spoils of war from the enemies he had killed these days. This 1,000-year-old Poria cocos flower is perfect for replenishing blood and qi. Together with 9-leaf cloud radish fruit, cyan auspicious root, luohan vine, the effect will be amazing. The old toad looked excited, muttering to itself as it threw all kinds of elixirs into the furnaces without hesitation. In the blink of an eye, a fragrant aroma filled the air, making people feel comfortable all over. The furnaces were glittering and overflowing with treasures, such as black marrow jade lotus, scarlet demon snow orchid, golden vine, and other treasured medicines, which dyed the furnaces with a layer of bright light. The fragrance of the elixirs was so strong that it was almost tangible, making people feel as if they were about to ascend to heaven. This was absolutely the most extravagant elixir Lin Sun had refined since he started his cultivation. The elixirs he used were all treasures that had long been extinct in the outside world and could only be found in the secret realm of Demon Saint. Now they were all thrown into 3 furnaces for refining, which could be called a magnificent feat. Of course, the elixirs in the 3 furnaces were different, so the elixirs refined were destined to be different, because they were prepared for Zhao Jingxian, the old toad, and Lin Sun respectively. The first 2 were for healing, while Lin Sun was for consolidating his cultivation, so the elixirs refined were naturally different. It had to be said that old toad was indeed a connoisseur of medicine. He was extremely familiar with the characteristics of various spirit medicines, and it was obvious that he had grasped quite a few unique pill recipes. This allowed him to mix treasured medicines with great ease and familiarity. This was the innate talent of the 3-legged golden toad race. They could identify all kinds of rare treasures. If they were to become alchemists, they would definitely be outstanding talents. Not long after, the old toad searched in Lin's storage bag for a long time and found a pile of fire cloud gems. Using them as the fire source, it began to refine. The glow of flames surged. In the blink of an eye, the furnaces each emanated a multicolored glow that flowed through space, and the fragrance was so fragrant that it seemed capable of entering the depths of one's soul, causing one to be intoxicated. In the end, Zhao Jingxian was called and woke up from meditation. Before she could ask more questions, she was invited by Lin Sun and Old Toad to enter the first stove to cultivate. Of course, he took off all his clothes. Under Lin Sun's cold gaze, the Old Toad didn't dare to peek. Even so, Zhao Jingxian still felt slightly embarrassed and uncomfortable. After taking off her clothes with her back facing the 2 of them, her pale face was dyed red. Fortunately, after sitting in the stove, she calmed down and began to meditate quietly. "Boy, you think too much. How can I be the kind of pervert who likes to peep?" Old Toad grumbled as if it was complaining. Soon after, it couldn't wait any longer and leaped into the second furnace with a comfortable grin on its face. His figure transformed into the original form of the 3-legged golden toad. He squatted in the stove and began to meditate. "Humph, if I find out that you are peeping, I will roast you directly and eat you." "I heard that toad legs are very chewy," warned Lin Sun. After confirming that there was no accident, Lin Sun also stepped into the 3rd stove and sat cross-legged there. The medicinal juice in the stove was strong. Spiritual herbs floated one after another. Some were golden, some were white, some were red like flames, and some were overflowing with moonlight. It was gorgeous and fragrant. This was indeed extravagant and incomparably shocking. Even if the great figures of the various clans saw this, they would probably be astounded. They could only provide this type of precious medicine to a limited number of inheritors, and it was impossible for them to casually bring it out. Lin Sun meditated quietly and recited the ancestral Taoist scripture of illusions in his mind. Suddenly, there was a sound of scripture chanting, which made Lin Sun empty both inside and outside of his body. Then, the nature insight and spirit devour scripture was running, making the cave heaven tumble and the Taoist rhyme roar. On the simple and unadorned Taoist platform, 3 white jade-like treasure lights fell, spreading a holy and vast aura. In a trance, Lin Sun completely forgot himself. Soon, he fell into a deep level of cultivation, consolidating and tempering his realm. In addition to spiritual herbs, there were some minerals and spiritual materials in the stove, such as fist-shaped greenwood crystal, palm-sized silver-horned worm, and iron-like 6-legged jade cicada. All these made the medicinal juice in the stove full of spirituality and vitality. The dense mist was steaming, and all kinds of auspicious air were flowing. The essence was so strong that it could not be dissolved. Lin Sun's body was constantly scoured and purified by the medicinal power. With the medicinal power as a primer, it was integrated into the whole body, nourishing and tempering. After breaking through the realm, the most taboo was that the foundation was unstable. Therefore, all practitioners would choose to practice for a period of time until the realm was completely stabilized. Now, Lin Sun was consolidating his realm. The Tao Insight realm was divided into 3 levels, namely the initial realm, the middle realm and the upper realm. Each level had its own magic. However, as long as one reached the Tao Insight realm, he would begin to explore the real Tao and begin to comprehend and control the power of the Tao. This was destined to be a brand new realm, completely different from the past. For Lin Sun, his path was different from other Tao Insight realms. It was a kind of ultimate path after extreme sublimation, which belonged to one of the strongest paths that could only be seen in ancient times. For example, when he was at the Spirit Sea realm, he had already grasped the Water Tao aura. Now, after experiencing the tempering and baptism of the 6 peerless lightning tribulations, he possessed the Heavenly Abode Tao platform that could only be established at the Heavenly Abode realm. Moreover, the Tao platform had integrated a trace of the power of order and law transformed from heaven tribulation, which made it strong, magnificent, sacred, simple, and extraordinary. The most unbelievable thing was the 3 grotto heaven treasure lights that were circling the Tao platform. Tao begets 1, 1 begets 2, 2 begets 3, and 3 begets all things. These 3 rays of treasure light were the manifestation of extreme Taoism, representing Lin Sun's ultimate foundation. Although Lin Sun didn't know what the magical effect of these 3 Tao Insight lights was, it could be foreseen that with the deepening of his cultivation, he might be able to see the real mystery contained in them one day. In a word, everything Lin Sun had made him stand out in the initial Tao Insight realm, even different from the world. Therefore, the tempering and consolidation he was carrying out at this moment was also to familiarize and master this completely different ultimate power as soon as possible. 3 days later. With a roar like boiling in his body, Lin Sun suddenly opened his eyes and found that the stove had already dried up. All the efficacy of the medicine had been absorbed, leaving only some dregs. I didn't expect that consolidating the realm this time would let me reach the consummation of the initial Tao Insight realm in one fell swoop with the help of the efficacy of the medicine, Lin Sun murmured in his heart. His whole body was as clear and flawless as glass, and every inch of his skin was overflowing with a suffocating luster of Tao Insight, which was indescribably holy and otherworldly. This is the benefit of exploring opportunities. If I didn't enter the secret realm of Demon Saint this time, it would be impossible for me to experience so many hardships and have so many unimaginable gains. Lin Sun had a glimmer of enlightenment in his heart. This was the reason why practitioners in the world were so persistent in looking for opportunities. It might be very dangerous and there might be countless variables, but as long as there was a chance encounter or an inadvertent tribulation, practitioners would have a completely different transformation and become different from the past. If he had stayed in the Forbidden City all the time, he would never have such a change. Lin Sun walked out of the stove and put on his clothes. At this moment, he could clearly feel that he was stronger than before. His cultivation and strength were completely stabilized and under his control, without any stagnation. Looking around, his abyss-like black eyes were flowing with a kind of profound luster that could swallow the sky. At this moment, Lin Sun's every move had a kind of Tao insight, a kind of invincible belief, and a kind of unparalleled demeanor. He even had a slight desire to take a stroll in the outside world. It would be best if he could encounter a peerless existence and have a spar with him to verify his strength. What are you looking at? Suddenly, Lin Sun caught a glimpse of Old Toad poking its head out of the stove and sneakily looking at Zhao Jingxian in the first stove. With a snap, Lin Sun hit Old Toad's forehead with his palm. Old Toad grimaced in pain and shouted, "Damn it, why did you hit me so hard? Are you trying to kill me? If you dare to look at her again, I'll roast you and eat you." Lin Sun looked unkind. Old Toad's expression froze and it said angrily, "I was worried about Miss Zhao's safety and wanted to see if she had recovered from her injury. I'm not as dirty and wretched as you think. Am I that kind of person? Of course you're not a person. You're a toad. Haven't you heard that a toad wants to eat swan meat? You wish." Lin Sun sneered. "You're humiliating me. If you don't apologize, I'll fight you to the end for the dignity of the three-legged golden toad tribe." Old Toad looked serious and dignified. Well, I was just worrying about where to find a target to practice with. I didn't expect you to deliver yourself to my door. Lin Sun rubbed his fists and palms together, eager to have a try. Old Toad's face changed. After a long time, it let out a sigh and said, "Forget it, I'm a magnanimous person. I don't want to take advantage of a small human brat like you." Puff, suddenly, a peal of laughter rang out from the first stove. It was as sweet as the sound of nature and indescribably pleasant to the ear. It was Zhao Jingxian who had woken up from meditation. Lin Sun immediately looked over. But the next moment, he was a little embarrassed. From his angle, he just happened to see a section of Zhao Jingshuan's exposed white skin. The picture was very charming and very erotic. Inside the furnace, Zhao Jingshuan's body was glistening and smooth, her beautiful hair falling down like a waterfall. Her back was to Lin Sun, revealing a section of her delicate and fair back. Her shoulders were as sharp as a knife, her lotus arms were like mist and snow, and her slender snow-white goose neck shone with an alluring luster. It was just a view of her back that seemed to have been cut out, but it gave off an incomparably breathtaking feeling. In the past, Zhao Jingxian had always been a woman dressed as a man. Her face was bright and clear, and her bearing was natural and unrestrained. Now, her long hair was loose and her fragrant shoulders were bare. That kind of graceful scene was naturally especially impactful. Lin Sun couldn't help but be startled at this moment. He immediately looked away and pretended to be calm, but in fact, there was still a trace of amazement left in his heart. "Bah! You still won't let me see? You're almost drooling when you see it. Shameless, really shameless. You're simply a beast in human clothing." Next to him, Old Toad seized the opportunity to attack without restraint. Lin Sun immediately flew into a rage out of shame. He stared at Old Toad and said, "Am I as unbearable as you say? If you make slanderous accusations again, I'll kill you first." Old Toad rolled its eyes and said disdainfully, "What? Now that your true shamelessness has been exposed, you're going to kill me to silence me?" As the two quarreled, Zhao Jingshuan's pretty face was also flushed in the furnace. There was a trace of embarrassment and annoyance in her clear eyes. She bit her lustrous red lips and glanced around. Seeing that the two of them had their backs to her, she hurriedly got up from the furnace and put on her clothes. But what was worse was that at the same time, Lin Sun turned his head and quickly explained, "Miss Zhao, don't listen to this toad." Before he could finish speaking, he was stunned to see a graceful figure walk out of the furnace like a hibiscus out of the water. Her legs were slender and as white as mutton-fat jade, incomparably moving. Her waist was slender and full of luster, and further down, her round and plump, "You." Suddenly, a clear rebuke rang in Lin Sun's ears like a clap of thunder. He was so startled that his whole body stiffened and he hurriedly looked away. At the same time, his heart was thumping wildly. The scene he had inadvertently caught a glimpse of just now was simply too thrilling. Any normal man would have their blood boiling. But at this moment, Lin Sun's scalp was numb, and he had no other thoughts in his mind. He felt a cold killing intent locked on him. Needless to say, it must be Zhao Jingxian. "Ha ha ha, you're in big trouble." Old Toad winked and smiled, taking pleasure in other people's misfortune. "Shut up!" Lin Sun and Zhao Jingxian shouted at the same time. The former became angry out of shame, while the latter's face was as cold as frost. Meanwhile, Zhao Jingxian had already changed into a set of violet clothes that concealed her graceful and slender body. But her jet black and beautiful hair hadn't been coiled into a bun in time, and it hung down. Coupled with her peerlessly beautiful features and skin that was moist and smooth, it caused her to have a gorgeous charm that wasn't present in the past. I really didn't mean it just now," Lin Sun explained embarrassedly. Since he started his cultivation, he had always been a man of few desires. It was also the first time for him to encounter such an alluring scene. Although he was amazed, he couldn't help feeling anxious. "I think you did it on purpose." Old Toad took advantage of every opportunity to add insult to injury. Lin Sun gnashed his teeth in hatred and wished he could skin this toad alive. At this moment, Zhao Jingshuan's mood was also a little subtle. She took a deep breath and said, "We cultivators don't need to stick to such details. There's no need to mention this matter in the future." She was obviously pretending to be calm, and her words were very awkward. But Lin Sun was relieved and said with a smile, "That couldn't be better. Unexpectedly, before he could finish speaking, Zhao Jingxian glared at him fiercely. Her red lips were moist and her pearly white teeth were like jade. At this moment, when she glared at him, there was a hint of shame and resentment in her clear eyes, which actually had a different kind of charm. Lin Sun also couldn't bear it. In the past, Zhao Jingxian dressed up as a man, with a natural and unrestrained manner and a hearty temperament. Although Lin Sun knew she was a woman, he didn't have many other thoughts. But now Zhao Jingxian was different from before. She had the posture of a girl, with a jade face and picturesque eyebrows. She was like a peerless beauty who stood aloof from the world. Coupled with the breathtaking scenes he had inadvertently glimpsed just now, Lin Sun always felt a little diffident when facing her. Old Toad rubbed his chin and looked the two up and down with his golden eyes, murmuring, "Why do I feel that the relationship between you two is a little strange? In the battle a few days ago, in order to help Lin Sun, you even risked your life, but now you look like you want to bite him to death. It's really weird." Speaking of this, he seemed to understand and patted his forehead. Is this the legendary love-hate relationship? The corner of Lin Sun's mouth twitched fiercely. With a bang, Old Toad was directly kicked away by him. Zhao Jingxian commented, "That's a good kick. Very satisfying." Lin Sun smiled and said, "It's our duty to eliminate evil for the people." Old Toad squatted in a corner in grief and indignation, gnashing his teeth and cursing loudly, "What a pair of adulterous husband and wife. I finally see your ugly faces clearly." Before he could finish, Zhao Jingxian couldn't bear it either. She rushed up and gave Old Toad a good beating. Only then did she feel refreshed and asked with a smile, "Where did you find this guy? One look and I can tell he likes to be abused." Looking at Old Toad lying on the ground with a bloody nose and a swollen face, Lin Sun couldn't help laughing. Seeing this, Zhao Jingxian also couldn't help smiling sweetly. Only Old Toad almost burst into tears. He swore in his heart that he would definitely break up this pair of violent madmen and women, otherwise his life was destined to be dark in the future. During this period of seclusion, Zhao Jingxian and Old Toad's injuries had completely healed, and their cultivation had also improved. In particular, Zhao Jingxuan's cultivation had been suppressed at the initial stage of Tao Insight Realm by the current emperor for a whole 10 years. According to her foundation, she should have been able to break through to the reincarnation developing realm long ago. Now, after this ordeal, she finally took a step forward and broke through to the middle stage of Tao Insight Realm. Although it was only a small advancement, it undoubtedly made her change as if she had been reborn. According to her own calculations, ordinary saint-level figures were no longer a match for her. This suddenly reminded Lin Sun of something. As early as before entering the Demon Saint secret realm, Zhao Jingxian had said that with the help of the Nine-Dragon Cauldron, she was even confident to fight against the strong practitioners of reincarnation developing realm. Now that she had made another breakthrough in cultivation, Lin Sun believed that her combat effectiveness must have improved a lot. This was so terrifying that Lin Sun couldn't help but click his tongue. "That's nothing. You haven't seen the ruthless people of ancient times. They were the real freaks. Some of them even stepped into the divine path as soon as they were born and were known as born saints." The Old Toad's saliva flew everywhere as it pointed out the situation. Comparatively speaking, your so-called holy sons and holy daughters may still be considered heavenly geniuses in the current world, but in ancient times, they wouldn't be enough. Stop bragging. Lin Sun slapped the back of Old Toad's head, which made the latter fly into a rage and curse repeatedly. I've also heard of the horror of ancient times. There were countless geniuses and freaks at that time, and some of them were even spiritual bodies born from heaven and earth. They were like the favored children of God, and the strength of their foundation was even more incredible. As soon as Zhao Jingxian said this, Old Toad immediately became complacent and said, "This chick is really knowledgeable. As far as I know, the ancestor of the six-eared macaque tribe was born from a strange stone born from heaven and earth. As soon as he appeared in the world, he had amazing magic and was extremely terrifying." Speaking of this, Old Toad coughed dryly, looking proud and conceited, "And our three-legged golden toad tribe is also born from the destiny of heaven and earth. In terms of foundation, there are only a few who are stronger than us." Bragging again. "I don't see how strong your combat effectiveness is," Lin Sun said and slapped the back of Old Toad's head again. Old Toad shouted angrily, "If I hadn't lost the memory of my previous life, I would have climbed to the top of the Great Way and transcended the heavens. How could I be bullied by a shameless and black-hearted human like you? This guy is a descendant of the three-legged golden toad, which is really amazing. Their tribe was really not simple in the ancient times. They could seek fortune and avoid misfortune, recognize all things, and were born with auspicious signs. Zhao Jingxian looked thoughtful. She was also a little surprised. She hadn't expected Jing Duyi to be from the three-legged golden toad tribe. In today's world, this tribe was almost extinct, and there was almost no trace of them in the ancient Desolation territory. Brilliant, really brilliant. This Miss Zhao's eyes are like torches. Old Toad gave a thumbs up. I happen to lack a cultivation companion. Miss Zhao, do you want to consider? With a plop, he was sent flying by Lin Sun's punch. A toad wants to eat swan meat? Lin Sun sneered. Old Toad's face was full of hidden bitterness, and he swore in his heart that when he rose to power, he would definitely teach this bastard Lin Sun a lesson. Next, they talked about the pursuit a few days ago, as well as the assassin who had tried to kill Lin Sun twice in a row. When she learned that the assassin was very likely to be either Xiao Ran or Gong Sunyu, Zhao Jingxian was a little startled and fell into silence. After a long time, she said with clear eyes, "If you know who the killer is, what do you plan to do?" "Eliminate all future troubles." Lin Sun's answer was very simple and decisive. "I'll help you." Unexpectedly, Zhao Jingxian didn't feel embarrassed at this moment, and directly expressed that she would help Lin Sun. "This doesn't seem appropriate. You are all descendants of the Holy Land of Spirit Treasure. If you kill each other, it will only put you in a disadvantageous position. Let me handle it alone." Lin Sun looked solemn. "I have my own considerations." Zhao Jingxian smiled and didn't explain much. She changed the topic. "According to my speculation, as long as we go to Xianxia Holy Mountain together, we may find out who the real killer is." Xianxia Holy Mountain? Yes, that's the place of inheritance of the demon saint. The real opportunity hidden in this secret realm will appear there. As early as a few days ago, the top figures of all tribes have already been waiting there. Well, let's go there. A cold light flashed in Lin Sun's black eyes, and he was full of fighting spirit. On the same day, they left the mountain together, and under Zhao Jingshuan's guidance, rushed to the mysterious Xianxia Holy Mountain. P.S. Once again, thank you, Brother Pilot, for your gifts. Tonight's monthly votes exceed 900. Currently, there are 857 votes, only 40 votes short. There were mountains upon mountains and towering ancient trees. The Demon Saint's secret realm was extremely vast, with swamps, deserts, mountains, lakes, and so on. It was like a small world isolated from the rest of the world. Lin Sun and the others moved cautiously and vigilantly along the way. This place was extremely dangerous. There were many unknown creatures and killing intents hidden here. A few unremarkable old trees might turn into terrifying creatures in the next moment, devouring all life that passed by. Some ferocious birds built nests on the rocks. Their nests shone brilliantly and overflowed with the light of treasures, looking like they were hiding very tempting treasures. However, they would be attacked by the birds once they got close, and it would be difficult to stay alive. Along the way, they could also see huge snakes that looked like giant vines. Their bodies were so long that they dangled down from the mountain peaks, and their scales were cold and shocking. There were also ferocious purple spiders with green faces and fangs, colorful centipedes that were more than 3 meters long, and ferocious insects as tall as a man. Those creatures were extremely terrifying and dangerous. Once you stepped into their territory, you might be annihilated. They were clearly the natives of this secret realm. They had almost disappeared from the outside world long ago, but they were now entrenched in various areas of the secret realm, which was chilling. Lin Sun and the others moved cautiously, but even so, they still alarmed a terrifying existence. It was a butterfly the size of a cattail. Leaf fan. Its wings were overflowing with a colorful luster, and its green eyes were like burning will-o'-the-wisps. It didn't look ferocious, and even had a bewitching and beautiful aura. However, it was extremely dangerous, and more terrifying than any of the creatures they had seen before. If Old Toad hadn't reacted quickly and avoided this area with all its might, it might have been killed. This made them suspect that the strange butterfly might be a being in the life and death realm. Boom, in the distance, the butterfly had already been startled awake. It clearly couldn't tolerate Lin Sun and the others escaping, so it gently flapped its wings and set off a colorful storm. The colorful divine light blazed and turned into a storm that rumbled and swept through the world. Wherever it passed, mountains crumbled, the earth cracked, and the void wailed. It was a terrifying scene. From a distance, the phantom butterfly looked like a king standing between heaven and earth. Enshrouded in colorful light, it looked very gorgeous, but when it flapped its wings, it could cause world-destroying destruction. It was too terrifying. Lin Sun and the others were almost killed. Fortunately, they had already avoided it. Furthermore, because of the storm that the butterfly had kicked up, it had alarmed a nearby green fox. It immediately leaped out and let out a dissatisfied howl. Boom, the azure fox was handsome and possessed an ethereal aura like that of an immortal. It spat out a stream that was clear like moonlight from its mouth, and it just happened to be like the Milky Way descending from the 9 heavens as it swept towards the butterfly in the distance. In an instant, an intense battle erupted in that area. The impetus of the battle shook the heavens and the earth, and it was extremely terrifying. These are definitely 2 life and death realm powerful beasts. Old Toad sucked in a cold breath. Let's go. Lin Sun didn't have time to observe and rushed to the distance with all his strength. The scene just now reminded him of the golden-winged rock and peerless serpent he had seen in the depths of the desert. They were equally terrifying. This demonic Saint Mystic realm is too dangerous. There are terrifying great demons everywhere. If I didn't see it with my own eyes, who would believe it? Both Lin Sun and Zhao Jingxian felt that the secret realm of Demon Saint was not simple. Its origin was unpredictable, and it was by no means as simple as the place of inheritance of the Demon Saint. I've even seen the 5 Elements Sacred Island. Lin Sun told Zhao Jingxian some of his experiences and discussed them together. Before going to Xianxia Holy Mountain, I've also seen several places of opportunity, all of which are filled with the aura of sages, similar to the 5 Elements Sacred Island you mentioned. However, those places of opportunity have long been occupied by other races, so I don't know what's hidden in them. Lin Sun couldn't help but be awestruck by Zhao Jingxuan's words. It turned out that there were many places of opportunity like the 5 Elements Sacred Island in the demonic Saint Mystic realm. There's no need to guess. I have a general idea of where this place is. Suddenly, Old Toad looked fanatical, and his golden eyes were shining. He said, "This is the place where the sages preach. It's a place for cultivation prepared by the ancient sages for their descendants. They hope that when their descendants are born one day, they can transcend the past and create a new legend." There was a trace of excitement in his voice. It's a big deal. It's absolutely a big deal. If I'm not mistaken, the creator of this secret realm is not one person, but a king of the Holy Tao who led a group of sages to create it. Otherwise, it would be impossible for it to survive the passage of time until now. My God! This is the ruins of End, one of the 4 great ancient ruins of Tao. It's such a taboo and terrifying place, yet they actually established a secret realm here with the intention of seizing a great fortune for their descendants. Such extravagance is simply world-shocking. Lin Sun and Zhao Jingxian looked at each other and were secretly surprised. In ancient times, a king of the Holy Tao led a group of sages to the ultimate to open up a secret realm and build a Taoist field, all for their descendants. They hoped that when they awakened, they could transcend the past and create a new legend. If this was true, it was indeed too shocking. Why did they do this? Could it be that they foresaw something, so they decided to arrange a way out for their descendants and didn't want them to repeat their mistakes? The more they thought about it, the more frightened they became. The ancient sages were so terrifying that even they seemed to have encountered a difficult problem and began to prepare a new way for their descendants. This was too shocking. Do you remember the little child you mentioned? He must be a descendant of a sage. You seized some of the fortune around him, so when he comes out, he will certainly be the first to come after you. The descendants of a sage are all insufferably arrogant little monsters, incomparably heaven-defying. Speaking of this, Old Toad was a little gloating, as if it was watching a show. Oh? Lin Sun raised his eyebrows and sneered, "I can't wait for him to come to me so that I can seize the last part of the Tao scripture of the sage." "Aren't you afraid?" Old Toad glared. "What do you think?" Lin Sun slapped the back of Old Toad's head, making the latter grimace in annoyance. In that case, what's hidden in Xianxia Holy Mountain may even be a place of fortune left by a king of the Holy Tao. Zhao Jingxian suddenly opened her mouth, her clear eyes full of surprise. Indeed. Old Toad nodded, but you must be careful. Maybe the descendant of the Holy King is also sleeping there. Such a person's origin is even greater and more terrible. If you want to get a share of the fortune there, it is bound to be more dangerous. If that's really the case, I'd rather give up this fortune. Zhao Jingxian muttered, after all, the consequences will be much more serious if you get involved with a descendant of the Holy King. Before Lin Sun could speak, Old Toad was the first to get anxious, shouting, don't. Since we're already here, how can we go back empty-handed? What bullshit descendant of the Holy King? I'm just speculating blindly, don't take it seriously. Don't be scared off. Lin Sun immediately laughed. This damn greedy toad was willing to do anything for the sake of fortune. I'm serious. Do you know what the all-living preaching land is? To put it simply, it could be summed up in 8 words, passing on the torch, endlessly multiplying. No matter how glorious these sages were, they all died in ancient times. How can the fortune they left behind be monopolized by their descendants? Old Toad's expression was solemn and solemn. As the saying goes, fortuitous encounters are destined by the heavens. If we are the first to seize that fortuitous encounter, that proves that the fortuitous encounter does not belong to those descendants, and vice versa. Well, this toad was determined to seize the fortune. Both Lin Sun and Zhao Jingxian were speechless. To be honest, they were quite unwilling to give up on the fortune and leave just like that. No matter what their guesses were, it wouldn't be too late to make a decision after going there to take a look. After making their decision, they continued on their way. This secret realm was full of spiritual objects. There were all kinds of rare spiritual herbs, spiritual materials, and minerals, which were all treasures that were almost extinct in the outside world and were astonishingly valuable. Lin Sun and the others picked up quite a few good things along the way. Of course, when they ran into some extremely dangerous areas, they still avoided them early, not daring to approach or offend them. By the time they were close to Xianxia Holy Mountain, Lin Sun's storage ring was already filled with piles of spiritual herbs that were incomparably fragrant. Spiritual materials were piled up and filled with treasure light, as well as all kinds of ores and rare treasures of immeasurable value. If it weren't for the fact that this secret realm was too dangerous and unknown, Lin Sun would have stayed here to continue cultivating. Along the way, Zhao Jingxian and Old Toad also had their own gains. The two of them also sighed with emotion. This secret realm was simply a natural treasure trove, a blessed land for cultivation. Unfortunately, it was too dangerous, and one careless move could lead to death. Before long, a giant purple mountain appeared in their field of vision. It was extremely majestic and towering, rising straight into the sky. Its whole body was covered in purple flames, overflowing with multicolored light, ancient and vast. It was indeed like a holy mountain, like a miracle. Just one glance at it was enough to shock people. It was impossible to imagine how long it had existed. Purple chi from the east, divine light, immortal Taoist fire, everlasting. Old Toad's whole body stiffened, its pair of golden eyes blazing and surging with a shocking luster. The atmosphere here is sacred and boundless. It definitely hides a great fortune. It's really extraordinary. Lin Sun couldn't help but be shocked. That Xianxia Holy Mountain was filled with a kind of lofty and supreme aura, which made him feel a sense of awe. Let's go, they've been waiting there for a long time. Zhao Jingxian led the way, her figure fluttering towards the distant Xianxia Holy Mountain. She had been here before. It was not until now that Lin Sun suddenly realized that in the nearby area, many strong figures had appeared from time to time. They were densely packed, and their goal was the same, to rush towards the distant Xianxia Holy Mountain. This opportunity hadn't appeared yet, but it had already attracted the attention of so many forces. It could be seen that when the opportunity really appeared, this Xianxia Holy Mountain was bound to set off a monstrous storm, and competition and killing were bound to be inevitable. Something is wrong. There is some kind of change here. Suddenly, Zhao Jingxian, who was leading the way, stopped and her face changed slightly. She acutely noticed that a mysterious and divine energy of restriction surged in the nearby space with violet glow divine mountain at its center, and it caused others to be unable to fly through space. Walking in it was like being trapped in a quagmire. Even if one had the fastest body movement, he couldn't fly here. He could only run on the ground. This didn't exist at all when Zhao Jingxian left here last time. We can't fly. Lin Sun also noticed this scene and was surprised. The void seemed to be covered with prohibition, which suppressed the flying power of all practitioners. It's very simple. This amazing opportunity is about to appear, and a test for practitioners is about to begin. The old toad's eyes were burning and full of longing. Kill. There was a sound of fighting in the distance, accompanied by a strong smell of blood. At the foot of Xianxia Sacred Mountain, the strong people of all races gathered and were all climbing. They wanted to rush to the top of the mountain as soon as possible, so terrible conflicts and fierce battles broke out. There was a river of blood, and the scene was bloody. The opportunity hasn't appeared yet, so why have they started fighting? Zhao Jingxian was stunned. They are competing for the opportunity to occupy the most advantageous position. When the opportunity appears, they can compete for benefits at the first time. Lin Sun made a judgment after a brief observation. I remember now. A few days ago, when we set foot on this mountain, we found a total of 49 paths leading to the mountain peak. At the end of each path is a different location on the mountain peak. At each location, there is an ancient altar. Zhao Jingxian said quickly, at that time, there were not many forces here, so there was no fighting and competition. We successfully occupied an altar on the top of the mountain. Now it seems that those forces who have arrived recently are obviously competing for the altar area at the end of each road. Hearing this, Lin Sun suddenly understood. There were 49 roads leading to 49 altars on Xianxia Sacred Mountain. Obviously, this layout must have a deep meaning. If they wanted to seize the opportunity, the force that could occupy the altar area could undoubtedly seize the opportunity first. The Great Tao is 50, and the Heavenly Evolution is 49. There is only a slim chance of survival. This is AF** King Deadly situation. Old Toad's expression changed. I suddenly have a premonition that a truly great opportunity will appear on this Purple Sun Sacred Mountain. However, this also means that great danger will come. In the end, only a small group of people will be able to seize the opportunity. Come, let's go to the 9th mountain path. Xiao Ran, Yun Che, and the others have already occupied that place. Let's meet up with them. Zhao Jingxian took a deep breath and continued forward. Lin Sun originally did not want to meet those people. After all, whether it was Su Xingfeng, Wen Xiang, Xiao Ran, Gong Sunyu, or Yun Che, he was afraid that they would all be eyeing him covetously. If a conflict erupted, it would only make things difficult for Zhao Jingxian. Didn't you want to know who tried to assassinate you? We should take advantage of this opportunity to settle this matter once and for all, lest any unforeseen circumstances arise. Zhao Jingxian added as if she had seen through Lin's mind. Lin Sun no longer hesitated. The three of them moved forward cautiously. At this time, they were not the only ones. There were many experts in the nearby areas who had rushed over. They were all in groups and belonged to different clans and forces. Obviously, as time passed, the competition would only become more and more serious. At the foot of Purple Sun Sacred Mountain, the battle was very fierce. Sounds of killing shook the sky in different areas. Many figures frantically rushed up the mountain path, but they died halfway, dyeing the mountain red with blood. Without a doubt, in order to seize the opportunity, the experts of various clans all wanted to occupy an altar at the first moment. No one dared to hold back. This was destined to be the craziest battle before the arrival of the opportunity. The experts were as dense as a forest, killing each other. All kinds of secret techniques and treasures collided, killing each other to the point of insanity. Lin Sun and the others were also on guard, not daring to be careless. However, before they could get close to the 9th mountain path, they were drawn into the battle and were besieged. In fact, it was not only them. When the experts of other clans arrived, they would inevitably engage in killing and fighting. No one could take advantage of the situation. Kill. When the battle broke out, Lin Sun no longer held back. Holding the broken blade, he rushed up the mountain path with Zhao Jingxian and Old Toad. It seemed that there were only 3 of them, but they were like a peerlessly sharp blade. They were invincible and unstoppable all the way. It should be known that Lin Sun alone had defeated the siege of a group of holy sons. Moreover, he had hunted them down and defeated the experts of other clans. Blood flowed all the way. They were unstoppable. Now, Lin Sun had Zhao Jingxian and Old Toad by his side. How could those experts resist when the 3 of them joined forces? God, it's that young demon god of the human clan. He's here too. Run away. That ferocious killer is here. Before long, Lin Sun's identity was recognized, which immediately set off an uproar. The nearby experts all looked like they had seen a ghost. They kept retreating with fear on their faces. They did not dare to confront Lin Sun at all. The fierce name of the young human clan had already spread throughout the Demon Saint's secret territory. He was known by the experts of various clans. Therefore, when Lin Sun was recognized at this moment, it set off such a big sensation and made those experts fearful. What was power? That was it. But in this way, it made Lin Sun and his companions much more relaxed. The obstacles in their way were almost gone, and they smoothly set foot on the 9th mountain road. I didn't expect that you're so famous now. As soon as you appeared, you shocked the whole audience and made them consciously retreat. You're so mighty. Zhao Jingxian teased with a smile on her face. Lin Sun shrugged and said, "Don't be careless. There must be someone who is not afraid of death who will jump out." Sure enough, as soon as his voice fell, a terrifying aura suddenly broke out. An expert attacked from one side. "Shut up." Old Toad immediately cursed. Lin Sun was also speechless for a while. He was just joking just now. He didn't expect that it would come true. Bang! Zhao Jingxian took out the 9 dragons treasure cauldron and resolved that terrible blow. Yu Xiaoxing. Lin Sun saw that the guy who attacked was Yu Xiaoxing, the holy son of the Dragon Whale clan. How dare you come here to die? Lin Sun's face suddenly darkened. The broken blade crossed the sky and attacked the opponent. As early as a few days ago, Lin Sun had defeated Yu Xiaoxing and almost killed him. He didn't expect that Yu Xiaoxing still had the courage to run out, which really surprised Lin Sun. But soon, Lin Sun understood that Yu Xiaoxing had found more than one helper. The holy son of the demonic elephant clan, the saintess of the Leewood clan, the holy son of the Jade Scale clan, and the holy son of the Water Ape clan were all among them. In addition to these familiar enemies, there were also some other men and women, all of whom had extraordinary momentum. Obviously, they were all top existences at the Holy Sun level. No wonder Yu Xiaoxing dared to show up. If it was anyone else who drew in such a group of top powerhouses, he would not have any scruples anymore. Boom, the battle had completely erupted. Yu Xiaoxing led all the holy children to attack with all his might, and he withdrew various secret treasures and executed profound techniques. Space was dazzling as it flowed with the glow of treasures, and its impetus was shocking to the extreme. In just a moment, Old Toad couldn't hold it anymore, howling and dodging. Even Zhao Jingxian felt strained. She could barely resist with the 9 dragons treasure cauldron, but couldn't launch a counterattack at all. You go first. Lin Sun was completely angry. Yu Xiaoxing and the holy son of the demonic elephant clan had escaped last time, but this time they joined forces and came to offend him, which was intolerable to Lin Sun. He stood in front of the mountain road alone, with blazing light surging around his body. His Taoist connotation was flowing, and his momentum was disdainful of mountains and rivers. It seemed that he could hold back 10,000 enemies by himself. Boom, the broken blade swept through the air, splitting out a bright river of stars, which rolled back the void and bloomed with dazzling light. He was just one person, but he fought against a group of holy sons by himself. Such a shocking scene even attracted the attention of other nearby powerhouses, who were extremely surprised. This young demon god was so fierce and arrogant. Did he really think that he could dominate the group by himself? You're courting death. Everyone, let's kill him together and take away his fortune first. Don't you all want to know why he is so incredible? It's because he got the incredible fortune from the holy island of 5 elements. Yu Xiaoxing let out a long roar, attributing Lin Sun's strength to the fortune of the Holy Island of Five Elements. His intention was extremely sinister. Sure enough, those holy sons were all envious. They rushed desperately, making the mountain shake and wreak havoc. Fortunately, they were in Xianxia Sacred Mountain, a mysterious forbidden area that couldn't be damaged. If it were in the outside world, the fluctuations of this battle could destroy a mountain and river. "I'll kill you first," Lin Sun roared, releasing a violent aura. His figure was like an ice dragon, breaking through the restraint of the holy sons and attacking Yu Xiaoxing. Yu Xiaoxing was shocked and quickly dodged. How could he expect that Lin Sun would be so powerful after being besieged like this? Whoosh, Lin Sun waved his sleeve, and a black light shot out. It was not only aimed at Yu Xiaoxing, but also some holy sons nearby. This black light was naturally transformed by the spirit-eating insect. No matter how talented Yu Xiaoxing was, he had never seen the power of such an ancient insect. He was caught off guard and was drilled into his sea of consciousness by the spirit-eating insect. Suddenly, Yu Xiaoxing and several other holy sons screamed. Their faces were distorted and ferocious because of pain, which was particularly horrifying. This made some other holy sons feel cold. What the hell was that? Why was it so mysterious and vicious? Ah, Yu Xiaoxing screamed. Realizing the danger, he turned around and wanted to escape. "Where are you going?" Lin Sun shouted, stepping on the ice dragon steps and breaking forward, many times faster than his opponent. Puff, the broken blade flashed, and a head was thrown into the void. Blood gushed out like a spring. Yu Xiaoxing was killed on the spot. The strangest thing was that his wisp of divine soul was clearly being wrapped up by the power of the life spirit bone talisman and was about to teleport and disappear. But the moment he left, his soul suddenly collapsed and was completely devoured by a pitch-black bug that was only the size of a grain of rice. Yu Xiaoxing was dead. Even if the bone talisman saved him at the last moment, it was too late. His soul had been completely devoured, and there was no possibility of resurrection. This bloody and cruel scene caused a wave of gasps to resound in the surroundings, and the expressions of many chosen changed. The reason why they dared to be fearless was that they had the bone talisman. Even if they were killed, they had a chance to survive as long as their souls were not destroyed. But Yu Xiaoxing's death was undoubtedly a wake-up call, and they were all terrified. What kind of insect was that? How could it be so terrifying? The battle was still going on. After Lin Sun killed Yu Xiaoxing, he swept away his corpse and the dragon bone halberd. Then he shifted his target to the saint of the Green Scale clan, who was also attacked by the spirit-eating insects and was now howling in pain. Swish, Lin Sun's body glowed, and he rushed out with the broken blade in his hand. The other saints were all fearful. When they attacked again, they were already on guard, afraid to repeat Yu Xiaoxing's mistake. This provided Lin Sun with a chance to catch up with the saint of the Green Scale clan and kill him with all his strength. There was no suspense in this battle. No matter how the saint roared and struggled, he couldn't resist Lin Sun, and his neck was finally cut off by Lin Sun's broken blade. Blood gushed out, and another saint died. Like Yu Xiaoxing, his soul was also devoured by the spirit-eating insects mercilessly, and he didn't even have time to escape. The green jade ruler in his hand was also taken away by Lin Sun along with his corpse. Seeing that Lin Sun killed two saints in a row in a flash, and even their treasures were plundered without hesitation, all the people present changed their expressions. Too ruthless, this guy. Wasn't a young devil at all. He was simply a demon who plucked the feathers of a goose. Not only did he kill, but he also robbed. Retreat. They didn't dare to delay any longer, and all the saints fled. They were originally a temporary alliance, and it was destined that they couldn't work together. When they saw Yu Xiaoxing and the saint of the Green Scale clan being killed, they were scared. Out of a sense of self-preservation, they decisively chose to retreat. Want to leave? It's not that easy. Lin Sun still couldn't vent his hatred. Instead, he chased down the mountain road with the broken sword in his hand. In the blink of an eye, he split the holy son of the demonic elephant clan into two halves. Unfortunately, he did not have the help of the soul-eating insects this time, so the opponent escaped with the help of the bone soul talisman. Don't let me see you again. Lin Sun gritted his teeth and looked at the saintess of the Liwood clan and the other saints who had fled far away. In the end, he didn't give chase. The experts in the nearby area moved far away and kept quiet like cicadas in the winter. Their expressions were filled with fear and astonishment, and there was actually not a single person who dared to approach. What's more, this area actually stopped fighting because of Lin Sun. Obviously, they were all shocked by Lin Sun's ferocious means just now. Indeed, who would have thought that a group of saints would be defeated by Lin Sun in the blink of an eye? Even Yu Shaoxing and the Jade Unicorn Holy Sun were killed. There was no possibility of resurrection. This was too shocking, which made those overmatches more and more aware of Lin Sun's horror. Who dared to make trouble at this time? Lin Sun ignored these. While running meditating magic to reseal and suppress the soul-eating insects, he began to plunder the spoils of the demonic elephant clan. After doing all this, he turned around and set foot on the 9th Mountain Road, floating away alone. From beginning to end, his clothes were clean and spotless, indescribably aloof. Watching him leave, all the heroes in the field breathed a sigh of relief at the same time and secretly wiped their cold sweat. This young devil was so abnormal, but soon, they had no time to care about this and rushed to other nearby mountain roads. No one dared to choose the 9th road anymore. There was no other way. With Lin Sun there, it was like there was a devil there. Who dared to fight for it? Was it not good to be alive? You are really a monster, boy. On the mountain road, Zhao Jingxian and Old Toad didn't leave. They had been paying attention to the field. When they saw Lin Sun float back from the battlefield like a cloud of dust, Old Toad couldn't help murmuring. Don't talk nonsense. Let's go. Lin Sun squinted at Old Toad. Every time he saw this guy, he had an impulse to beat him, but he didn't know why. Maybe this guy's temperament was too wretched and deserved a beating? Those insects are very powerful, Zhao Jingxian said thoughtfully. Of course, she could see that the reason why Lin Sun could kill his opponents so neatly in the battle was because of those insects. Otherwise, it would be impossible for Lin Sun to kill them in a short time under the siege of a group of saints. Let's go. Lin Sun smiled and didn't explain anything. Xianxia Holy Mountain was ancient and sacred, with a kind of lofty and boundless atmosphere. Even the mountain road was full of vicissitudes. Walking on it, it was like returning to the ancient times. Everything in sight was sacred. Kill. In front of them, there was still a scuffle. Some strong people were fighting. Obviously, these were the strong people who had rushed up the mountain road earlier. But they met on the road and a conflict broke out. Boom, in the scuffle, some strong people attacked Lin Sun and the others. Obviously, they didn't know what had just happened at the foot of the mountain. Lin Sun didn't bother to talk nonsense. Whoever attacked him, he would kill them without holding back. In just a moment, they fought their way out of the encirclement and continued on their way, leaving piles of corpses and pools of blood on their way. Seeing that the situation was bad, some strong people immediately admitted defeat and took the initiative to avoid the disaster. At this time, Lin Sun was like a real devil. His broken sword was stained with blood as he climbed the mountain road with Zhao Jingxian and Old Toad. Wherever they passed, anyone who tried to attack would be mercilessly killed by Lin Sun. Along the way, more than 10 strong people were killed one after another, including a saint. Unfortunately, his bone talisman was still there, so he escaped death. At the same time, outside the ultimate, the big shots couldn't calm down. Because the big opportunity of Xianxia Holy Mountain was about to open, they were all paying attention here. On this day, many fierce battles broke out, and no one knew how many strong people died. Some core figures brought back by the bone talisman also brought back the latest news. Heroes have gathered at Xianxia Holy Mountain. I wonder who will defeat all the enemies and have the last laugh. The big shots sighed, their emotions surging. According to their deduction, the opportunity hidden in Xianxia Holy Mountain was definitely the most valuable in the Demon Saint secret land. But because of this opportunity, our clans have also lost too many people. It can be said that blood has flowed like a river. It's really sad. There were also big shots who lamented that this great opportunity was accompanied by a great killing intent. Too many strong people were destined to die, causing great losses to the clans. But there was no other way. This was an opportunity. If a corresponding price was not paid, how could it be obtained so easily? It's just a few people died. Why are you so sad? At any time, the struggle for the great path is bound to be accompanied by blood and killing. No one can avoid it. Once you step on this path, there is no turning back. These words were a little harsh, causing many big shots to frown. When they looked over, they realized that the speaker was grandmother Xianxia of the Dragon Whale clan. Although the big shots felt uncomfortable, they could only remain silent. There was no other way. This old woman's temper had become terrible because the Dragon Whale clan's people had almost been wiped out. No one wanted to anger her at this moment. Buzz, just then, the life soul altar in front of Xianxia Granny started to vibrate. However, no spirit was teleported back. She was stunned. Luckily, it was just a false alarm. Grandmother Xianxia comforted herself. The Dragon Whale clan had suffered too much. Almost all of them had been killed by Lin Sun. This made her so angry that she was about to go crazy. If even Yu Shaoxing, who was the only one left, had an accident, she would not be able to bear it. But a moment later, news came from other places. Not good. That young human demon god has appeared. He single-handedly killed a group of saints, and even Yu Shaoxing, the saint of the Dragon Whale clan, was killed. Not even his soul was left. Boom, grandmother Xianxia felt like she had been struck by lightning. Even with her life and death realm mentality, she could not control her emotions. She suddenly let out a scream, her body shaking with anger. She could not help but cough out a mouthful of blood. Young human. She seemed to have gone crazy, causing the expressions of the powerful figures nearby to turn strange. They wanted to say, "It's only a few clansmen who died. Why do you have to go this far?" However, no one dared to do so. Grandmother Xianxia had clearly been provoked to the point of going crazy. If they tried to provoke her again, it would only bring trouble upon themselves. At the same time, those powerful figures were shocked inwardly. That young human had also gone to the Purple Cloud Divine Mountain. With his existence, the variables would be too great. Even Yu Shaoxing could not escape and was killed directly. The consequences would be too severe. When the news that even the saint of the Jade Scale clan was killed, and even his soul could not escape the calamity, the scene was thoroughly shaken. All the powerful figures were bewildered. Their faces were gloomy, and killing intent surged in their hearts. That young human was simply a scourge. Wherever he appeared, there would be a rain of blood. It was too hateful. This opportunity must not fall into the hands of this kid. Otherwise, those clansmen who are competing with him will suffer, some powerful figures mumbled with ashen faces. Elder Gao Yang was already having a headache. Why was it him again? Every time, he would incur the wrath of both humans and gods. Could it be that he was really a malefic star, demon saint secret realm, Purple Cloud Divine Mountain? Lin Sun and the others were bathed in blood as they advanced. Soon, they were close to the peak of the mountain. There was a battle here as well. A group of strong cultivators wanted to occupy this area. They were fighting fiercely with Xiao Ran, Yun Che, Su Xingfeng, Wen Xiang, and Gong Yangyu. The battle was extremely intense. It was obvious that it had been going on for a long time. Clang, Lin Sun waved his broken sword and rushed over. If he was alone, he would definitely watch from the side and not rescue them. However, he had Zhao Jingxian by his side. He just didn't want Zhao Jingxian to be caught in the middle. After all, she was the descendant of the Spirit Treasure Holy Land. It was reasonable for her to stand on the side of the Spirit Treasure Holy Land. Therefore, Lin Sun attacked without hesitation. This caused Zhao Jingxian to be slightly stunned, and then she understood Lin Sun's intentions. A wisp of a strange expression suffused her clear eyes while the corners of her plump and moist lips curled up imperceptibly, and a wisp of an indescribable feeling enshrouded her heart. Old Toad rolled its eyes and laughed, a wretched expression on its face. Heh, this guy is definitely a master of making a fortune in silence. Without saying anything, he used his actions to conquer the heart of a great beauty. Zhao Jingxian rolled her eyes and gave Old Toad a word. Get lost. The top of the mountain was a platform of 100 meters. The ground was hard and flat, as if it had been flattened by a supreme force. The ground was filled with an ancient aura, and it was even branded with mysterious marks. At the center of the platform, there was a gray altar with a gloomy luster. At this moment, the battle broke out again. Xiaoran and other descendants of the Holy Land of Spiritual Treasure were fighting against a group of extremely powerful practitioners. The light was rising, and the secret treasures collided. The situation was extremely fierce. Clang! 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 Xiaoran was wearing a blue robe, and his black hair was fluttering. He sat cross-legged on the ground and played the zither with his 10 fingers. The sound of the zither was sonorous and impassioned. It could be clearly seen that the invisible sound waves turned into sabers, spears, swords, halberds, axes, battle axes, hooks, forks, and so on. They were vivid and flowing with illusory and ethereal Tao aura. This kind of attack was extremely unpredictable and mysterious, and its power was equally terrifying. It was able to pin down more than half of the enemies. In other words, Xiaoran alone suppressed half of the enemies in the field. Moreover, looking at his indifferent and calm posture, it was obvious that he didn't expend much effort. Kill. On the other side, Yunche held a blood sword in his hand. His killing intent soared to the sky, like a peerless sword demon, fierce and unparalleled. It was the grand Tao of slaughter, and it pressed forward with an indomitable will. The terrifying aura of slaughter raged through the surroundings, and it similarly caused one's heart to palpitate with fear, causing many experts to be unable to bear the brunt of it. Gong Yangyu's fighting method was relatively simple. He waved a purple rui, which shone with a dazzling light and poured down like a rain of light, giving off a dreamlike aura. Clang! Wen Xiang's figure was like that of a child, but he was extremely swift and fierce in the battle. He held a silver collar in his hand and constantly bombarded and killed his opponents. His movements were unparalleled and bold, full of valiant spirit. Su Xingfeng was like a king of fire. His eyes were burning like divine flames, and his figure was surrounded by surging flames. His Tao aura was raging, ostentatious and cold. As soon as Lin Sun joined the battle, he observed the fighting methods of Xiaoran and other descendants of the Holy Land of Spiritual Treasure while fighting. Even he had to admit that the Holy Land of Spiritual Treasure was indeed extremely terrifying. All of these disciples could be said to be blazing suns, and they possessed their own paths towards the Tao. Their resources and reserves were deep, and their combat strength was extraordinary. They were sufficient to compare with the chosens of the other races or even surpass them. It would be understandable if it was only a single person who was so powerful. But now, it was a group of people who were so powerful. This was too unusual. However, the opponents that besieged them this time weren't simple. There were over 10 of them, and they were obviously the top and extraordinary figures of the various races. They attacked together with the intention of occupying this area, causing the battle to seem extremely intense, and it was utterly impossible to determine the victor in a short period of time. However, with the addition of Lin Sun, the situation of the battle suddenly changed, and those opponents were caught unprepared. Perhaps these enemies did not expect that the numinous treasure sacred land would have reinforcements. Furthermore, the reinforcements were an extremely savage young fiend celestial. Boom! As soon as the battle started, Lin Sun swept his broken sword and seriously injured an enemy in a short moment. At the same time, he firmly suppressed the other 3 nearby enemies. He was so powerful. The battlefield immediately became chaotic, and there was a burst of exclamations of shock and anger. The original balance was broken. Both the enemy and the enemy could sense Lin Sun's strength. Xiaoran was slightly startled, and then a smile appeared on his lips. He continued to play the zither, and the sound of the zither became more and more impassioned and sonorous, like an ancient war song, with earth-shattering killing intent. Gong Yangyu glanced at it and then withdrew his gaze. He was as proud and elegant as before. Yunche snorted coldly, clearly dissatisfied with Lin Sun's interference. As for Wen Xiang, he just smiled and said nothing. The expressions of those enemies changed slightly. Not only did they sense Lin Sun's presence, but they also saw Zhao Jingxian and Old Toad not far away. This made them realize that the situation was not good. This series of subtle changes happened in the blink of an eye, and did not affect the continuation of the battle. On the contrary, with Lin Sun's participation, the fierce battle became more and more chaotic. Boom! Lin Sun did not care about this. He waved his broken sword, and the dazzling starlight turned into a waterfall of saber qi, crushing the void with unparalleled strength. In the blink of an eye, another enemy was sent flying by Lin Sun. His body was badly mutilated, and he screamed mournfully as he was seriously injured. Damn it! Who is this guy? It looks like that young demon god of the human race. What? How could it be him? Could the rumor be true? Is he also a descendant of the Holy Land of Spirit Treasure? Damn it! Angry shouts rang out. In the field. When they determined Lin Sun's identity, the expressions of those enemies couldn't help but change as they recalled many bloody rumors about Lin Sun. This made their hearts heavy, and they became increasingly aware of the severity of the situation and how bad it was. Seeing Lin Sun's current performance, Xiaoran and the others couldn't help but raise their eyebrows. They seemed a little surprised, and there were also some subtle emotions that were hard to describe. At this time, Zhao Jingxian and Old Toad joined the battle, and the situation immediately changed. They began to be disadvantageous to those enemies, putting them in a dangerous situation. Boom! When Lin Sun heavily defeated another opponent, suddenly, a dazzling flame swept over, and a terrifying aura of destruction enveloped Lin Sun. We don't need help at all. Who asked a retainer like you to attack? Scram! The one who attacked was actually Su Xingfeng. His expression was cold, and his voice was filled with disdain. Although he said that, the strength of this attack was not ordinary, and it was obvious that he wanted to kill Lin Sun. How could Lin Sun have expected that he would be rejected and attacked by Su Xingfeng when he came to help out of goodwill? Under such sudden circumstances, Lin Sun was caught unprepared. He used ice drake steps with all his strength, and only then was he able to narrowly avoid this attack. But even so, his shoulder was still grazed by a wisp of flame. His skin and flesh split open, and a part of it was charred black. This caused Lin Sun's expression to instantly sink, and killing intent surged in his black eyes. If it wasn't for the overall situation, he would have already disregarded everything and gone to kill Su Xingfeng. This guy actually suddenly attacked him in the middle of such an intense battle because he hated him. He simply deserved to die. Get lost. If you dare interfere again, I'll kill you first. Su Xingfeng shouted in an incomparably cold and aloof manner. It was as if he was berating a servant, and his words were filled with contempt and humiliation. F***ck your grandma. We came to rescue you out of goodwill, but you didn't appreciate it, and even dared to attack us. You're really a piece of sh**t. I've never seen such a despicable bastard like you. Old Toad was infuriated, and shouted loudly. Senior brother Su, what do you mean by this? Zhao Jingxuan's expression was cold, and her clear eyes were filled with sullen anger. Her voice seemed to be squeezed out from between her teeth. When she saw Lin Sun being attacked, she was also greatly surprised, and then an indescribable anger rose in her. This Su Xingfeng was obviously bullying people on purpose. This change made the situation even more delicate. The enemies were all surprised, but they couldn't help but secretly rejoice, wishing that they could kill each other. At the same time, they were a little confused. Retainer? That guy actually regarded that savage teenager as a retainer? My God. What the hell was going on, junior brother Su? Don't be rude anymore. The most important thing now is to unite against the external forces and kill these opponents, instead of letting your emotions affect your decisions and causing internal strife. At the critical moment, Xiaoran spoke. His voice was calm, but it had an inviolable majesty. Humph. Su Xingfeng snorted coldly, stared at Lin Sun coldly, and said no more. Lin Sun frowned, looked at the apologetic Xiaoran in the distance, and then looked at Su Xingfeng. Finally, he took a deep breath and forcibly suppressed the killing intent in his heart. If we really fall out later, you can do it. Even if I have to give up this opportunity, I will help you seek justice. Zhao Jingxuan's resolute voice came into his ears, which warmed Lin Sun's heart, and he nodded secretly. Kill. The battle didn't last long and ended hastily. The enemies had already sensed that something was wrong. They didn't dare to risk their lives and decisively chose to escape. Lin Sun didn't stop them, nor did he chase after them. Under normal circumstances, at least he could take this opportunity to kill some enemies at this time. Unfortunately, he was attacked by Su Xingfeng just now, and his heart was cold. How could he help them kill the enemies wholeheartedly? The enemies fled, leaving only the descendants of the Holy Land of Spirit Treasures, Lin Sun, and Old Toad. There were no more opponents. However, the atmosphere didn't become relaxed. Lin Sun's expression was calm but cold. He stood far away with Old Toad, not just because of Su Xingfeng. More importantly, there was an even more powerful assassin hidden in this group of people. Zhao Jingxian confronted Su Xingfeng and wanted to help Lin Sun get justice. Her beautiful face was full of coldness and anger. He's just a retainer. What's wrong with reprimanding him? Junior sister Zhao, are you going to fall out with me for a retainer? Su Xingfeng sneered. He clearly knew that Lin Sun's identity wasn't as simple as a retainer, but he still insisted on the word retainer. Obviously, he was humiliating and despising Lin Sun. Fall out? No, if you don't give me a satisfactory answer today, not only will I fall out with you, I don't mind fighting with you. Zhao Jingshuan's voice became even colder. Gong Yangyu, Wen Xiang, Yun Che, and the others tried to calm the two of them down and take a step back. Unfortunately, neither Zhao Jingxian nor Su Xingfeng appreciated it. In the end, it was Lin Sun who came forward and persuaded Zhao Jingxian to calm down and endure for the time being. There would always be a chance to settle the score in the future. Lin Xian is right. A peerless fortuitous encounter is about to be born. Before that, we must work together and unite against the outside world. Only then will we be able to seize this fortuitous encounter from this brutal competition. I hope that everyone can temporarily put down your personal enmity and not cause any more trouble. Xiao Ran opened his mouth as well. His demeanor was transcendent and solemn. Look, those are our opponents. As he spoke, his gaze looked towards the distance. The peak of Violet Cloud Divine Mountain was divided into 54 different areas, and every single area was guarded by the top figures of the various clans and powers. All of them had come for the sake of seizing the fortune here. One could imagine how horrifying and bloody the competition would be when this fortuitous encounter was born. If you can't wait, you can watch it tomorrow. Xiao Ran's words silenced all of them. None of them were idiots. Naturally, they knew that in the current situation, they shouldn't kill each other. Otherwise, not only would they be laughed at by other clans and forces, they might even miss the opportunity to strike when the opportunity came. The sea of clouds on the mountain peak surged, as if purple flames were burning. It was vast and boundless, and there was a type of divine aura that made one revere it. Lin Sun, Zhao Jingxian, and Old Toad gathered together and came to one side of the platform. As for Xiao Ran, Yun Che, and Gong Yangyu, they also gathered together and whispered to each other. That guy on fire is really a jerk. Old Toad was still very dissatisfied and kept muttering, not afraid that Su Xingfeng would hear it. Su Xingfeng's behavior is a little unusual, Lin Sun suddenly said. Lin Sun suddenly transmitted his voice. I saw him and Wen Xiang when we were chasing enemies in the mountain last time. At that time, he was not as rash and arrogant as he was just now. You suspect he did it on purpose? Zhao Jingshuan's clear eyes narrowed. I think so. When he attacked just now, he obviously wanted to kill me, and he didn't hold back at all. I suspect he was testing my strength, as if he wanted Xiao Ran and Gong Yangyu to see it on purpose. Lin Sun weighed his words carefully. Recalling the attack just now, he clearly felt that something was wrong. No matter how stupid Su Xingfeng was, he should have known that he had to deal with many enemies at that time. No matter how much he hated Lin Sun, he should have put the overall situation first. It was obvious that Su Xingfeng was not an idiot. On the contrary, for a heaven's favorite like him, his wisdom and shrewdness were far beyond the norm. But he had done so at that time, which seemed a little unusual. As the saying goes, there must be a reason for something unusual. Lin Sun vaguely guessed that perhaps Su Xingfeng had done so to let Xiao Ran and the others see his strength with their own eyes. If it's really as you guessed, then Su Xingfeng wants to rope in Xiao Ran or Gong Yangyu to deal with you together? Old Toad said in surprise. No, they must have secretly reached an agreement. The reason why they tested Lin Sun's strength was to make some preparations in advance so that they could find a chance to destroy Lin Sun in one fell swoop. Zhao Jingshuan's clear eyes glistened and surged with the glow of wisdom. She was from an imperial clan, so she was naturally rather familiar with the way of scheming and plotting, and this was her innate natural talent. Therefore, as soon as Lin Sun said his speculation, she instantly caught some conspiracy and made her own judgment. Anyway, they are going to deal with Lin Sun, right? Old Toad said angrily, then what are we still doing here? Help them seize the opportunity, and then get rid of me after I'm no longer of use? Immediately after, he spat and hurriedly explained, this king is not a donkey. Don't misunderstand, this is just a metaphor. Lin Sun rolled his eyes. Even at a time like this, Old Toad was still talking nonsense. It was clearly so handsome and beautiful, but its nerves were really thick. We're not leaving. Zhao Jingxian took a deep breath, and her clear and beautiful face was covered in a composed expression. For the sake of seizing the fortuitous encounter, they'll definitely not make a move now, and it's even to the extent that they'll cooperate fully with us and rely on our strength to obtain the greatest benefits. After a pause, she continued, but if they want to make use of us, why can't we make use of them? After we seize the fortuitous encounter, we can be the first to attack. If they burn the bridge after crossing the river, we can naturally get rid of the donkey when it's no longer of use. Old Toad immediately grinned and gave her a thumbs up. Miss Zhao's speech is really good. Yes, if we want to kill a donkey, we have to kill these idiots with ulterior motives. Ayaya, this king is really looking forward to slaughtering these guys. Zhao Jingxian also couldn't help rolling her eyes. Such a serious matter, when it came out of Old Toad's mouth, just sounded like nonsense and gave her a headache. Lin Sun directly ignored Old Toad and looked at Zhao Jingxian, saying, you really intend to break off relations with them? This was a very important question. After all, no matter what, Zhao Jingxian was also the successor of the Holy Land of Spirit Treasure. If she shed all pretense of cordiality with her own sect and confronted them, the consequences would be somewhat serious. Zhao Jingxian asked in reply, they're already sharpening their knives. Can we still stretch out our necks and throw away our lives? Looking at her clear and fair face and her calm and composed eyes, Lin Sun was finally sure that Zhao Jingxian had already made a choice. Alright, then let's see who's the first to burn the bridge after crossing the river, and who's the first to get rid of the donkey when it's no longer of use. Lin Sun smiled slightly, his smile warm and brilliant. What an ugly smile, Old Toad commented. Lin Sun resisted the urge to kill and looked at the ancient altar not far away. Do you think there's a deeper meaning to the 49 altars on this mountain peak? Or is there some connection between their existence and the fortuitous encounter that's about to be born? As he spoke, he stepped forward to explore at a closer distance. Sure enough, Zhao Jingxian and Old Toad were also attracted by it and moved closer. When I came here with senior brother Xiao Ran and the others last time, we already talked about it. This altar is clearly a building from the distant past. Apart from some Taoist marks and some mysterious and unfathomable ancient characters, there's no other clue on it. Zhao Jingxian explained. The altar was 9 feet high, gray all over, and there were still some moss on it, giving off a mottled air of vicissitudes. It looked ordinary, but when you perceived it carefully, you would find that an ordinary altar was surrounded by a trace of mysterious Taoist marks, which made it look sacred and solemn, making people palpitate. This altar is indeed the most ordinary one, but when it's stained with the breath of a saint, it becomes completely different. Old Toad's eyes glowed and widened, staring fanatically at every inch of the altar like a hungry wolf seeing a fat prey. If I'm right, this altar was built by a real saint himself. Only existences at such a level can turn something rotten into something magical. Even the most ordinary objects will carry the breath of a saint as long as they fall into their hands. Lin Sun was moved. He had also noticed the abnormality of the altar just now, but he couldn't describe it in detail. After listening to Old Toad's explanation, he suddenly had a feeling of enlightenment. Now I'm finally convinced that you're indeed a descendant of the three-legged golden toad. Zhao Jingxian couldn't help being surprised and quite agreed with Old Toad's opinion. Humph, that's nothing. I know everything, and I'm much more knowledgeable than you. Old Toad suddenly became complacent with a proud face. Lin Sun couldn't stand this guy's arrogance and said, unfortunately, no matter how much you know, you've forgotten your previous memories. How pitiful. Old Toad stiffened and suddenly went crazy, clamoring to fight with Lin Sun. In the end, Lin Sun made a concession, which made Old Toad feel a little balanced. Look, what are these words? Zhao Jingxian pointed to the center of the altar, which was originally covered with moss, but someone had wiped away a large piece, revealing a line of twisted and strange mysterious words. The shape of the words was like a dragon, entrenched and holding its head high, with an indescribable majestic aura. Among my fellow apprentices, senior brother Xiaoran is the most proficient in ancient classics, but even he can't recognize this line of words. He can only judge by intuition that this line of words must be written by a saint and represents some kind of meaning. Zhao Jingxian explained. However, she suddenly found that old Toad seemed to turn a deaf ear to her. He moved closer to the altar, his golden eyes overflowing with blazing light, firmly attracted by that line of mysterious words. At this moment, he seemed to be possessed, which was very unusual. Lin Sun and Zhao Jingxian looked at each other, their hearts shaking. They vaguely felt that old Toad seemed to have seen some clues. While they were talking, Xiaoran, Su Xingfeng, and the others also noticed the movement here. When they saw old Toad's abnormal behavior, their eyes also narrowed slightly, with different expressions. These days, not only them, but also the experts in other altars on the mountain summit, were also comprehending and deciphering this kind of strange words. Because this kind of words were left on every altar, it was very unusual, and people had to pay attention and explore it. Unfortunately, until now, whether it was them or the other races, they were all confused, saying that they had never seen this kind of ancient words. And this result also made the Xianxia holy mountain more and more mysterious. 49 mountain roads corresponded to 49 ancient altars. The altars had existed since ancient times, lingering with traces of the Great Way, and mysterious ancient words written by the saints themselves. What on earth did all this mean? Was it related to the peerless opportunity they had been waiting for? No one knew. It was also because of this that the status of this Xianxia holy mountain became more and more mysterious in everyone's heart. Now, when they saw old Toad's expression seemed a little abnormal when he was studying these words, how could Xiaoran and the others not be surprised? Who is that fellow practitioner? Why haven't I heard of him before? Xiaoran asked aloud. The others shook their heads, including Su Xingfeng and Wen Xiang, who had never seen old Toad, let alone know his origin. I remember that when we entered the Demon Saint secret realm, Lin Sun was alone, right? If so, is the green-robed young man beside him an aborigine of this Demon Saint secret realm? Xiaoran pondered and deduced. This shocked the others, and they finally began to pay attention to the stranger old Toad. It's impossible. The intelligent creatures in the Demon Saint secret realm all have the terrible strength of the life and death realm. Other fierce beasts are strong, but they can't be so psychic. Su Xingfeng shook his head. Anyway, if he can decipher that kind of secret text, he can help us a lot. Xiaoran said thoughtfully. At this moment, old Toad in the distance, like a fool talking in his sleep, was murmuring and forgot to transmit his voice. His voice leaked out and immediately attracted the attention of Xiaoran and the others. Square. Mountain. Hoax? It was a staccato sentence, but it shook everyone's hearts. Old Toad had actually recognized this mysterious text, Fangsuan Mountain, a scam? What did this mean? Lin Sun, Zhao Jingxian, and Xiaoran were all confused. But when they wanted to continue listening, they saw that old Toad had already withdrawn his gaze with a blank face. Fangsuan Mountain, such a familiar name, why can't I remember it at all? Only then did they realize that the meaning of the mysterious text on the altar was just these few words. But what on earth did it mean? No one knew. Old Toad, what do you see? Lin Sun asked. This is a mysterious Sanskrit from the ancient times. Rumor has it that it was created by Buddhist cultivators. Unlike ordinary Sanskrit, this Sanskrit is the most mysterious. Even ordinary Buddhist cultivators can't master it. Only those with profound cultivation and true Buddhahood can comprehend and write it. Old Toad also became alert at this moment. He didn't reveal anything but transmitted his voice. This Buddhist text is also called Mahayana secret text. Even in ancient times, it was rarely circulated. No wonder it's so mysterious. It turns out to be an esoteric secret text created by Buddhism. Zhao Jingxian was shocked. Does this mean that the fortune and violet cloud divine mountain has something to do with a Tao immortal from the ancient times? Lin Sun was also a little surprised. Buddhist practitioner was an extremely strange existence to him. When he was in the Forbidden City, he only knew that there was a Yueluan kingdom thousands of miles away from Xiao Empire, where Buddhist doctrine was flourishing and there were many monks. Not long after Lin Sun entered the Forbidden City, there was a young monk named Enian who went to Green Deer School alone to challenge young Sword King Shi Yutong, but the result was a draw. Even so, being able to fight with young Sword King without being defeated still made the young monk Enian famous and resounded throughout the Forbidden City. Lin Sun had also heard of it, but he didn't care about it. So he knew almost nothing about Buddhist practitioners. It was also when Lin Sun came to the Soul Oblivion Sea and entered the Tao Burial Sea, he accidentally met a blind monk when he was fighting against the army of vengeful spirits. It was a Buddha filled with strange colors. His eye sockets were empty, and he sat cross-legged on a black skull. He wore a blood-stained kasaya and held mottled white bone prayer beads in his hand. There was a demonic black lotus pattern on his head. This was a Buddhist practitioner Lin Sun had seen, but he seemed too weird and horrible. Now, when he heard that the line of ancient Sanskrit on the altar turned out to be a Mahayana secret text of Buddhist cultivation, Lin was naturally moved and his imagination ran wild. I'm not sure. It's just a line of mysterious Mahayana text without any concrete clues. On the surface, this place is related to Buddhist cultivators. Old Toad wasn't sure either. Try to think again. See if you can remember anything about Mount Hart. Lin Sun could not help asking. Old Toad shook its head right away. If you can't remember, then don't think about it. Even if you know, it's all from ancient times and has nothing to do with you. What does it mean to have a Tao immortal? Zhao Jingxian suddenly asked. Having a Tao immortal makes one a saint. This is a Buddhist cultivator's understanding of the Great Way. That is to say, among Buddhist cultivators, as long as one has a Tao immortal, there's no doubt that he's a holy monk. Old Toad explained casually. Holy monk, this title was a little special. Lin Sun couldn't help thinking of the strange blind monk he had seen before. Had he also been a holy monk? Junior sister Zhao, what are you talking about? Why don't you say it so we can study it together? Suddenly, Wen Xiang in the distance opened his mouth with a smile. Lin Sun turned his head and saw that Xiao Ran, Su Xingfeng and Yun Che had also been paying attention to them. None of your business. Old Toad looked impatient. He didn't have a good impression of these descendants of the Holy Land of Spirit Treasures, so he spoke bluntly. Wen Xiang's expression froze and he immediately became angry. You still want to compete with us for the opportunity? Not only do you not know how to be grateful after taking advantage of us, but you're also so arrogant. Do you want to be our enemy? Old Toad pointed at Wen Xiang in disdain and said arrogantly, Shut up, little brat. How can you interrupt when adults are talking? Wen Xiang shot to his feet, his eyes full of killing intent. Alright, don't argue anymore. Xiao Ran spoke up, his voice still flat and dignified. Seeing this, Zhao Jingxian hesitated, but Lin Sun seemed to have guessed what she was thinking and spoke first. He said with a smile, There's nothing to hide. This line of ancient characters was left behind by a Buddhist cultivator. It's a rare Sanskrit called the secret script of Mahayana. Buddhist cultivator, the secret script of Mahayana. As soon as he said this, Xiao Ran and the others were shocked. Are there any other clues? Xiao Ran said in a low voice. It was impossible to draw any conclusions based on these clues alone. Lin Sun shook his head. Lin Xian, we're on the same side now. Please don't hold anything back. If you delay everyone's chance to fight for the opportunity, can you at least bear the consequences? Su Xingfeng's voice was cold and harsh. He clearly thought that Lin Sun was holding something back and deliberately hiding something. Haha, kid, see? If you don't tell them, they'll think you're hiding something. If you tell them, they'll suspect you're holding something back. In short, you're in a bad situation. The old toad gloated. Lin Sun shrugged and ignored him. In fact, he was a little angry. Did Su Xingfeng really think of him as a retainer? Lin Xian doesn't hold anything back. Believe it or not. Zhao Jingxian was a little angry. Originally, Lin Sun didn't need to explain. The reason why he did this was because he didn't want to put her in a difficult position. Now, Lin Sun had already said it, but Su Xingfeng still doubted Lin Sun's intentions. This was too much. Xiao Ran let out a smile. He was about to say something when a sacred ripple suddenly spread out from the peak of the mountain. The aura was vast and boundless, shocking the world. It made the sea of clouds boil and roll violently. Is the opportunity about to appear? Quick, get ready. At this moment, in the area where the 49 altars were located, the powerhouses of all clans were alarmed. They all stood up and looked excited. Was this fortuitous encounter finally going to appear? Xiao Ran and the others' eyes were shining. They all stood up and waited. The peak of the mountain was vast. At this moment, the 49 ancient altars seemed as if they'd awakened from the silence of countless years, and they emanated an obscure holy fluctuation as they started to glow. In an instant, the entire violet ray divine mountain started to shake while a dense holy aura flowed, and it was dignified and vast to the extreme. The layer of clouds in the sky seemed as if they were unable to endure it, and they collapsed and dispersed. In an area of 500 kilometers in the surroundings, the beasts howled and howled while shivering, and the rocks and plants rustled as if they were bowing their heads in submission. At the foot of the mountain, numerous experts of all clans were still fighting intensely for the sake of seizing the path to the peak of the mountain. But when they noticed this unexpected event, their expressions changed abruptly, and they stopped what they were doing and looked towards the peak of the mountain in unison. Is this unprecedented fortuitous encounter about to descend? After that, they became even more frenzied. Blood flowed ceaselessly, and they wished for nothing more than to charge up the peak of the mountain right away, causing the battles at the foot of the mountain to become more and more horrifying and horrifying. Bang! On the peak of the mountain, the weather changed, the holy aura rose, and the 49 ancient altars glowed while being suffused with an obscure aura. Everything indicated that a shocking change was about to occur. The experts of all clans who had occupied different areas were all tense, their mouths were dry, and their eyes were full of fanaticism and expectation. After waiting for so many days, this great fortuitous encounter was finally about to descend. Even if the great figures and old monsters of the outside world were here, it would be difficult for them to calm down, right? Boy, the arrival of the fortuitous encounter also means that the real killing tribulation is about to begin. Do you remember what I said before? There are 50 great ways and 49 heavenly evolutions. This places a situation where only a slim chance of survival is left. Don't be blinded by the fortuitous encounter, or you're bound to suffer a calamity. At this moment, the old toad was unexpectedly nervous and reminded Lin Sun to be vigilant and careful. Lin Sun nodded secretly. Witnessing this shocking change in front of him, besides being excited, he was actually a little vigilant. There was no need to think too much. Once the fortuitous encounter appeared, the experts of all clans present would inevitably swarm up to fight for it. It was bound to be a bloody and cruel scene. This was just a competition. When they really went to seize the fortuitous encounter, who could be sure that they wouldn't encounter the peerless killing tribulation buried here? Suddenly, a speck of light suddenly appeared in the sky at the very center of the peak of the mountain, and it gradually grew brighter. In the end, it was actually like a blazing sun that emitted an extremely dazzling glow, and it illuminated the world and caused the world to dim in comparison. What's this? Many experts exclaimed and didn't dare to look at it. Whatever it is, let's seize it first. There were also some experts who didn't intend to wait at all and directly took action to seize the opportunity and be the first to eat crabs. It was an expert of the Golden Phoenix clan. He turned into a golden phoenix with wings covering the sky and moved as fast as lightning, rushing over in an instant. However, a horrifying scene appeared. He hadn't even had the chance to approach Xianxia when his figure was actually drowned by the boundless light, and he was soundlessly incinerated into nothingness. From the beginning until the end, he didn't even have the chance to let out a shrill cry. This was a top figure, but he died for no reason. The most terrible thing was that his bone talisman of life spirit didn't have time to save him. Hiss! All the experts present gasped one after another. The excitement and fanaticism in their hearts faded a lot as if a basin of cold water had been poured on them. Only then did they realize that this was a great fortuitous encounter, but also a great killing tribulation. They had to be careful. At this moment, the bright light in the center of the void began to change and condensed into a dreamlike lotus. The lotus was not big, only the size of a bowl. It seemed to be cast by the purest glass in the world, flowing with a sacred and vast aura and shining brilliantly. It bloomed in the void like a lotus lamp. Although it was only the size of a bowl, it illuminated the world, the mountains and rivers, and everything. Light and holiness were everywhere at this moment. A lotus bloomed like a lamp, illuminating the world. The sacred scene caused all the experts here to be shocked, and their expressions changed as they felt an indescribable impact. Like a miracle, it appeared in the world at this moment, shocking the world. Vaguely, a fragrance filled the air. The fragrance was ethereal and quiet, like the pure aura of a saint that could wash away all filth. At the same time, wisps of Zen chants came out of the lotus. At first, they were faint and inaudible, but later, they gradually became grand and boundless. It was as if 3,000 Buddhas were chanting sutras together. The sound was close to Tao, resounding through the universe and shaking the soul. Many powerhouses couldn't help but be tempted again. That lotus was too sacred, as if it didn't belong to the world. If they could get their hands on it, it would be an unprecedented good fortune. It seems that all this is indeed related to the Buddhist sages of ancient times. Chen Linshuan murmured. The lotus was like a lamp, bright and sacred. The fragrance of Zen enshrouded the world, and the sound of Sanskrit resounded between heaven and earth. Everything seemed grand and brilliant. Be careful, you must be careful. Old Toad became more and more nervous at the moment. Seeming to notice something, he reminded, in ancient times, among the sages, the Buddhist sages were the most difficult to deal with. These guys had Tao immortal, comprehended karma, deduced Mahayana holy method, and their state of mind was the most tenacious and profound. To put it bluntly, they were like a group of paranoid people. Whatever they believed in, they would do everything they could to put it into practice. No one could change their will. Was this tantamount to attacking the Buddhist sages? Lin Sun couldn't help being shocked by Old Toad's astonishing words. This guy seemed to have a prejudice against Buddhist sages. Don't doubt me. If this opportunity is related to Buddhist sages, it definitely won't be so easy to obtain. These bald donkeys pay the most attention to fate, which is also the most troublesome thing. Old Toad murmured, You'll understand when this fortuitous encounter is completely revealed. In the middle of the void on the mountain peak, the bowl-sized lotus became more and more holy and translucent. It swayed and swayed, flowing with light that could illuminate the world. Buddhist incense drifted through the air while the sound of chanting resounded, and it caused this expanse of the heavens and the earth to fall into a solemn and divine atmosphere. At the foot of the mountain, all the experts who were fighting fiercely were stunned. They stopped what they were doing, and all of them seemed to have comprehended something. They stopped fighting and stood there as a smear of devotion appeared on their faces. At the summit of the mountain, it was the same. All the experts of the various races felt their minds go blank as if a mighty force was attacking their minds. It was as if it wanted to enlighten them. Be careful. This is the Buddhist sect's power of overcoming adversity. It's also a terrifying guiding power. Once the mind is eroded, it's over for the rest of your life. Damn it. Could this opportunity really be related to the Buddhist sect? Didn't this kind of orthodoxy lose its legacy in ancient times? There were also some peerless figures who sensed that something was wrong. Their expressions changed abruptly, and they shouted out in succession to warn the experts beside them. Interesting. Xiao Ran's whole body was surrounded by a transcendent aura, untainted by even a speck of dust. Obviously, he wasn't affected. On the contrary, he seemed to be meditating on this power that belonged to the Buddhist sect. Yun Che, Su Xingfeng, Gong Yangyu, and the others all looked solemn. They abandoned all distracting thoughts and concentrated their spirit and qi, no longer being affected. Lin Sun directly ran the meditating magic. In his sea of consciousness, the stars were bright, the moon was in the sky, and all kinds of dharma forms appeared, dispelling the fluctuations in his mind in an instant. It's terrible. I almost suffered a disaster unknowingly. Lin Sun was shocked. He finally realized that Old Toad's words seemed to be right. This opportunity seemed sacred and solemn, but in fact, it was full of unpredictable variables and dangers. He looked at Zhao Jingxian and Old Toad and found that they had already resisted and resolved it, so he immediately felt relieved. Swoosh, as time went by, the lotus suddenly bloomed and divided into 49 lotus petals. Each lotus petal was gushing out divine rainbow light, gorgeous and holy in color, indescribably magnificent and spectacular. At the same time, on the 49 altars, a door emerged in the void, lingering with the aura of the divine Tao. Outside the door, it was connected with the divine rainbows and led to the 49 petals of the blooming lotus. From a distance, it was like the altar was a door, and the divine rainbows were an arch bridge. The end of the bridge led to the heart of the lotus. The altar is the door, and the petals are the paths, leading to the heart of the lotus? Could it be that this fortuitous encounter is hidden within the lotus heart? Some strong people speculated, their eyes flashing. At this moment, a grand voice resounded between heaven and earth. A grain of sand contains 1,000 worlds, a body and mind are the same, 10,000 reincarnations pass in an instant, and the opportunity is only given to the predestined one. This was like a Buddhist hymn, but it was not obscure. On the contrary, almost everyone could understand it. Especially when they heard the sentence, "The opportunity is only given to the predestined one," all the people present were shocked. All the strong people breathed rapidly, their eyes were blazing, and they were eager to fight. The opportunity finally appeared. At some point, the divine fluctuation between heaven and earth finally fell into silence. The incense and the sound of Sanskrit were gone, and only the 49 ancient altars stood there. On the altar, the door was guarded, and a divine rainbow connected the door and the lotus in the center, just like a path leading to the place of opportunity. The lotus was obviously only the size of a bowl, but at this moment, all signs were on the surface, and the opportunity was hidden in the lotus, which stunned many strong people. But there was no time to think at this moment, because some strong people had made a move. Boom, in an area far away from the top of the mountain, an extremely majestic figure appeared. His whole body was flowing with dark light, and he was full of terrifying and violent power. His eyes emitted a cold light like a sword, and his beard and hair were like halberds. He had a peerless and overbearing manner, and he strode forward to the door of the altar. Young Bull Demon King, Niu Tunshan, this holy son from the Herculean Bull Demon clan, a top talent with extraordinary talent and combat strength, was the first to take action at this moment. Since entering the secret land of demon saints, Lin Sun was not the only one who dominated the scene. In different places, there were also peerless figures who rose and made a name for themselves through battles and killings. Niu Tunshan was the most famous one. He had fought and killed along the way, snatching food from the mouth of tigers several times, and snatching countless opportunities. Just the number of strong people who died in his hands was no less than 100. Swish, almost at the same time as Niu Tunshan moved. In another area, a beautiful figure covered in brilliant golden light also stepped out and stepped onto the altar. Her figure was blazing, and the golden light was falling like a rain, making it difficult for people to see her face clearly. But everyone immediately recognized that it was Meng Lianqing, the holy girl of the Golden Phoenix clan. She had once challenged the holy sun-level figures of 3 different races by herself, finally defeating them in one fell swoop. Her cultivation could also be said to be outstanding, and she was the best in a region. Not only Niu Tunshan and Meng Lianqing, but also some peerless figures at this moment, such as Shou Kong of the Cloud Dragon clan, Xian Luozi of the Xian'ao clan, and so on. During this period, these peerless figures had been fighting in the secret land of demon saints, and had made brilliant achievements and prestige. They were like the sun at high noon, shining brightly, and not comparable to ordinary holy suns. At this moment, they almost acted at the same time. Obviously, they wanted to fight for this big opportunity as soon as possible. Let's go. Xiaoran also set out, followed by Su Xingfeng and others. However, when Lin Sun was about to take action, he was stopped by Old Toad's voice. Opportunities are only given to the predestined ones. Do you remember what I said just now? Buddhist monks are most particular about fate. The first to act may not necessarily be the one to obtain the greatest benefits. Lin Sun was stunned. You mean we should wait a little longer? I can see through the secret text of Mahayana. There are such secret texts left on these 49 altars. It's not too late to take action after comprehending them one by one. Old Toad's voice was stealthy, full of excitement. I have a hunch that the words left on the altar are absolutely not simple. Do you want to have a try? This, Lin Sun was also tempted, but he was a little hesitant. Why don't you go? On the altar, Su Xingfeng frowned and asked. You go first. I'm a little worried about the danger. Let's wait a little longer. Lin Sun gave an explanation casually. will people like you also feel afraid? Su Xingfeng's lips curled up in disdain. Well, let's go first. Xiao Ran looked back at Lin Sun deeply, and without saying anything more, he walked towards the altar door first. You have to hurry up. Don't delay the opportunity to seize the opportunity because you act too late. At that time, there's no medicine for regret. Su Xingfeng snorted coldly and followed Xiao Ran with others. What are you doing? Zhao Jingxian couldn't help asking. After Lin Sun explained a little, Zhao Jingxian suddenly understood. After thinking for a while, a touch of determination flashed in her clear eyes, and she also chose to stay. At this moment, on the top of the mountain, the top figures of all clans had started to take action. They stepped into the door above the altar and rushed along the divine rainbow towards the sacred lotus in the center of the void. However, when they stepped foot onto the divine ray of light, everything changed. It was like the movement of the stars and a passage of time. Their figures were shrinking, and in the end, when they approached the lotus, they'd already become specks of dust that were practically impossible to see. Some strong people who still stayed on the mountain couldn't help but gasp. Sumeru in a mustard seed. This is the legendary supreme magic, which derives the power of void and time. A leaf and a flower can carry a world and make everything different. Someone exclaimed. However, this didn't frighten the crowd. On the contrary, it made them rush to the door more and more. At this moment, they finally understood that although the lotus in the center of the void was only the size of a bowl, in fact, everything there had become completely different. Like Sumeru in a mustard seed, there hid a vast land of opportunities. The reason why the figures of the strong people who rushed over before became smaller was not that it really happened, but that the space they were in had a magical change. Such supreme ability was probably only possessed by figures of the Saint Dao. While Lin Sun, Zhao Jingxian, and Old Toad were taking action, a terrifying aura suddenly emerged in the area not far from Xianxia Divine Mountain. It was a golden-winged rock, with wings that seemed to be made of gold and flowing with terrifying Taoist light. It looked like a king with a pair of sharp golden eyes, looking at the mountains in the distance. My God! Is that the rock of ancient times? At the foot of the mountain, many powerhouses exclaimed. Boom, the golden-winged rock opened its mouth, and an unparalleled force swept out, instantly sweeping away dozens of powerhouses and swallowing them into its belly. Crack! Crack, the golden-winged rock chewed slowly, blood dripping from the corner of its mouth. It was cold and indifferent as if it was eating an appetizer. This scene was too shocking, and it caused the souls of the other experts to almost leave their bodies. They emitted sharp cries of terror as they fled madly towards Violet Cloud Divine Mountain. Clatter suddenly, the sky was covered by a shadow, and a mountain-like serpent head appeared. Its blood-red eyes were like a pair of lakes, and its tongue was like a bloody waterfall. In an instant, more than a dozen powerhouses were swallowed by the serpent's mouth, and they didn't even have time to struggle. However, when the giant serpent was about to approach Xianxia Divine Mountain, it was blocked and suppressed by a sacred force, which shocked it. It let out a soft hiss and retreated. Peerless serpent, its body was like a winding mountain, covered with cyan scales, as if standing between heaven and earth, overlooking all living beings. Its aura was extremely terrifying. Damn it! What kind of monster is this? Why is its aura more terrifying than that of a life-death realm king? Run, go up the mountain. The remaining powerhouses at the foot of the mountain didn't care about fighting anymore. They all rushed to the top of the mountain like crazy. The scene was chaotic. The golden-winged rock was indifferent. Its wings were folded, and it stood proudly in the void in the distance, looking proud and cold. But when it looked at Xianxia Divine Mountain in the distance, there was a faint trace of unspeakable fear and a trace of unconcealable desire in its eyes. On the other side, Peerless Serpent raised its head and flicked its scarlet tongue. It was also closely watching the movement on Xianxia Divine Mountain. Originally, they should have been mortal enemies, but at this moment, they seemed to have put down their enmity, minded their own business, and set their sights on Violet Cloud Divine Mountain. Not long after, a butterfly the size of a cattail leaf fan appeared out of thin air. Its wings were colorful and flowing with 5-colored halos. As soon as it arrived, it only glanced at the golden rock and Peerless Serpent before choosing another area and silently gazing at the distant Violet Cloud Divine Mountain. In terms of aura, it was not weaker than the other two. Whoosh, a ball of green light suddenly appeared from another area. It was a green fox with soft and smooth fur like silk. It was incomparably spirited. It strode through the sky with a gaze that was deep and aged, and it seemed as if it possessed intelligence. Its gaze swept past the other three terrifying existences before finally stopping and looking at the distant violet cloud divine mountain. The four terrifying beings that resided in different areas of the sacred beast realm appeared at the same time and looked at Xianxia divine mountain as if they were waiting for something. That scene seemed to be extremely shocking. Fortunately, violet cloud divine mountain was covered in terrifying restrictions, and a divine aura was everywhere. Even though the golden rock and peerless serpent were extremely strong, they were greatly suppressed the closer they got to this place, and they were unable to approach it. Otherwise, it would absolutely be a calamity for the experts of the various races. Rumble, it wasn't long before another centipede appeared. Its body was only around 3 m long, and it seemed to be condensed from jade. It emanated a ferocious and terrifying aura. It seemed to be very violent. As soon as it appeared, it charged towards Violet Cloud Divine Mountain while brilliant jade light surged around its body, and its might was peerlessly terrifying. It intended to charge through Violet Cloud Divine Mountain by force. This scene caused the eyes of the golden rock, peerless serpent, the butterfly, and the green fox to focus. But in next to no time, their expressions returned to calm and indifferent. Because the jade centipede hadn't even approached Violet Cloud Divine Mountain when it was suppressed by a divine aura, causing the centipede's entire body to collapse, and it let out a shrill cry as its body was almost crushed. Fortunately, it reacted quickly and dodged with all its might, thus avoiding the calamity. However, when it looked at Violet Cloud Divine Mountain again, its eyes were filled with fear and unwillingness. But in the end, it endured and waited in the distance, watching silently. Outside the ultimate ruin. The opportunity of the Divine Mountain has arrived. It seems to be related to the legendary Buddhist saint. When this news spread, everyone was in an uproar. The important figures of the various races were in high spirits and complacent. Especially the Herculean Bull Demonic Clan, Golden Phoenix Clan, Cloud Monkey Clan, and Xianxia Clan, who had seized the initiative and were the first to fight for the opportunity. They cheered. The greatest opportunity had finally arrived, causing those great figures to be filled with longing. They wished that they could also enter the secret realm and explore it. Unfortunately, they could only dream about it. But not long after the excitement and joy, bad news came: monsters. Many monsters have appeared near Violet Cloud Divine Mountain. There's the Golden Rock, a mysterious giant serpent, and a 5-colored butterfly the size of a cattail leaf fan. Many of our clansmen didn't have time to escape and were eaten by them. They're even more terrifying than life and death kings. Oh my God, how could there be so many terrifying existences in that damn place all of a sudden? On the life-soul altar, the divine souls of the various races repeatedly flashed. They were all experts who had luckily escaped with the help of the life-soul bone spell after being killed. Through their narration, the important figures present felt a chill in their hearts. Their faces were extremely gloomy as they realized the seriousness of the problem. These terrifying beings have obviously come for the fortune within Violet Cloud Divine Mountain. They can't enter, so they're waiting outside. This also means that no matter which race's disciples obtain the opportunity and want to leave, they will be killed by them. Some important figures made a judgment and gnashed their teeth in hatred. To be able to attract so many terrifying creatures, this opportunity is definitely not simple. What's hateful is that we can only wait outside and can't enter to help. There were also some important figures who were distressed and their faces were livid with anger. Who would have thought that before they could obtain the opportunity, they would attract a group of terrifying creatures? Things are not simple. Since those terrifying creatures can't enter Violet Cloud Divine Mountain, it means that there's still a chance to escape. A big shot analyzed the situation and seemed rather calm. If they dare to kill my clansmen, I will kill them all one day. Suddenly, a thunderous roar sounded. It was Xianxia, the Bull Demon King of the Herculean Bull Demon Clan. His voice was impassioned, murderous, and domineering. But that was all they could do. After all, they were in the outside world and couldn't enter. No matter how angry they were, they could only stare and hope that something good would happen. On the mountaintop. Scam? Just these 2 words? CK his grandma, why is it another useless message? How can those bald donkeys do this? They're clearly making trouble. Old Toad cursed, looking a little exasperated. He took Lin Sun and Zhao Jingxian to explore other altars. Because there were no opponents, they soon explored 9 altars. As Old Toad expected, there were cryptic and strange Mahayana scripts on each altar, but the contents were disappointing. They were all similar to the scam of Mind Mountain, and there was no specific discovery. Old Toad was also dumbfounded and annoyed. He had thought he could find some mysteries and guidance from these altars, but it was all a bunch of nonsense. If they found nothing in the end, they would suffer a great loss this time. Not only would they miss the opportunity to seize the opportunity, but they would also waste a lot of time. Let's go to other places. Lin Sun looked a little gloomy. He was a little annoyed that he should have listened to Old Toad's slanderous words, but since he had already started, he wouldn't be satisfied if he didn't explore all the other altars. Yes, yes, yes. Let's go to other places. We'll definitely find something. Old Toad was also a little embarrassed. He didn't have the face to face Lin Sun and Zhao Jingxian. Hearing Lin Sun say so, he quickly found an excuse. They've been watching us all the time. Zhao Jingxian felt a little uncomfortable. She pointed to the area in the distance where the golden-winged roc and other terrifying creatures were entrenched. Earlier, they'd noticed this sort of situation, and they were extremely shocked. They realized that these ferocious beings were definitely drawn over by this fortuitous encounter. But when they determined that they couldn't get close to this sacred mountain, Lin Sun and the others didn't bother to pay attention to them. Ignore them. They're a bunch of useless trash. They can't even enter this mountain. They deserve to stare at us and envy us. Old Toad appeared very arrogant. He said the golden-winged roc and the others were a bunch of trash, which made Lin Sun want to slap the back of his head. If those creatures that were scarier than Life-Death Realm Kings were trash, then weren't they even worse than trash? Hurry up. Lin Sun glared at Old Toad. Old Toad also knew that this operation was a little disappointing, so he didn't bicker with Lin Sun and hurried on with the operation. Mind Mountain is where the heart is. It turns out that Mind Mountain doesn't exist at all. I didn't expect him to deceive all of us. Mind Mountain really doesn't exist? Next, Old Toad explored the secret texts of Mahayana on the altars one after another. Almost all of them had similar content. This made his face even more unsightly. He kept cursing the Buddhist sages along the way, thinking that this group of bald donkeys was too much of a bully. They didn't leave any clues but some nonsense, which was simply to fool people on purpose. Even Lin Sun and Zhao Jingxian were speechless. What kind of existence was Mind Mountain? Why were these Buddhist sages so obsessed with it? Finally, when they were exploring the 30th altar, Old Toad was refreshed. He finally made a new discovery. According to the common language of the world, Mind Mountain is where the heart is. Crescent Moon and 3 stars is just like a stroke, and when written, it is another heart character. It is said that the secret of Bodhi is hidden here. Could it be that to see Mind Mountain, one must explore the way of heart? When Old Toad translated the line of Mahayana text on the altar, Lin Sun and Zhao Jingxian were both stunned, keenly aware of the key point. The secret of Bodhi. It turned out that the so-called Mind Mountain and the land of Crescent Moon and 3 stars hid the secret of Bodhi. Why do I feel things are getting more and more complicated? Old Toad was stunned. Lin and Zhao Jingxian also had the same feeling. Before entering the secret realm of demons, they thought there was an inheritance of an ancient demon saint here. But after many days of exploration, they found that this secret realm of demons should be a place for saints to preach Taoism, which was opened up by a group of saints under the leadership of a king of divine Tao. The purpose was to leave good fortune for their respective descendants, hoping that when these descendants were born, they could transcend the past and create new legends on the road of Tao. But when they arrived at Xianxia Holy Mountain, after some exploration, they found that this place seemed to be related to ancient Buddhist sages. The most surprising thing was that these 49 altars were all left with inexplicable words such as Mind Mountain, Deception, Crescent and 3 stars, etc., which gave them a headache. This place is too mysterious and unknown. Before we came here, we all thought it was too simple. Zhao Jingxian sighed softly. The secret realm of demons, the place for saints to preach Taoism. Xianxia Holy Mountain related to Buddhist sages. Everything here is really incredible and full of mysteries. Lin Sun felt the same way. I can be sure that this secret realm must be the place for saints to preach Taoism. Old Toad thought for a long time and made a judgment. As for this Xianxia holy mountain, it's just a place left by one of the sages, and this sage was a powerful Buddhist practitioner in ancient times. Who is this so-called demon saint? Lin Sun asked. Maybe it's just a rumor. Maybe this demon saint was originally a Buddhist practitioner. Old Toad made an inference. Lin Sun was stunned. A demon saint among Buddhist practitioners? This explanation was rather novel, and it made sense when one thought about it carefully. Zhao Jingxian suddenly pointed out something strange. No, the Mahayana script on these 49 sacrificial altars is definitely not the work of a single person. It's very simple. All of you should know that this demonic saint secret zone has been passed down since the ancient times, and countless years have passed since then. Throughout these years, there must have been many extraordinary geniuses that have come here to search for it. Old Toad's thoughts gradually became clear, and his golden eyes were shining. However, if there were many experts who came before, why would they leave such strange words? On the altar? Zhao Jingxian asked. At this time, Lin Sun suddenly narrowed his eyes and said, I have an idea. In our opinion, this is a Xianxia holy mountain, hiding a rare opportunity. However, in the past, the experts who once came to this place perhaps regarded this mountain as the Heart Mountain and tried to find the so-called secret of Bodhi from it. Yes. Old Toad said admiringly, just like this king, this so-called Xianxia divine mountain might have been regarded by those Buddhist cultivators as Fengsuan mountain in the past, and they believed that the secret of Bodhi was hidden inside. But in the end, they found nothing, so they thought it was a scam and that the so-called Fengsuan mountain and the secret of Bodhi didn't exist at all. As soon as these words came out, Lin Sun and Zhao Jingxian finally understood a little. However, when they thought about it carefully, there were still many loopholes. Then tell me, is this really Fengsuan mountain? Or, as the secret text of Mahayana on the altar said, all this is just a scam? Zhao Jingxian couldn't help asking. The messages on the altar are all secret texts of Mahayana, which are rare in ancient Sanskrit, and only Buddhist cultivators can master them. Doesn't this mean that many Buddhist cultivators have come to this mountain to explore over the years? Lin Sun also opened his mouth and looked at Old Toad. If so, who can be sure that the opportunity hidden in this Xianxia holy mountain is really related to an ancient Buddhist cultivator? Old Toad was stunned. Looking at Zhao Jingxian and then at Lin Sun, he seemed to be a little angry and scolded. We're here to seize the opportunity, not to explore some bullshit left behind from ancient times. Why do we care about Fengsuan mountain? It seems that you don't know either. Lin Sun and Zhao Jingxian were both suspicious. Old Toad said grumpily, although I claim to know all the treasures of all things, I never said that I know all the secrets of ancient and modern times. Let's go, don't just stand there. Time is precious. Let's go to the next altar. With that, Old Toad slipped away, obviously afraid that Lin Sun and Zhao Jingxian would ask some more questions that he couldn't answer. They explored the altars one by one, but there were no more valuable clues. Just as they were feeling disappointed, Old Toad's eyes suddenly widened and he rushed forward excitedly, his face almost touching the altar. He said excitedly, there are real secrets on this altar. It's completely different from the other altars. Lin Sun and Zhao Jingxian were immediately attracted by it. Ever-changing. Not leaving the sect, is. Ma. And I. Pa. Me. Old Toad said each word with a pause, not because he was too excited, but because the secret text of Mahayana was so obscure and complicated that he could only recognize it word by word. Ever-changing. Not leaving the sect, is. Ma. And I. Lin Sun repeated it and said perplexedly, what does this mean? He just felt that the last 6 words were too obscure and awkward, with a strange rhythm. It was just 6 words, but they seemed to contain countless profound meanings. Buzz, as soon as he finished speaking, a strand of mysterious fluctuation suddenly arose in the nearby space, and then a door that was coiled by the glow of the Tao actually floated up into appearance. Moreover, a divine rainbow spurted out from the center of the lotus in the distance, like an arch bridge, and connected to the door. Lin Sun, Zhao Jingxian and Old Toad were all shocked by this miraculous scene. Sure enough, they had found some mystery and answer from the altar. It must be the power contained in that sentence that triggered some kind of restriction and made this door appear. Old Toad was in high spirits and beamed with joy. The Great Way is 50, and the Heaven's evolution is 49. The number of altars corresponds to it, and the one that has never appeared has now been discovered by us. This door is the escaped one. The more he said, the more excited Old Toad became, and he almost danced with joy. Isn't it said that only the fated ones stay in the creation? Right now, it's as if we've encountered a hidden law of fate. Let's go. It's time for us to show our skills and seize all the fated chances. As Old Toad spoke, he leaped into the door, and Lin Sun had no time to stop him. Well, let's hurry up. Zhao Jingxian said with a smile, I think Old Toad is right. This is the most suitable way for us. Lin Sun shrugged. That's the only way. The two of them immediately set out as well. They stepped through the mysterious door and stepped onto the divine ray of light, and it was as if they were striding through the passage of time. In the twinkling of an eye, their figures kept shrinking and disappeared into the lotus in the center. After they disappeared, the door and the divine rainbow also disappeared. It was as if nothing had happened at all. The top of the mountain was sacred and rosy, and a lotus was in full bloom in the center of the void, flowing with light and illuminating the world. On the 49 altars, the door was still there, and the 49 divine rainbows were connected to the lotus in the center. When the first group of strong people of all races crossed the door and disappeared into the land of fated chances transformed by the lotus, many more strong people set foot on the top of the mountain in succession and rushed into the door. These strong people had been fighting at the foot of the mountain, but because of the appearance of the golden-winged rock and other horrible creatures, they fled in panic and came to the top of the mountain to take refuge. They didn't expect that the door leading to the land of fortune was still there, so they didn't even think about it and rushed in as well. Perhaps they had lost the first opportunity, but if they couldn't eat the meat, they could always get some soup to drink, right? It was with this idea that they also started to take action. Here it is. Later, a man and a woman with a group of strong people appeared in front of the altar where Lin and the others had left. The beautiful woman, holding an ancient scroll that looked like jade, stared at the Mahayana script on the altar and compared it. The man was a little nervous and expectant. If Lin Sun was here, he would definitely recognize that the man and the woman were Yao Susu and Lian Fei. It's indeed here. The secret map left by my father is correct. It didn't take long for Yao Susu to cheer up. So, the pagoda in my father's hand and this secret map were spread out from here? Lian Fei was also excited. Of course. Back then, my father came to the sinkhole by chance. He didn't even enter the demonic sage mystic realm, but he unexpectedly obtained the pagoda and the mystic map. That was truly a great opportunity. He obtained it effortlessly, unlike us, who have to risk all sorts of dangers to search for it. Yao Susu was a little emotional and a little sad. It's a pity that my father has been in trouble and my Yao family has been destroyed. Susu, don't be sad. When we get the great fortune, we will return to the empire and avenge our father and the others. Lian Fei quickly comforted her. I've heard that it was Lin Sun and Blood King Ning Bugui who killed my father and the others. Sooner or later, I will kill them myself. I will sacrifice their blood to the Yao family. Yao Susu took a deep breath and stopped thinking about it. She compared the secret map in her hand and began to identify the secret text on the altar word by word. It's always changing, but it doesn't leave the sect. That's why, Mimi. Yao Susu's voice was strange and obscure. But in just a moment, there was a fluctuation in the void, and a portal appeared. At the same time, a divine rainbow rushed from the distant lotus. The magical changes were exactly the same as Lin Sun and the others. Sure enough. The real fortune is here. Ha ha ha, the other fools only know how to seize the opportunity. How can they know that the real fortune can't be obtained by brute force? Lian Fei laughed excitedly. At this moment, the top of the mountain was empty. Except for them, there was no one else, which made Lian Fei dare to ridicule them so unscrupulously. Stop talking nonsense. Let's go, or there will be changes if we delay. Suddenly, a gloomy voice resounded, and it came from the group of experts behind Lian Fei. Lian Fei's eyes turned cold and he seemed to be a little angry, but he finally restrained himself. These strong men were all from the water barbarian branch. This time, he and Yao Susu could enter the secret land of Demon Saint thanks to the help of a big shot from the water barbarian branch. However, the attitude of these experts caused Lian Fei to feel disgusted. They treated them like insects and didn't even show the most basic respect. Brother Fei, let's go first. When we enter the place of opportunity and seize the fortune, we will take the opportunity to kill these guys to vent our anger. Yao Susu's voice was also filled with hatred. This was a corridor, with lamps hanging on the stone walls on both sides, sprinkling a soft halo. The flickering lights seemed to have illuminated the path of Tao for countless years, eternal and inextinguishable, with a sense of tranquility and silence. Is this the place of opportunity derived from that lotus? As soon as they arrived here, Old Toad couldn't help but be surprised. He looked back and forth, and even wanted to break off a lamp to study it carefully. However, it seemed that because of fear and caution, he hesitated for a while and finally didn't put it into practice. He just stared at those lamps and observed them carefully. After a long time, he said disappointedly, "It turns out to be the most common jiaoil lamp. No wonder it can burn from ancient times to the present. Be careful, this place is a little too quiet." Lin Sun glanced around with a trace of inexplicable tension in his heart, as if there was some danger hidden in the depths of the corridor. He held the broken blade in his hand. Zhao Jingxian also took out the nine-dragon cauldron, which sprinkled auspicious light around her to protect her. They walked along the passageway, moving forward. The atmosphere was deathly silent, without the slightest sound. The passageway was deep and serene, and the lamps that burned brightly flowed with a gentle luster. It wasn't gloomy, but this deathly silent atmosphere caused one to shudder with fear. Before long, a misty glow appeared in the distant corridor, like a fairy light rain, which was very eye-catching. This is? Lin Sun and others were shocked. They saw clearly that there was a figure sitting cross-legged in the place where the glow was falling. He was extremely old, dressed in a Taoist robe, and his snow-white hair was scattered to the ground. The misty light rain was diffused from this figure. At this time, the figure was facing Lin Sun and others, with a pair of silver pupils, like the silver sun, exuding a terrible breath. Lin Sun and others were stiff all over, and their hearts beat violently. There was a kind of uncontrollable palpitation in their souls, which almost collapsed. "Oh no!" Old Toad suddenly screamed, and a hilt appeared in his hand, releasing a round and clear black halo in front of him to resist the breath of the figure. In an instant, all the abnormalities disappeared, leaving Lin Sun and Zhao Jingxian with lingering fear. Just now, the breath of the figure almost killed them. Damn it, this is actually the corpse of a saint. Old Toad was shocked to discover that although the figure's eyes were clear, it was actually just a corpse that had lost all signs of life and had been dead for who knew how many years. This was even more horrifying. Just how powerful was the saint? Even after death, he still maintained his complete form and was extremely lifelike. Moreover, the aura that emanated from his corpse was enough to easily kill all of them. This was simply inconceivable. If this sage was still alive, how terrifying would he be? This old fellow was definitely an extraordinary existence, but he died here for no reason, and there isn't a trace of injury on his body. This is rather strange. The old toad muttered to itself as its pair of golden eyes scanned the saint's corpse. As he spoke, he held the hilt of the saber in his hand and released a round and translucent black light. He didn't dare to relax at all. This is a sage? Lin Sun and Zhao Jingxian were both shocked. Kings of the life and death realm were already terrifying enough for them to look up to. But sages were even more transcendent than kings of the life and death realm. The sage realm was a transcendent realm that could only be reached after going through the 9 longevity tribulations. It was said that one could live as long as heaven and earth. Now, the corpse of such an ancient sage appeared in front of them and was seen with their own eyes. That kind of shock was so great that no one could remain calm. This Taoist robe seems to be made of star soul silver threads. Old Toad's eyes shone and it breathed heavily. Oh my god, that's a big deal. 1 star soul silver thread is enough to crush a mountain and is heavier than a star. This old guy actually used this level of treasure to refine a Taoist robe. The old toad almost drooled and its eyes turned red. Star soul Taoist robe. This was a saint-level treasure, the old toad couldn't stand it anymore. Gritting its teeth, it activated the hilt of the saber and tried to peel off the clothes on the corpse. But in just an instant, it let out a blood-curdling scream as it was sent flying by a terrifying force. It coughed up blood and looked miserable. If it weren't for the miraculous black light produced by the hilt of the saber in its hand that helped it neutralize most of the force, it would have died just like that. Lin Sun and Zhao Jingxian were horrified. The corpse of this sage was too powerful. Even though it had been dead for countless years, it was still incomparably majestic, like a god that transcended the world and could suppress all invasions. Damn, the rumor is actually true. Saints can't be blasphemed. This is the rule of the Great Way. Unless you have the same level of strength, you can't take this treasure away at all. The old toad got up from the ground, its face full of frustration and unwillingness. A Taoist robe made of star soul silver threads. But it couldn't take it away. Lin Sun and Zhao Jingxian looked at each other. This old toad was too greedy. It almost lost its life just now, but it didn't care at all. Instead, it was upset that it couldn't take that treasure away. What a weirdo. Old toad, the hilt in your hand is not bad. Lin Sun suddenly said, his eyes fixed on the old toad's hand. Lin Sun had seen this hilt the first time he met the old toad. It was pitch black and old, with a layer of blood-stained cloth wrapped around its surface. It looked like an old blood-stained object, which wasn't unusual at all. But it could block the aura of the sage's corpse, which made it stand out from the crowd. Immediately, Old Toad became vigilant and shouted, "Don't get any strange ideas. This treasure is this king's lifeblood and has been by this king's side ever since this king woke up. If you dare have any ill intentions, this king promises to fight you to the death. Can you let me see it?" "No." The old toad flatly refused, leaving no room for discussion. Lin Sun said oh and stopped probing. He could see that this thing was of vital importance to the old toad. "Let's go quickly. It's the most torturous torture in the world to see the Star Soul Taoist robe without being able to take it away." The old toad was distressed. They avoided the sage's corpse and continued to move forward. The tunnel was dark. Not long after they moved forward, they found another corpse. It was an indigo lion, as big as an ox. Its fur was as green as silk, and it was also filled with the aura of the sage Tao. There was no doubt that this indigo lion was also a horrible creature that had stepped into the sage Tao in ancient times. Rui. Peerless holy treasure. The old toad's eyes turned red again when he found that the indigo lion was holding a white Rui jade in its mouth, which was flowing with the aura of the sage Tao. Unfortunately, he didn't dare to try it again. When he left, his heart was bleeding, and he beat his chest and stamped his feet. Along the way, they found the corpses of sages from time to time, one after another. They were all intact and didn't show any signs of injury. It was as if they had passed away in meditation. This made Lin Sun and Zhao Jingxuan's scalp numb, and their hearts were in turmoil. How could so many sages die here in ancient times? What was the origin of this tunnel? The old toad wailed all the way, and his face turned green. He looked resentful because he found one treasure after another, all of which came from the hands of sages, but he couldn't take them away. This made him, who regarded wealth as his life, almost go crazy. If it weren't for the hilt in the old toad's hand, we probably wouldn't have been able to come here and would have died long ago. Lin Sun was aware of a serious problem, and his heart was filled with lingering fear. He had thought that this time, after cracking the secret of the altar and finding a path that represented the one of escape, it was enough to find a lucky chance. Who would have thought that this place of lucky chance would be a tunnel with the corpses of many sages? It seemed too dangerous and unpredictable. This isn't a dead end, is it? Even sages died in it. Will we also repeat the same mistake? Zhao Jingxuan's pretty face was solemn. Bah! Don't jinx it. The old toad scolded, the more dangerous the place is, the more unimaginable the lucky chance is. These sages died here, but it doesn't mean that we can't leave here alive. And I'm sure that the lucky chance must still exist here and hasn't been taken away. Lin Sun didn't believe the old toad's inference. He turned his head and looked back, but was surprised to find that the path they had come from had disappeared. It was indeed gone. It was dark there. Not to mention the path, even the corpses of the sages they had seen along the way were gone. We can't go back. Lin Sun's voice was bitter and his heart was beating fast. This place seemed to be free of danger, but it was too mysterious and ominous. Unforeseen events had happened silently. Zhao Jingxuan's face changed slightly. She was also shocked and horrified by the scene. Since there's no way back, just keep going forward. The old toad gritted its teeth, and its face was full of ruthlessness. The Great Way is 50, and Heaven's evolution is 49. We're walking on the only unknown way, and it's also the only way to survive. There must be a way out. That's the only way. Lin Sun took a deep breath and suppressed the palpitation in his heart. As they moved on, Lin Sun began to observe carefully. Sure enough, it didn't take long for the road behind them to fall into darkness. It felt like an invisible giant hand had silently erased the road behind them. It was unspeakably mysterious. The only good thing was that they hadn't encountered any danger so far. Of course, if it hadn't been for the mysterious saber hilt in the old toad's hand, just the corpses of the sages alone would have been enough to make it difficult for them to move an inch, because the aura of those corpses was so strong and terrifying that it made people wonder if they could suppress and kill everything. How terrifying must such figures have been when they were alive? They had been dead for so long, but the aura they left behind was still so frightening. It was really ridiculously strong. There's a door. Suddenly, the old toad cried out in pleasant surprise, realizing that they had reached the end of the tunnel. There was indeed a tightly shut stone door here. The stone door was arched, overflowing with an ancient aura, and it was suffused with an ancient aura that assaulted the face. And in front of the stone door was the corpse of a sage. It was a monk in white. He sat cross-legged on one side of the stone door, his back bent as he looked down at the ground, his right index finger touching the ground. On the ground, he had carved a sentence with his fingertip: "Fate comes, but fate ends here. The time isn't right, and there's nothing we can do." The handwriting was ancient and strange. It was the Mahayana secret script of Buddhist cultivators. There was no doubt that the monk in white was a Buddhist cultivator. However, he also died and seemed to have passed away here. Before he died, he left this line of words, which revealed a sense of desolation, helplessness, and grief, which moved people. I have an idea. Old Toad suddenly opened his mouth, staring at the closed stone gate not far away. In ancient times, many sages came here to search for opportunities, and like us, they also arrived at this stone gate. Unfortunately, because the time wasn't right, they couldn't open the stone gate, so they finally died here with grievances. Sages are said to live as long as heaven and earth, but they aren't really immortal. They were trapped here, and no one was willing to leave. They hoped that one day the gate would open, but unfortunately, the time wasn't right, and there was nothing they could do. In the end, Old Toad sighed and said that this was fate. If it wasn't yours, you couldn't get it even if you waited for a long time. What exactly is hidden in this door? Why would a group of sages rather stay here and wait until their lifespans run out and they die than leave? Zhao Jingxian stared at the closed stone gate with her clear eyes. The sage realm, what a supreme and terrifying existence it was, but because of the opportunity behind this stone gate, they died one by one while waiting bitterly. This was probably the cruelest thing in the world. How mysterious was that fortuitous encounter? Why was it that the sages were so obsessed with it that they would rather wait for it to pass away than leave? Maybe they were really unwilling to leave and waited here for a long time, but there's also a possibility that they had no way out and could only wait here. As Lin Sun spoke, he looked behind him. There was darkness there, and the way they came seemed to have been erased and disappeared. This startled Zhao Jingxian, and then she was horrified. Then don't talk. Someone is coming. Quickly hide your breath, sit cross-legged on the ground, and pretend to be a corpse. Old Toad suddenly transmitted his voice to remind her quickly. As he spoke, he sat down by the white-cloaked monk's side, and he used the hilt of the blade in his hand to resist and disperse the aura on the latter's body, causing him to seem dull and unmoving like a clay statue. Seeing this, Lin Sun and Zhao Jingxian didn't dare to neglect. They immediately sat on one side of the tunnel, one holding the broken sword in front of him and the other holding the 9 dragons cauldron. If one did not look closely, it would be difficult to notice the difference between them and the corpses of the saints. Pretending to be a corpse was also a kind of helplessness. The tunnel was no more than 2 feet wide, and there was a tightly shut stone door in front of him. There was no place to hide, so he could only take the risk. Who was it that discovered this passageway? Lin Sun and the others were a little surprised, but they were also a little solemn and vigilant. They were ready to fight. Not long after, the sound of footsteps came from the darkness behind the tunnel. Accompanied by the sound of footsteps, lamps lit up one after another. The glow was gentle, and a group of people appeared. They were led by a man and a woman. The man was handsome, but he looked a little nervous. The woman was beautiful, holding a jade-like scroll in her hand. The scroll was obviously also a rare treasure. It was enshrouded in clear light, like a dream, and fell down to protect them and the strong behind them. It's them. Lin Sun was shocked. His divine soul was so powerful that he instantly recognized that the man and the woman were Lian Fei and Yao Susu, but Lin Sun didn't expect to see them in the secret realm of demons. Moreover, they'd even found the most mysterious passageway, and it seemed to be too inconceivable. Before they got close, Lin Sun lowered his head and quickly transmitted his voice to Zhao Jingxian and Old Toad, briefly telling them the identity of Lian Fei and Yao Susu. He also reminded them to bear with it for the time being and not to take action without permission. The strong people of Water Barbarian Branch. It didn't take long for Lin Sun to notice that the strong people behind Lian Fei and Yao Susu were all from Water Barbarian Branch. Although they looked no different from human beings, their breaths were very easy to recognize. When Lin Sun was in the bloodthirsty camp, he killed many descendants of Water Barbarian Branch, so he couldn't be wrong. It seems that they came here by cooperating with Water Barbarian Branch. Lin Sun understood a little. He had just noticed that both Lian Fei and Yao Susu were just at Sea Spirit Realm, and they had not yet stepped into Tao Insight Realm. If it weren't for the escort of those water barbarians, they would have been killed as soon as they entered the secret realm of demons, and they wouldn't have been able to enter the bloody and cruel Xianxia Holy Mountain. So many sages have died. Susu, could it be that? Lian Fei's face turned pale, and her voice trembled. Don't say such ominous words. You also see that there is no way back now. We can only move forward. Yao Susu scolded in a low voice and said, don't worry too much. With the secret map left by my father, we can definitely find the rare opportunity hidden in it. I hope so. Lian Fei was still frightened and worried about gains and losses. Indeed, this place was too terrible. There were sages' corpses all along the way. No one could keep calm. Speaking of which, the secret map that father left behind is indeed marvelous. Not only did it help us find this extremely hidden passageway, but it can also resist and dissolve the aura on the corpses of those saints. It's definitely a rare treasure. Lian Fei seemed to feel that she was a little embarrassed, and said with a smile, maybe with this treasure, we can really escape. It's not escape, it's finding the opportunity. Yao Susu corrected her. Yes, we can definitely find the opportunity. Lian Fei nodded quickly. There is a stone gate ahead. At this moment, Yao Susu's eyes lit up, and she stepped forward quickly. Have we reached the end? Lian Fei and other water barbarians hurriedly followed. When they passed by Lin Sun and others, they didn't notice them at all. Obviously, they had subconsciously regarded them as the sages' corpses. After all, no one would be able to imagine that someone would actually arrive here in such a hidden passageway. The most important thing was that there were sages' corpses all over the way. If there was no secret treasure to protect them, it would be difficult to move forward even if they had great fighting power. Because of this subconscious cognition, Yao Susu and others were directly attracted by the stone gate at the end of the tunnel and didn't notice the difference here. Fate comes, but fate ends here. It's not the right time. What can we do? To everyone's surprise, Yao Susu held the mysterious scroll in her hand and compared it word by word. She recognized the Mahayana script left by the white-robed monk. Old Toad, it seems that they can come here with the secret map. When we fight, I will deal with those water barbarians, and you and Miss Zhao will get the secret map together. Lin Sun didn't worry about being heard by others at all. Soon, both Old Toad and Zhao Jingxian agreed. The so-called opportunity must be in this door. At this moment, Yao Susu and others didn't notice that the danger was not far from them. They all looked excited and stared at the closed stone gate. What are you waiting for? Go and open the stone gate. A water barbarian powerhouse urged them. Why don't you go? Lian Fei was very dissatisfied and scolded him unhappily. How dare you talk back? If we didn't protect you all along the way, you weak human beings would have died long ago. How could you come here? The water barbarian's face was gloomy, full of disdain and contempt. I told you to go. If you dare to talk nonsense again, don't blame us for being rude. I believe that without you, as long as we have the secret map, we can also find this opportunity. As soon as these words came out, Lian Fei's face suddenly changed with fear. Enough. Yao Susu's face darkened. She glanced at those water barbarians coldly and said, don't go too far. Without my cooperation, you are doomed to not get this opportunity. The water barbarian was furious, but he finally restrained himself and said, we were a little anxious just now. Don't get me wrong. Yao Susu snorted coldly and said no more. She walked forward to the closed stone gate and began to look at it carefully. Do you want to take action? Old Toad suddenly asked. Wait a little longer. It's good to let them take the lead, Lin Sun replied quickly. Buzz, at this moment, Yao Susu suddenly raised the scroll in her hand and a clear light rain drifted towards the closed stone gate. Immediately, the stone gate, which had not been opened for many years, actually made a roar at this moment and slowly opened from silence. All of a sudden, Yao Susu, Lian Fei and those water barbarians all breathed heavily and looked excited and happy to the extreme. For countless years, many sages had been waiting here bitterly, but they didn't see the day when the stone gate was opened even when they died. But now, the stone gate was opened so easily. Did this mean that the so-called opportunity had come? On the ground, the white-robed monk's words, it's not the right time. What can we do? Were still vivid in their minds, looking sad and helpless. At the end of countless years, the stone gate was opened at this moment. Comparing the two, it really made people sigh with emotion. The so-called opportunity also needed to pay attention to timing. Let's go. Without any hesitation, Yao Susu, Lian Fei, and others all rushed into the stone gate. Why didn't you take action just now? Old Toad stood up from the ground, feeling distressed. Let them explore the way, and we will reap the benefits. Lin Sun's black eyes were calm. Even if they seize the opportunity, they are not our opponents at all. Hey, you are so bad. How can you say such a shady business in such a righteous way? Don't you feel ashamed? Old Toad was immediately amused. What he liked most was to do the shady business. This is really an opportunity sent by the heavens. If we barged in forcefully just now, we definitely wouldn't have been able to open this stone door. Who would have thought that the heavens would immediately send these guys over? This is equivalent to helping us solve a huge problem. Old Toad became more and more excited as he said, this is the profound blessing. Only our three-legged golden toad clan has such a unique luck. I think you are the most shameless toad. Lin Sun squinted at Old Toad, then took a deep breath, restrained his breath and walked into the stone gate quietly. Old Toad and Zhao Jingxian hurriedly followed him. Stepping into the stone gate, there was actually another world inside. It was like walking into a Taoist temple, simple and unadorned, as if no one had been here for many years, and the ground was piled up with a thick layer of fallen dust. The temple was extremely large, divided into 33 floors, and each floor was connected by 9 steps. Such a magnificent hall, layer by layer, made people in a trance as if they had arrived at the dwelling place of a god, with a shocking solemn atmosphere. However, the strange thing was that the hall was actually completely empty. There weren't even any decorations, and it seemed to be empty and cold. Yao Susu and the others moved forward quickly, going up the stone steps to the deepest part of the hall. Before long, they arrived at the end of the hall, and then saw a scene that made them dumbfounded. At the end of the hall, there was a solitary praying mat. Was the so-called place of chance actually a futon? In ancient times, a group of sages came here to explore, but they had no chance to enter the stone gate and could only die in bitter waiting. Who could have imagined that the fortune they sought wholeheartedly was actually a spacious and cold hall and a meditation cushion? It was like a big joke. Perhaps, it was really a scam. In the distance, Lin Sun and the others, who were hiding, couldn't calm down at the moment. They couldn't imagine that there was such a scene inside the stone gate. They thought of the altars they had seen on the top of the mountain and the lines of Mahayana script left on the altars. The Mountain of Heart, a scam? I didn't expect that he had deceived all of us. According to the common language in the world, the mountain of heart is the place where the heart is. Crescent moon and 3 stars is just like a stroke, and when written, it is the word heart. It is said that the secret of Bodhi is hidden in it. Can it be that if we want to see the mountain of heart, we must explore it with the way of heart? When recalling this sentence, the old toad suddenly thought of something and transmitted his voice. If you want to see the mountain of heart, you must explore it with the way of heart. And there is another saying that no matter how one changes, one never leaves the root. Perhaps the fortuitous encounter in this place will only appear if I use some sort of method to resolve it. It should be so. Lin Sun and Zhao Jingxian were in a daze, and they also understood it. When they looked at the empty hall again, it seemed a little different. The hall was divided into 33 layers. Did it represent the legendary 33 levels of heaven? Each area was connected by 9 layers of stone steps. Did it also imply that 9 was the extreme number, and stepping on one layer was equivalent to crossing one level of heaven? Was the owner of the cushion the almighty being who had personally created this land of opportunity? Or, the secret of Bodhi was hidden in this hall, but they hadn't found it yet? When they were thinking, suddenly, a strong water barbarian took action and grabbed the futon on the ground. Obviously, in his view, there must be something strange about this futon, and maybe it hid some peerless secret. If you want to get the chance, how can you be fierce? You are rude and unreasonable, and you have no fate with me. Almost at the same time, an ethereal and silent voice suddenly sounded in the hall. No one knew where it came from. But when the voice sounded, the strong water barbarian who took action suddenly became stiff. With a bang, his body turned into ashes and scattered on the ground. From beginning to end, he had no time to react. There was a sound of gasping in the field. This hall was really strange, and there was an invisible peerless killing intent. Boy, do you see the thick layer of dust on the ground? I suspect that those are the ashes of the strong people who have entered this place before after triggering the killing intent. The old toad was frightened and transmitted his speculation to Lin Sun. This made Lin Sun and Zhao Jingshuan's blood freeze. If what the old toad said was true, the thick layer of dust on the ground was equal to the ashes of the strong people who had fallen here one after another. Don't act rashly. In the distance, Yao Susu warned with a dignified look. She stepped forward and carefully stared at the futon on the ground while comparing it with the mysterious scroll in her hand. Lian Fei and the others were nervous and ready to fight. All of a sudden, Yao Susu took a deep breath and yelled word by word, "You can change into anything, but you can't leave the sect." That's right, ma. Buzz, these words were like a key that triggered the restrictions that were hidden here, and then the meditation cushion suddenly emanated a wisp of light that instantly illuminated the entire hall. It was only a Buddhist hymn, but it seemed to possess some sort of mysterious force that caused the meditation cushion at the end of the hall to undergo a change and emit a wisp of Tao light. The light was ethereal and divine, and it illuminated the entire hall with a light sweep. After that, the originally empty hall seemed to have been unveiled in everyone's field of vision, and it revealed its true appearance. Some ancient engravings appeared on the walls, and they seemed to have been carved by the power of time, causing them to be filled with vicissitudes of life. Those engravings were very mysterious. There were ancient people, the sun, moon, mountains, rivers, deer, cranes, and many strange creatures that had never been seen before. Within the palace that was divided into 33 areas, every wall had a mysterious engraving, and even after countless years had passed, they still emitted a terrifying aura of the Grand Tao. At the end of the hall, the meditation cushion glowed and suddenly transformed into a rain of light that condensed into a meter-tall platform. The platform was glittering and swaying with the light of treasures. There were numerous scriptures, copper bells, wooden fish, horsetail whisks. They were densely packed and dazzling, and all of them were overflowing with light and radiated a dazzling divine brilliance. This is the great fortune hidden here. My God! There are so many treasures. We're rich now. Saint Tao treasures left behind from the ancient times? There are mysterious scriptures and miraculous treasures. Yao Susu, Lian Fei, and the others were stiff on the spot. Their breathing was rapid and heavy, their eyes were red, and their expressions were filled with blazing excitement. Not to mention them, even the great figures from outside the ultimate ruins would probably be shocked and overjoyed if they were here. How shall we divide these treasures? Lian Fei spoke with a trembling voice and swallowed with difficulty. Her gaze seemed to be stuck to the meter-tall platform, and it didn't move away from the beginning. All of you can choose any treasure, and the rest belong to us. Suddenly, a water barbarian spoke gloomily, and it instantly caused the atmosphere to become tense. Impossible. If it wasn't for me and Susu, how could all of you have found the fortune here? Lian Fei's face sank, and she was almost mad with rage. They'd finally found a peerless fortune with great difficulty, yet they could only obtain one of the treasures. No one would agree to this. You've gone too far. Yao Susu's face darkened. According to the agreement, if we find a chance, we'll split the treasures in half. Do you want to break the agreement? So what if I break the contract? The water barbarian laughed and his voice was filled with murderous intent. How dare an ant-like human talk about conditions with us? Other water barbarians also sneered and looked at Yao Susu and Lian Fei with unkind eyes. Are you going to burn the bridge after crossing the river? Are you going to kill us and take this fortune for yourself? Lian Fei's face was ashen as she realized that something was wrong. That will depend on whether you will cooperate obediently. The water barbarian said expressionlessly. If you kill us, even if you can obtain all of this, you will definitely not be able to leave this place. Don't forget, there are still a pile of saint corpses watching you in the tunnel. If I don't have the secret map in my hand, which one of you can leave? Yao Susu took a deep breath and said coldly, and you should know that only I can use the power of this secret map. As soon as these words came out, the eyes of those water barbarians suddenly flickered and they were a little hesitant. At this time, suddenly a burst of laughter came out, dog bites dog, a mouthful of hair. This is really a wonderful show. Unfortunately, there is not enough time. Otherwise, I really want to see how you kill each other. In the distance, old Toad in a green robe swaggered out. Who are you? Whether it was Lian Fei, Yao Susu, or those water barbarians, they were all shocked. They did not expect that there would be someone sneaking into this mysterious hall. This made their faces change and they became vigilant, with murderous intent lingering in their hearts. Humph, based on your identity, you are not qualified to know my identity. Old Toad looked arrogant and unruly, squinting at all of them with a pair of golden eyes, and said carelessly, now, I will give you a chance to choose. One is that you kill yourselves, and the other is that I will kill you myself. How dare you? Where did this arrogant boy come from? How dare you be so rampant? Those water barbarians were furious. Old Toad's appearance was so arrogant and domineering that they couldn't control their emotions. They were so angry that their noses were almost crooked. And they had all noticed that Old Toad's breath was not very strong, so it was not a threat to them. Kill this madman for me. Immediately, several water barbarians rushed out and besieged Old Toad with murderous intent. As soon as they started, they used all their strength. Swish, however, just as they took action, a bright saber radiance suddenly swept out from one side of the void. It was just like a reversed Milky Way, with a puff, in an instant, a water barbarian had no time to dodge and was covered by the saber radiance. His head was separated and he died on the spot. No, this madman has a helper. Damn it. Several other water barbarians who rushed out were shocked and angry, and their faces all changed. At this time, Lin Sun's figure appeared in the field. With ice-drake steps and a broken sword in his hand, he killed those water barbarians like a ghost with an incomparably fierce momentum. Rumble, the battle broke out, breaking the solemn and quiet atmosphere of the palace. These water barbarians could survive in the secret realm of demons until now, so they were by no means weak. Unfortunately, they met Lin Sun, a genius who couldn't be measured by common sense. In just a moment, several water barbarians who rushed forward to deal with Old Toad were killed on the spot and fell in a pool of blood. This scene made Lian Fei, Yao Susu, and the rest of the water barbarians in the distance feel cold and their faces changed greatly. That young man was too formidable, and he'd easily killed a few of their companions. That bloody and ferocious scene was horrifying and caused their scalps to go numb. Lin Sun. Suddenly, Lian Fei shouted with a face full of disbelief. Her eyes almost popped out. She couldn't imagine how she could meet her enemy Lin Sun here. It was so ridiculous. How could it be him? Yao Susu was also taken aback, as if she had seen a ghost. Not to mention the two of them, Lin Sun also had a feeling that he had never thought of this when he found out the identity of Lian Fei and Yao Susu. As the saying goes, when enemies meet, their eyes turn red. When they confirmed Lin Sun's identity, the old and new hatred in Lian Fei's and Yao Susu's hearts surged. Their faces became extremely livid, and they stared at Lin Sun as if they wanted to eat him alive. "You too, long time no see." But Lin Sun just smiled and said hello to him. "It's been a long time indeed." Lian Fei and Yao Susu both gnashed their teeth with hatred. From the moment Lian Fei learned that Lin Sun was the person who killed his father, his life changed, and revenge became his only support. Helplessly, since Lin Sun entered the Forbidden City, his rising momentum was unstoppable. He became more and more powerful, which almost made Lian Fei desperate. In particular, when he learned that the whole Yao family was killed because of dealing with Lin Sun, Lian Fei was even more frightened and helpless. This time, he and Yao Susu came to the secret land of monsters to explore the opportunities because they wanted to become stronger and find Lin Sun for revenge. Who would have thought that when they found this opportunity, Lin Sun, their enemy, actually appeared in front of them like this? The most infuriating thing was that the other party had a carefree appearance and was even greeting them like a friend. This made the two of them hate him so much that they almost couldn't control themselves. "Boy, you've greeted them. It's time to send them to hell, right?" Old Toad said anxiously. His pair of golden eyes stared at the treasures on the platform with covetous eyes. He couldn't wait any longer. "Okay." Lin Sun nodded. "Kill." Those water barbarians also realized the seriousness of the situation. They knew that if they didn't kill Lin Sun and Old Toad first, it would be difficult to save their lives, not to mention snatching those opportunities. Therefore, before Lin Sun took action, they rushed up together, exerting all their skills to besiege and kill Lin Sun and Old Toad. Clang, the broken sword rang. Lin Sun didn't want to talk nonsense. His figure flashed and the prelude to the battle began. At the end of the hall, Lian Fei and Yao Susu's faces changed. In the end, they actually refrained from attacking Lin Sun, their enemy. Instead, they rushed to the platform behind them at the same time. Obviously, they wanted to take this opportunity to plunder all the treasures on the platform. Buzz, but before they got close, a golden nine-dragon cauldron appeared in the void and blocked them. It overflowed with vigorous and terrible divine light, which shocked them and made them stagger back. At the same time, Zhao Jingxuan's slender and graceful figure also appeared. She was clear and beautiful, with her clothes fluttering, and the nine-dragon cauldron above her head flowing with divine light. She was peerless and beautiful. She had a helper. All of a sudden, Lian Fei and Yao Susu's hearts sank. Realizing that the situation was not good, they were angry and unwilling. The fortune was clearly right before their eyes and within easy reach, yet an unforeseen event just had to occur at this critical moment, and this almost drove them mad. How could this be? Boom, Zhao Jingxian didn't have the time to guess their feelings. As soon as she appeared, she controlled the nine-dragon cauldron to suppress Lian Fei and Yao Susu. In her opinion, these two people were only at the sea spirit realm, and it was impossible for them to resist her attack. But to Zhao Jingxuan's surprise, Yao Susu resisted all her attacks with the illusory light released by the mysterious scroll in her hand. It seems that Old Toad is right. They can arrive here safely and discover the secret of this place. It must be related to the treasure in this woman's hand. Zhao Jingxian understood and then attacked with all her strength to firmly suppress the opponent. Although she couldn't win for the time being, it was impossible for the opponent to escape. All of a sudden, Lian Fei and Yao Susu's faces darkened, and an uncontrollable despair grew in their hearts. The fierce fighting in the hall was endless, and blood kept flowing. At this moment, Lin Sun was like a young god of slaughter, peerless and disdainful. He was invincible with a broken sword, with starlight flowing and saber chi sweeping across the whole field. This made those water barbarians tremble with fear. They screamed in fear and desperately fought back. However, all this was doomed to be in vain. Lin Sun chased and killed all the heroes of various clans all the way, and created an unparalleled bloody road. Even the holy sons of various clans couldn't stand up to him and finally fled. But now, how could these water barbarians, who were all at the Tao Insight realm, be Lin Sun's opponent? For a moment, the hall was full of screams and wails, and the rain of blood was like a waterfall. Even Old Toad was stunned. He had wanted to help, but he didn't expect that he couldn't do anything at all. This made him curse Lin Sun in his heart. He was such a bully. Those enemies were like cutting melons and vegetables in Lin Sun's hands. They were not at the same level at all. In just a moment, those water barbarians were mercilessly killed by Lin Sun, leaving incomplete corpses on the ground and blood staining the ground. Lin Sun was clean and undamaged. His moon-white clothes were clean and tidy, and even the broken sword was not stained with blood. He stood in the pool of corpses and blood with a transcendent temperament. Who could imagine that such a shocking purgatory-like bloody massacre would be related to such an elegant young man? Damn it, this boy has stolen the limelight. If this goes on, where can I find a sense of existence? Old Toad sighed with a melancholy look as if he was born at the wrong time and had no place to show his strength. Old Toad, you still have the mood to complain? Come and help. In the distance, Xianxia said angrily. She used the 9 Dragons Cauldron to deal with Yao Susu and Lian Fei, but couldn't do anything to the mysterious scroll, which made her a little anxious. Hasn't that boy already gone there? If this prince were to go and help you, wouldn't I become a third party? Old Toad laughed. He had a handsome and charming face, but his smile was particularly wretched and annoying, which might have something to do with Old Toad's temperament. Lin Sun had indeed gone to help at that moment, but when he heard Old Toad's vulgar words, his face still darkened. A third party, this damn Toad was really asking for a beating. Lin Sun gnashed his teeth and said, well, if you dare to interfere when we divide up the treasures, I will break your third leg. Bah! Then, before the Old Toad flew into a rage, Zhao Jingshuan's pretty face flushed after hearing such a vulgar description of the third leg. She glared at Lin Sun fiercely, as if scolding him for becoming frivolous. Lin Sun was instantly speechless. He felt wronged because Old Toad was a 3-legged golden toad. Is it wrong to break his third leg? Look, look. You're fighting for fortune, yet you're still flirting and exchanging flirtatious glances with each other. How can a lone king like me endure this? Old Toad's face was filled with indignation. Yao Susu and Lian Fei, who were already in despair, looked even more gloomy. What kind of people were these? They were talking and laughing among themselves. Did they really treat them as air? This was simply going too far. The two of them didn't know what to feel at this moment. Anger? Discontent? Despair? Or was it humiliation, grief and indignation? Lin Sun, if you want to kill me, just kill me. Why do you have to humiliate me like this? In the end, Lian Fei couldn't bear it anymore. He let out a roar, his eyes almost popping out of their sockets. Oh, I'm sorry. I didn't consider your feelings. I almost forgot that we're mortal enemies. We've been enemies for many years. Lin Sun's voice was casual and his expression was calm. Lian Fei was so angry that he almost spat out a mouthful of blood and his face turned green. How could this guy be so indifferent in the face of great enmity? Was it possible that in his heart, he didn't even have the qualification to be his enemy? I'll fight with you. Under the attack of anger, Lian Fei let out a furious roar and pounced on Lin Sun. Don't. Yao Susu's beautiful face was pale with fright. With the protection of the secret map in her hand, they could still resist and contend with Lin Sun's attack. But Lian Fei took the initiative to attack at this moment. Wasn't this no different from courting death? It's time to put an end to the enmity between us. A cold light flashed in Lin Sun's black eyes. This was the opportunity he had been waiting for. He struck with the broken sword, and in an instant, a bloody head was chopped off. Lian Fei's face was still full of anger, shame, and unwillingness before he died. You're too straightforward. I thought you would drag on for a while and torture this boy to vent the hatred in your heart. After all, this is revenge. It's natural to review the past grievances and express your inner forbearance and emotion. But you didn't take the usual path and killed him with one strike. How boring. The Old Toad laughed strangely and commented on Lin Sun's means of revenge. To be honest, if he hadn't jumped out on his own initiative, I would have almost forgotten that there was such an enemy. Lin Sun shrugged with an innocent look. Since entering the Forbidden City and experiencing many dangers and hardships, Lin Sun had long been indifferent to the enmity between him and Lian Fei. He didn't even think about eradicating it. Who would have thought that Lian Fei had always regarded him as an enemy and even planned to use Yao Tuahai and the whole Yao clan to deal with him? The result was clear. The Yao clan had been destroyed, and Yao Tuahai was dead. Even the life and death realm king of the water barbarian tribe, Shui Qianshan, whom they had invited, was defeated by the Iron Blood King, Ning Bugui. Now, seeing Lian Fei and Yao Susu who escaped the net, Lin Sun naturally wouldn't let them live. He wanted to get rid of them once and for all. It wasn't that Lin Sun was cruel and bloodthirsty, but when he saw that Lian Fei and Yao Susu entered the secret realm of monsters and even came to this mysterious hall with a secret map, Lin Sun was really shocked. He didn't need to think about it to know that if these two people got this fortune, they would definitely retaliate against him when they became stronger in the future. Fortunately, it was Yao Susu and Lian Fei's bad luck this time that they met Lin Sun, giving Lin Sun a chance to completely end this hatred. Brother Fei. Seeing that Lian Fei was killed, Yao Susu let out a mournful scream, with her face distorted. You all deserve to die. Her voice was full of resentment. Immediately, the secret map in her hand burst out a fierce clear light, with a vague power belonging to a sage surging, as if it was about to break out. Oh no, this woman is going to destroy the secret map and die with us. Quickly snatch that secret map. The old toad cried out in fright. Buzz. Lin Sun didn't need old toad's reminder to realize that something was wrong. Without hesitation, he took out the wordless pagoda, and a ray of golden Tao light swept out. At this moment, the only way Lin Sun could think of to seize the treasure was golden Tao light. Boom, golden Tao light flowed and instantly bound the secret map in Yao Susu's hand. However, an unexpected scene occurred. As soon as the secret diagram came into contact with the dark gold Tao light, it actually underwent a sudden change and condensed into an expanse of words that rained down from light. Every word was green as if it was cast by Tao light, shining brightly and full of sage aura, grand and boundless. They flowed in the void, and every word seemed to explain the profound meaning of the Great Way. Lin Sun was stunned, so were Zhao Jingxian and Old Toad. Only Yao Susu, who was in anger and grief and was about to fight desperately, had a look of disbelief on her face when she caught a glimpse of the pagoda in Lin Sun's hand. She cried out involuntarily, "How could my father's pagoda fall into your hands?" No one paid attention to her. Because at this moment, Lin Sun and the others were all surprised to find that at this moment, the hall had also changed. The ancient patterns on the four walls seemed to wake up from the endless years and emerged from the stone walls. After that, they surged towards the brilliant green markings of the Tao. This scene was too inconceivable. The diagrams on the four walls had been swallowed by an expanse of Tao markings that had appeared abruptly, and such a change was beyond the expectations of everyone. In the end, the ancient patterns on the stone walls all disappeared and were absorbed by the green Tao characters. At the same time, the Tao characters began to reorganize, and a Taoism emerged in the void, stepping on the starry Han shoes, strolling up the Kunlun mountains. Lifting the sleeves to grasp the sun and the moon, all heavens enter the palm lines. I come from the mortal world, lightly knock on the door of longevity. The wonderful method reveals one's nature, the Tao is given to the predestined person. The Tao characters were brilliant, filled with holy light, branded in the void, and each word was deafening, with a kind of shocking sacred aura. For a moment, the hall was silent. No one had expected that when the secret map in Yao Susu's hand came into contact with the black golden Tao light, it would produce such an incredible change. Not only did it evolve into mysterious and indescribable Tao characters, but it also made the ancient patterns on the four walls of the hall emerge. Finally, they integrated into the Tao characters and turned into a Taoist hymn. I see. No wonder my father always said that the secret map was incomplete and he was afraid that he could not find the real opportunity. It turns out that the secret has always been hidden in that tower. Unfortunately, my father never connected the two together. Yao Susu was in a daze, as if she had suffered a serious blow. She seemed to understand something. This pagoda and the secret map were obtained by your father from this place? All of a sudden, Lin Sun also realized something. He shouted and asked aloud. Yao Susu smiled sadly, with a strange luster in her eyes. You want to know? I won't let you succeed. Immediately, a wisp of blood overflowed from the corner of her mouth, and her vitality quickly faded away. Finally, she lay on the ground. Old Toad rushed forward to check, and then shook his head. She's hopeless. She broke her own heart meridian and died. Even immortals can't save her. This woman is really ruthless. Unfortunately, she's too stupid. Even if she doesn't say it, I can infer that the secret map in her hand must have an inextricable connection with the tower in Lin Sun's hand. Moreover, these two treasures should have been spread out from this hall. Zhao Jingxian put away the 9 dragons cauldron thoughtfully. Yao Susu's death didn't make Lin Sun feel too much. Even if she didn't commit suicide, she would be killed in the end. The result was already doomed. What Lin Sun really cared about was whether the wordless pagoda and the secret map were really spread out from this mysterious hall. But who took them away in the beginning? What kind of accident happened that they were finally obtained by Yao Tuahai? Listening to what Yao Susu said just now, the only thing he was sure of was that even Yao Tuahai didn't find out the real mystery of the wordless pagoda and the secret map. Now, the secret map had disappeared and turned into a Taoist hymn, imprinted in the void. Every word was like a pearl, giving off a sacred aura, which seemed mysterious and unpredictable. This is fate, this is fate. Old Toad suddenly sighed with emotion, with a rare solemn look. If there was only that secret map, it would be impossible to see this scene in front of us. Similarly, without the wordless pagoda in your hand, it would be impossible for such a change to appear. He paused for a moment before he swept the entire hall with his gaze and continued. Most importantly, even if I possess the wordless pagoda and that secret map, if I didn't arrive here, I would be unable to make the ancient patterns on the wall's surface, and it would be impossible for such an inconceivable variable to occur. That is to say, the hall, the wordless pagoda and the secret map are interdependent, like a key and a lock. Only when they appear together can the scene we see in front of us be opened. Hearing this, Lin Sun and Zhao Jingxian deeply agreed. They all looked at the green Taoist hymn in the void. Every word was full of sacred aura, releasing the profound meaning of the Great Way, and was indescribably mysterious. This Taoist hymn is not simple either. It should have been left by the owner of this hall, and there are all kinds of unpredictable mysteries hidden in it. Old Toad's golden eyes shone as he observed it carefully. Don't forget that all kinds of ancient patterns on the stone walls of this hall are integrated into these Taoist texts, which are bound to contain profound meaning. What do you see? Lin Sun asked. He naturally knew that this Taoist hymn was not simple, otherwise, how could it produce such a magical change? Look at the first sentence, walking on the Kunlun Mountains with starry Han shoes. Old Toad's expression was solemn. Do you remember the 4 great ancient Tao ruins that this king once told you about? One of them is the Kunlun ruins, and according to the ancient rumors, if one wants to ascend to Kunlun, one must pass through the ancient road of stars that stretches across the void. Are you saying that the first sentence is related to entering the ancient Xinghan Road and heading to the Kunlun ruins? Both Lin Sun and Zhao Jingxian were surprised. It was the first time they had heard of such ancient secrets. It's most probably so. The owner of this hall actually took the ancient Han path to be a Shu and strolled up the Kunlun Mountains. Just this boldness alone is sufficient to discern how terrifying this person's cultivation is. There was a hint of sorrow in Old Toad's voice. The Kunlun ruins, one of the 4 ancient Tao ruins, is even more mysterious than the ultimate ruins. Rumor has it that it's related to the true immortal path. Even among the ancient sages, almost no one was able to see the true face of Kunlun. Then what does the second sentence mean? Hearing this, Lin Sun couldn't help but ask. Lifting one sleeve to grasp the sun and the moon, the heavens enter the palm lines. Old Toad carefully thought about it, but he couldn't understand it no matter how hard he thought about it. He hesitated and said, this should describe a kind of cultivation realm. When you reach this realm, you can grasp the sun and the moon with a wave of your sleeve and use the profound meaning of the Great Way in the palm of your hand. Lin Sun and Zhao Jingxian were stunned. If it was really as Old Toad said, then this realm was too terrifying and transcendent. It was impossible to speculate and measure at all. However, this sentence is definitely not as simple as it seems. Old Toad scratched his head. I always feel that this Taoist verse has a meaning and hides some kind of big secret. It's just that with our current ability, we can't further deduce and comprehend it. Lin Sun and Zhao Jingxian felt the same way. When I fought with that woman just now, she blocked my attack with just a secret map. I thought it was a great holy treasure, but who would have thought that it would eventually turn into a Taoist verse? From this alone, it can be seen how extraordinary this Taoist verse is. Zhao Jingxuan's clear eyes were full of luster, and there was a trace of indescribable emotion in her voice. Everything in front of them seemed too transcendent and supreme. Even with their current knowledge, they couldn't understand its mysteries. It could be imagined how lofty the cultivation realm of the master who had arranged all of this was. Buzz, at this time, the Taoist verse imprinted in the void suddenly fluctuated, and then turned into a bright rain of light, rushing into the wordless pagoda in Lin Sun's hand. Lin Sun's spirits were lifted, and he hurriedly went to explore it, but the result disappointed him. The rain of light transformed from the Taoist verse disappeared without a trace after entering the wordless pagoda. There was no change in it, and it didn't bring any changes to the wordless pagoda. In short, it was as if it had evaporated into thin air in the wordless pagoda. But even so, it still made Old Toad drool with envy. His eyes protruding, he stared at the wordless pagoda in Lin Sun's hand with a fanatical expression, like a hungry wolf staring at its prey. He murmured, "This is definitely AF*** king treasure of extraordinary origin. Not only is it made of divine iron of fortune, but it also hides a great ancient secret." If Lin Sun hadn't put away the pagoda with extreme vigilance, Old Toad, who was greedy for money, would have rushed over and fought with Lin Sun for it. Old Toad wasn't annoyed that Lin Sun guarded against him like a thief, because he quickly shifted his gaze to the 3-foot Taoist platform at the end of the hall. That was where the great fortune hidden in this place was located. On the Taoist platform, there were scrolls of Taoist scriptures, copper chimes, wooden fish, horsetail whisks, rulers, bluish-white lamps, densely packed and dazzling. They were all overflowing with color and radiating divine splendor, dazzling the eyes. Lin Sun and Zhao Jingxian also came forward. The reason why they had appeared before was to stop Yao Susu and the others from obtaining the opportunity on the Taoist platform. Now that their competitors were gone, this fortune was at their fingertips. No wonder the path was filled with the skeletons of saints. They would rather die than wait for the opportunity in this hall. Now it seems that this fortune is indeed beyond imagination. Zhao Jingxian sighed. Lin Sun was deeply convinced. Every single treasure on the platform could shock the world. Any one of them would make the old monsters in the outside world jealous, and they would kill each other for it. Hell. Old Toad already couldn't wait any longer. Breathing heavily, it let out a howl that sounded like a wolf's howl. Like a reincarnated hungry ghost, it shot forward like an arrow. Swish, excited, he waved his sleeves and was about to take them all away, but the treasure light burst and disappeared like a bubble. There was nothing there. What? An illusion? All the treasures on the Taoist platform have been taken away? Blue veins bulged on Old Toad's forehead. He grimaced in anger, beat his chest and stamped his feet. Lin Sun and Zhao Jingxian were also stunned. This great fortune had been taken away like a bubble long ago? Damn it, really damn it. This is obviously a prank. Old Toad let out an unwilling roar. After going through all sorts of explorations, they finally found a hidden Dao path with great difficulty. They followed a passageway filled with the corpses of saints to arrive here. They thought that a great fortune would be within their grasp. Who would have thought that it turned out to be a bubble illusion? Was this the so-called fortune makes fools of people? Look. Lin Sun suddenly said, pointing at the empty Taoist platform. With a flow of Taoist light, a pile of divine materials appeared. Nether void iron, 5 elements earth, cloud scar immortal gold. Old Toad's golden pupils burst with a blazing luster, and he became excited again. He waved his sleeves, and the result was still the same as before, disappearing like a bubble. Until a moment later, there was another flow of Taoist light, turning into one after another treasures full of sacred aura, shining brilliantly. Are you kidding me? Old Toad roared. He was really angry. A great fortune didn't exist at all. It was just an illusion. Who would be willing to accept this? Even Lin Sun and Zhao Jingxian felt extremely regretful that they could not get anything after entering the land of good fortune. There was nothing more depressing and unreconciling than this. It was heart-wrenching. My God! And the purple soul divine silver. The true feather of spirit phoenix. Old Toad's eyes widened. The treasures derived from the Taoist platform were so shocking that they were rare even in ancient times. They could be called treasures that could only be found by luck. But the worst part was that they were all illusions. Old Toad tried many times in succession, and finally stopped after a burst of unreconciled curses, with a face full of frustration and resentment. Damn it, it's really a scam. What Xianxia Holy Mountain, Fengsuan Mountain, Slanting Moon and 3 stars, the secret of Bodhi, the gift of Tao to the fated person, they all don't exist. If this isn't a scam, then what is? Old Toad squatted on the ground, so angry that his cheeks hurt. No wonder there are similar words on the 49 altars. They were obviously deceived. What's funny is that there are still corpses of saints on the path. If they knew that the fortune they were waiting for was just an illusion that didn't exist, I wonder what they would think. Lin Sun and Zhao Jingxian looked at each other. Let me try. Zhao Jingxian was also unwilling to give up. She took a deep breath, stepped forward, and stretched out a white and slender palm to grab at the Taoist platform. Crash, those treasures burst like bubbles. Old Toad was just about to laugh and taunt Zhao Jingxian to give up as soon as possible. Who would have thought that at the last moment, there was a black stone that didn't disappear and was firmly grasped in Zhao Jingxuan's palm? Old Toad's eyes almost popped out. He got up with a jerk and shouted excitedly, impossible. How could you grab a treasure as soon as you made a move? It's so unfair. Come on, let me see what treasure it is. With that, he was about to grab it. But Lin Sun slapped him on the back of the head and scolded, calm down, will you? You're too impatient. Zhao Jingxian was also a little surprised. She hadn't expected that Old Toad would come up empty-handed after so many attempts, while she herself had picked up a treasure as soon as she tried, but she quickly frowned as she didn't recognize this kind of treasure. Shaped like a cobblestone, it was black and heavy without any luster. It was like a stubborn stone that probably wouldn't be noticed even if it was thrown on the ground. However, Zhao Jingxuan's disappointment was quickly replaced by pleasant surprise, because no matter how hard she tried, she couldn't damage it in the slightest. It can't be a kind of divine material, can it? She mused. This object was like iron but not iron, like stone but not stone. It was solid and immortal, and looked ordinary but had a sense of simplicity. Let this king see. Old Toad had been drooling over it for a long time. He snatched it and then did something astonishing. He actually bit the black stone with his mouth, but the next moment, he screamed. This object was so hard that it almost broke his teeth. This isn't a divine material. Old Toad gnashed his teeth, his golden eyes glowing as he stared at the black stone for a long time. Then, he came up with an answer that surprised both Lin Sun and Zhao Jingxian. If this king's speculation is correct, this should be a seed. Old Toad's expression was a little strange. Or rather, it's an egg or a stone embryo. Because there's a primordial source qi inside, if it's a seed, it can grow into a precious medicine. If it's an egg, it can hatch into a young beast. If it's a stone embryo, maybe. Maybe what? Lin Sun and Zhao Jingxian asked in unison. Maybe it'll give birth to a spiritual embryo. Old Toad's words made Lin Sun realize that Zhao Jingxian had picked up a treasure this time. It was already very extraordinary that this object could appear in this mysterious hall. If it could also give birth to some kind of mysterious life, it was bound to be extraordinary. In ancient times, this kind of treasure was called Source Spirit Stone, implying that it nurtured some kind of unfathomable life. Old Toad's shifty eyes kept glancing at the black stone in Zhao Jingxuan's hand. Unfortunately, if it's a seed, it needs a special secret method to cultivate it. If it's an egg, it also needs a secret method to gestate it. If it's an embryo, it needs to wait for the right time to be born. Old Toad, what are you trying to say? Zhao Jingxian frowned. Ahem, this king just wants to say that even if this treasure falls into your hands, it will be very difficult for it to transform. Why don't you give it to this king? Old Toad's face was full of hope. When this king cultivates some peerless precious medicine, or an ancient divine beast, or a spirit of heaven and earth, I'll return it to you. How about that? Dream on. Zhao Jingxian flatly refused. As she spoke, she put away the mysterious black origin spirit stone. Old Toad was instantly gloomy. Gnashing his teeth, he stared at the 3-foot Tao platform not far away. The dazzling array of treasure swirled around it. This king doesn't believe that I won't be able to obtain any benefits. the old toad let out a loud roar and began to move again. However, after several attempts, those treasures all turned into bubbles and disappeared. It's not fair. This king is king unfair. This king is a natural three-legged golden toad with great luck. Why can't I even obtain a single treasure? Old Toad was so mad that its eyes were red. Lin Sun looked at this incomparably greedy guy with some pity, then stepped forward and said, "Let me try." With that, he waved his sleeve, but not to collect the treasures on the Dao platform, but to take away the entire 3-foot Dao platform. The old toad's eyeballs almost fell out of their sockets. It stomped its feet and said, "Damn it, this works too? Why didn't this king think of this?" Zhao Jingxian was also a little dazed. What did it mean to scrape the ground 3 feet and leave nothing behind? Lin Sun's current actions perfectly illustrated this point. He actually wanted to take away the entire Dao platform. Who would have dared to imagine this? Boom, but something unexpected happened. Not only did Lin Sun's action not take away the Dao platform, it even caused it to rumble and suddenly burst forth with a sparkling Dao light. Swish, as the Dao light swept over them, Lin Sun and the others felt their bodies shake. The stars in front of them moved, as if they had been thrown into a space-time tunnel, and they disappeared from the main hall. Clouds and mist rose as 9 towering mountains towered. Majestic and magnificent. This was a mysterious area. The void buzzed. Lin Sun and the others staggered and were moved here by a mysterious force. No. This king's treasure, this king's opportunity. I don't want to leave yet, the old toad still roared unwillingly. After a slight daze, Zhao Jingxian couldn't help but roll his eyes at Lin Sun, as if blaming him for being too reckless just now, triggering the restriction of the Dao platform and causing them to be inexplicably blown away. No matter how thick-skinned Lin Sun was, he felt a little embarrassed at this moment. He said, "Sorry, it was just an accident, just an accident." Accident my ass. This king went through all kinds of hardships to find a great fortuitous opportunity, and it was destroyed by you just like that. The old toad was so angry that he wanted to rush up and bite Lin Sun to death. He really couldn't help but be angry. If the fortuitous encounter in the hall was lost, then it wouldn't matter. However, there was a pile of saint corpses in that passageway, and every single corpse had more or less Saint Dao treasures left behind. For example, the Taoist robe made of purple soul silver silk, the jade rui full of holy aura. Those were all lucky chances, but now, they were all gone. When the old toad thought of this, his heart seemed to bleed, and he was extremely distressed. In fact, Lin Sun was not reconciled to it, but it had happened, and it was useless to think about it. Damn it, one of you got an invaluable source spirit stone, and the other put a Taoist hymn with a big secret in the pagoda, but I got nothing. The old toad looked resentful. Lin Sun really couldn't stand the old toad's resentful look, and suddenly said, "Old toad, look at this place. There are 9 holy mountains standing here. Is it possible that this is the real lucky chance?" The old toad was stunned. Looking around, he found that they had come to a mysterious area. In the distance, there were 9 mountains arranged in a row, full of spirit and beauty, majestic and sacred. If one looked carefully, there was actually a hall standing towering at the peak of each of the 9 mountains, and they were faintly visible within the clouds and mist, causing them to seem extremely mysterious. This is? Sure enough, the old toad's attention was diverted. Excited, he began to look carefully. This made Lin Sun breathe a sigh of relief. Everything about the old toad was good, except that he was too greedy for money. His resentful look when he couldn't get a treasure could be described as horrifying. Look over there, there are 54 altars. They seem to be exactly the same as the ones we saw on the top of Xianxia Holy Mountain. Zhao Jingxian pointed into the distance with a startled look. This king understands. This is still the world created by that lotus. The old toad slapped his thigh and said excitedly, "The 54 altars here should echo with the 54 altars on the top of Xianxia Holy Mountain. When practitioners set foot on the altars from the outside world, they will be moved here." Lin Sun was stunned. Doesn't this mean that this is also a lucky chance place? Exactly. The old toad was even more delighted. Do you still remember that voice? A grain of sand contains 1,000 worlds, a body and mind are one, 10,000 reincarnations pass in an instant, and good fortune is only given to the fated one. This is a Buddhist hymn, which has long declared that this is the real place where the lucky chance is hidden. What's the matter with the hall we just entered? Lin Sun was a little stunned. Is there not only one lucky chance place in this Xianxia holy mountain, but two? You're right, but I'm sure that the lucky chance here must have been left by one person. The old toad seemed to realize something, and his eyes were shining with golden light. This person is not only proficient in Buddhism and Taoism, but also has the inheritance of Taoism, and has great magical power. Only such a person would be able to create such an unbelievable setup in the Purple Cloud Divine Mountain. Think about it, when we arrived at Xianxia Holy Mountain, everything we saw along the way seemed to be related to Buddhism in ancient times, such as the lotus, the Buddhist hymn, and the Mahayana secret text of Buddhism left on the altar. All of them seemed to say that the lucky chance of this Xianxia Holy Mountain was destined to be left by a Taoist Buddhism practitioner. However, when we entered the mysterious palace, everything changed. The palace was divided into 33 levels, and each level was connected by 9 steps. At the end of the level was a prayer mat, which eventually transformed into a 3-foot-tall Tao platform. The old toad's saliva flew everywhere, deducing and elaborating, all of this belongs to the means of ancient Taoism. Speaking of this, he looked at Lin Sun and said, the most important thing is the Taoist hymn you got. It's a secret language belonging to Taoism, which is completely different from the Buddhist hymn. Lin Sun and Zhao Jingxian listened carefully, and their hearts were quite disturbed. Thinking of what they saw and felt along the way, everything was indeed as the old toad had deduced. Taking all of this into account, we can roughly infer that this Xianxia Holy Mountain is a layout with the power of Buddhism, which is visible on the surface and can be seen by everyone. And within it, there are hidden opportunities of Taoism. It is something that can only be discovered and not sought. Only we are able to see this truth. Old Toad's expression was full of amazement. Using Buddhism as the surface and Tao as the core, possessing both Buddhism and Tao as one, he can do whatever he wants with ease. Even in the primordial times, this kind of person could be called a supreme overlord. It is indeed too inconceivable. I really do not dare to imagine just who was the great person from the ancient times who created all of this. Lin Sun was shocked, and a sense of awe arose in his heart. This was a kind of admiration, yearning, and vision. So, where we are now, there is also a lucky chance? Zhao Jingxian looked at the 9 mountains in the distance with a pair of clear eyes, and there was a touch of shock on her face. A lucky place hid so many wonders. This kind of means was simply to seize all the good fortune, which people could only look up to. Yes. The old toad's eyes lit up, and he rubbed his palms together. This is called a winding road through each peak and a glimmer of hope at the darkest hour. I didn't get any benefits before, but this time, I'm going to do something big. 9 mountains were arranged in a row, magnificent and majestic. There was an ancient palace on each of them. They were faintly discernible and mysterious, making one yearn for them. There was no doubt that this must also be a secret place where great opportunities were hidden. Originally, Lin Sun got nothing except a Taoist hymn with a big secret in that mysterious palace, so he was naturally unwilling to give up. But now that he knew that there was another opportunity in front of him, his state of mind was naturally refreshed, and all his unwillingness was swept away. Yes. We'll do something big this time. Lin Sun also sharpened his knife. However, just as they were pondering which mountain they should target, a ripple was suddenly emitted from an ancient altar not far away. Accompanied by the wave, a group of figures staggered out almost as if they were running for their lives. Damn it! What the hell is that place? It's full of hidden dangers. One wrong step and we'll be killed, causing our tribe to lose so many elites. Buddhist monks are really good people. They left opportunities and set up so many killing traps. Their means are too cruel. Those figures were the strong practitioners from the Herculean ox tribe, however, they were all in a mess at the moment. Their clothes were untidy, their hair was disheveled, and many of them were bathed in blood. Obviously, they had suffered a lot of injuries. As soon as they appeared, they started cursing and swearing. All of them were panicked, and their flustered and exasperated appearances caused others to be unable to help but wonder exactly what sort of test and killing intent they'd encountered on the way here to cause them to become like this. The only one who was unscathed was perhaps the young ox demon king, Miao Tunshan. His figure was as majestic as an iron tower, and his eyes were like lightning. He was domineering, with a kind of matchless prestige. But at the moment, his face was gloomy and ugly. However, when he noticed Lin Sun, Niao Tunshan's face suddenly changed, and a trace of surprise flashed in his eyes. It seemed that he didn't expect that someone would come here before them. What? The human Xianxia ran ahead of us? At this time, the strong practitioners next to Niao Tunshan also noticed Lin Sun and the others. They all looked at them with vigilance and killing intent. The atmosphere became a little tense for a while. The situation is not good. We have to take action quickly. The old toad frowned. Who would have thought that just as it was about to go on a killing spree, a group of powerhouses would suddenly appear, causing the situation to suddenly become delicate. However, the change of the situation was beyond Lin Sun's expectation. After the Herculean ox demons appeared, some nearby ancient altars began to rumble. Damn it! Don't let me see any bald donkeys from the Buddhist sect in the future. Otherwise, I'll kill one if I see one. What the hell is that place? Why is it so dangerous? More than half of our clan's experts have died there. Accompanied by waves of curses, the figures of experts flashed on every altar, like Meng Lianqing of the Golden Phoenix clan, Kong Xiu of the Cloud Python clan, Xian Luozi of the Xianao clan. They formed a dense mass of batches. However, all of them were in rather sorry states. Their clothes were dyed red with blood, and they seemed as if they hadn't recovered from their shock. As soon as they appeared, they started cursing loudly, and it was shocking. It would appear that the passageways on the 54 altars are not safe either. They are filled with all sorts of dangers. That is the reason why those fellows were so frantic. They must have lost a lot of manpower. The old toad immediately gloated. Lin Sun and Zhao Jingxian could roughly guess the reason, but they couldn't laugh at the moment. The 9 mountains stood there, and the opportunity must be hidden at the top of the 9 mountains. Now that the powerhouses of all clans had come, it was conceivable that there would be a lot of bloody killing in the next fight for the opportunity. Junior sister Zhao, you came ahead of time? Suddenly, an exclamation sounded in the distance. It was Xiao Ran, Yun Che, and the others who came out of an altar one after another. It was Su Xingfeng who spoke. When they saw that Lin Sun, Zhao Jingxian, and the old toad seemed to have arrived ahead of time and were safe and sound, they couldn't help but be a little surprised. Junior sister Zhao, come here. Xiao Ran spoke in a gentle voice, and his bearing was as aloof as before. Zhao Jingxian hesitated and looked at Lin Sun. Lin Sun remained calm and transmitted his voice, it's time to settle the grievances between me and that assassin. Let's go. Zhao Jingxian immediately stopped hesitating. She had never been a woman without a mind of her own, but in front of Lin Sun, she was willing to respect his feelings and decisions. The old toad saw all this from the side and couldn't help sighing inwardly, this is a woman with great wisdom. If she really took a fancy to this kid, I'm afraid he wouldn't be able to fly out of her palm for the rest of his life. Junior sister Zhao, how did you get here? Su Xingfeng couldn't help asking as soon as Lin Sun and the others approached. We took another route. Zhao Jingxuan's answer was light and breezy. Su Xingfeng was obviously very dissatisfied with this answer. He couldn't help but frown as he looked at Zhao Jingxian, then at Lin Sun and the old toad. In the end, he held back and didn't say anything. I'm relieved that you were able to arrive safely. Xiao Ran sighed with emotion. The road just now was full of killing intent. Even we almost suffered a calamity. We were lucky to arrive here safely. It's more than just lucky. Compared to the other clans and forces, you didn't lose a single person. The old toad's voice was sarcastic. Perhaps it was because of his relationship with Lin Sun, but he had always disliked these descendants of the holy land of spirit treasures. Do you want us to suffer losses? Wen Xiang was furious as he glared at the old toad and scolded. This king only said that you were very lucky. Which ear of yours heard that this king was cursing you? Little wimpy brat, you're just being unreasonable. The old toad also glared and didn't budge an inch. Yun Che, who had been silent all this time, also couldn't stand it anymore and said, who said we didn't suffer losses? If we didn't have the golden cicada talisman, Before he could finish, Su Xingfeng scolded him sternly, junior brother Yun Che, don't say so much. Yun Che obviously also realized that something was wrong. His expression changed slightly and he immediately shut his mouth. Even so, Lin Sun, who had seen all this, still had a hint of understanding in his heart. Obviously, the reason why Xiao Ran's party had been able to arrive here earlier was because they had relied on the life-saving method of the golden cicada talisman. This also meant that someone in Xiao Ran's party must have used up the golden cicada talisman. Who could it be? Lin Sun couldn't tell at the moment, but this was definitely valuable information. If there was a conflict with them, he might be able to kill one of them. Everyone, there are a total of 9 mountains here. My Herculean ox tribe should occupy the first one from the left. Does anyone have any objections? Suddenly, a muffled thunder-like shout sounded in the field. Niu Tunshan's eyes were like sharp blades as he glanced at the audience. His whole body was overflowing with black light, and his domineering aura was full of threat. At this moment, the heroes of all clans had arrived, each occupying a side. Their eyes were shining as they looked at the 9 mountains in the distance. When they heard Niu Tunshan's words, many strong people's faces darkened. This was equivalent to directly dividing up and occupying the opportunity? Humph. Your Herculean ox tribe is too overbearing. There are so many people here, why do you want to occupy one of the mountains? A feminine and shrill voice sounded. It was faintly discernible in the field, making it impossible to tell where it came from. Why? Niu Tunshan laughed. His voice was like a great bell, shaking the world. He suddenly stretched out his hand and made a grabbing motion. The void suddenly exploded, and a figure was pulled out from among the strong Fire Crow tribe not far away. Bang! After that, Niu Tunshan's hand was like a blade that slashed down fiercely. The figure was directly slashed into 2, causing blood to flow like a waterfall that sprayed all over the ground, and it was an extremely bloody scene. He'd attacked without holding back in the slightest in front of all the experts, and he'd killed with a single strike. His domineering attitude caused the expressions of everyone present to change greatly. That's all you've got? You dare ask me why? Niu Tunshan was disdainful, and the space between his brows was filled with disdain. Who else is disgruntled? Feel free to step forward. I'll accompany all of you. The surroundings were deathly silent. Many experts were furious, but they didn't dare speak. It couldn't be helped. All of them knew that Niu Tunshan was too formidable and domineering. He was like a demon king among bulls, and they couldn't go against him with force. Fellow Taoist, the opportunity has no owner, and everyone should seize it by their own ability. If you occupy a mountain merely because of what you said, then I believe that no one here would be disgruntled. Unexpectedly, at this moment, Xiao Ran, who'd always been otherworldly like a wild crane, had actually spoken. His voice was warm and indifferent, yet it resounded through every inch of the surroundings. Lin Sun couldn't help but be slightly surprised by this. Up until now, he was still slightly fearful of Xiao Ran, and he was slightly unable to see through Xiao Ran. And who are you? In the distance, Niu Tunshan's face darkened, and his eyes swept over like cold lightning. Xiao Ran from the Holy Land of Spirit Treasure. Xiao Ran smiled and spoke. His whole body was overflowing with Taoist aura, and he fought against Niu Tunshan. Both of them had their own strengths, and neither was weaker. This caused many of the experts present to look askance at him. So you're an expert of the human clan. I've heard of the Holy Land of Spirit Treasure, but I've never heard of a person named Xiao Ran. Niu Tunshan's voice was cold, and his aura became more and more powerful. It swept over like a dark cloud. I'm ashamed. I'm just a nobody, and I'm only considered mediocre in the Holy Land of Spirit Treasure. I've embarrassed myself in front of you. Xiao Ran's voice was warm, and his temperament became more and more otherworldly. In the confrontation with Niu Tunshan's aura, he didn't even take a step back. This made the experts present more and more frightened, and they realized how terrifying Xiao Ran was. Many forces couldn't help but secretly communicate with each other, and they were a little wary of Xiao Ran. It turns out that Xiao Ran is also taking this opportunity to show his strength and frighten those experts. In this way, some opponents who know that they are not as good as him will not dare to offend him in the next fight for the opportunity. Lin Sun thought to himself. Niu Tunshan relied on killing people to establish his prestige, but Xiao Ran, on the contrary, was taking advantage of the confrontation with Niu Tunshan to establish his prestige. Since he dared to do this, Did it mean that he had the confidence to compete with Niu Tunshan? Suddenly, Niu Tunshan laughed and restrained his aura and killing intent. He said, "You're very smart, human. Unfortunately, I don't have time to talk nonsense with you. Since no one wants to let go of this opportunity, let's use our own means." "That's for the best." Xiaoran smiled, as indifferent as ever. That kind of transcendent demeanor had its own power that could not be ignored. This guy is not simple. Old Toad secretly transmitted his voice with emotion. Lin Sun had the same feeling. Among the descendants of the Holy Land of Spirit Treasure, Xiaoran was undoubtedly the one he couldn't see through the most. As expected, a battle to seize the fortuitous encounter erupted. The experts of the various clans made a move at the first possible moment, and they swarmed towards the 9 mountains in the distance. For a time, streaks of dazzling and resplendent light rained down like rain while various tyrannical auras raged, causing this area to become turbulent. Kill, a group of fire crow experts attacked, and they were like numerous black scorching suns as they flew forward. The one in the lead was a holy sun-level figure. Flames surged around his body, burning to the point space warped as he led his clansmen to soar through the sky with the intention of being the first to ascend a mountain. Swish, a green rain of swords appeared abruptly and covered the heavens and the earth. It was the holy son of the Green Wyrm clan, and he held a brilliant green spirit sword as he soared through the sky to intercept them. 6 fire crow experts were killed right away, and their flesh and blood rained down. The eyes of the Fire Crow clan's holy son in the lead were icy cold and furious. He executed a secret technique and launched an attack, and a battle instantly erupted between the 2 clans. The sounds of battle shook the heavens while blood dyed the sky red. It was extremely intense. Bang, not far away, an enormous snow eagle soared into the sky. Its wings were like blades, and it swept up a storm as it charged towards the holy son of the Cloud Python clan, Graceful Peacock. Graceful Peacock grunted coldly and suddenly let out a loud roar. The sound wave seemed material as it interweaved with the terrifying glow of the Tao, and it was like a thunderclap that shook the sky as it spread out and shattered space. In an instant, the enormous snow eagle's body stiffened, and it coughed up blood from its heavy injuries. It was almost killed on the spot. Get lost. In front of another mountain, the Golden Phoenix clan's holy daughter, Meng Lianqing, shouted. She'd suffered an attack as well. Her opponent was an expert from the Python clan. His body was tall and robust, and his entire body was covered in snake scales. He held a pair of enormous black axes in his large hands. His might was domineering as his axes swept through the sky, and he erupted with shocking divine strength that could easily split mountains and trample through plains. Bang, a pair of enormous axes emitted a dazzling light as they collided with an ancient lamp. The ancient lamp seemed inconspicuous, but when controlled by Meng Lianqing, it instantly erupted with a rain of light that covered the sky, and it forcefully pushed back the pair of enormous axes. Meng Lianqing's entire body was suffused with golden light as if she'd walked out from a god. Her beautiful eyes contained killing intent, and the ancient lamp in her hand emitted a rain of light that pierced through space. This ancient lamp was her ancestral treasure. She rarely used it, but at this moment, she no longer held it back. She didn't want to waste any more time. She wanted to seize the opportunity as soon as possible. The enormous axe and ancient lamp collided a few times, causing divine radiance to shoot towards the surroundings and deafening and terrifying explosions to resound. Puff! In the end, the ancient lamp sprayed out a rain of light that condensed into a mysterious symbol that instantly pierced through the head of the giant Python clan's expert, and the enormous corpse crashed to the ground. Ah! A scream came from a nearby mountain. A strong silver spirit was killed. His opponent was the holy son of the Xianxia clan, Xianluozi. This person had a head of long azure hair, and his figure was slender and dignified. His entire body was filled with a dreamlike blue mist, and he was extremely dazzling. He held a dark blue jade-like spear in his hand. It was terrifyingly sharp and flowed with Tao aura as he led his clansmen forward. Puff! 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 Blood splattered all the way, and blood-curdling screams filled the air. Xianluozi's fighting methods were ruthless, accurate, and ruthless. He showed off his abilities and killed mercilessly. The dark blue spear was magnificent and dreamlike, but it set off a trail of blood along the way. This was a battle for opportunities. It had always been so cruel and bloody, and there was no luck to speak of. And this was only a part of the battle in this area. There were a total of 9 mountains here, standing in a row. At this moment, after the battle had begun, a bloody battle was taking place in front of each mountain. Boom! In front of the first mountain from the left, Niu Tunshan roared. He held a black trident in his hand, and his whole body was full of blood qi. He broke out and waved the trident. The spiritual energy all over his body rushed up like a hurricane, and he was like a devil incarnate roaring through the world. More than a dozen experts of an entire clan near him didn't have time to dodge and were all killed by this strike. At that moment, blood and minced meat flew everywhere, falling like a torrential downpour. The experts in the distance were shocked and their scalps tingled. This was Niu Tunshan, so tyrannical and terrifying. It was the same on Lin Sun's side. It was full of danger. All kinds of treasures danced in the void, secret techniques and battle techniques collided, sand and stones flew, and flames rose. Lin Sun, Zhao Jingxian, Old Toad, Xiao Ran, and the other descendants of the Holy Land of Spirit treasures charged together, but they didn't feel much pressure. Moreover, Xiao Ran's performance was extremely dazzling at this moment, and he could be said to be in the limelight. Mist rose from his body, aloof and calm. He led the way in front, and wherever he passed, there was almost no one who could match him. With the help of Zhao Jingxian, Su Xingfeng, Wen Xiang, Gong Yangyu, Yun Che, and the others, they were like a sharp blade, advancing quickly and climbing up one of the mountains. Of course, Lin Sun also played a big role. It wasn't that his performance was very eye-catching, but that when many experts recognized him, they were so scared that they retreated before the battle even started. This was the power of prestige. In the previous period of time, Lin Sun had single-handedly defeated the experts of the various clans, killing a bloody path that was invincible. Even the saints were frightened, and they didn't dare to fight against him. Such a brilliant and bloody battle record had already caused a stir in the demon saint secret realm, and even the big shots outside the ultimate were alarmed. Under such circumstances, when they recognized Lin Sun, the young demon god of the human race, who dared to provoke him, was it because they didn't want to live? Therefore, in comparison, although there were obstacles on their way forward, it wasn't too dangerous. Soon, Lin Sun and the others reached the top of the mountain. The place was misty, and there stood an ancient palace. It was the same for the other 8 mountains. The clans led by Niu Tunshan, Kong Xiu, Meng Lianqing, and Xian Luozi had already climbed different mountains. On each mountain stood a palace, grand and majestic, solemn and sacred, which made people yearn for it. The opportunity is right in front of us. When they reached the top of the mountain, Xiao Ran's expression became relaxed, and there was even a hint of passion in his eyes as he looked at the magnificent ancient palace. Let's go. Without hesitation, Xiao Ran entered the palace alone. Zhao Jingxian followed him closely. However, when Lin Sun was about to step into the palace, his whole body stiffened, and his pupils suddenly shrank. He felt an unprecedented sense of fatal danger, which made his hair stand on end. Swish, a flash of cold light suddenly appeared from the void behind him. It was incredibly fast, as if it had been waiting for an opportunity to kill Lin Sun the moment he stepped into the hall. It was a touch of sword intent. Lin Sun could perceive that this touch of sword intent was exactly the same as the previous 2 attacks, which didn't surprise him. From the moment he decided to climb the mountain with Xiao Ran, Lin Sun had been ready to fight with the mysterious assassin. However, he didn't expect that the assassin was not Xiao Ran, because Xiao Ran was the first to step into the palace. Originally, Lin Sun was afraid of Xiao Ran, and he even subconsciously believed that Xiao Ran was the assassin. Who would have thought that the truth seemed to be wrong? The assassin was someone else. Who was it? All this flashed in Lin Sun's mind like a flash of lightning. Almost at the moment when the assassination appeared, Lin Sun also moved. Ice Drake steps, in an instant, his figure disappeared. Puff, the touch of sword intent pierced the air, smashing the void into pieces and splashing turbulence. It could be predicted that if Lin Sun didn't have time to dodge just now, he would be killed instantly. Boom. However, the opponent seemed to have guessed that it was impossible to kill Lin Sun with this blow. When Lin Sun just dodged, a silver necklace burst out from the void on the other side before he stood firm. This treasure made a soul-stirring sound, buzzing, and shrouded Lin Sun's head. Almost at the same time, a thread-like flame penetrated the void and swept over silently. It seemed to be as thin as a cow's hair, but it was steaming with horrible tow of fire, which made people shudder. All of this had occurred too quickly. From the appearance of the sword inside to the attack of the silver necklace and strand of flames, it seemed as if it had been calculated precisely, and it was closely linked with each other, flawless, and ruthless to the extreme. If it were other practitioners who were caught off guard, even if they could avoid the sword intent, it would be impossible for them to expect that. There would be a more dangerous opportunity to kill them. Lin Sun really didn't expect it. He didn't have time to think about it at all. He suddenly released a horrible tow of fire. Bang! Behind Lin Sun, a phantom of hyena appeared, resisting the attack of the silver necklace, and its divine light burst out. Clang! At the same time, the broken sword swept up and blocked in front of Lin Sun, narrowly blocking the thread-like flame. The collision between the broken sword and the flame broke out a terrible wave. Lin Sun let out a muffled groan. His blood was boiling, and he almost coughed up blood. This time, although he was finally able to avert danger, he was still somewhat unable to endure the sudden attacks of these two kinds of attacks. In particular, the silver necklace was so heavy and terrifying that he felt a sharp pain in his back and his bones were almost broken. And the flame seemed inconspicuous, but its lethality was even more terrible. Fortunately, it was blocked by the broken sword. Otherwise, if it hurt him, the power of fire around it would be enough to cause great damage to Lin Sun in an instant. F***CKU. Do you want to die? Only now did Old Toad react. It could be seen how fast the series of attacks just now was. It happened almost in an instant. It could be said to be a soul-stirring moment. I haven't entered the hall to look for opportunities, but you can't help attacking me. It really surprises me. At this time, Lin Sun was already standing in a safe place. His expression was calm, but his black eyes were full of coldness and killing intent. There was an uncontrollable boiling anger in his heart. Opposite him, Su Xingfeng, Wen Xiang, and Gong Yangyu stood in different places. They looked a little surprised and solemn. It seemed that they didn't expect Lin Sun to be able to avoid this disaster. On the other side, Yunche stood not far away from Old Toad. Obviously, he was silently restraining Old Toad to prevent it from intervening. The person who tried to assassinate me twice is you. Lin Sun's cold eyes finally fell on Gong Yangyu. He didn't expect this elegant and proud descendant of the Green Goat Spirit clan to be the mysterious assassin who came and went without a trace. Previously, Zhao Jingxian had said that Gong Yangyu was the most kind and pure among the descendants of the Spirit Treasure Holy Land. Who could have imagined that he was actually an assassin with exquisite assassination techniques? Don't you think it's too late to know now? Gong Yangyu stood there with an elegant bearing, holding a grey spiritual sword. He was like a peerless swordsman, proud and calm. It's not too late. At least I understand that the descendants of the Holy Land of Spirit Treasure are just a bunch of despicable and shameless people. Lin Sun's black eyes became colder. He had never done anything wrong to the Holy Land of Spirit Treasure, but on the way to the secret land of Demon Saint, he was assassinated more than once. Lin Sun didn't bother to ask the reason. His heart was completely filled with killing intent, and he couldn't bear it anymore. Don't you think it's too late to know now? Gong Yangyu stood there with an elegant bearing, holding a grey spiritual sword. He was like a peerless swordsman, proud and calm. It's not too late. At least I understand that the descendants of the Holy Land of Spirit Treasure are just a bunch of despicable and shameless people. Lin Sun's black eyes became colder. He had never done anything wrong to the Holy Land of Spirit Treasure, but on the way to the secret land of Demon Saint, he was assassinated more than once. Lin Sun didn't bother to ask the reason. His heart was completely filled with killing intent, and he couldn't bear it anymore. Who would be able to endure being assassinated again and again? This was too much. Cut the crap. Kill him first. Su Xingfeng shouted. Time was running out. They not only had to kill Lin Sun this time, but they also had to fight for the opportunity in the ancient hall. They didn't want to waste any time. Boom, as expected, the battle broke out again. Su Xingfeng's whole body was burning with flames. Like a god of fire, he controlled the power of fire and attacked Lin Sun. Kill. Wen Xiang, the boy in colorful clothes, was even more direct. His figure flashed, and he rose into the air. He swung his silver collar and smashed it at Lin Sun. He looked like a young boy, but his fighting style was extremely domineering, and his means were cruel and direct. In particular, the silver necklace he wore was obviously a powerful artifact that could release a terrifying destructive power. When Lin Sun was assassinated just now, he was hit by this silver collar. He felt a sharp pain in his back, and his bones were almost broken. It was obvious how ferocious Wen Xiang's combat strength was. Whoosh, on the other side, Gong Yangyu also moved. His figure was like an indistinct gray light, ethereal and illusory like a ghost. He held the gray spirit sword in his hand, and his sword insight was swift, fierce, clean, and direct. He'd immediately retreated when his attack missed, and he'd vividly displayed the art of assassination. Just now, all of you joined forces to assassinate me, but you couldn't do anything to me. Now that we're fighting face to face, do you think you're worthy of being my enemy? With a long roar, Lin Sun's momentum changed, his black hair fluttered while cold bolts of lightning shot out from his eyes, and his handsome figure emanated clear divine radiance that surged like a tsunami. Moreover, a perfect and pure aura of the Tao flowed through his body, and his entire body was filled with an aura of slaughter that seemed capable of looking down upon the world and devouring the sky. The pitch-black broken blade emitted a silver light that was as dazzling as the stars. As if it was carrying the Milky Way, it let out an impassioned and sonorous roar, as if it was cheering for blood. This heaven-defying blade seemed to have awakened from its slumber at this moment. Boom, Lin Sun took a step forward, and a lifelike phantom of an ice dragon hovered in the air with its head held high. It stirred up the wind and clouds in the 9 heavens, as if it was clearing the way for him and sweeping away all obstacles. At this moment, Lin Sun indeed held nothing back. Without any scruples, he waved the broken blade and fought fiercely with his opponent. In an instant, the void on the top of the mountain was in disorder, and the divine radiance roared. It was plunged into unprecedented turmoil and chaos. This was a peerless duel. Whether it was Su Xingfeng, Wen Xiang, or Gong Yangyu, they were all the proud sons of the younger generation. Their strength was even stronger than that of the ordinary saints. Now, the 3 of them went all out to besiege Lin Sun. It could be imagined how shocking this battle would be. However, the most eye-catching one was Lin Sun alone. Even if he was besieged, he was not suppressed at all. Instead, he dominated the battlefield. His divine power was disdainful, and he had a peerless edge. When this battle broke out, the powerhouses of all clans on the nearby mountains were alarmed, and they all looked sideways. In particular, when they saw that this battle was between the successor of the Holy Land of Spiritual Treasure and the young devil god of the human clan, the whole audience was in an uproar and shocked. God, I'm not mistaken, right? They don't come from the same camp. Why are they killing each other now? Haha, even blood brothers will turn against each other in the face of fortuitous encounters. Looks like the successors of the numinous treasure Holy Lands are obviously unable to tolerate that young demon god taking a share of this fortuitous encounter. So, they've joined forces to eliminate that fellow. Ha ha ha, this couldn't be better. The young devil god has killed countless powerhouses of all clans, which has already aroused public anger and caused resentment. Now he is finally getting his retribution. All kinds of uproar, ridicule, and gloating sounded one after another. All of them wanted to see the world in chaos and didn't mind the matter getting bigger. There was no one who didn't fear Lin Sun, and many forces even hated him to the bone. Now that Lin Sun was besieged by the powerhouses of the same camp, how could these powerhouses not gloat? F***CKU. Laugh all you want. After I kill these despicable and shameless bastards, I'll settle accounts with you one by one. Old Toad flew into a rage and shouted at the powerhouses of all clans on the distant mountains. But soon, Old Toad didn't have time to uphold justice for Lin Sun. Opposite him, Yunche finally took action. Swish, a blood sword suddenly appeared, full of killing intent. The blood light was like lightning, and the power of destruction was strong. Obviously, Yunche's task was to contain and kill Old Toad. Boy, hurry up and kill those bastards, or I'll be in danger. Old Toad was so scared that he fled and shouted. Old Toad's vitality was extremely tenacious. Even the Dutian Blood Thunder couldn't kill him, but his combat effectiveness had always been very mediocre. So, in the face of Yunche's killing intent, he could only flee and dodge in a hurry, cursing and swearing, but there was nothing he could do. Boom, on the battlefield, Lin Sun's broken sword flew across the sky as he fought fiercely. Even he had to admit that Su Xingfeng, Wen Xiang, and Gong Yangyu were indeed very strong, stronger than Saintess Lin Ling and Sun Yu Shaoxing. However, Lin Sun was calm and unafraid. Back then, he had defeated the heroes of all clans by himself and killed several saint-level figures one after another. How could he be afraid of such a showdown? Kill. The cave heaven in his body was steaming, and a grand Taoist voice sounded from a simple and unadorned platform. All the power was running at full force, like the eruption of lava. His momentum grew stronger and stronger, and his temperament became more and more holy and transcendent, dissolving and suppressing all the killing intent. Su Xingfeng and the others all paled as they felt great pressure, even though they already knew that Lin Sun's combat effectiveness was extremely heaven-defying. They didn't expect him to be so abnormal. They couldn't imagine that a youngster from the mortal world who had just entered the Tao Insight realm already had such heaven-defying combat effectiveness. It was simply incredible. Even in the ancient Desolation realm, he could be regarded as a monster and extremely rare. However, the more it was like this, the more intense their killing intent became. If they didn't kill such a heaven-defying person, what would happen if he grew up in the future? Without any hesitation, they all tried their best and used their trump cards. They wanted to completely eliminate Lin Sun with this battle. Boom, Su Xingfeng took a deep breath, and his whole body was surrounded by flames. Tao runes lingered around him, burning the sky. He became more and more terrible. Void-burning evil skill, it was an ancient inheritance from the holy land of spiritual treasures, intertwined with Tao and Dharma. Once it was practiced, it could burn mountains and boil seas, and destroy the universe. In an instant, a rain of fire appeared, full of unpredictable Tao runes, burning and collapsing the void, and shrouding Lin Sun. Clang, almost at the same time, Lin Sun's broken sword glowed, and he used RFS to kill. However, this time, reaching for the stars was different from the past. Stars fell one by one, and the curtain of the eternal night fell. The fallen stars were stained with the magnificent luster of water, like a dream. The curtain of eternal night was like a black curtain of rain, covering the sky like a black storm. It was an aura full of the Tao of water, which made the RFS reaching for the stars suddenly have a kind of artistic conception power as vast as the sea. Boom, the void collapsed. Water and fire were incompatible, colliding with each other, and the terrible aftermath was like thunder, which made people's faces change. Puff, Su Xingfeng's entire body trembled, and he suddenly spat out a mouthful of blood. A ghastly pale color appeared on his incomparably handsome face, and his eyes were filled with shock. His strongest attack had actually been broken just like that. Moreover, it had even caused him to suffer from a backlash, causing him to suffer heavy injuries. This was unacceptable to him. Unfortunately, Lin Sun didn't pay attention to him at this moment, because Wen Xiang also took action at the same time as Su Xingfeng. Buzz, a bright silver necklace in his hand emanated a mysterious fluctuation, and then the image of a fiend god that was over 30 m tall actually floated up into appearance. It was peerless and possessed boundless divine might. Boom, the phantom of the demon punched out, and the void collapsed inch by inch like a fragile paper. The overbearing power was indescribable. There was no doubt that this was also Wen Xiang's killing move. In the face of this blow, Lin Sun clenched his left hand into a fist, and a touch of madness flashed in his black eyes. He also punched out. Collapse of all spirits, this was the last move of 9 strikes for shaking heaven. Under this blow, the sky and the earth would be destroyed, and all living beings would perish. However, at this time, collapse of all spirits was superimposed with 8 forces, which gathered all the power of Mountain Splitter, Soul Shattering, Void Refining, Boa Dragon, Phoenix, Prison Suppression, and Sky Devourer. As soon as it was used, it produced infinite visions. Just one punch seemed to break the shackles of the universe, showing a scene of landslides, tsunamis, and destruction of all things. Dong, when Lin Sun's fist collided with the phantom of the demon, there seemed to be a shocking thunder on the top of the mountain, which made people's eardrums burst. Even on the nearby mountains, many strong people were shocked, their blood was boiling, and their faces changed constantly. What kind of peerless attack was this? It was immeasurable. But everyone saw that the phantom of the demon more than 30 meters high, which was peerless and mighty, was collapsing inch by inch in the confrontation of the two fists. Bang! 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 The phantom of the demon exploded like glass, turned into a rain of light, and finally disappeared in the void. The silver necklace also became dim and buzzed, as if it was unwilling to give up. When Xiang let out a scream as if he was struck by lightning. He couldn't help coughing up blood, and his childish face was twisted with pain. Obviously, that blow not only destroyed the phantom of the demon, but also caused Wen Xiang to suffer a heavy injury. Hiss! There was a gasp from the audience, and the strong people of all races were shocked. The young demon god was too ferocious. With just one punch, he blew up a demon god's shadow. This guy was really abnormal, this was the thought of most strong people. However, before they could recover from the shock, something happened again at the top of the mountain. Whoosh, whoosh. Whoosh, just as when Xiangang was defeated, thousands of figures suddenly appeared in the void near Lin Sun. Every one of them looked exactly the same as Gong Yangyu. They were like peerless sword cultivators, and their sharp auras covered the sky and covered the earth. All transformations Tao body. Although Lin Sun did not recognize the origin of this martial art, he had experienced it himself. Naturally, he knew that this was Gong Yangyu's trump card. One body could transform into thousands of figures, real and fake. It was impossible to tell which one was Gong Yangyu's real body with the naked eye and perception. It was unpredictable and unparalleled. Whoosh, streaks of sharp sword chi covered the sky and the earth, crisscrossing. Like a rain of swords that covered the sky and the earth. All of them flew towards Lin Sun to kill him. Such a scene made the strong people of all races in the distance feel numb. If they were in Lin Sun's shoes, they would not know how to dodge at all. There were too many sword chi. It was as if thousands of peerless swordsmen were attacking at the same time. It was chilling and despairing. Boom, in the face of such an attack, a cold light flashed in Lin Sun's black eyes. Without hesitation, he displayed the ice dragon steps and attacked brazenly with the broken sword in his hand. Saber chi that was as resplendent as starlight swept out, shattering countless sword chi and annihilating countless figures. However, the terrible thing was that those figures were all illusions. As soon as they were destroyed, they reappeared and continued to besiege Lin Sun. It was as if there was no end to them, and the whole world was drowned. From beginning to end, no one could tell which one was Gong Yangyu's real body. This was the horror of the all transformations Tao body. The sword chi was like rain, and the thousands of figures covered the sky and the earth, attacking Lin Sun alone. Such a scene could be said to be shocking. Even the experts of the various races in the distance had no choice but to admit that this secret technique was absolutely a miraculous technique that shocked the ancients and dazzled the contemporaries. However, to everyone's surprise, even in such a situation, Lin Sun's face was as calm as snow, and he was still fighting fiercely. But in the eyes of the spectators, he seemed to be struggling in vain because he couldn't even distinguish his opponent's true body. So how was he supposed to fight this battle? Su Xingfeng wiped the blood off the corner of his mouth. His expression was cold and cruel. He was waiting for the moment when Lin Sun was defeated. In reality, he was extremely conflicted. In the past, he had always thought that Xiao Ran had obtained the myriad transformations Dao scripture, so he had always been extremely wary of Xiao Ran. Who would have thought that the one who hid the most was Gong Yangyu? When he learned of this fact, Su Xingfeng could not help but feel a chill in his heart. When it came to shrewdness and scheming, he knew that he would not lose to anyone. However, be it Xiao Ran or Gong Yangyu, their shrewdness was undoubtedly more impressive. Luckily, I haven't offended Gong Yangyu before. Otherwise, it would undoubtedly be equivalent to making an extremely difficult and formidable enemy. Su Xingfeng sighed in his heart. At this moment, even he had to admit that Gong Yangyu was extremely strong and had faintly completely suppressed Lin Sun. He was outstanding and stunning. On the other side, Wen Xiang also crawled up from the ground. His immature face was filled with malevolence. He was also waiting for an opportunity, planning to kill Lin Sun in one fell swoop the moment he could no longer hold on. Brat, you must hold on. Old Toad was running for its life, shouting incessantly. Its body was already riddled with injuries, all caused by Yun Chei's sword of slaughter. However, it had to be said that Old Toad's vitality was too tenacious. Even though it was constantly injured, it was still alive and kicking, never collapsing. This made Xianxia angry, but he was also helpless. He had never seen such a monster that could take a beating like this. It was simply like a cockroach that could not be killed. Lin Xian, I said that the next time we meet, you are destined to die. Now, all of this is on the surface. You are at the end of your road. Gong Yangyu's elegant voice resounded in the air, drifting in all directions. No one knew where it came from. His silhouettes were countless, and his sword chi crisscrossed. It was as if he did not exist at all, yet he seemed to be everywhere, causing people to feel despair. Is that so? Suddenly, Lin Sun, who had been suppressed in everyone's eyes, suddenly soared into the air. Holding a broken blade, he broke through the heavy encirclement, then, he stepped out into the air and headed straight in a certain direction. Idiot, I'm here. Gong Yangyu's mocking voice resounded in the distance. However, Lin Sun did not even turn his head. It was as if he had identified a certain target. His broken blade flashed, and he continued to attack. Haha, you won't be able to see through me. Unless a life and death realm king comes, no one can break my all transformations body. Your efforts are destined to be futile. You can't even find me. Don't you think it's laughable and comical? You really won't shed a tear until you see your coffin. Gong Yangyu's voice resounded everywhere in the air. His mockery was filled with contempt. This caused the hearts of the various experts in the distance to turn cold. Could it be that such a secret technique could not be broken? Boom! Just at this moment, Lin Sun suddenly stopped in the air. His figure flashed strangely, and he suddenly changed direction, charging towards the other side. The broken blade emitted an impassioned and clear cry. At this moment, Lin Sun actually used the burning sun style without hesitation. You actually discovered it? In the direction Lin Sun attacked, the figure suddenly let out a cry of surprise. Obviously, he was Gong Yangyu himself, however, when he wanted to dodge this time, it was obviously too late. Boom! The place where the broken blade flashed was like a sun burning and destroying. It emitted an incomparably terrifying divine brilliance. It was vast and dazzling, and it illuminated the heavens and the earth. As the terrifying destruction swept out, the tens of thousands of figures in the field suddenly collapsed and disappeared. At the same time, Gong Yangyu let out a blood-curdling scream and flew out of the air. His hair was disheveled, his clothes were torn, and his entire body was covered in blood. He seemed to be heavily injured and on the verge of death. He lay on the ground, unable to get up, everyone was shocked, and there was absolute silence. The All Transformations body scripture has actually been broken. How is this possible? Su Xingfeng's heart shook violently, and he turned pale with shock. Impossible, how can he be so powerful? Wen Xiang's body also stiffened, as if he had fallen into an ice cave. He felt a kind of fear. No one had expected that Gong Yangyu, who originally had the upper hand, would be found by Lin Sun and severely injured in one fell swoop. Was this a coincidence, or had Lin Sun already seen through the flaws of this secret method? No one knew. Only Lin Sun himself knew that he indeed could not see through it, but he had his own means to find Gong Yangyu's true body. It was the spirit-eating insect. This bug was specialized in devouring souls. When it appeared, it could instantly lock onto Gong Yangyu's soul in one of the figures. Without a doubt, that figure must be Gong Yangyu's true body. Impossible. How on earth did you do it? On the ground, Gong Yangyu coughed up blood. His face was ugly, and he no longer had his usual elegance and pride. Instead, he looked like a beggar on the verge of death, miserable and miserable. What answered him was Lin Sun's merciless killing. At this moment, how could Lin Sun still talk nonsense? Clang, the broken sword swept through the air. Lin Sun was like a demon, killing as fast as lightning. He did not intend to give Gong Yangyu any chance to survive. Su Xingfeng and Wen Xiang had already recovered from their shock. Seeing this scene, they did not hesitate to help. However, they were quickly defeated. At this moment, Lin Sun's aura was so strong that it disturbed the wind and clouds. He had a disdainful and invincible attitude. Who could resist him? Gong Yangyu tried his best to dodge and escape. However, his head was chopped off by Lin Sun, and his blood splattered everywhere. This made the hearts of everyone tremble. Too strong, who could imagine that? Under such a siege, the young demon not only did not suffer a calamity, but instead reversed the situation and killed a top figure with one strike. However, the strange thing was that after Gong Yangyu's body exploded, it turned into a rain of light and disappeared. This startled everyone. Could it be that this was not his true body? Only Lin Sun frowned. He knew that this was Gong Yangyu's true body, but he used the golden cicada talisman before his death, just like a cicada shedding its shell. Sure enough, in a place not far away, Gong Yangyu's figure emerged. However, his face was pale at the moment, and he still looked seriously injured and dying. Go! In the distance, Su Xingfeng and Wen Xiang had already realized that something was wrong. They grabbed Gong Yangyu, turned around, and fled down the mountain. Want to leave? It's not that easy. Lin Sun's face darkened. He took out the insignificant bow and pulled the bowstring. Bang! 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 Soundless spiritual arrows shot out, piercing through the void. Puff! Although he had tried his best to dodge, Su Xingfeng still failed to do so. A spiritual arrow pierced through his back, and his body suddenly exploded. Unfortunately, Su Xingfeng also used the golden cicada talisman. In the end, he and Wen Xiang escaped together. However, Gong Yangyu did not escape death in the end. Although he escaped with the help of the golden cicada talisman, he had already been seriously injured when he fled. When he was shot by the insignificant spirit bow, he was unfortunately hit again. After uttering an unwilling scream, he completely turned into a cloud of blood mist and died. Even so, Lin Sun still hated Gong Yangyu. Just as he was about to chase Su Xingfeng and Wen Xiang, Old Toad suddenly let out a strange cry, "It's over. I can't hold on any longer." Turning around, Lin Sun saw Old Toad was covered in blood and staggered. He was chased by Yun Che to a dead end. Lin Sun couldn't care about anything else and started to rescue him. Humph! Yun Che snorted coldly, as if he was a little unwilling. But in the end, he also realized that the situation was different, so he made a prompt decision to turn around and escape. Don't chase him. Miss Zhao is still inside. Seeing that Lin Sun was going to chase Yun Che, Old Toad hurriedly reminded him. Lin Sun was shocked and his face changed slightly. Although this battle didn't last long, it made a lot of noise. It stood to reason that both Xiao Ran and Zhao Jingxian should be alarmed at the first time. But until now, they didn't show up at all. Could it be that something had happened in that ancient hall? Right at this moment, a figure walked out from the entrance of the hall. His footsteps were composed, solitary, and extraordinary, and his bearing was misty like smoke. Shockingly, it was Xiao Ran. However, there was no figure of Zhao Jingxian. On the top of the other 8 mountains, the strong men of all clans were racing against time to search for opportunities. Only the place where Lin Sun was located was not peaceful. Indeed, who could imagine that there would be a fierce and bloody conflict between Lin Sun and the successor of the Holy Land of Numinous Treasure before they entered the ancient palace and even couldn't judge what kind of opportunity was hidden in it? This was too surprising. But for Lin Sun, it was obvious that all this was premeditated. Fortunately, the assassination failed. Gong Yangyu died, and Su Xingfeng, Wen Xiang, and Yun Che escaped. However, when Lin Sun saw Xiao Ran walk out of the ancient palace alone, he didn't feel relaxed at all. He suddenly realized that although Xiao Ran didn't participate in the battle just now, who could guarantee that Xiao Ran didn't know all this? Lin Sun had never underestimated Xiao Ran. On the contrary, among the successors of the Holy Land of Spiritual Treasure, Xiao Ran was the one he couldn't see through the most. Previously, you single-handedly swept through the experts of the various clans. Now, you are able to single-handedly defeat junior brother Gong Yangyu and the others. Even I have to admit that you are indeed a rare character. Xiao Ran put his hands behind his back and walked leisurely. He looked at Lin Sun calmly and said with a trace of appreciation. It seemed that he didn't care about the fact that Lin Sun defeated Su Xingfeng and the others just now. He seemed too calm and casual. This made Lin Sun frown and say, "You should have known all this long ago, right?" Xiao Ran nodded and said, "Strictly speaking, I was going to take part in this operation, but I didn't intend to get involved in the end." "Why?" Lin Sun asked. Xiao Ran smiled and said, "It's very simple. You ought to be able to guess it. There's only one fortuitous encounter in this hall, and I don't want to miss it, nor do I want to compete and fight with my fellow brothers. So, I could only think of a way to make all of you stay outside. His smile was very calm and gentle, and his voice was indifferent, but it made Lin Sun's heart cold. He finally realized that this assassination against him was just Xiao Ran's plan to kill two birds with one stone. Not only did Xiao Ran assassinate him, but he also made Su Xingfeng and the others unable to enter the palace and compete with Xiao Ran for the opportunity. What about Su Xingfeng and the others? Did they know that they were actually also schemed by Xiao Ran? How shrewd! Such ruthless methods. For the sake of a fortuitous encounter, a trick of driving the tiger to swallow the wolf, you've schemed against everyone. If you grow up, you'll definitely become a formidable character of your generation. In the distance, Old Toad sighed ruefully. Xiao Ran smiled faintly and said, I just don't want to fight with my fellow disciples, so I used a few tricks. Sorry for making a fool of myself. What did you do to Miss Zhao? Lin Sun's black eyes were cold. Don't worry, since I can't bear to see my fellow disciples kill each other, I naturally won't be ruthless towards junior sister Zhao. She's currently resting in the main hall, so there won't be any accidents. Xiao Ran spoke casually as if he was chatting about daily life. Moreover, he answered every question. Not to mention anything else, merely his composed bearing was extraordinary. Old Toad, go take a look. Lin Sun gave him a look, and the latter understood tacitly and rushed into the ancient hall. In this way, you've already obtained the fortune within that hall? Lin Sun's eyes were fixed on Xiao Ran. From the beginning to the end, he had never relaxed his vigilance. Xiao Ran kept a low profile, but the more he did so, the more Lin Sun feared him. Not bad. Xiao Ran nodded and didn't deny it. So, now that you've appeared, are you going to fight it out with me? Lin Sun quietly clenched the broken sword. Unexpectedly, Xiao Ran shook his head and stared at Lin Sun for a long time. Then he sighed and said, to be honest, I'm not sure that I can kill you now. You're very strong, and I feel a sense of danger from you. It's very unusual. He weighed his words carefully and spoke slowly, seeming to be extremely serious. You won't be lonely if you have a real opponent in the struggle of Tao. You're very interesting. You're one of the most unique opponents I've ever seen since I started my cultivation. I'm looking forward to fighting with you again when the great world comes. Lin Sun frowned more and more and asked, why not now? Xiao Ran smiled meaningfully, it's still too early now, and the time isn't right. When the great battle of the world arrives, you'll understand that sometimes, if you have a worthy opponent, you'll be able to go further on the path of the great Tao. Lin Sun raised his eyebrows, do you regard me as a whetstone? Xiao Ran smiled, you can say that. Lin Sun thought for a while, what if I don't? Agree today and insist on fighting with you? Xiao Ran looked as indifferent as ever, you have no chance. Clang, Lin Sun suddenly attacked with his broken sword. A waterfall like starlight sword light crossed the void and chopped down. It was bright and terrible. This attack was really too sudden. If it were other practitioners, they would have no time to react at all. But Xiao Ran seemed to have expected it. He didn't move and just stood there with a smile. His temperament was like the clouds in the sky, indescribably transcendent. Puff, his body was cut into two, but there was no blood. Instead, it turned into a rain of light like a bubble and disappeared without a trace. I forgot to tell you. The myriad transformation Tao physique scripture was passed down by me to junior brother Gong Yangyu. Unfortunately, he was unable to comprehend its profundities in the end, and that's why he was killed by you. 300 meters away, Xiao Ran's figure emerged. With his hands behind his back, he looked back and smiled at Lin Sun, saying, goodbye. As his voice fell, his figure had already floated down the mountain. It seemed slow and leisurely, but in the blink of an eye, he disappeared. Lin Sun narrowed his eyes slightly, but in the end, he resisted the killing intent in his heart and didn't chase after him. But in the depths of his heart, there was some uneasiness. Xiao Ran's strength was unfathomable, and his shrewdness was profound. Unique and outstanding, he was unpredictable. He was definitely the most terrible opponent Lin Sun had ever seen since he started cultivating. You want me to be a whetstone? Let's see if you have the ability or not. Lin Sun withdrew his gaze and didn't think any more. He turned around and walked into the ancient hall. The ancient hall was quiet. The four walls were engraved with ancient patterns. In the center stood a simple stone tripod. There was nothing else. When Lin Sun entered, he saw Zhao Jingxian sitting cross-legged and Old Toad looking around. Xiao Ran didn't hurt you, did he? Lin Sun couldn't help asking. No. Zhao Jingxian shook her head with a complicated expression. She told Lin Sun everything that had happened just now. It turned out that when she and Xiao Ran entered the hall together, they immediately discovered that there was a Taoist scripture hidden in the simple stone tripod in the center of the hall. Naturally, this was the opportunity hidden in the hall. However, when Zhao Jingxian was about to take action, she was attacked by Xiao Ran and instantly passed out. Fortunately, Xiao Ran didn't hurt her and just took away the Taoist scripture. Speaking of this, Zhao Jingxian couldn't help but show a trace of bitterness on her lips. She said, "This time, all our efforts are in vain. All the opportunities have gone to others." Lin Sun comforted her, "As long as you're fine." Damn it, Xiao Ran is a bastard. Not only did he want to kill you, but also his fellow apprentices. All the opportunities were taken away by him. Old Toad was so angry that he cursed loudly, his face extremely ugly. I didn't expect that senior brother Xiao Ran would do this. It's too unexpected. Zhao Jingxian sighed softly. Looking at the empty hall, there was a touch of disappointment on her face. She was also quite unwilling to accept the fact that the opportunity had been taken away. A Taoist scripture, Lin Sun was also speechless. Although he didn't know the origin of this Taoist scripture, there was no doubt that a scripture that could be hidden here must have an extraordinary origin. Not far away, an angry old toad was working hard to move the simple stone tripod, as if to take it away. But no matter how hard he tried, the stone tripod didn't move at all. This not only didn't make Old Toad depressed, but also made his eyes light up. This thing seems to be a treasure too. He pulled himself together and took a deep breath. With his whole body glowing, he tried to take the stone tripod again. But the strange thing was that the stone tripod looked ordinary and inconspicuous, but it was as steady as Mount Tai and didn't move at all from beginning to end. Damn it, can't I take it away? Old Toad was so angry that his teeth ached. Let me try. Lin Sun's heart moved. He also stepped forward and ran his strength to try to take it, but the result was the same. He couldn't move the stone tripod. It's really unusual. Lin Sun's black eyes flashed with a touch of light. Without hesitation, he took out the wordless pagoda. Buzz. The pagoda glowed, enshrouded in magnificent gold, magnificent and sacred. The octagonal body of the pagoda respectively showed the sun, the moon, the mountains and rivers, the heavens and the earth, the stars in the sky, the ancient gods and so on. Such a scene was like a projection of the ancient world, imprinted on the pagoda, with a kind of majestic charm that contained the ages. Lin Sun was suddenly stunned. He had originally planned to take the simple stone tripod with the dark golden Tao light, but when he took out the wordless pagoda at this moment, he clearly sensed a different change from the past. The most prominent feature was the incomplete Wu character at the top of the pagoda. It had a spirituality and charm that had never been there before. Every stroke of the character seemed to gather the Taoist aura of the heavens, giving off an indescribable sense of shock and pressure. Could it be that after taking that mysterious Taoist hymn, this pagoda has undergone some subtle changes? Lin Sun's heart moved as he thought of that mysterious Taoist hymn. Stepping on the starry Han shoes, he strolled up the Kunlun Mountains. Lifting his sleeves to embrace the sun and the moon, the heavens enter the palm lines. I come from the mortal world and knock lightly on the door of longevity. The wonderful method reveals one's nature, and the Tao is given to the predestined person. This Taoist hymn contained a great meaning. Every word contained a mysterious power. When this Taoist hymn appeared in the 33 halls last time, it absorbed all kinds of ancient patterns on the four walls of the hall. All this was enough to prove the mystery of this Taoist hymn. Unfortunately, it disappeared after entering the wordless pagoda, and no trace could be found. But Lin Sun didn't expect that at this moment, when he took out the wordless pagoda, the pagoda had undergone a subtle change without him knowing at all. What surprised Lin Sun most was that before he could figure out the reason for this change, an incredible change happened in front of him. The ancient stone cauldron unexpectedly rumbled, causing Lin Sun and the others to be greatly shocked. Could it be that all of this was caused by the wordless pagoda? Before they could figure it out, the rumbling and fluctuations of the stone cauldron became louder and louder, like the divine sound of the great Tao, reverberating in the spacious and ancient hall, causing one's body to tremble and soul to resonate. bang, at this moment, it wasn't just here. There was an ancient stone cauldron in every grand and magnificent ancient hall at the peak of the other 8 mountains, and all of them rumbled and shook along with it. The sudden change of this scene caused the experts of all clans to be taken by surprise, and their hearts trembled. In a trance, the experts of all clans that entered every hall seemed to have returned to the ancient times and arrived at a Taoist field. A figure sat high above the 33 heavens like a ruler that overlooked all living beings, and he was expounding the subtle profundities of the great Tao. His voice was ethereal and divine like the sound of nature, and it was indescribably profound and wonderful. This is the inheritance brand of an ancient almighty, and it has appeared at this moment. Quickly meditate and comprehend it. Someone was excited as he noticed the clues within. Those that were able to enter the hall were all extraordinary figures of the various clans, and they practically understood at the first possible moment. They didn't hesitate to sit cross-legged on the ground and start to meditate and comprehend it. This was an inheritance brand, and it was even more precious and rare. There was only one chance, and if they missed it, they were bound to regret it for the rest of their lives. As for how much they could comprehend in the end, it depended on their own fortune. Ha ha ha, that bastard Xiao Ran thought he had calculated everything and seized all the fortuitous encounters. How could he possibly know that such an unfathomable inheritance and fortuitous encounter was hidden in this ancient hall? I can imagine how ugly his face will be when he finds out about all this. Ha ha ha. The old toad laughed wildly, carefree and excited. Lin Sun and Zhao Jingxian couldn't help but laugh as well. At this moment, they all sat cross-legged and carefully comprehended, listening to the ethereal and divine sound of the great Tao, and their bodies and minds were greatly moved. In a trance, it was as if they were dream-traversing the ancient times. An almighty figure that possessed supreme divine power sat above the 33 heavens of the Taoist field, and he was passing down scriptures and teaching the disciples of his sect, expounding on the profundities of the great Tao. That figure was too distant and imposing, impossible to see clearly. It was like a ruler that towered above the great Tao, comparable to heaven and earth. Its appearance couldn't be seen, and its form couldn't be touched. The voice that elaborated on the grand Tao was like an ancient bell and drum, and it was profound and unfathomable. It seemed to be emitted by everyone, yet when it entered everyone's ears, it revealed completely different profundities. Some people listened to the wonders of the Mahayana that belonged to Buddhism, some listened to the subtle mysteries that belonged to Taoism, and some listened to the wonders that were neither Buddhism nor Taoism. The profundities within it were all-encompassing, covered 100 schools of thought, and fused together. It was completely a form of the aura of the Tao that was filled with unfathomable profundities. Because the experts of the various races had different comprehension abilities and different paths towards the Tao, the profundities they heard and comprehended were different as well. The profundity of such an inheritance could be said to be like a single word is a myriad of laws, and comprehension depends on one's fortune. There were 9 mountains, and each of them had 9 ancient palaces. When this mysterious and unfathomable power of inheritance was produced, the 9 mountains also rumbled, and an indescribable majestic power emerged. The experts of the various races that were halfway up the mountains and had no chance of reaching the peak felt their bodies shake before they were swept away by a shapeless force and teleported to the foot of the mountains. On the other hand, the experts of the various races that intended to charge up the mountains noticed at this moment that the 9 mountains were covered by terrifying restrictions, and they were unable to approach them any longer. What exactly happened? Many experts were astounded, and they stopped fighting and fighting. Since they couldn't even approach the mountains, it was utterly meaningless to continue fighting. It seems like the true inheritance of this place has emerged. The hearts of some trembled as they guessed a trace of an inkling. In this way, all of us cultivators that didn't enter the ancient palaces at the peak of the mountains have been completely eliminated? Many experts felt bitter in their hearts, and they had extremely dejected expressions. There were also ferocious figures that were unwilling to give up and wanted to forcefully ascend the mountains, yet they were shaken by the terrifying restrictions to the point they bled and couldn't take another step forward, so they could only give up. At this point, all the experts of the various races understood that they had indeed been eliminated. Damn it! At the foot of a mountain, Su Xingfeng almost gnashed his teeth into pieces while flames flickered in his eyes, and they were filled with rage. We actually missed this fortuitous encounter. Wen Xiang was in a daze. Yun Che, who was beside him, also let out a sigh, senior brother Gong Yanyu is also dead. This time, that guy really got lucky. Xiao Ran was silent. He raised his head and stared at the peak of the mountains. No one noticed that a trace of complex and deep unwillingness had surfaced in his eyes at this moment. No one noticed that his fingers, which were hidden in his sleeves, were tightly clenched. Originally, he thought that obtaining the scripture hidden in the stone cauldron was equivalent to obtaining this fortuitous encounter, and that he could return with full rewards without any regrets. Who would have thought that there was an even greater opportunity hidden within the palaces? If he had known this earlier, how could he have left so early? Regret and unwillingness surged up like a tide, pounding on Xiao Ran's heart, and he could no longer be as calm as he was before. I didn't expect this. Xiao Ran sighed lightly. He had calculated everything, but he didn't expect that there would be other mysteries within these 9 mountains. If he had known this earlier. Xiao Ran suddenly sucked in a deep breath. He couldn't continue thinking. Regret and unwillingness were already useless, and he could only endure and accept this failure. Humph. So what if I obtained the fortuitous encounter? When I leave this secret realm, I'll kill this kid and take all the fortuitous encounters he has. Su Xingfeng gritted his teeth. When he said this, Wen Xiang and Yunche's hearts moved, and their eyes flickered. That's right, this fortuitous encounter will eventually end. When they leave, they only need to borrow Elder Gao Yang's hand to kill that guy. Only Xiao Ran remained silent. No one knew what he was thinking at this moment. Outside the ruins of End. In front of the various clans and forces, the life-soul altars rumbled unceasingly. Waves circulated, and wisps of divine souls were transported back. These were the experts who had been eliminated in the fight for the fortuitous encounter. They were equipped with the life-soul bone talismans, so they could escape from death. As for the experts who did not have the life-soul bone talismans, they were destined to never return. The life-soul altars were constantly fluctuating, and this also meant that this bloody fight for the fortuitous encounter was extremely tragic. Many big shots' faces darkened, and their hearts were bleeding. Their clan's losses were too severe, and it was a huge blow to them. Some big shots, like the Herculean Bull clan, the Golden Phoenix clan, the Cloud Monkey clan, and the Mysterious Turtle clan, were all smiling and in high spirits. The experts of their clans had already reached the peak of the mountains, and were fighting for the fortuitous encounter. How could they not be happy? As the saying goes, when the moon shines on the 9 continents, some are happy, and some are sad. This scene proved this saying. Elder Gao Yang was also very happy. The descendants of the Spirit Treasure Holy Land had also reached one of the 9 mountains. Humph. In the distance, Granny Xianxia of the Dragon Whale clan snorted coldly. Her face was ashen, and she said, "It seems that you are very happy, my friend." Elder Gao Yang immediately had a headache. Because Lin Sun killed a group of powerhouses from the Dragon Whale clan, Granny Xianxia became extremely irritable. Even her words became harsh and unpleasant. However, before Elder Gao Yang could speak, someone beside him said coldly, "Fellow Daoist, regardless of whether you're happy or not, all the information has proven that the bloodthirsty young man ascended the godly mountain with the successor of your numinous treasure sacred land. This is enough to prove that the young man is from your numinous treasure sacred land." The one who spoke was an important figure from the Blood Lion clan. All the powerhouses of their clan had been annihilated, and almost all of them died in Lin Sun's hands. Therefore, he was not at all polite with his words. A life for a life. There must be an explanation for this. That's right. That young man is unscrupulous and ruthless. He has angered everyone. If we don't capture and kill him, we will not rest. Instantly, the important figures from the Demonic Elephant clan, the Blackwood clan, and the Jade Scale clan all voiced out their opinions. They looked like they were going to condemn Elder Gao Yang. They were truly infuriated. A mere young man from the human clan had defeated all the powerhouses from their clans. How could they accept this? Elder Gao Yang felt the pressure multiplying and his head swelled. Just then, a piece of news was heard: the young demon is fighting with the descendants of the Spirit Treasure Holy Land. Boom, a single stone raised 1,000 ripples. The entire area was in an uproar. They couldn't believe what they were hearing. Wasn't the young demon from the Spirit Treasure Holy Land? Why were they killing each other? Granny Heaven Killer and the other important figures who were initially here to denounce Lin Fan were stumped as well. What the hell was going on right now? Elder Gao Yang's face darkened. Were they fighting each other? That shouldn't be. Before long, more concrete news came out from the mysterious realm of demons. The descendants of the Spirit Treasure Holy Land surrounded the young demon in an attempt to stop him from taking the opportunity. Who would have thought that they would be defeated by the young demon? It's too scary. The young demon fought against 3 of them alone and severely injured 2 of them. He even killed one of them on the spot. The entire place was in an uproar when they heard the news. Everyone was in an uproar. The important figures from the various clans were gloating. That young man was so cruel that he had no scruples. He even dared to kill the descendants of the Spirit Treasure Holy Land. He had guts. It was especially so for grandmother Xianxia and the other big shots. Their expressions were extremely strange. They had been denouncing Elder Gao Yang, but who would have thought that in the blink of an eye, the ferocious young man would start a fight with the successor of the Spirit Treasure Holy Land? Hee, fellow cultivator, it seems that the Spirit Treasure Holy Land has produced an extraordinary person. His methods are really vicious. Fellow cultivator, what else do you have to say? In my opinion, such a disgraceful person should be killed. Otherwise, he will harm the Spirit Treasure Holy Land sooner or later. Sigh, I really didn't expect that young man to be so heartless. He even killed his own people. Why do you look so pale? Those important figures spoke sarcastically, their words full of sarcasm and ridicule. Elder Gao Yang's body had long been stiff. His beard and hair were standing on end, his face was livid, and the blue veins on his forehead were bulging. There was an unspeakable anger in his heart. That young man dared to be so disgraceful, he should be killed. Originally, after hearing a series of glorious deeds Lin Sun had done in the secret realm of demonic saints, Elder Gao Yang had the heart to cherish talent. He planned to save the young man at the end of this operation, even at the cost of paying some price. It would be better if he could be recruited into the Spirit Treasure Holy Land. But at this moment, he couldn't be bothered to care about who exactly that ferocious youth was, nor did he care exactly what caused this incident of killing each other to occur. He only knew that since the young man dared to kill the descendants of the Spirit Treasure Holy Land, he would never be forgiven. In the ancient temple, the sound of Tao was ethereal, mysterious, and sacred. Lin Sun sat cross-legged on the ground and fell into a deep meditation. His body was filled with wisps of faint Tao runes. Behind his head, 3 white jade-like treasure lights appeared and evolved into a round wheel, which was auspicious and brilliant like a mirror, which made him look ethereal and unearthly. The sound of Tao was ethereal as if it came from above the 33 levels of heaven. It was like Lin Sun was sleepwalking in the ancient Taoist field and listening to the Supreme Mighty explaining the essence of Tao. Lin Sun was deeply touched from inside to outside. He was immersed in it and was in a trance. This so-called Tao was nameless and indescribable, yet it could be comprehended, observed, and verified. While Lin Sun was meditating, the mirror-like disc behind his head became more and more brilliant and magical. In the end, the disc behind his head spun, and it actually revealed a heavenly abode. Divine radiance rumbled within the abode while auspicious rays of light sprayed out, and the aura of the Tao was enshrouded within it. It was like the embryonic form of a world, and an ancient Tao platform stood towering within it while 3 glows that seemed like white jade coiled around the Tao platform, causing it to seem divine and profound. He was deducing his own Tao path. What was reflected in the disc was the unique Tao path that Lin Sun had now, the cave and the source Tao platform in his body. Fortunately, Zhao Jingxian and Old Toad were also meditating on Tao path at the moment and didn't notice this scene. Otherwise, they would be shocked speechless. Because the cave in Lin Sun's body was too extraordinary and unique, it seemed too shocking and different to open a Tao platform in the initial stage of cave heaven. It should be known that for ordinary cultivators, only when they reached the heavenly abode realm would they be able to construct their own heavenly abode platform. Even the talents like Zhao Jingxian and Xiao Ran could build their own Tao platform in the initial stage of cave heaven. However, it was almost impossible to find someone like Lin Sun, who was surrounded by 3 mysterious treasure lights on the Tao platform of the Dongtian. Lin Sun was unaware of all this. He sensed something in his heart and fell into a deep level of comprehension. He verified the profundities he heard with his own path towards the Tao, and he was greatly enlightened. Some of the details and bewilderment he'd overlooked in his cultivation in the past had appeared one by one, and he'd completely comprehended them and understood them clearly. Later, Lin Sun no longer stuck to meditation and began to take this opportunity to rebuild his own Tao path. There were 5 realms of cultivation: martial realm, gang spirit, sea spirit, cave heaven, and will development. The martial realm was divided into 9 levels: qi guiding, inner strength, mansion opening, orifices clearing, marrow cleansing, blood burning, small circulation, big circulation, and spirit transformation. Each realm had its own wonders and would bring new changes to practitioners' power. It seemed simple, but it was the cornerstone of Tao path. Of Tao path. And Tao path of path. There was a saying. One could not reach 1,000 miles without a step, and a stream without a stream. Of Tao path. Of Tao cultivation. In Tao, Tao Lin Tao of sect path. And, of Tao path of cultivation. And it. Fortunately, he met Master Lu and embarked on the path of cultivation. However, due to his damaged body, his achievements were limited even after he embarked on the path of cultivation. Path of and, Tao path of, in, Tao of Tao path of the Tao path of the of. Tao. Of however, before the transformation, his achievements on the Tao path were limited. After all, he was not on the perfect Tao path. All of this seemed to have no effect on him now, but when he charged into the peak of the Grand Tao one day, he would notice that a trace of imperceptible flaw left behind at the beginning of his cultivation would have an immeasurable effect. Now, Lin Sun decided to rebuild his Tao path with the help of this opportunity, which meant that he was repairing the defects and further perfecting his Tao. Qi guiding, the first step of Tao path, the first level of martial realm, was to use qi as the guide to circulate the spiritual energy through the meridians and acupoints, so as to achieve the purpose of washing away the mortal impurities. Lin Sun meditated again. He moved his qi at will and observed the subtleties. In a trance, the sound of Tao in his ears changed as if it was explaining the meaning of qi guiding. This made Lin Sun feel a sense of novelty and joy when he first set foot on the Tao path. He often felt enlightened. Inner strength, swallowing and spitting spiritual energy, refining the internal organs and strengthening the sense of qi. Swallowing qi like a bull and exhaling like an arrow. Mansion opening the mansion of 5 viscera with one's own spiritual energy, tempering the 5 viscera, dredging the meridians of the 5 viscera, and expelling the old and taking in the new. Acupores clearing, marrow washing. With the deepening of his understanding, Lin Sun seemed to walk on his own Tao path. Starting from the initial qi guiding, he stepped forward and climbed the steps of inner strength, mansion opening, acupores clearing, and so on. Each step of remodeling brought him new gains and insights. This kind of precious experience was so rare that it could only be found by chance. Without this opportunity, it was impossible to trigger this series of changes. The hall was simple and unadorned. The sound of Tao was like the sound of nature. It was like an ancient sage preaching and teaching. This was not only a rare and precious opportunity for Lin Sun, but also a precious baptism for the overmatches of other clans. The Tao voice of an ancient great figure was like a myriad of laws with a single word. How transcendent was it? Even if a great figure at the life and death realm came, he would probably be overjoyed and intoxicated by it. However, due to the difference in their realms, the profundities they comprehended were different as well. It was also destined that the overmatches like Lin Sun could only understand the essence closely related to their own realms, and could not see the higher realms such as reincarnation development realm and life and death realm. Ah! Time passed. Suddenly, a loud shout could be heard from one of the palaces. An overmatch from the Golden Phoenix clan was swept away by an invisible force, taken out of the hall, and moved to the foot of the mountain. The overmatches who had been waiting at the foot of the mountain were immediately attracted. Was this the end of the inheritance opportunity? Damn it! I don't have enough insight, and the essence I understand has reached the limit. I can only understand one secret method, and it is difficult for me to gain more, so I was sent out. The overmatch of the Golden Phoenix clan looked depressed and unwilling. As soon as this remark came out, all the people present were shocked, and most of them looked at him with envy. This opportunity was too shocking for someone who didn't have enough insight to get an inheritance of a secret method. May I ask what kind of secret method you have comprehended? Someone couldn't help but ask. The overmatch of the Golden Phoenix clan was startled and immediately became vigilant. Don't think about it. This kind of secret method can only be comprehended in the heart, and cannot be taken or taught. After all, this is the supreme inheritance of an ancient almighty. At the end of his words, there was a trace of unconcealable joy on his face. Obviously, even though he had been eliminated, he was still extremely satisfied with the secret technique he had just obtained from comprehending it. Knowing all this, some of the overmatches who wanted to take the opportunity immediately extinguished that thought. This kind of opportunity could not be taken. What a disappointment. Su Xingfeng, Wen Xiang, and Yun Che were even more depressed. Their expressions were ugly, as if they had eaten a dead fly. The opportunity could not be taken. Didn't this mean that even if they killed Lin Xian, they would not be able to get the opportunity he got from the top of the mountain? Don't be depressed. This kid has more than these opportunities. Don't forget that he also took a saint's Taoist scripture from the sacred island of 5 elements, and he has a pagoda made from the divine iron of creation. Su Xingfeng took a deep breath with a gloomy expression. Wen Xiang and Yun Che were stunned, and then they felt much better. On the other hand, Xiao Ran remained silent. Swoosh, it wasn't long before another expert was sent out from the ancient hall on the peak of the mountain. Why? I'm only one step away from obtaining the complete Tao formula. But I've missed it just like that. This was an expert from the Herculean Ox clan. His expression was filled with unwillingness, and he roared loudly with the intention of charging up the peak of the mountain once more. Unfortunately, the 9 mountains were enveloped by restrictions, causing him to be unable to approach them at all. When they witnessed this scene, it caused the eyes of all the experts at the foot of the mountain that hadn't entered the hall to become even more red with envy. Exactly what sort of supreme fortune is hidden within the ancient hall? At the same time, they realized that the weaker one's comprehension ability was, the lesser the benefits one would obtain, and the earlier one would be eliminated. For example, perhaps the experts from the Golden Phoenix clan and Herculean Ox clan could already be considered to be top figures, but none of those that were able to enter the ancient hall were ordinary figures. The reason they'd been eliminated was obviously because their natural talent and comprehension ability were slightly inferior. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. Sure enough, in the following period of time, more and more experts were sent out from the 9 ancient palaces. Some beat their chests and stamped their feet, some were depressed and vexed, some sighed repeatedly, and some were very satisfied with their gains and beamed with joy. However, no matter who it was, they all had something to gain. It was only a matter of how much they gained. During this period of time, there was also a conflict. An expert who had never set foot on the peak of the mountain suddenly launched a sneak attack, wanting to kill a Xianxia clan expert who had just obtained a fortuitous encounter. But what was shocking was that the expert of the Xianxia clan did not even retaliate, and the person who ambushed him was killed on the spot. The one who attacked was not the cultivators present, but a restrictive power that came from the sacred mountain. It transformed into a bolt of lightning and instantly shattered the person who ambushed him. It was extremely terrifying. Good fortune is obtained by oneself. Those who do not have the chance to forcefully seize it should be killed. This was a voice condensed from a mysterious restrictive power. It was indifferent, empty, and emotionless, but it caused the expressions of everyone present to change and their hairs to stand on end. Only now did all the experts realize that this mysterious land of opportunity actually hid such an invisible and terrifying killing tribulation. At the same time, this also caused many experts to lose interest and become disheartened. The reason why they were waiting here was because they wanted to take advantage of the situation to kill and seize a fortuitous encounter. But now, after witnessing what had happened to the ambusher, who would dare to do so? At this moment, Xiao Ran, who had been silent all this time, could no longer maintain his calm. He let out a sigh, and a trace of uncontrollable unwillingness appeared on his face. He had originally wanted to wait here to see if he could seize some good fortune, but now, it seemed that he had no choice but to give up. This caused Xiao Ran to feel an indescribable sense of grievance in his heart. He felt that the heavens seemed to be making things difficult for him. Could this be the will of the heavens? As time passed, more and more experts were sent out from the top of the 9 mountains, causing a lot of commotion and discussion. Those who had not set foot on the top of the mountains were so envious that their hearts were bleeding. As for those who had returned with good fortune, they were all in high spirits. What shocked all the powerhouses was that the fortunes obtained by those powerhouses who returned from the comprehension were completely different. Some had broken through a level of cultivation. Some had grasped some kind of grand Tao. Some had transformed their souls. Some had obtained some kind of ancient secret technique that was compatible with them. Most inconceivable of it all was that even the ancient secret techniques obtained by those experts were all different, and they were all encompassing and covered a myriad of paths. There were secret techniques of the Buddhist sect, profound techniques of the Taoist sect, and some other unique secret techniques. Moreover, each secret technique was perfectly compatible with the talent and aptitude of the person who obtained it. This made the experts who had not set foot on the top of the mountains even more jealous and red-eyed. However, no one dared to take it by force. The 9 mountains were covered with terrifying restrictions. Whoever dared to take the fortune by force would be obliterated on the spot. What a great fortune! 10,000 techniques with one word. Even in the ancient times, such a great fortune is destined to be rare. Many experts sighed. They were unwilling to be unable to go up and have a look. The most tragic ones were the descendants of the Spirit Treasure Holy Land. Because of their battle with Lin Sun and because of Xiao Ran's carelessness, they had all missed this rare opportunity. Now, the experts present looked at them differently. There was a trace of mockery and pity in their eyes, as if they were taking pleasure in their misfortune. This was called heavens while being unpredictable. As for Su Xingfeng, Wen Xiang, and Yun Che, their faces were already extremely gloomy and livid. Even Xiao Ran's face was clouded. They went for wool and came home shorn. This time, they had indeed suffered a great loss. Ha ha ha, this king has finally found a trace of memory and obtained the talent and secret technique inherited from my bloodline. In the future, I will set foot on the peak of the Grand Tao and look down on all living beings. Suddenly, a strange laughter rang out. The green-robed old toad was transported to the foot of the mountain. He was immensely proud and radiant with unspeakable self-satisfaction. But in the next moment, his entire body stiffened as he felt strands of icy cold killing intent envelop him, causing his hairs to stand on end. Turning his head, he saw Su Xingfeng and the others with gloomy expressions. Their eyes were filled with dense killing intent as they stared at him. Mother *****. Why am I so unlucky? Startled, Old Toad jumped 3 feet into the air and hurriedly tried to flee. The pride and excitement in its heart vanished without a trace. How could he have imagined that he would encounter so many enemies who were eyeing him covetously right after he obtained the good fortune? But very quickly, he realized that even though Su Xingfeng and the others all had dead expressions on their faces and were full of killing intent, they did not make a move from beginning to end. Old Toad's heart skipped a beat and its eyes darted around as it realized that the situation seemed a little fishy. Cut the crap. I'll give you a chance to live. Hand over all your treasures and I'll spare your life. Wen Xiang berated. Why? Old Toad cast him a sidelong glance. What's wrong? We're willing to let you go, but you want to die instead? Wen Xiang's face darkened. Next to him, Su Xingfeng and Yun Che's killing intent grew stronger and stronger. They looked at Old Toad as if they were staring at a dead man. This made Old Toad's expression a little unsightly and he felt uneasy. He really wasn't their match by himself. But what made him suspicious was that even though the other side was full of killing intent and aggressive, they did not make a move. This seemed a little strange. Ha ha ha, look, the successors of the Spirit Treasure Holy Land are fighting again. Those guys are jealous and want to force that green-robed youth to hand over his treasures. Mocking laughter rang out in the distance. Immediately, there was a roar of laughter with mocking expressions. Su Xingfeng and the others' expressions were extremely unsightly. They gritted their teeth so hatefully that they almost broke. Bang! Suddenly, Wen Xiang took out a dazzling silver necklace and killed a powerhouse who was laughing to himself through the air. Blood splattered everywhere. How dare you commit murder? Many powerhouses were shocked and angry. Why wouldn't I dare? More than half of you didn't obtain any fortuitous encounters, yet you dare to laugh at us. Do you really think we can't do anything to you? Wen Xiang said coldly. As soon as these words came out, many powerhouses from various clans were silent as cicadas in winter. Their expressions changed slightly. Only then did they realize that the restriction that covered this place only protected those who obtained the fortuitous encounters from being harmed. In other words, those powerhouses who didn't obtain the fortuitous encounters would also be in danger of losing their lives once a conflict broke out. Humph. Seeing that the powerhouses who were jeering were intimidated, Wen Xiang, Su Xingfeng, and the others' expressions became much better. Green-robed little brother, don't be afraid. They don't dare to kill you. Suddenly, someone transmitted his voice to Old Toad and told him the reason. Obviously, this kind of warning couldn't be considered good intentions. They were deliberately provoking Old Toad and Su Xingfeng to fight among themselves. Old Toad's lips couldn't help but twitch fiercely when he learned all this. These guys actually dared to put on airs and scare him. Old Toad simply couldn't tolerate it. Little brat, did you just say you wanted this king's treasures? Old Toad said with a smile. Wen Xiang immediately became vigilant, but he said, this is to atone for your sins. If you do this, we can consider giving you a way out. A way out? Old Toad suddenly let out an evil laugh. It abruptly leapt up and slapped Wen Xiang. Go F***K yourself. This king must slap you to death today, you detestable little brat. You dare. Wen Xiang was furious. He was so angry that his eyes almost popped out of their sockets. He wasn't afraid of Old Toad in the slightest and was even confident that he could easily kill it. But in the end, he dodged, feeling extremely aggrieved. There was nothing he could do. He was extremely wary of the restriction here and was afraid that he would encounter misfortune when he fought with Old Toad. Seeing this, Old Toad's courage instantly increased. The last shred of hesitation in its heart was swept away. Laughing strangely, it chased after Wen Xiang without the slightest trace of politeness. There's nothing in this world that this king doesn't dare to do. Hurry up and get over here, let this king smack your little butt into mush. You dare to humiliate me? Ha ha ha, I'm humiliating you, so what? If you have the guts, do it. Just you wait. When we get out, I'll definitely pull out your tendons, skin you alive, and grind your bones to dust. Yo, little brat, you still dare to threaten this king? I'll beat you to death. Chaos ensued. Old Toad chased after Wen Xiang as if it was risking its life. Using its techniques, it slashed out one divine rainbow after another with a murderous aura. Wen Xiang dodged again and again, not daring to fight back. He was so angry that his face turned red and purple as he yelled angrily. He was truly furious, but there was nothing he could do. Old Toad became even more complacent and fearless. Its wild laughter resounded through the world, and it was incomparably carefree. In the distance, the experts of the various races were flabbergasted and roared with laughter. The mocking laughter provoked Wen Xiang so much that he was about to explode, and he almost coughed up blood. As for Su Xingfeng and the others, they also lost face. This farce made them feel embarrassed. When had the descendants of the numinous treasure Holy Land been reduced to such a state? Aren't you just relying on the protection of the restriction? Don't you think it's shameless? Xianxia berated angrily. Damn it, you brat, you dare to call this king shameless? Old Toad was furious. It gave up on Wen Xiang and chased after Xianxia. At the peak of the mountain earlier, it was already covered in blood and in a miserable and sorry state. How could it miss such an opportunity now? Thus, Xianxia had no choice but to cover his head and flee like a rat as he dodged repeatedly. In the end, Old Toad still hadn't vented its hatred, so it chased after Su Xingfeng again, causing the scene to instantly fall into chaos. This caused the experts of the various races to be even more overjoyed. They laughed to the point they rocked back and forth, and tears almost fell from their eyes. It was the first time they'd noticed that the green-robed youth was actually so audacious, and he was even more daring than the young devil god to cause trouble. Unknowingly, Zhao Jingxian had arrived at the foot of the mountain, and when she saw this scene, a strange expression couldn't help but appear on her clear and beautiful face. This Old Toad is too willful. However, when she saw Su Xingfeng, Wen Xiang, and Xianxia's sorry and aggrieved appearances, Zhao Jingxian couldn't help but be amused, and a wisp of a smile suffused the corners of her lustrous and plump lips. Junior sister Zhao, ask him to stop. In the distance, Xiao Rant's expression was cold and indifferent, and there was a wisp of unprecedented rage between his brows. You ought to be clearly aware that if this goes on, he won't be able to harm anyone at all, and he'll only harm the honor of our spirit treasure sacred land. The smile on the corners of Zhao Jingxuan's mouth instantly froze, and a wisp of coldness suffused her clear eyes. She recalled the scene of Xiao Ran launching a sneak attack on her after entering the hall. I feel that this is very interesting. Zhao Jingxuan's expression was indifferent as her clear eyes locked onto Xiao Ran, and she said, "It's even to the extent that I want to spar with senior brother right now." Xiao Ran's expression changed slightly, and then he took a deep breath and said, "Junior sister Zhao, I know you hate me, but everyone's fighting for the sake of fortune. I feel that I didn't really harm you in the hall. Could it be that you don't understand? You want me to understand?" A wisp of faint ridicule suffused the corners of Zhao Jingxuan's mouth. "Alright, then let me launch a sneak attack on you as well, how about it?" Xiao Ran finally realized the seriousness of the problem. In the past, Zhao Jingxian had always respected and admired him, but now, she had changed and viewed him as an enemy. This made Xiao Ran frown a little. Unexpectedly, Zhao Jingxian spoke at that moment to stop Old Toad, stop. If you continue to make trouble, you won't be able to kill them. Instead, others will laugh at you. Old Toad chuckled, "That's true." This made Xiao Ran heave a sigh of relief, but Su Xingfeng, Wen Xiang, and Yin Che couldn't bring themselves to be happy. In front of so many people, they had been chased by Old Toad and couldn't even fight back. That feeling of sullenness and humiliation was driving them crazy, so how could they possibly have any good expressions? You're right. In the end, I'm the successor of the spirit treasure Holy Land, and I have to protect the sect's reputation, but that doesn't include you guys. Zhao Jingxian looked at Xiao Ran with a cold expression. "I will remember today's events well, and in the future, I will challenge you one by one." Her voice was resolute. She recalled how Su Xingfeng and the others had suddenly launched a sneak attack on Lin Sun, and recalled how she had been sneak attacked. The fact that Old Toad no longer pursued Zhao Jingxian disappointed the spectators. Zhao Jingxuan's resolute attitude also caused the expressions of Xiao Ran and the others to change. In the end, the farce came to an end. But Zhao Jingxian, Xiao Ran, and the others all knew that the relationship between them had been severed. As time passed, the majority of the cultivators who had entered the 9 ancient palaces had been sent out one after another. Niu Tunchen is the only one left in the first hall. Meng Lianqing is the only one left in the third hall. Graceful Peacock is the only one left in the fourth hall. The cultivators were all waiting. They all knew that the longer they could last in the ancient palaces, the greater the fortune they would obtain. When they learned that peerless figures like Niu Tunchen, Meng Lianqing, and Graceful Peacock were still persevering, they couldn't help but exclaim. There were chosen in every clan, but the most outstanding ones among them were undoubtedly Niu Tunchen, Meng Lianqing, and the others. They had already proven their strength with their ironclad achievements. Now that they could comprehend for so long in the ancient palaces, it was obvious how amazing their talent and foundation were. Xianluozi is the only one left in the 7th hall. Only the young demon god of the human race is left in the 9th hall. What? The young demon god has also been comprehending and hasn't been sent out? Although this guy is ferocious, I have to admit that only someone like him might be able to compete with Niu Tunchen and Meng Lianqing. When they learned that Lin Sun was still comprehending and hadn't been eliminated, the expressions of the cultivators became complicated. There was hatred and enmity, as well as admiration. Only Su Xingfeng and the others were gloomy and gritted their teeth. They really hadn't expected Lin Sun to be able to last until now. This was beyond their expectations and made them even more fearful. The fact that Lin Sun could last until now undoubtedly proved that he possessed unimaginable talent and comprehension. If such a ferocious guy obtained some powerful inheritance, wouldn't he become even more terrifying in the future? This boy must not be allowed to live. Su Xingfeng and the others secretly made up their minds. The only thing they could rely on now was to get even with Elder Gao Yang when they left. Although it was a little immoral to do so, they would do anything as long as they could kill Lin Sun and seize his treasures. Apart from the 5 of them, the ancient palaces on the other 4 mountains are all empty. Doesn't this mean that no one can completely inherit the inheritance within the 4 ancient palaces? What a pity. Yeah, what a pity. Waves of sighs resounded in the surroundings. All the experts found that, except for the ancient palace occupied by Lin Sun, Niu Tunshan, and the other four, there were no experts in the other four palaces. This undoubtedly meant that no one would be able to comprehend the inheritances within those four palaces, and they couldn't help but sigh with regret. I really can't accept this, Xiaoran muttered inwardly. He was unable to calm his emotions today. There were too many fluctuations. Even if he wanted to suppress them, it was difficult for him to do so. And all of this was because he had left the top of the mountain in advance. Thinking of this, Xiaoran became even more depressed. Back then, no one had forced him to leave, but he had left of his own accord. Who would have thought that because of this, he would miss a great opportunity? This was like entering a treasure mountain only to return empty-handed. No one would be able to remain calm if they were in his place. In Xiaoran's view, if he had still been in that ancient palace, he would definitely not be any worse than Lin Sun, Niu Tunshan, or Meng Lianqing. Unfortunately, this was fate. One wrong step would lead to a completely different outcome. Miss Zhao, what did you comprehend? Old Toad asked telepathically. He was very happy. Although he hadn't been able to persevere to the end, he had unexpectedly obtained some vague memories from the past during his comprehension just now. The rarest thing was that he had also mastered a secret talent that flowed through his bloodline, a cultivation secret that belonged to the three-legged golden toad lineage. For Old Toad, this was undoubtedly equivalent to finding his true path. As long as he cultivated diligently in the future, he wouldn't have to worry about not being able to ascend the great path. I obtained an ancient secret method called the art of four symbols constellations. Zhao Jingshuan's words were concise, but there was also a hint of joy in her voice. It was obvious that this inheritance was a rare surprise for her. In ancient times, the gods divided the heavens and the realms into 28 constellations, divided into 4 symbols and 7 mansions. They were named after the ancient divine beasts Vermilion Bird, Azure Dragon, White Tiger, and Black Tortoise. They seized the power of heaven above and suppressed the 4 poles below. Since this technique dares to be named after the art of 4 symbols constellations, it's definitely an extraordinary inheritance. Old Toad was instantly envious and covetous. Just from the name alone, he knew that this secret method was absolutely extraordinary. You've also gained a lot this time. Zhao Jingshan glanced at him. Old Toad immediately became proud and said with a smile, "Of course, I'm definitely not worse than you." "How is it compared to Lin Sun?" Zhao Jingshan blinked. Old Toad was immediately discouraged and said unhappily, "Can you let this king be happy for a while? Why do you always like to hit others like that, boy? This is a bad habit, and you have to change it." Speaking of this, he couldn't help touching his chin, looked up at the top of the mountain, and murmured, "Speaking of which, I'm really curious about what kind of fortune this guy will obtain in the end." Zhao Jingshan also felt the same, and her clear eyes looked at the top of the mountain. Not only the two of them, but also the focus of all the people present at this moment fell on Lin Sun, Niu Tunshan, Meng Lianqing, Kongxiu, and Xian Luozi. Because until now, only the 5 of them had not been sent back, but had been comprehending, which was too shocking. Did this mean that the fortune they were about to obtain was destined to be extraordinary? In the ancient palace, behind Lin Sun's head, a wheel of light flowed, reflecting the Tao platform of heaven. It was surrounded by treasure light and divine clouds, and the aura of Tao was simple and leisurely. After a long time, Lin Sun suddenly opened his eyes. Until now, he had completely reconstructed his Tao, and his heart was open and clear. He could fully feel that his Tao had changed again. When he was promoted to the Tao Insight realm, it was only the extreme transformation of this realm that allowed him to set foot on the most powerful Tao since ancient times. Now, after listening to the essence of Tao, he walked on the road of Tao again, reconstructed his realm, and made all the realms he had possessed in the past undergo a new transformation. This sort of transformation was the extreme change in a path of cultivation since he'd started cultivating until now. It was like a reincarnation, and it allowed the path Lin Sun grasped to be flawless and perfect to the extreme. No wonder everyone said that the Tao in the mortal world was incomplete. If it weren't for the fortune I got today, which made me fill the gap, I'm afraid I couldn't make such an extreme transformation in my Tao. Lin Sun was enlightened in his heart. In the past, although he knew that the Tao in the mortal world was incomplete, he didn't know where it was. Now, after a profound comprehension of the Tao, he finally saw where the incomplete Tao was. He also took this opportunity to perfect himself in one fell swoop, and really transformed the Tao to the extreme. At this moment, his whole body was ethereal, and his breath was mellow and endless. Every move of his carried an invisible rhythm, which was in harmony with the world, transcendent and otherworldly. Although his cultivation was still at the mastery of the Tao insight realm, Lin Sun felt that his control of power and understanding of Tao had undergone a completely different transformation. He suddenly longed for a battle and wanted to prove himself. This was a kind of supreme demeanor, disdainful confidence, and a taste of competing with the Tao. The comprehension was over, but Lin Sun noticed that the stone tripod in the center of the hall was emitting a rain of Tao light at this moment, which gushed out and covered his whole body. The next moment, he disappeared in the hall. In the first palace, Niao Tunchen, who was sitting cross-legged, suddenly stood up. His imposing figure was like a majestic mountain that surged with a jet-black light that was terrifying like tidewater. The space between his brows was filled with an arrogant and domineering aura, and his eyes emitted a piercing cold light, causing him to reveal an arrogant expression of supremacy. Roar! He looked up to the sky and let out a long roar. His long hair danced in the wind, and he looked like a great demon god. There was no doubt that after this comprehension, Niao Tunchen had become even stronger. After this enlightenment, I will step into the reincarnation development realm within 3 years and compete for a higher Tao. In the third palace, Meng Lianqing's slender figure floated up. Her whole body was shining with golden light, as if gold was flowing, dazzling. Vaguely, one could see the shadow of a golden phoenix flying in the dark behind her, as if it wanted to compete with the sky. This Tao is mysterious, and I have benefited a lot. In the fourth palace, Kong Xiao, the son of the Cloud Monkey clan, stood up. His eyes were intertwined with lightning, extremely frightening. His smooth black hair was coiled with strands of silver arcs of lightning that flickered ceaselessly, and it caused him to seem like a child of God that was bathed in lightning and was born from it. This enlightenment is really incredible. In the seventh ancient palace, Shan Luozi, the son of the Xianxia clan, stood up and fell into deep thought. He had a head of long blue hair, a slender and dignified figure, and his entire body flowed with a dreamlike blue mist. However, his temperament was extremely sharp, like a peerless spear that wanted to pierce through the sky. At this moment, Lin Sun, Niao Tunchen, Meng Lianqing, Kong Xiao, and Shan Luozi woke up at almost the same time. The voice that explained the Tao had already disappeared, and the unique inheritance aura that made them feel like they were dream traversing the ancient times had also disappeared without a trace. Therefore, they all woke up from their enlightenment. Then, just like Lin Sun, they all felt the stone cauldrons in the palace rumble and spray out a rain of Tao light, covering their bodies. Finally, they all disappeared from their respective palaces. Boom! The previous chapter had the wrong number of chapters and had been corrected. The 9 mountains rumbled and attracted everyone's attention. Look, the 9 stone cauldrons have appeared at the same time. An expert exclaimed. At the peak of the 9 mountains, above every ancient palace, ancient stone cauldrons appeared. They stood in the void and spewed out a rain of light. Is this what's going to happen? Everyone was shocked and their eyes were glued to the scene. They realized what this shocking change meant. As expected, what happened next stunned the experts of the various clans. Their eyes widened and their faces were filled with disbelief. The 9 ancient stone cauldrons formed a 9 palaces formation and constructed a grand and ancient dojo in the void. The grounds were filled with an ancient aura, and it seemed as if it had existed since the ancient times until now. Now that it had appeared in the world, an ancient aura assaulted the face. The most eye-catching thing was that in the center of the dojo, there was a cattail hassock. On it was a jade archive that flowed with golden Tao light. The aura of the jade archive was too sacred. The golden Tao light it emitted dyed the cattail hassock, the dojo, and even the void golden. It was brilliant and its aura was immortal, a jade archive in golden letter. When they saw this, the experts at the foot of the mountain felt their hearts beat violently. They breathed heavily and their eyes were filled with fascination and shock. The Tao light emitted by a jade archive in golden letter illuminated the mountains and rivers. The sacred aura even made the cultivators feel like they were about to sink into it. Without a doubt, this jade archive in golden letter must be the most mysterious, supreme, and precious great creation in this place. This was shocking and unbelievable. It should be noted that just before this, the cultivators who had set foot on the peak of the 9 mountains had more or less obtained a great creation. Who could have imagined that just when they thought everything was about to end, an even greater creation would appear in the world? Damn it! That jade archive and golden letter is so sacred. It must be the supreme inheritance of the divine path. Damn it, we have no fate with it. Why is it like this? Many experts beat their chests and stamped their feet in frustration. Even the experts who had obtained fortuitous encounters in the ancient palace were extremely unwilling at this moment. Their hearts were filled with bitterness. They were now blocked by the power of the restrictive formation at the foot of the mountain. They could only watch as this unprecedented fortuitous opportunity appeared. They had no chance to fight for it. That feeling was too torturous. On the other hand, to Su Xingfeng and the others, the scene before their eyes was simply like a club that struck them to the point their minds went blank, and they were aggrieved to the point of almost spitting blood. If they had known that there was such a rare opportunity as the Jade Archive and Golden Book on the top of the mountain, how could they have chosen to deal with Lin Sun? Unfortunately, there was no medicine for regret in this world. At this moment, they could only watch with bloodshot eyes. They had no chance to fight for it, and they almost suffered internal injuries from holding back. As for Xiao Ran, he grew even more silent and had a blank expression on his face. His fists were clenched tightly to the point his fingertips sank deeply into his palms, and the veins on the back of his hands were bulging. Obviously, he was forcefully controlling the surging fluctuations in his heart and suppressing the grievance, unwillingness, frustration, and vexation. Look, that kid has appeared. In the distance, the old toad's eyes lit up with excitement. It saw many figures appear in the Taoist field high up in the void, and Lin Sun was among them. Looks like they persisted until the end, and it's equivalent to obtaining some sort of acknowledgement. Thus, they're able to step foot into the dojo and fight for that Jade Archive and Golden Book. Zhao Jingxian murmured softly, and her clear face lit up. She was increasingly amazed by Lin Sun's performance. It's the holy son of our tribe, Niu Tunshan. Ha ha ha, this opportunity is destined to belong to our Herculean ox tribe. Cheers rang out in the field from the experts of the Herculean ox tribe. All of them were extremely excited. They saw Niu Tunshan's majestic figure appear in the Taoist field, his divine power disdainful. Our holy girl, Meng Lianqing, is also here. It's still uncertain who will obtain this opportunity. Humph. Don't you dare ignore our black turtle tribe. Haha, the holy son of our cloud monkey tribe naturally can't miss this great opportunity. All of a sudden, the experts of the golden phoenix tribe, the black turtle tribe, and the cloud monkey tribe also spoke. They glared at each other and were at daggers drawn. Seeing this, the experts of the other clans felt sour, bitter, and helpless. At the top of the mountain, in the ancient Taoist field built in the void, a total of 5 figures appeared. They were Lin Sun, Niu Tunshan, Meng Lianqing, Xian Luozi, and Kong Xiu. The 5 of them had obviously obtained the recognition from the Enlightenment just now, thus gaining the right to enter the ancient Taoist field. In other words, the Jade Archive and Golden Letter were destined to be obtained by one of the 5 of them. As for the others, they did not even have the right to fight for it. They could only watch helplessly. One could imagine how infuriating this feeling was. Hee, don't forget that the young demon god of the human clan is still in the Taoist field. Whether it's Niu Tunshan of your Herculean ox tribe, Meng Lianqing of the golden phoenix tribe, Kong Xiu of the cloud monkey tribe, or Xian Luozi of the black turtle tribe, who wants to obtain the Jade Archive and Golden Letter? Let's talk about it after we get past the young demon god first. Some experts of the other clans could not stand it anymore and sneered. As soon as these words were spoken, it instantly caused an uproar in the surroundings. Some people thought that the young demon god of the human clan was still there. His battle record was extremely fierce, and whoever dared to ignore him was destined to be unlucky. This caused the Herculean ox tribe, golden phoenix tribe, cloud monkey tribe, and black turtle tribe to be displeased. Who does that young demon god think he is? Is he worthy of being mentioned in the same breath as our holy son, Niu Tunshan? Humph. What young demon god? He only has an undeserved reputation. That's because he hasn't met the holy lady of the golden phoenix tribe. Otherwise, he would have been killed long ago. How could he have survived until now? Let's wait and see. If that young demon god dares to fight with the holy son of the Cloud Monkey tribe, he will definitely die a horrible death. Ever since the holy son of the Black Turtle tribe made his debut, he has never met an opponent who can withstand a single blow from him. Now that you are using a young demon god to provoke us, this is an insult to our holy son. You must apologize immediately. The quarrel was inseparable. The situation doesn't look good. What do you think are Lin Sun's chances of winning this time? Zhao Jingxian frowned as a hint of worry flashed across her clear eyes. Old Toad stroked his chin with a solemn expression. As long as they don't join forces, no one should be able to hurt that kid. Nonsense. Zhao Jingxian glared at him angrily. She also knew that she could not see anything wrong at the moment, so she could not make any valuable judgments. However, the only thing she was sure of was that once this battle for the opportunity broke out, it was destined to be extremely dangerous and tragic. As for who would get the Jade Archive and Golden Book in the end, no one could give an answer at the moment. After all, the 5 powerhouses who had stepped into the ancient Taoist field could all be said to be peerless figures in their realm. They were extremely talented, had brilliant achievements, and were famous. Therefore, no one could predict who would win and who would lose when they fought. While the powerhouses at the foot of the mountain were in an uproar, Lin Sun, Niu Tunxian, Meng Lianqing, Kong Xiao, and Xian Luozi were also facing each other in the ancient Taoist field that had appeared in the void at the peak of the mountain. The Taoist field was ancient and ancient. It was dyed gold, glorious and solemn. Coincidentally, their gazes locked onto the futon at the center of the Taoist field. There was a Jade Archive and Golden Book there, overflowing with golden Tao light. It was incomparably sacred. This tempted them, and a burning light flashed in their eyes. They realized that this was destined to be a great opportunity that they had to obtain. However, they were also extremely cautious and vigilant. They knew that in order to seize this opportunity, they had to defeat their opponents first. There is only one scripture. Among the 4 of us, the most powerful one will get this opportunity. Niu Tunxian opened his mouth. His voice was like muffled thunder, and his body was shrouded in dark light. He suddenly turned his head and stared at Lin Sun. As for you, you are just a human teenager. You are not qualified to compete. If you want to live, stay there and watch. His voice was sonorous and full of killing intent. In one sentence, he directly kicked Lin Sun out, thinking that he was not qualified to compete with them. What do you think? Niu Tunxian didn't ask whether Lin Sun was willing at all. After saying this, he looked at the other 3. Lin Sun couldn't help but narrow his eyes at his arrogant and dismissive attitude. Well, the 4 of us will compete by our own ability. Xian Luozi put his hands behind his back, his long blue hair fluttering in the wind. His eyes were as sharp as a peerless blade. It seems that I have no choice but to agree. On the other side, Xiao Kung shrugged her shoulders. Her eyes were full of thunder and lightning, which was extremely frightening. Do you really think that this friend will cooperate and give up on his own initiative? Meng Lianqing, the saintess of the Golden Phoenix clan, suddenly opened her mouth and looked at Lin Sun. If he doesn't cooperate, we will kill him. Niu Tunxian looked disdainful and didn't take it seriously. In my opinion, it is better to kill this friend first, and then we will compete. What do you think? Hearing this, Meng Lianqing smiled and said lightly. Her body was full of dazzling golden light, and her aura was very strong. As soon as this proposal came out, Niu Tunxian, Xiao Kung, and Xian Luozi were all moved. They looked at Lin Sun coldly. At this moment, Lin Sun suddenly moved. He walked directly to the center of the Taoist field. I told you to stay here, but you still dare to move. In this case, I will send you to hell now. Niu Tunxian shouted. His long hair was loose, and his eyes were cold and ruthless. His figure flashed and rushed towards Lin Sun. Boom, he brandished a dazzling golden trident with great force that obliterated space with terrifying strength. Swish, Lin Sun's figure disappeared, and the next moment he appeared on the other side of the Taoist field. He looked at Niu Tunxian with deep and cold eyes and said, Stupid Niu, don't make me kill you. This was not the time to be modest. It was impossible to keep a low profile. Are you talking to me? Niu Tunxian was stunned. It was the first time for him to see a human dare to talk to him like this, treating him like an animal waiting to be slaughtered. He almost couldn't believe his ears. "You are nothing." Lin Sun turned around and rushed to the futon in the center of the Taoist field again. "Who do you think you are?" Niao Tunshan's face turned green when he heard such a rude reprimand. He had never been humiliated like this since he started cultivating. The most outrageous thing was that Lin Sun did not look at him from beginning to end. After saying this, he rushed directly to the futon in the center of the Taoist field. Obviously, this human teenager was not afraid of his threat at all. "I'll kill you first." Niao Tunshan roared and attacked in anger. Boom, his entire body flowed with black light, and his body that was tall like a mountain was filled with terrifying fluctuations. This was the aura of an expert that stood at the peak, and it was overbearing, terrifying, and could swallow the world. Many powerhouses at the foot of the mountain were shocked. Although they had already seen Niao Tunshan's terror, they still felt uneasy and restless when they saw it again. "This young bull demon king is too terrifying and powerful," some powerhouses whispered. Even though they were far away, they were still shocked. Swish, the dark light flashed and moved so fast that it came to Lin Sun's side in the blink of an eye. A dazzling golden trident slashed down. "Die!" Niao Tunshan roared in an overbearing manner. The trident crushed the void, disdainful and reckless. Boom, the void exploded and the airflow surged, but Lin Sun's figure was nowhere to be seen. He dodged it? Many powerhouses were in an uproar. Lin Sun's figure was out of this world. He stood in the distance, overflowing with Tao runes, smooth and outstanding. He was not injured in the slightest. Even Meng Lianqing, Kong Xiao, and Xian Luozi could not help but be surprised at this moment. Only now did they realize that this young demon god was worthy of his reputation. "Stupid bull, how dare you be so arrogant with such little ability?" Lin Sun chuckled, but his black eyes were full of coldness. Stupid bull, many powerhouses were dizzy. This young demon god was too arrogant. He was the saint of the Herculean bull demon tribe, known as the young bull demon king. But in his mouth, he was reprimanded like an animal. "Saint, you must kill him." The powerhouses of the Herculean bull demon tribe were all angry. Their eyes were red and they shouted angrily. Boom! In the Taoist field, Niao Devouring Heaven's beard flared up in anger. He held a trident in his hand and pointed it at Lin Sun from afar. The golden blade of the trident emitted a dazzling light, cold and gloomy. "Today, I must kill you as a warning to others. You talk too much. Wash your neck and I'll slaughter you." Lin Sun stood in the distance with a calm expression. His eyes were deep, and his whole body was flowing with a faint clear divine brilliance, which made him extraordinary. Tit for tat, the two young experts were now opponents. One was the saint of the Herculean bull demon race. He was known to suppress his peers to the point where they couldn't even lift their heads. He was domineering and flamboyant. One was a young human fiend celestial who had single-handedly swept through the various races, carving out an unparalleled bloody path. In an instant, everyone's eyes were focused on them. No one expected that Lin Sun and Niao Tunshan would have a conflict before they could get the Jade Archive and Golden Book. The atmosphere in the dojo was tense and oppressive. Such a confrontation was absolutely world-shocking, and it affected the minds of everyone present. It's rare to see someone as bold as you in the human tribe. However, those who dared to talk to me like this are all dead. Niao Tunshan's expression was cold, and his long hair was loose. At this moment, there was no trace of anger on his face, only coldness and indifference. But the more he was like this, the more terrifying his momentum became. He wasn't conceited, but he had already honed an invincible spirit. Speaking of which, I've never eaten the meat of the Herculean bull demon before. Maybe I can taste it myself after I slaughter you this time, Lin Sun said casually. All the experts were stunned. This young fiend celestial was too ferocious. How could he regard the young bull demon as food? Did he really not want to live? Otherwise, how could he say such crazy words? Only Old Toad laughed, thinking that Lin Sun was somewhat like him. He also regarded the world's strong cultivators as nothing and was full of spirit. Boom, the void trembled violently. Niao Tunshan's face was extremely cold. He shook his trident, and without any hesitation, he slashed forward like a golden lightning, illuminating the world. Lin Sun's black hair fluttered, and his black eyes were clear. At this moment, he was incomparably ethereal. His body and Tao were in harmony, and his chi was pushed to the peak. Boom! He punched with his bare hands. His fist was crystal clear, overflowing with Tao, and collided head-on with his opponent. In the Taoist field, it was as if a thunderbolt had exploded, shaking the void into disorder. Divine light spread, and the entire Taoist field buzzed. The two were engaged in a fierce battle. Kill that human bastard. The strong cultivators of the Herculean bull demon were cheering, their voices shaking the sky. The experts of the other clans were also nervously watching this pinnacle battle. This man has killed countless strong cultivators of our clans. Now that he has encountered Niu Tunshan, no matter how fierce he is destined to suffer. Many experts gritted their teeth. These were the strong cultivators of the clans that Lin Sun had hunted down before, such as the Limu clan, the Devil Elephant clan, the Jade Lin clan, and so on. They naturally wanted Lin Sun to be killed. Humph, although Niu Tunshan is strong, that young devil god is not weak either. Don't forget, more than 1 or 2 saints have died in his hands. There were also strong cultivators who believed that Lin Sun was not easy to deal with, and that it would not be easy for Niu Tunshan to kill him. Boom! In the void Taoist field, Lin Sun and Niu Tunshan were fighting fiercely. Both of them were peerless figures, and now that they were engaged in a fierce battle, the weather changed, and the sun and moon lost their light. The scene was extremely terrifying. This caused a burst of exclamations in the field from time to time. Some sighed with emotion at Niu Tunshan's terror, and some were surprised by Lin Sun's tyrannical strength. Only Su Xingfeng and the others looked the ugliest. The more dazzling Lin Sun's performance was, the angrier and more fearful they were. If possible, they would rather Lin Sun die in the hands of Niu Tunshan. At the beginning of the battle, Meng Lianqing, Kong Xiao, and Xian Luozi all retreated, leaving enough space for them to fight. At this moment, Meng Lianqing was surrounded by dense golden light. Her skin was whiter than snow, and her bearing was outstanding. Her eyes were flowing with divine light as she stared at the battle, and her expression was full of thought. On the other side, Kong Xiao's body was flowing with lightning. He was tall and slender, as if he was bathed in lightning. It was a sight to behold. At the same time, Xian Luozi stood silently, his long blue hair fluttering in the wind. He held a magnificent blue spear in his hand, and his whole body was overflowing with undisguised sharpness. They were staring at each other like tigers watching their prey, ready to fight for the Jade Archive and Golden Book on the futon at the center at any time. Swish, finally, Xian Luozi could not bear it any longer. His figure flashed, and he was the first to make a move. He was like a blue flowing light, unbelievably fast. It was a golden opportunity to snatch the Jade Archive and Golden Book while the young devil god and Niu Tunshan were fighting, but to Xian Luozi's surprise, almost at the same time, Meng Lianqing's dress fluttered in the wind. Do it! Meng Lianqing shouted. She was not going to fight for the Jade Archive and Golden Book, but to stop Xian Luozi. Whoosh, a dazzling golden rainbow, like divine swords, blotted out the sky and covered Xian Luozi. Have they joined forces? Xian Luozi's heart sank. Sure enough, on the other side, graceful Kong had also made her move. Damn it! Xian Luozi did not dare to hesitate, and he attacked with his blue spear. He realized that Meng Lianqing and graceful Kong must have secretly formed an alliance to kill him first. Boom! This attack exploded with a blinding light, like a thunderclap from the 9 heavens, and it shook the entire dojo. But to Xian Luozi's surprise, although graceful Kong had attacked, she did not attack him. Instead, she flew toward the center of the dojo while he was fighting Meng Lianqing. What was going on? Xian Luozi's eyes narrowed. Graceful Kong, how dare you lie to me? Meng Lianqing shouted angrily, and golden light danced around her body. She had abandoned Xian Luozi, and she flew across the sky toward graceful Kong. This time, Xian Luozi finally understood. Obviously, graceful Kong had secretly formed an alliance with Meng Lianqing to deal with him. However, graceful Kong's true objective was to gain Meng Lianqing's trust and use her to keep him busy. In this way, Niu Tunshan and the young devil god would be keeping each other busy while Meng Lianqing and him would be keeping each other busy. Under such circumstances, graceful Kong would be able to seize this opportunity to seize the Jade Archive and Golden Scroll by himself. How dare you, graceful Kong? These thoughts flashed through his heart, and then Xianluozi's face sank while killing intent appeared in his eyes. He didn't hesitate at all to attack graceful Kong with the dark blue spear in his hand. Unfortunately, both Meng Lianqing and Xianluozi were too slow, and graceful Kong had already arrived at the center of the dojo by the time they recovered from their shock. He stretched out his hand to grab the jade archive and golden book on the meditation cushion, and his expression was filled with delight that was impossible to conceal. This time, it was equivalent to allowing him to obtain a world-shocking fortune without the slightest effort. Bang, but in the next moment, his expression changed abruptly. At the instant his finger touched it, the jade archive and golden scroll seemed like an illusion, and it transformed into a rain of light that vanished. This. Graceful Kong's heart twitched fiercely, and he almost went mad. What's going on? Why did fortune vanish? Bang, but in next to no time, he didn't have the time to think because Meng Lianqing and Xianluozi had already arrived. Both of them were extremely furious, and their attacks were extremely terrifying. Even graceful Kong didn't dare go head-on against them, and he had no choice but to dodge. After that, he shouted loudly. Calm your anger. This is a trap. The so-called fortune doesn't exist at all. The jade archive and golden scroll are just an illusion. We've been deceived. As soon as these words were spoken, Meng Lianqing and Xianluozi's expressions changed slightly. Sure enough, they noticed that the jade archive and golden scroll on the meditation cushion at the center hadn't been taken away. Both of them instantly hesitated. Let me try. Meng Lianqing's figure suddenly flashed, and she flicked her sleeve to retrieve the jade archive and golden scroll. Humph. At practically the exact same moment, Xianluozi attacked as well. However, a scene that disappointed them appeared. The jade archive and golden scroll really did as graceful Kong said, and it transformed into a rain of golden light that vanished like an illusion. Suddenly, their expressions were uncertain, and their hearts were replaced by indescribable disappointment and unwillingness. Could it be that the greatest fortune didn't exist at all, but was a trap? How could it be? At this moment, Niu Tunchen, who was fighting fiercely with Lin Sun in the distance, also let out a deafening roar. Obviously, although he was fighting with Lin Sun, he had been paying attention to all this and found that something was wrong. Only Lin Sun's lips twitched imperceptibly. He thought of the mysterious 33 palaces and the platform full of treasures at the end of the palaces. Everyone was dumbfounded. Just the divine golden light emitted by the jade archive and golden book illuminated the universe. It was considered to be the greatest fortuitous encounter. Who would have thought that it was all an illusion? At the foot of the mountain, the powerhouses of all races were speechless. No one had expected this result. It happened again. Old Toad and Zhao Jingxian looked at each other helplessly. In the Taoist field, Niu Tunchen and Lin Sun stopped fighting. An amazing opportunity might disappear, so they were not in the mood to continue fighting. They were eager to find the answer. Let me have a try. Niu Tunchen stepped forward and reached out to grab the jade archive and golden book. It suddenly turned into a rain of light and disappeared, unable to be taken away. But soon, the jade archive and golden book appeared again. The brilliant light dyed the world golden, making it extremely sacred. Everyone's expression was uncertain. How could this be? He had set up such a grand layout and even used 9 stone cauldrons to build a void dojo to reflect such a shocking opportunity. Could it be that in the end, it was just an illusion? Strong unwillingness and disappointment surged in everyone's heart, making them so depressed that they wanted to vomit blood. Lin Sun walked towards the center of the Taoist field. This attracted the attention of Niu Tunchen and others, but no one stopped him in the end. They had all tried it, so they naturally didn't believe that Lin Sun could make any new discoveries. However, to their surprise, Lin Sun didn't make a move. Instead, he meditated for a while and sat cross-legged on the futon. Niu Tunchen and others focused their eyes and waited for Lin Sun. Although they had noticed the futon just now, their attention was completely attracted by the jade archive and golden book, so they ignored this detail. Now, seeing Lin Sun's action, they immediately became vigilant and were ready to take action. The futon was made of unknown materials. It looked a little old and exuded a trace of antiquity. However, the moment Lin Sun sat cross-legged on it, he felt an indescribable breath of Tao covering his whole body, making his mind and soul resonate. In a trance, a jade archive and golden book appeared and turned to a page. There were not words on it, but an ancient pattern. That was the ancient battlefield. An unyielding figure towered between the heavens and the earth. From the 9 hells, he fought all the way above the 9 heavens, causing corpses to cover the ground and seas of blood to surge into the sky. He bathed in blood all along the way, yet he didn't take a single step back. He alone went against the world, the heavens, and the grand Tao, and he killed to the point the world was overturned and all things were destroyed. Boom! Lin Sun felt his blood was burning, and an indescribable strong desire to fight burst out from his heart and spread all over his body. He couldn't wait to go on an expedition and fight. This was a kind of pure and passionate fighting will, a kind of indescribable power. It resonated with Lin Sun and made his blood boil. And all of this was merely an ancient battle diagram. Could it be that this is the inheritance hidden in the Jade Archive and Golden Book? Lin Sun was full of fighting spirit. He resisted the impulse to continue to study the Jade Archive and Golden Book that emerged. But right at this moment, he felt a sharp pain all over his body, and he sensed an indescribable dangerous aura. Not good. Lin Sun suddenly came to his senses. In an instant, his figure flashed away from the futon. Rumble, this area was covered by all kinds of attacks. The divine light was blazing, and the roar was like thunder. It was conceivable that if Lin Sun hadn't dodged in time, this blow alone would have been enough to kill him. It was Niu Tunchen, Meng Lianqing, Graceful Kong, and Xian Luozi who attacked Lin Sun. They had been paying attention to Lin Sun. When they sensed that Lin Sun seemed to have obtained some kind of benefit, they were immediately refreshed. They had realized that this amazing opportunity was not a real illusion, and it was very likely to have something to do with the futon. When they made this judgment, they did not hesitate to attack, leaving no chance for Lin Sun to monopolize the opportunity. Humph! You're lucky you didn't die. Niu Tunchen snorted. My friend, tell me, is this opportunity hidden in the futon? Meng Lianqing's voice was cold, and she stared at Lin Sun. They stared at Lin Sun covetously. Although there was a conflict between Meng Lianqing and Graceful Kong just now, they had to bear it for the time being in order to seize the opportunity. You want to know? Try it yourself. Lin Sun's black eyes were cold, and there was a flame of war burning in his heart. He was sure that the futon was extraordinary, and it was closely related to the Jade Archive and Golden Book. The inheritance hidden in it was extremely terrible and shocking. As soon as Lin Sun said this, Niu Tunchen and the others hesitated, but they did not act without permission. The current situation was very delicate. They had scruples and confronted each other. Whoever dared to be the first to attack would inevitably be besieged by the others. It was tantamount to forming a situation of mutual restraint. At the foot of the mountain, the overmatches of all races were paying attention. They also realized that the situation seemed to have changed again, and the atmosphere became tense and depressing. No one knew what would happen in the next moment. Oh, the opportunity is right in front of you, but you dare not to fight for it? Do you deserve to stand here with such courage? Lin Sun suddenly said. His black eyes were like lightning, and he glanced at the crowd. There was an uncontrollable fighting intent surging all over his body. Are you provoking me? Meng Lianqing's voice was cold. Little human, what qualifications do you have to talk nonsense? Niu Tunchen shouted. He hated Lin Sun very much. He had never been humiliated like a stupid bull or an animal. This was absolutely a great humiliation. Graceful Peacock and Xian Luozi sneered, very disdainful of Lin Sun's provocation. Did he want to provoke them into fighting each other so that he could fish in troubled waters? Don't even think about it. This was not only what Graceful Peacock and Xian Luozi thought, but also what Niu Tunchen and Meng Lianqing thought. They thought that Lin Sun was deliberately provoking them and had sinister intentions. When two enemies meet on a narrow path, the brave wins. But you are afraid of each other and have lost the courage to advance. What qualifications do you have to compete with me? Lin Sun's cold eyes were like lightning, and there was an unprecedented disdain between his eyebrows. His words were calm, but each word was like thunder, shocking people. Is this guy crazy? The overmatches at the foot of the mountain gasped. At this moment, Lin Sun seemed to have become a different person. Alone, he was provoking 4 peerless saints. He was so strong that it seemed too abnormal. What is this kid trying to do? Old Toad was also a little confused. This was not like Lin Sun's style. It was too direct and violent. Fighting against 4 overmatches alone was simply the stupidest thing to do. Absolutely not. Zhao Jingxuan's clear eyes were full of splendor. In the struggle for the great way, the brave come first, and the fearless are fearless. At this moment, Lin Sun should have discovered some mystery and seen some clues hidden in the opportunity. Crazy, this guy is absolutely crazy. Ha ha ha, it seems that he knows he is no match for them, so he has given up and is staking everything on this one throw. What young devil god? He is just SOSO. In the face of such an opportunity, he still can't keep his composure. What achievements can he make on the road of Tao in the future? *T. If you think about it, this kind of behavior is no different from courting death. All kinds of mockery and ridicule sounded in the field, mostly from the overmatches of the Mighty Ox Demon tribe, the Golden Phoenix tribe, the Mysterious Turtle tribe, and the Cloud Python tribe. They thought that Lin Sun had lost his composure and was doomed to suffer. After all, there were 4 peerless saints eyeing him covetously. How could he be their opponent alone? For Niu Tunchen and the others, Lin Sun's behavior at this moment was indeed too abnormal. His provocation was too direct, which made them wonder if this guy had really gone crazy. A bunch of good-for-nothings. Seeing this, Lin Sun gently spat out these words and no longer looked at Niu Tunchen and the others. He strode forward and approached the futon in the center. His forcefulness, directness, and decisiveness all proved that he was determined to get this opportunity. When they saw this scene, they finally realized that Lin Sun might indeed be crazy, but he was definitely not joking. He really wanted to seize the opportunity alone while surrounded by enemies. You're courting death. Niu Tunchen let out a long roar and could no longer hold back. He waved his trident and attacked Lin Sun. Lin Sun moved his feet and avoided this shocking blow. The trident brushed past his body and crushed the nearby void. Light burst out and shook the place. Dong, Lin Sun was still empty-handed. His black eyes became deeper and deeper. He walked in the void forcefully and directly, rushing over to the trident and punching at Niu Tunchen's face. Niu Tunchen shook his shoulder fiercely, and black light burst out. His right arm, like an iron pillar, hit Lin Sun's body with a violent power. Boom, the two collided with each other, bursting out with shocking divine light. The void twisted and collapsed. It was terrifying and boundless. Even Meng Lianqing and the others changed their expressions because they found that in this confrontation, Niu Tunchen was shaken, and his body was shaking. The most terrifying thing about the Herculean Bull demonic clan was that they had unparalleled strength. Their blood chi was so strong that it surpassed all other clans. As the saint son of the Herculean Bull demonic clan, Niu Tunchen was a peerless genius. But now, in this head-on confrontation, he not only failed to defeat his opponent, but was shaken by this human teenager. How could this not be shocking? Humph. Niu Tunchen's face darkened, and his momentum grew stronger. In the blow just now, Lin Sun's strength surprised him. But that was all. He had not used his full strength. Boom, he waved his trident and attacked again. His figure moved like a mountain, and his momentum was oppressive. Blazing black light burst out, and he pounced on Lin Sun. We can't waste any more time. Let's get rid of this boy first. Meng Lianqing said almost at the same time. Shrouded in golden divine light, she stepped into the battlefield and attacked Lin Sun together with Niu Tunchen. Xiao Kong and Xian Luozi looked at each other and hesitated. But in the end, they attacked Lin Sun at the same time. In the current situation, it was undoubtedly the best to get rid of a competitor first. Moreover, they all knew that once they took the opportunity to seize the opportunity, the situation would change immediately. Neither Niu Tunchen nor Meng Lianqing would be indifferent. Kill! In an instant, the divine light roared in the Taoist field, and figures crisscrossed. For Supreme Holy Suns rushed towards Lin Sun from different directions. The rapid change of the situation made all the overmatches at the foot of the mountain exclaim in shock. No one had expected this conflict to come so quickly and so fiercely. And Lin Sun was attacked by 4 supreme figures at this moment, which was also beyond the expectation of many overmatches. Boom, on the high platform, the divine light rumbled, and the light swept across the sky and the earth. The scene was too shocking. 4 saints joined hands to besiege Lin Sun. It was shocking. Buzz, the void trembled. Niu Tunchen waved his trident, and the sharp blade released monstrous killing intent, cracking the void. This blow was extremely terrible. His long hair was loose, and he was extremely domineering. Now that he was ready to kill, the power he released made many strong people tremble. On the other side, Meng Lianqing's figure was illusory, flowing with golden divine light, and her breath was holy and dazzling. She held a cyan vase in her white and slender hand, from which a hazy rain of light gushed out. It seemed soft and beautiful, but wherever it passed, the void collapsed. That was the submerged cloud precious air bottle. The light rain that gushed out could annihilate all living things, and anyone who was touched by it might be doomed eternally. This was the ancestral weapon of the Golden Phoenix clan. Boom, Kong Xiu's fighting method was the most violent. His whole body was flowing with thunder and lightning, like a god bathed in thunder and lightning. He was powerful and domineering. Similarly, Xian Luozi was not inferior. His blue long hair fluttered in the wind, and he held a dreamy blue spear in his hand. His figure flashed like lightning, and he had a peerless sharpness that sank the void. Any one of these 4 top holy princes would be able to dominate a region and defeat most experts of the same cultivation level. Now, they attacked Lin Sun together. Such a scene was absolutely shocking and rare in the world. If it was spread to the outside world, it would cause a sensation in the whole cultivation world. After all, a battle of this level was too rare. Rumble, in the ancient Taoist field, the fierce battle continued. The wind and clouds changed color, and the roar was endless, surging through the 9 heavens and 10 earths. The divine light there was so blazing that it completely submerged Lin Sun's figure, making it almost impossible to see the situation inside. But there was no doubt that Lin Sun had been completely suppressed. This made all the strong people at the foot of the mountain palpitate and horrified. What was a top saint? That was it. They pointed at the heavens and smashed the earth with peerless divine might, and their graceful bearing reigned supreme. Now that they'd attacked ferociously together, who could resist such might? If they were to ask themselves honestly, if it was any one of them, they would probably have been wiped out on the spot a long time ago, and they would absolutely be unable to survive. That young fiend celestial will be executed. This was the common understanding of most powerhouses. How could they fight like this? Just one of the peerless saints had the ability to kill that young fiend celestial. What more when 4 peerless saints attacked together, the young fiend celestial was destined to die. What a pity. Su Xingfeng and the others' expressions were incomparably gloomy. In fact, they were the most confused and depressed ones. They were eager for Lin to be killed so that they could vent their anger, but at the same time, they didn't want to see Lin killed like this. The reason was very simple. They were still thinking about the pagoda and fortuitous encounters in Lin Sun's possession. If he was killed, then it would be equivalent to Niu Tunchen and the others benefiting from it. Therefore, at this moment, Su Xingfeng and the others were extremely depressed. Their faces were not looking good either. If this boy dies, there will be a lot less fun in the struggle for the Great Way in the future. Xiao Ran, who had been silent all this time, suddenly sighed softly. His feelings towards Lin Sun were the most complicated. There was admiration, fear, and an indescribable emotion. At this time, Zhao Jingxian and Old Toad's hearts were in their throats, and it was difficult to conceal the worry between their brows. This battle had happened too quickly and too fiercely. It was unexpected and exceptionally worrying. Don't worry. That boy definitely won't do anything stupid. Old Toad murmured. He was clearly consoling himself. Definitely. Zhao Jingxuan's response was very firm. Although she could also see that Lin Sun was in a precarious situation, she didn't think he would be killed at all. A person like him would either have his name immortalized for generations to come, or he would go down in infamy for thousands of years. It was absolutely impossible for him to die so casually. This was Zhao Jingxuan's point of view. She understood Lin Sun's past, knew his nature, and was even more aware of the miracles that had happened to him. Now, would there be another miracle? Yes, Zhao Jingxian said in her heart. Lin Sun was in a very strange state at this time. There was a flame of war burning in his heart, and his blood was like lava, boiling, roaring, and exploding. It was an ancient fighting intent, pure and overbearing, wild and violent. Swish, his figure was flashing, and he moved in the void with ice-drake steps. Although he was completely suppressed by the terrifying attacks from all directions, ice-drake steps still showed marvelous and unpredictable changes in the confined space. Boom, he was still fighting with his bare hands, fighting with the 9 strikes for shaking heaven. His fists were filled with Taoist rhymes, sometimes with the power to split mountains, sometimes with the power to split the sea, sometimes with the image of soul shattering, and sometimes with the power of pythons, dragons, and phoenixes. Every punch was clean and direct, mellow and smooth, deducing the mystery of this ancient inheritance from the heaven-accessing place to the fullest extent. At this moment, Lin Sun's black hair was fluttering, his black eyes were deep, his figure was flickering, and his whole body was flowing with roaring Taoist rhymes. He seemed to be completely suppressed and covered by all kinds of attacks, but he was not embarrassed. On the contrary, he gave people a feeling that he could advance and retreat freely and calmly. It was like dancing in the sea of fire and knives. Looking around, there was danger, but he was detached from the mortal world, fearless. Only these 2 words could appropriately describe Lin Sun's state at the moment. His whole body was steaming with ancient fighting intent, and his heart was empty and in harmony with Tao. Even though it was an extremely dangerous battle, he'd taken this battle to be a form of tempering and used it to verify his own path towards the Tao. Boom, his spirit was released, and the Tao that belonged to himself was gradually appearing and deducing. Previously, he passed through 6 peerless thunder tribulations, sublimated to the extreme, and transformed into a perfect Tao. Later, he was washed away, listened to the sound of Tao in the ancient palace, and reconstructed his own Tao in the understanding. All of this accumulation and transformation had established his current path towards the Tao that stood at the absolute peak, and it was perfect and without any flaws. Before this kind of rare foundation and power had not really appeared in the world. At this time, facing the siege of 4 top saints, Lin Sun finally had a chance to completely release and prove himself. Only by fighting in person could one prove the strength of one's Tao. At this moment, Lin Sun fully understood this point. Not only was he fearless, but he also had a desire in his heart. Everything in front of him was not enough, he needed a stronger power to fight against himself. This desire was so strong that it made his blood boil and roar. His blood and chi seemed to be burning, and his momentum became more and more powerful, disturbing the wind and clouds. Niu Tunshan's pupils suddenly shrank, and a trace of surprise appeared on his arrogant face. He was keenly aware that Lin Sun's breath was getting stronger. This shocked him, and he almost couldn't believe it. Facing the oppression of the 4 of them, this human teenager was not killed immediately, but was still getting stronger. How was this possible? Something is wrong, Meng Lianqing whispered, and her clear eyes were glittering with golden light. She also found something strange and wrong. Originally, she was full of confidence, thinking that with the power of the 4 of them, they could kill Lin Sun in a flash. Who would have thought that this human teenager not only persisted until now, but his breath was gradually getting stronger, which made her a little surprised. How could there be such a freak in this world? Xiao Kung and Xian Luozi's faces darkened. They naturally noticed this. Originally, they were full of confidence and even a little disdainful, thinking that they had overestimated Lin Sun. But now, they suddenly realized that they had underestimated and despised this teenager from beginning to end. According to the fighting strength he had shown so far, he could even compete with any one of them. Kill. At this moment, Niu Tunshan, Meng Lianqing, Xiao Kung, and Xian Luozi all put away their contempt in their hearts. They became serious and used their real strength, no longer holding back. Their eyes were full of determination and killing intent. They couldn't tolerate Lin Sun's survival. Originally, the 4 of them had already damaged their dignity. If they couldn't kill this human teenager in the end, it would be a disgrace to all of them. If the news spread, they were destined to be reduced to a foil and become a laughingstock. What? At the foot of the mountain, the overmatches of all races also realized that something was wrong with the situation. The battle had been going on for almost a quarter of an hour, but there was still no winner, which was too abnormal. This young devil is amazing. He can hold on until now, which is enough for him to fight head-on. His fighting strength is not weaker than any of the other 4 at all. Some people were shocked. Perhaps, Niao Tunchen and the others underestimated and neglected Lin Sun, which gave him a chance to breathe. There were also many overmatches who didn't take it seriously. In their view, Lin Sun had been suppressed all the time, which was like a cat playing with a mouse. It was a kind of teasing and contempt. It didn't mean anything that Lin Sun didn't die in a short time. No, you're all wrong. The young devil is very strong. Can't you see that his aura is getting stronger and stronger? Some people with sharp eyes could see some of the truth. They couldn't help but be shocked and exclaim. This made many people look at Lin Sun in surprise. How could this be? Su Xingfeng and the others were depressed and confused again. They didn't want to see Lin Sun killed, but when they saw that Lin Sun didn't die immediately, they were unwilling and resentful. In short, they were destined not to be happy today. I'm wrong. There's no need to wait for the future. Now he already has the strength of a leg length with me, Xiao Ran murmured. He rarely lost his composure, and the pride and confidence in his heart were shaken at this moment. Originally, in his view, Lin Sun was an extremely admirable opponent, but if Lin Sun wanted to fight against him, he needed more growth and tempering. But now, Xiao Ran found that there was a trace of error in his understanding and judgment. There was no need to wait for the future. The current Lin Sun already had the qualification to fight against him. It turns out that I still underestimated him. Xiao Ran felt a little complicated. However, he quickly calmed down, and his expression was as calm as an ancient well. As a peerless figure, his pride and Dao heart wouldn't be shaken because of this. Young man, become stronger. Kill those bastards and let those who look down on you tremble in fear. Since ancient times, which peerless figure did not kill all the way to the top? Which powerful figure did not step on mountains of corpses and seas of blood to prove his Tao? Want to compete for the top? Simple, set a small goal and kill all the enemies in the world first. Old Toad was so excited that it howled loudly, spittle flying everywhere. He also found signs of Lin Sun becoming stronger, which made him feel excited and unable to calm down. Zhao Jingxian pursed her lips and said nothing, but her beautiful eyes were shining. Lin Sun was still in a dangerous situation, but she saw a glimmer of hope. Small as it was better than despair. Boom, the battle continued. Not long after, Niao Tunchen suddenly let out a long roar, his voice shaking the 9 heavens, his divine power overbearing. Dark light gathered all over his body, and the golden trident in his hand made a buzzing sound. It broke through the sky, surging with Tao and blooming with golden light. In an instant, it seemed to pierce through the universe. This was a killing move, terrifying and shocking, which made everyone's heart palpitate. Realizing that Niao Tunchen was really angry, he began to use his killing move. Puff, suddenly, Lin Sun's figure trembled, and he staggered back. He could not dodge. For one thing, this attack was too powerful, but more importantly, Meng Lianqing and the others were also attacking from the other 3 directions, blocking his escape route. This was the danger of being besieged. As the saying goes, 2 fists are no match for 4 hands, not to mention that his opponents were 4 peerless saints. Old Toad's voice stopped abruptly, and he became nervous again. All the strong people present were boiling, realizing that the battle had entered the most intense stage, and the 4 peerless saints no longer held back. This was a peak battle, extremely rare. Even if they were unwilling, they had to admit that Lin Sun was really strong, and had the foundation to stand shoulder to shoulder with the peerless saints. Even if he was killed in this battle, it was believed that his name would be known by all the major races. After all, it was too rare and dazzling for such a peerless figure to emerge from the human race. The battle grew more and more intense, and it firmly drew the attention of everyone present here. The experts of the various races didn't even blink as they held their breaths in concentration, and they practically forgot to breathe as they were deeply afraid of missing the slightest detail. Niao Tunchen used his killer move. It was as if a true bull demon had descended upon the world, rampaging through the universe. The halberd danced in the sky. It was so domineering that it made people's hearts tremble. Meng Lianqing became even more pure and holy as golden light fluttered around her like tassels, and the submerged sunglow treasured air bottle in her hand emitted the sound of the Tao as it sprayed out a myriad of dreamlike rain of light. It was beautiful to the extreme, yet dangerous to the extreme. Rumble, thunderstorms surged, and arcs of electricity flickered through the sky. Kong Xiu attacked, grasping lightning, murderous and ruthless as she displayed her clan's secret precious technique. On the other side, Xianluozi's dark blue and illusory spear flashed up, and it transformed into numerous spear images that covered the heavens and the earth and swallowed the sky like a tide. Killer moves and secret techniques were appearing, ancestral artifacts and Dao rhymes were resonating. Every single attack could be described as world-shocking. Now that all of them were being displayed on the dojo, the scene was simply magnificent and terrifying. The exclamations of the audience almost never stopped. No one could imagine that they, as the top saints at the same level of Tao Insight realm, could be so tyrannical. Perhaps this was the gap between the chosen one and the ordinary strong. Although they were all in the same realm, in this realm, the chosen one stood proudly on the top of the mountain, overlooking all the heroes. Ordinary strong people could only linger at the foot of the mountain and look up. The two were destined to be worlds apart. That human boy hasn't been killed yet? However, to the horror of all the strong people, even under such a terrible attack, Lin Sun still persisted and did not show any sign of falling down. This discovery shocked all the people present. They gasped and realized an extremely serious problem. If one of the 4 top saints was replaced by Lin Sun, would he be able to persist until now under such a siege? It seemed there was not much hope. After comparing in their hearts, the faces of the strong people of all races changed. Did this mean that in a one-on-one situation, anyone of Neo Tunshan was doomed to be no match for the young devil god? As soon as this judgment came to their minds, all the strong people present were silent and awed. Until now, they had to admit that the young devil god was really too powerful and fierce. He was alone, but he could fight against 4 top saints without being defeated. How many people in the world could have such terrifying combat power? The faces of Su Xingfeng and the others became gloomier and gloomier. Xiao Ran sighed softly with mixed emotions. Old Toad and Zhao Jingxian rekindled their hope. At this moment, they were also very shocked. They could not know how powerful Lin Sun was in Tao Insight realm. All the heroes at the foot of the mountain had different feelings. In the dojo, Neo Tunshan and the other 3 top saints, who were fighting fiercely, could not calm down either. They had all used their killing moves and showed their real skills. They had thought that it was enough to make Lin Sun be doomed eternally and unable to struggle. But the result was completely beyond their expectation. Lin Sun, who was besieged by them, became braver and stronger as he fought. How could this be possible? Even if they were proud and confident, they still felt a little strange and unacceptable when they noticed such a change. They didn't know when, but their faces became solemn and gloomy, and there was a trace of unprecedented anger and fear in their hearts. They were the chosen ones and the saints of all races. They were the focus of attention and thought that they stood at the peak of the same realm and could defeat all enemies. However, at this moment, the battle with Lin Sun was like a stick that made them suddenly realize that there was someone stronger than them at the peak of the same realm, like a king standing on the top of the mountains. How could this be? Feelings of surprise and doubt surged in their hearts like a tide. They did not dare to relax and became more and more ferocious. They could not bear to be compared with Lin Sun. Rumble, the whole Taoist field fell into a terrible chaos. Divine light shot out and turbulent flow surged. Whether it was the overmatches at the foot of the mountain or Neo Tunshan, they seemed to have completely forgotten that there was an amazing opportunity in the center of the Taoist field. It could be seen how unparalleled and shocking this battle was. It attracted the attention of all the people present and made them unable to move their eyes away. Is that all you have? Too weak. Suddenly, there was a roar in the Taoist field, clear and loud like a bell and drum, shaking the heaven and earth, revealing a sense of dissatisfaction. It was Lin Sun. At this moment, his whole body was filled with blazing divine light, and his Taoist rhyme was roaring like a dragon, causing the heaven and earth to resonate. Battle intent that surged and blazed like lava surged within his deep black pupils, and every single move he made seemed like a king that swallowed the world. At this moment, he was indeed too powerful to be stared at. He was still barehanded, but he had a kind of great spirit that deterred the crowd. The overmatches of all races were trembling. Was this young devil really impossible to suppress? Wasn't he too strong? Kill all these bastards. CK them. That's how I feel. I'm about to die from anxiety. The old toad was so excited that he danced and shouted, attracting the angry glares of the overmatches. But he was disdainful, rolling his eyes and ignoring them. This made the overmatches gnash their teeth in hatred, but no one made a move at this time. The power of the prohibition on the mountain was still there. The old toad had entered the ancient palace and comprehended the inheritance, so he was protected by the prohibition. Moreover, at this moment, no one was in the mood to argue with the old toad. The battle had come to the most critical moment, and their minds were drawn. In the Taoist field, Niu Tunchen and the others were shocked and angry. They were completely enraged, and their divine power became more and more terrifying. However, Lin Sun seemed to be still dissatisfied. He frowned and said, "Haven't you eaten? Come on, or you will lose." Haven't eaten, Niu Tunchen and the others had the impulse to vomit blood. This guy's words were too harsh. He should be cut into pieces. Boom, Niu Tunchen roared, his eyes bloodshot. He looked like a mad ox demon, completely in a berserk state. The trident was waved about by him, causing the void to collapse. Meng Lianqing, Xiao Kong and Xian Luozi also gritted their teeth and deduced their strength to the limit. They were so angry that they went berserk. SOSO, not bad. Lin Sun evaluated while fighting fiercely. He seemed to be provoking them, but in fact, his heart was calm. In his mind, the bloody battle map of the sky echoed. This secret map came from the Jade Archive and Golden Book. In it, there was an unruly figure fighting all the way from the 9 serenities to the 9th heaven. Along the way, there were mountains of corpses and seas of blood, and he buried all his enemies. He fought like a madman and looked down on the world. The ancient battle intent in the map was pure and overbearing, like a force that reached straight to the heart, igniting one's blood and boiling one's whole body. Up until now, Lin Sun had developed his own path of cultivation. He had tempered himself through battles and comprehended the profound meaning of fighting through battles. Thus, the more he fought, the fiercer he became. In his days, the figure in the battle diagram seemed to overlap with him, and it allowed Lin Sun to comprehend the essence and true essence of battle even more clearly. Fight, there was no need for a reason. If the sky obstructed him, he would tear it apart. If the earth restrained him, he would trample through it. There was only one thing to rely on: fight. The bell tolled for those who pursued the Tao, and the battle song was played for the strong. Fight. Lin Sun's black hair fluttered. He completely forgot the sky, the earth, and the man. His heart was boiling, and he only wanted to fight to his heart's content. At this moment, Lin Sun finally comprehended it. A ray of light flashed in his black eyes, like the first ray of light that tore the darkness apart. So the inheritance in the Jade Archive and Golden Book is called the Fighting Saint Technique. Boom, at this moment, Lin Sun was completely different. His battle intent soared into the sky, and his eyes were cold and disdainful. His figure seemed to be burning in the flames of war, making the world wail. He waved his arm and punched. Boom, what kind of punch was this? It was simple and direct, but it contained an invincible and unparalleled strength. Merely the battle intent it emitted made the world pale. Bang, a dark blue and dreamy spear seemed as if it was struck by lightning, and it was blasted flying with a rumble. At the same time, Xian Luozi's body stiffened. His pupils dilated and were filled with disbelief and horror. But in the end, he couldn't help but cough up a large mouthful of blood. His figure staggered backward in the void. One punch, Xian Luozi coughed up blood and retreated with injuries. When they saw this scene, the experts at the foot of the mountain felt their scalps numb and almost exploded. This young demon god was going to launch a counterattack. This shocked and surprised everyone. It was hard to believe. Even the 4 saints couldn't suppress the young demon god. How could there be such a heaven-defying genius in the Tao Insight realm? It was too terrifying. That punch, Xiao Ran's heart trembled. His usual transcendent expression became extremely solemn. It was too terrifying. There was nothing fancy about Lin Sun's punch. It was extremely simple. It was so natural that Xiao Ran felt his heart palpitate. What kind of punch was that? Xiao Ran was shocked and lost in thought. Kill. Kill him until the sky and earth are turned upside down. Old Toad shouted. He has never been suppressed. Zhao Jingshuan's clear eyes were bright. She could see that Lin Sun had never been afraid from the moment the battle began. On the contrary, he regarded Niu Tunchen and the other saints as whetstones to sharpen himself and refine his martial arts. Obviously, the scene before them proved that he was about to succeed. Su Xingfeng and the others felt cold. The situation kept changing, making them depressed. At this moment, they were so aggrieved that they were about to vomit blood. They didn't expect Lin Sun to be so powerful. They were horrified and felt an indescribable sense of fear and frustration. This man must be eliminated. This was what they had thought a long time ago. But at this moment, it was unprecedentedly strong and firm. The crowd was in an uproar. In the ancient Taoist rite, because Xian Luozi was forced back by a punch, Niao Tunshan and the others also changed their expressions and felt an indescribable pressure. The young demon god had metamorphosed. At this moment, he was like an indomitable god of war. His blood was boiling and his spirit pierced through the ninth heaven. Just by standing there, he gave people a kind of oppressive force that almost suffocated them. Even the proud and conceited Niao Tunshan and the others felt an illusion of being suppressed and awed. He was too strong. They couldn't imagine how such a heaven-defying monster could appear in the Tao Insight realm. Even in the ancient times, such a monster was probably rare. Kill. In the struggle for supremacy in the Grand Tao, the courageous come first. If I'm defeated today, then what qualifications would I have to compete with all the geniuses in the world when the true Grand Era arrives? Niao Tunshan took a deep breath and let out an angry roar that shook the universe. This was a resolute attitude, but it was also a confidence and attitude that belonged to a heaven's chosen. To be able to become a top-notch saint, none of them were simple. On the contrary, their foundations, talents, battle prowess, and wisdom were all top-notch. They knew very well that if they were defeated by Lin Sun today, it would definitely leave a shadow in their hearts. Unless they could kill Lin Sun, otherwise, no matter how dazzling their path towards the Tao was, they would only be a foil to Lin Sun. Fight. Meng Lianqing's eyes shone with a golden light. Her fighting spirit became firm again, and she had a fearless spirit. This was a top-notch saint. It was no fluke that he could have his current achievements. Boom, graceful peacock didn't say a word. He used his actions to express the resolution in his heart. Thunder rumbled all over his body, and his might became even more terrifying. All these changes surprised Lin Sun a little. He realized that it was precisely because of his monstrous fighting spirit that his opponent also had some kind of change. Perhaps, for them, this was also a kind of tempering and transformation. Lin Sun had to admit that Niao Tunshan and the others were really strong. They were the real heavens chosen among their peers, each with their own style, and were extraordinary. However, the more it was like this, the more Lin Sun looked forward to it. What he longed for was a battle between the strong, a battle where he was evenly matched. Boom, the battle continued, and Lin Sun was still barehanded. The only difference was that the situation had changed. Even if Niao Tunshan and the others realized the seriousness of the problem and became determined to fight, Lin Sun was now very difficult to be shaken. Fighting Saint method, the ancient and pure fighting spirit allowed Lin Sun to understand the essence and mystery of fighting in the battle. It made every move of his seem to be transformed and different from before. It was a completely different style of battle. He'd completely fused his own path towards the Tao, energy, essence, spirit, and the combat techniques and experience he'd grasped into his battle intent. In the end, it was released in the purest form of battle. It was like the mountain breaker. In the past, Lin Sun had mastered its essence and could fully exert its power. The destructive power it produced was already terrifying. But now, after integrating the mystery of fighting Saint method, the power of this move was more than twice as strong. Moreover, during the battle, he did not stick to the moves. He could do whatever he wanted, and his every move could split mountains and seas. This kind of inheritance was not a cultivation method, but a kind of description of the essence and mystery of fighting. It was so wonderful that it could be called peerless. Dong, with an ear-piercing collision, Meng Lianqing was shaken back. She gasped for breath, and her pretty face was pale. She had a bad feeling that she had been seriously injured. At this point in the battle, no matter how strong her fighting spirit was, she could not help but feel a little depressed when facing Lin Sun, who was almost unshakable. Was she really unbeatable? At this moment, Lin Sun became calmer. He was completely immersed in the comprehension of fighting Saint method and grasped all kinds of mysteries of martial arts. Gradually, when Lin Sun waved his fists, he drove the power of heaven and earth. The blazing Tao almost formed a vast ocean, covering the whole Taoist field. Puff, not long after, Graceful Kung also suffered a heavy blow and coughed up blood. But he gritted his teeth and still fought fiercely. He was like a madman, not afraid of death. However, at this moment, Lin Sun's fighting spirit was soaring, and his mind was extremely empty. He used the mystery of fighting, deduced martial arts, and kept pressing forward. Finally, Graceful Kung's face changed. He felt frightened. He had used more power than his limit, but at this moment, he could not bear it. Boom! Lin Sun's punch carried the power of heaven and earth, blowing Graceful Kung away. His face turned ashen, and he was completely injured. Oh no! On the other side, Niao Tunshan, Meng Lianqing, and Xian Luozi were all shocked, but it was too late to save him. Lin Sun's fist power was unparalleled, and he hit the sky with one blow. Bang! Graceful Kung was punched in the chest, and a string of bright red blood sprayed from his mouth. Then, his chest collapsed. Lin Sun kicked him up, and then punched him again, smashing his head. This series of attacks was too overbearing and powerful. With one punch, Graceful Kung's head exploded, and blood flowed like a waterfall, dyeing the void red. No one had expected Lin Sun to be so fast and domineering. Under the heavy siege, he still defeated his opponent and killed him. It could be said that his courage was unparalleled. A wisp of his soul emerged and was wrapped up by the power of the bone talisman of life soul. Graceful Kung's scream came from it, and he seemed extremely unwilling. Lin Sun was quick to react. Just as he was about to give another blow to completely end Graceful Kung's life, he heard a clang. A dark blue spear swept up and launched a shocking blow, slashing down from the sky. This was the ancestral weapon used by Graceful Kung. At the moment of life and death, it changed. The treasure seemed to have awakened a trace of the consciousness of a saint, and it released a terrifying power. Lin Sun sensed the danger, but he still did not retreat. He waved his fist to meet it head-on, appearing incomparably powerful. Boom! A terrifying rumble resounded, and Lin Sun staggered back a few steps. Looking at the blue spear, it had long since teleported away with the power of the Bone Soul Talisman. This made Lin Sun frown. He realized that as a top saint, the core disciple of a clan, he must have many life-saving means. It was impossible for him to be killed so easily. Otherwise, Graceful Kung's death would be a devastating blow to the Cloud Monkey clan. Even so, when they saw this scene, it still shocked all the powerhouses to the point that chills ran down their backs, and they had goosebumps all over their bodies. What a domineering scene this was. A young man had not only killed a top saint in a heavy siege, but had also fought head-on with the ancestral weapon of the Cloud Monkey clan with unparalleled bravery. He was simply tyrannical to a shocking extent. Everyone was stunned and incomparably shocked. Although Graceful Kung's soul had escaped, his body was still there. Even if he could recover in the future, he would have to pay a great price. This was bound to cause a storm that would spread to the outside world, shocking all the clans of the Soul Oblivion Sea. It's a pity that the Spirit Eater bugs can't be controlled. Sneak attacks are fine, but head-on battles are difficult to use. Otherwise, Graceful Kung is doomed to die, Lin Sun sighed inwardly. But in just an instant, he abandoned all distracting thoughts and fixed his gaze on Niao Tunshan, Meng Lianqing, and Xian Luozi. His fighting spirit was burning. Boom, the battle continued. However, after witnessing Graceful Kung's death, Niao Tunshan and the others felt a chill in their hearts. No matter how resolute their fighting spirit was, a crack appeared in their hearts at this moment, and a trace of fear and horror that could not be erased surged in their hearts. As for Lin Sun, it was as if he had entered an uninhabited realm. His figure moved, and his aura devoured the mountains and rivers as he launched a true battle of suppression. Outside the ultimate. The bigwigs of all clans were waiting patiently. There was a sudden fluctuation on the soul altar in front of the Cloud Monkey clan, and then Graceful Kung's soul emerged. He stood there motionlessly, wrapped in an obscure power, and his face was filled with fury and unwillingness. He had actually been killed and returned to the outside world. Although he was alive, it was a great humiliation for Graceful Kung. Ever since he started cultivating, he was known to be invincible in his clan. When had he ever been directly killed by someone? The most humiliating thing was that his opponent had done it while he was besieged. In the outside world, the bigwigs of all clans were stunned. They recognized Graceful Kung's identity and could not react for a moment. The holy son of the Cloud Monkey clan had been killed. Who had done this? It was simply unbelievable. Some of the old monsters were even more shocked. No matter what, they had never expected that a top holy son like Graceful Kung would be eliminated in advance and killed. Could it be that some kind of accident happened during the fight for the opportunity? Many powerhouses voiced their opinions, causing an uproar. On the soul altar, Graceful Kung's face was ashen. He did not say a word. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, this was the first time he had felt such humiliation. He wished he could find a hole to hide in. Who did it? A major figure asked, but Graceful Kung did not say a word. He did not respond, but his face became even more ashen. Later on, an ancestor of the Cloud Abyssal clan personally asked. Graceful Kong's expression changed, but he did not say anything in the end. What should he say? Was he supposed to admit that he had been killed by his opponent while he was besieging his opponent? It was too embarrassing. Graceful Kong could not tolerate this kind of humiliation. The atmosphere was somewhat stiff. The expressions of the major figures of the various clans flickered. They were all shocked. Graceful Peacock's defeat was too unexpected, and it was obvious how horrifying the intense battle within the Demon Saint secret realm was. Who would be the final victor in this unparalleled fortuitous encounter? Just as everyone was in shock, the life soul altar in front of the Xianxia clan suddenly rumbled. A soul figure staggered out and let out a beast-like roar. Xianluozi, everyone gasped when they recognized that figure. Another peerless chosen had been killed and eliminated. Isn't this too inconceivable? Who exactly did it? Could something shocking have happened in the Beast Saint secret realm? Even people like Graceful Kong and Xianluozi had been killed? Could it be the doing of the golden-winged Great Ping and the other terrifying beings? Some major figures speculated. After all, among all the experts who had entered the Beast Saint secret realm, Graceful Kong and Xianluozi were among the strongest. Even they had suffered a calamity, and this in itself was inconceivable. After all, even Niu Tunchen and Meng Lianqing, who were also peerless chosen, would find it difficult to kill Graceful Kong and Xianluozi. To everyone's disappointment, Xianluozi did not say a word after he appeared, just like Graceful Kong. His expression was extremely ugly, like a frightened beast, anxious and resentful. What was going on? The major figures of the various clans were shocked. At this moment, a figure appeared on the life-soul altar of the Herculean Bull Devil clan. As soon as he appeared, he roared at the sky. Impossible! How can there be such a person in this world? Damn it! How is that person human? He's clearly a monster. His voice shocked everyone present, shocking every race. The human race? All of this was done by the humans? Even Niu Tunchen, the little bull demon king, had been killed. Teleporting out was just too crazy. The Herculean demonic bull clan was the most overbearing clan among the natives of the Soul Oblivion Sea. As the saint of the clan, Niu Tunchen was the strongest among the younger generation. Ever since his debut, he had shone brightly and was extremely domineering. Who could have imagined that such an expert would be swept out of the competition? The great figures were all stunned. This was too unbelievable. What kind of person could defeat Niu Tunchen, the human race? In an instant, numerous gazes converged on Elder Gao Yang of the numinous treasure Holy Land. Their expressions were all different, causing Elder Gao Yang's entire body to stiffen as a chill ran down his spine. He sensed a lot of anger and killing intent. Devouring heaven, who did it? At this moment, the ancestor of the Herculean demonic bull clan, the real bull demon king, Niu Shari, spoke. His voice was like thunder from the 9 heavens that shook the entire place. All the powerhouses felt a chill in their hearts and a heavy pressure. Niu Tunchen's expression was uncertain. After a long while, he said, Tunchen is ashamed to have lost to the young demon god of the human race. His voice was bitter and heavy. When these words were spoken, it was no less than a sudden clap of thunder that shook the entire place. The young demon god, it was this guy. In an instant, the powerhouses from the various clans recalled too many things. They remembered how the young demon god killed the Blood Lion clan's saint, Lin Lang, and the Dragon Whale clan's saint, Yu Xiaoxing. They also remembered how he alone defeated the various clans and slaughtered his way through a terrifying and bloody battle record. However, no one expected the young demon god to have reached such a level of ferocity that even Niu Tunchen lost to him. Too cruel. How dare he do this? Is it because he is skilled that he is bold, or is he not afraid of retaliation? The crowd was in an uproar. All the clans trembled as they realized that the young demon god's name was destined to shake all the clans of the Soul Oblivion Sea with today's battle. However, what on earth was he thinking? How could he be so crazy? Could it be that the young demon god, an important figure, asked Graceful Peacock and Xianxia who had come out earlier? Although the two remained silent, they finally nodded with difficulty. Wow, everyone was dumbfounded. It turned out that not only Niu Tunshan, but also Graceful Peacock and Xianxia were killed by the young demon god. Even the important figures could not remain calm at this moment. Their expressions were uncertain. The young demon god. Who was he? All of a sudden, everyone looked at Elder Gaoyang again. Most of them had hostile expressions and were filled with murderous intent. His name is Lin Xian. He is not a descendant of the Holy Land of Spirit Treasure. He is just a servant. I don't know anything else. Elder Gaoyang finally took a deep breath and revealed Lin Sun's identity. Servant, the faces of the important figures twitched imperceptibly. Their expressions became more and more gloomy. What did this mean? Did he mean that their holy son was not as good as a servant of the successor of the Holy Land of Spirit Treasure? If you don't believe me, you can capture him and interrogate him when he comes out. To tell you the truth, at this moment, I also want to kill him with my own hands. Elder Gaoyang threw caution to the wind. His expression was cold and indifferent. Don't forget that one of the successors of the Holy Land of Spirit Treasure was also killed by this guy. At this moment, how can we protect him? Hearing this, everyone remembered that such a thing had indeed happened when they were fighting for the opportunity in the Nine Mountains. The young demon god and the successors of the Holy Land of Spirit Treasure had killed each other, and one of them, Gong Yangyu, had been killed. It seemed that what Gaoyang had said was true. Most importantly, Gaoyang had now made it clear that he would no longer protect the young demon god. This finally convinced the important figures of the various clans. However, what made them depressed and aggrieved was that a servant had made such a big noise in the secret land of demon saints and killed so many powerhouses of the various clans. In the end, even Niu Tunshan, Kong Xiao, and Xianxia were swept out. All of this seemed so crazy and unbelievable that the powerhouses of the various clans had the urge to vomit blood at the thought of it. No, Niu Tunshan and the others were all defeated. What about Meng Lianqing of the Golden Phoenix clan? This little girl is also a peerless Holy Sun level figure. Suddenly, an important figure spoke, which attracted attention. Damn it, how can you talk like that? The ancestor of the Golden Phoenix clan roared in anger. He looked angry, but in fact, he still had a glimmer of hope in his heart. He thought that perhaps Meng Lianqing could turn the tide and create a miracle to seize a great opportunity. This time, Niu Tunshan suddenly became angry. He gritted his teeth and roared, if she hadn't run away, how could I have been defeated so quickly? Ran away, all the important figures were stunned. The sliver of hope in the ancestor of the Golden Phoenix clan completely collapsed. His face was as dark as the bottom of a pot, and he was about to go crazy. So you're saying that you were defeated by the young demon god even though you and Meng Lianqing worked together? An important figure exclaimed, having acutely grasped the key point. Humph. Niu Tunshan seemed to have thrown caution to the wind. He said coldly, not only the two of us, Kong Xiao, and Xianxia also worked together, but we couldn't suppress the young demon god. How about it? Are you shocked? Unbelievable? Isn't this what you want? He seemed to be venting his emotions. His voice was filled with endless anger. At this moment, all the clans were truly shocked. They truly found it unbelievable and could not control their emotions at all. Four peerless holy sons worked together, but they were completely defeated by the young demon god. 3 of them were killed and eliminated, and the last one escaped. Who could remain calm in the face of such news? There was no more noise. The atmosphere was dead silent. It was so oppressive that everyone found it hard to breathe. That young demon god, how could he be so powerful? Who was he? This doubt had been in everyone's mind since they first heard about the young demon god. But now, it had become more and more intense. After a long time, under the questioning of many important figures, they finally learned about the battle that took place in the ancient dojo. They learned about the peerless opportunity and how terrifying the young demon god was. This opportunity is coming to an end. Everyone, get ready. Once he shows up, we will immediately capture him. No matter who it is, whoever dares to stop us will be killed without mercy. Bull Demon King Yo Sherry's cold voice reverberated through the entire place. The terrifying killing intent swept through everyone's heart like a storm. Hearing this, the important figures of the clans nodded. Their attitudes were surprisingly unanimous. Everyone realized that the young demon god was finished. No matter how many opportunities he had obtained in the demonic saint secret realm, no matter how unparalleled his battle strength in the heavenly insight realm, but once he came out of the demonic saint secret realm, what awaited him would be the wrath of a group of life and death kings. No matter who it was, no one would be able to save his life, in the ancient dojo. Lin Sun stood alone, his black hair fluttering in the wind. His whole body was surging with light Cyan Tao aura. At his feet lay 3 broken corpses, which belonged to Niu Tunxian, Kongxiu, and Xianluozi. The smell of blood was shocking. At the foot of the mountain, the experts of all clans were in a trance. They were all shocked and couldn't come to their senses. Until now, it seemed that they couldn't believe that the 4 great saints had been defeated by the young demon god. This seemed to be too inconceivable, and that was why it was so shocking. Even Zhao Jingxian and Old Toad opened their eyes wide at this moment. This result was also beyond their imagination. It wasn't that it was too bad, but it was too good. It was like a dream, and it felt a little unreal. The scene was silent, and there was a kind of silent shock in the air. As for Lin Sun, he seemed to have done something very ordinary. He didn't sigh, think, or even show any joy or happiness. He looked at the center of the dojo, where there was a futon. Lin Sun walked over and sat cross-legged in front of the futon. The Jade Archive and Golden Book glowed with golden light, sacred and vast, and full of Taoism. However, after obtaining the secret of the Saint method, the Jade Archive and Golden Book had become different from before in Lin Sun's eyes. The flowing golden light was crystal clear, reflecting a blurry small world. Lin Sun was amazed. He didn't see it wrong. In the golden light, a shadow of a world emerged, like a dilapidated relic. There, the sacred mountain had collapsed, the palaces had collapsed, and all the ancient buildings had been turned into ruins. Some ancient trees and auspicious grasses had long been scorched into ashes. It should have been a blessed place, but after some kind of disaster, it became a dilapidated relic, covered with rubble and dust. Mind. Lin Sun's heart throbbed. He saw 2 vague modeled ancient Taoist characters on the broken and collapsed mountain. Slanting moon. 3 stars. Before long, he saw an ancient tablet inserted into the ruins in front of the collapsed ancient mountain gate. Looking carefully, he could vaguely see these 4 characters. Could this be the place that the Buddhist sages were searching for? Lin Sun thought of the Mahayana script left on the 49 ancient altars, and an indescribable emotion welled up in his heart. At that time, he and Old Toad had speculated that the reason why the Buddhist sages were so persistent in searching for Fengsuan Mountain and Slanting Moon and 3 stars was to get the so-called secret of Bodhi. What was certain was that those Buddhist sages failed in the end, so they thought it was a hoax and didn't exist at all. But now, Lin Sun was a little absent-minded. The so-called Fengsuan Mountain and Slanting Moon and 3 stars seemed to really exist. It wasn't a hoax, Lin Sun was surprised. The blurry scene he saw changed, and a figure emerged. The figure stood in front of the collapsed ancient mountain gate, leaving only a back view. He seemed to be silent and recalling the past, motionless like a statue. A figure stood silently within the broken divine mountain, the collapsed ancient mountain gate, and the palace that had been transformed into ruins. He actually gave off an indescribable aura of sorrow. But for Lin Sun, the moment he saw that figure, he felt a completely opposite aura. It was as vast as the sky, unyielding and boundlessly terrifying. It was as if they were facing a terrifying war god that they were powerless to resist, and the pressure they felt was suffocating. It was just a human figure, standing in front of the ruined mountain gate, yet it was like an ancient era's overlord, able to intimidate the 9 heavens 10 earths. That type of wild and arrogant aura was too intimidating. Even though they were separated by thousands of years and weren't in the same time and space, and even though he knew that what he saw was just an afterimage, Lin Sun's heart still palpitated and trembled, making him feel like an ant in front of a god. This figure was too powerful. Is it him? Lin Sun was so shocked that he couldn't calm down. Because he'd faintly discerned that the aura of that figure seemed to be extremely similar to the arrogant figure within the battle diagram he'd seen, and it was like they were the same person. It was the same aura that covered the heavens and earth, unyielding and unyielding. It seemed to be able to sweep through the 9 heavens and 10 earths, slaughter the heavens and earth, and fight unparalleled. Not long after, the figure suddenly moved. He knelt in front of the mountain gate and kowtowed 3 times without saying a word. Then, he took out a jade archive with both hands and sealed it within the mountain gate. Lin Sun was shocked. Wasn't that the jade archive in golden letter? Before he could figure it out, tens of thousands of lightning tribulations suddenly descended in front of the damaged mountain gate. At the same time, it was as if gods and devils had appeared, covering the sky and earth. A terrifying aura spread out. That arrogant figure suddenly stood up and raised his head to look at the sky. A formless and terrifying battle energy erupted from his body. He didn't retreat, but advanced instead. He charged through over 10,000 levels of tribulation lightning and fought the gods and devils of the world. His unyielding and arrogant bearing caused his figure to be like a wisp of light that illuminated the ages. A battle broke out. It was also at this moment that the scene became blurry. However, just the aura of battle alone was enough to make deities tremble. It was too terrifying, as if the world was going to be destroyed. Lin Sun's face suddenly changed. He almost suffered a backlash in his heart. He quickly moved his eyes away. At the same time, the jade archive in golden letter in front of him calmed down. All the scenes disappeared and turned into golden flowing light. It turns out that this Taoist book was left by him, Lin Sun muttered to himself. No matter what, he now knew the origin of the jade archive and golden book, as well as its supreme value. Even if it had nothing to do with the secret of Bodhi, it must have something to do with Mount Fonsuan, the crescent and the 3 stars. Lin Sun stood up and faced the jade archive and golden letter on the futon. Finally, he made a solemn salute and said, "Thank you for teaching me." In the battle just now, he had completely comprehended the essence of the Saint method and obtained the inheritance of the essence of the Saint method. As for the jade archive and golden letter, even if he obtained it, it was meaningless to him. This was called getting carried away. Getting the original meaning and forgetting the form. For Lin Sun, the jade archive and golden letter were more of a carrier and situation. The mystery of it had long been imprinted in his heart. This was a kind of fighting inheritance. One could only comprehend its true meaning in the battle. If he blindly seized the jade archive and golden letter, he wouldn't be able to comprehend it. At this time, there was a mysterious roar in the ancient Taoist field, spreading like the sound of the Great Way. The futon disappeared and turned into a light rain. The jade archive and golden letter had also disappeared without a trace. It was as if they had never appeared in the first place, and not a single trace of their existence could be found. The ancient Taoist field also collapsed in the void and turned into 9 ancient stone tripods. Then, it returned to the ancient temple on the top of the 9 mountains. Long before all these changes happened, Lin Sun's figure was shrouded by a light rain of the Great Way and disappeared. At the foot of the mountain, the overmatches of all races were in an uproar. They disappeared. Not only the Taoist field in the void, but also the 9 mountains in front of them were collapsing to the ground, making a rolling roar. At this moment, the world seemed to be about to collapse. It became unstable and there were signs of imminent destruction everywhere. Run! Without any hesitation, the experts of the various races subconsciously turned around and fled. They followed the 54 ancient altars and disappeared from this area. Let's go. Xiao Ran took a deep breath and took back his eyes. He chose to leave with Su Xingfeng and others. Are we going to leave like this? Su Xingfeng and others were unwilling to give up. This opportunity is coming to an end. If I'm right, it's time to leave. We just need to wait outside the secret realm of demons. Xiao Ran transmitted his voice as he flew. Wait for what? Of course, wait for Lin Sun to come out. Su Xingfeng's eyes lit up. Without hesitation, he even began to think excitedly. This time, Lin Xian had seized the biggest opportunity, but would he be the final winner? No. At least when he left the secret realm of demons, the holy land of spirit treasure would be the first to hunt him down. Young devil god, when you go out, it will be your death. Meng Lianqing's cold and resentful voice rang out in the chaotic scene of escape. It was a threat with resolute killing intent. Even as they fled, the overmatches of all races realized that Lin Sun's combat strength might be extraordinary and that he had seized the biggest opportunity. But he had killed too many overmatches and offended too many races. When he left the secret realm of demons, it was destined that he wouldn't have a chance to survive. This made many overmatches excited, but there were also many overmatches who sighed and felt sorry for Lin Sun. So what if he was extraordinary? In front of the powerful forces of all races, he was destined to be unable to escape. At this moment, Lin Sun had already arrived at the foot of the mountain and met up with Zhao Jingxian and Old Toad. Naturally, he had also heard these words. His black eyes were cold and calm. He had already expected this situation, so he didn't feel any panic. Where there is gain, there is loss. This time, he had defeated all the peerless chosen and obtained the Battle Saint technique inheritance. It was gain, but the price he had to pay was that he would face an unpredictable disaster when he left the demonic Saint Mystic realm. It was loss. There was gain and there was loss. This was what one had to face in order to compete for opportunities. Boy, the situation is not good. What are you going to do? Old Toad was worried. They were also fleeing. They entered an ancient altar and returned to the top of Xianxia Holy Mountain. Not long after they left, the 9 mountains, together with the world where they were, completely collapsed and disappeared. We'll cross the bridge when we come to it. At worst, we won't leave this time. Don't you think the secret realm of demons is very suitable for cultivation? It's better to stay and cultivate than to be surrounded and killed. Lin Sun said casually. Bullshit. If you miss this opportunity, the secret realm of demons will be closed again, and you don't know when it will open again. Maybe it will never open again. Are you willing to give up? Old Toad cursed, exasperated. Then what do you think we should do? Lin Sun asked. Old Toad was stunned. He didn't know what to do. He frowned and was a little mad. Yes, what should we do? There's always a way out. There's always a way. Zhao Jingxian spoke, her clear and beautiful face was calm and composed. Boom, suddenly, the whole Xianxia Holy Mountain began to shake and shake. The rocks cracked, and the 54 altars distributed in various areas of the mountain showed signs of collapse. Oh no, get out of here! The Old Toad's entire body quivered as it cried out. They didn't dare to hesitate and rushed down the mountain at once. At this time, the experts of other races also realized that something was wrong. Like a tide, they rushed down Xianxia Holy Mountain frantically. This place was about to collapse and disappear. It was too dangerous. At the moment when Xianxia Holy Mountain shook, the golden-winged roc, the unparalleled snake, the cyan fox, the multicolored butterfly, the jasper centipede, and other terrifying creatures who had been waiting quietly all raised their eyes from their hiding places. Purple Cloud Divine Mountain was collapsing, creating terrifying fluctuations. The powerhouses of the various clans fled, not daring to stay. However, when the first batch of powerhouses arrived at the foot of the mountain and were about to rush forward, an accident occurred. A bright golden light shot up. It was a pair of golden wings that covered the sky, flowing with terrifying Taoist rhymes as it enveloped those powerhouses. Obviously, it was the golden roc that made its move. Damn it! The powerhouses' expressions changed as they cried out in alarm and hurriedly dodged. Rumble, the golden wings fell down. They were too big, covering the sky and earth, shattering the rocks. A terrifying power swept out, wanting to drown the area. However, just as it was about to cover those powerhouses, a restriction fluctuation emerged from the collapsed Purple Cloud Divine Mountain and dissolved all of this. The golden-winged roc let out a cry of shock and anger, and its entire figure was actually suppressed to the ground. Even so, there were still several powerhouses who couldn't escape in time and were swallowed by the golden roc. Run! Motherf *Ker, the surrounding area has been sealed by those terrifying creatures. Panicked voices rose everywhere as the powerhouses of the various clans' expressions changed. They discovered that there were many terrifying creatures occupying the area near Purple Cloud Divine Mountain. There was the golden roc, the peerless serpent, the mysterious green fox, the 5-colored butterfly, and a jade centipede that was several meters long. All of their auras were terrifying, not weaker than life and death kings. They occupied all directions, and their eyes were filled with cruelty. Obviously, they had been waiting here for a long time to hunt down the powerhouses of the various clans and seize their fortunes. This made the powerhouses of the various clans' expressions change. Their hearts were filled with fear and uneasiness. But soon, they noticed that although Purple Cloud Divine Mountain was collapsing, there was a restriction fluctuation, suppressing those terrifying creatures to the point that they couldn't even lift their heads. Charge! Get far away from them. Many powerhouses noticed this and couldn't care about anything else. They gritted their teeth and avoided the area occupied by those terrifying creatures, rushing into the distance. Boom, the area was in chaos. Those terrifying creatures were not willing to be suppressed, and they fought back madly, releasing monstrous ferocious might. Some powerhouses who couldn't dodge in time were instantly captured on the spot. As for some of the experts who were slightly further away, they took this opportunity to escape from this area by a hair's breadth. They frantically flew into the distance, not daring to look back. Roars sounded continuously here. The golden-winged pung flapped its wings, its cries shaking the 9 heavens. The peerless serpent coiled in the air, spitting out terrifying energy that swept out in all directions. As for the mysterious green fox, its figure flickered as it continuously teleported to hunt down experts. The most terrifying was the 5-colored butterfly. It was the size of a cattail leaf fan, and with a light flap of its wings, it gave rise to a 5-colored storm that shot into the sky and crushed the world. All the experts that were swept into it were unable to survive. Similarly, the jasper centipede wasn't inferior. Its densely packed legs danced about like thousands of sharp blades reaping lives. And this was under the suppression of the restriction power. If it weren't for that, just their aura that wasn't inferior to life and death kings would be sufficient to cause a terrifying calamity, and not a single expert would be able to escape. After all, the disparity in strength was too great. Let's leave quickly as well. The energy of the restriction is still there, and it's able to suppress those terrifying living beings. Once the Violet Cloud Divine Mountain completely collapses, it won't be able to suppress them anymore. Old Toad yelled. Let's go. Lin Sun led the way. At this moment, he took out his broken blade and looked cautious. This killing tribulation was even more terrifying than fighting against Nyo Tunshin and the others, so he had to be extremely careful. Whoosh, as soon as they moved, they encountered a blow. A green fox flickered, and its sharp claws soared into the sky, releasing a terrifying green waterfall that swept over like a waterfall. Boom, Zhao Jingxian let out a clear rebuke, raised his hand, and shot out a black jade talisman. With a snap, it exploded, and a black thunderbolt shot out. Suddenly, there was a terrible collision here, and divine light burst out, shaking Lin Sun and the others so much that they almost coughed up blood. The power was so terrifying that it made them shudder. Fortunately, the black jade talisman that Zhao Jingxian shot out was extremely extraordinary, allowing them to take the blow head-on, and take advantage of this opportunity to escape. However, the next moment, there was a scream. It turned out that some of the experts following Lin Sun and the others couldn't escape in time, and were captured alive by the green fox. What treasure did you take out just now? How could it be so powerful? When they were far away from this area, Old Toad breathed a sigh of relief and couldn't help looking at Zhao Jingxian strangely. It's a life-saving means that my father gave me, the Yin God Mysterious Thunder Talisman. It can resolve a sudden killing tribulation, but it can only be used once. Zhao Jingxian explained casually. It turned out to be a treasure given by the current emperor of Xiao Empire. Lin Sun couldn't help but sigh inwardly. As the daughter of the current emperor, Zhao Jingxian must have a lot of life-saving means. Without delay, they fled with all their strength. Behind them, Xixia Holy Mountain continued to collapse, and before long, it was destined to disappear from the world. Screams continued, and the divine light roared. The experts of all races were still fleeing. However, only about half of them were able to escape from the hands of those terrifying creatures. The rest were captured. There was no doubt that not only would the opportunities they had obtained be taken away, but their lives would also be left here. It's too terrifying. Those horrible creatures are extremely intelligent, and their strength is no weaker than Life-Death Realm Kings. If it weren't for the suppression of that Xianxia holy mountain, I'm afraid none of us would have been able to escape today. Old Toad still had a lingering fear. Even though he had escaped safely, he still felt a chill when he thought of those ferocious creatures. My little friend, don't be in a hurry to leave. We can take this opportunity to have a good talk. At this time, an old voice suddenly rang in their ears, startling Old Toad so much that he almost jumped up. Lin Sun and Zhao Jingxian also stiffened and felt a chill in their hearts. Immediately, they saw the figure of an old ape appear in front of them, blocking their way. His hair was gray and his eyes were full of vicissitudes. Leaning on a green wooden staff, he looked senile. The old ape who guarded the herb garden on the sacred island of 5 elements, Lin Sun recognized him at a glance. He couldn't help narrowing his eyes and becoming extremely vigilant. As early as in the sacred island of 5 elements, he knew that this old ape was very terrible and unfathomable. Such an old monster suddenly appeared here and blocked their way, which made Lin Sun feel a little heavy in his heart. "Senior, what do you want to talk about?" Lin Sun calmed his mind and asked. "Don't worry, I have no intention of harming you." A trace of kindness appeared on the old ape's face. Lin Sun didn't believe that he had not only plundered peerless treasures like the Lantern King ginseng and Qilin grass on the sacred island of 5 elements, he had also seized a part of the saint's Tao scripture from that little lord. As the old ape who guarded the sacred island of 5 elements, how could he not care about such things? "I won't do anything to you just because of that pagoda in your hand. Not to mention that you've entered the core ruins and obtained a great fortune. This means that you and my clan are fated to meet. We are not enemies." The old ape's voice became even more gentle and calm. The core ruins, Lin Sun's heart shook. He knew that the old ape was undoubtedly talking about the Violet Cloud Divine Mountain. It was obvious that the old ape knew a lot of things. This could be seen from the fact that it could call out the core ruins and know that Lin Sun had obtained a great fortune from it. However, Lin Sun was still very vigilant. He didn't dare to let his guard down. This old ape had lived for who knows how long. Its aura was vicissitudes and its strength was unfathomable. "Not good, the giant snake is coming." The old toad's expression changed abruptly as it shouted. As expected, the peerless giant snake, for some unknown reason, had broken free from the Violet Cloud Divine Mountain suppression and was rushing towards Lin Sun. "Human, are you the one who obtained the greatest fortune from the core ruins? Hand it over now and I will spare your life." The peerless giant snake coiled in the void. Its body was so huge that it blocked out the sun. Its head was like a mountain, and its scarlet eyes were the size of lakes as it stared down at Lin Sun. These words made Lin Sun realize that someone had leaked information about him, which made the peerless serpent give up on other strong cultivators and find him first to take away his good fortune. "Little worm, this is no place for you to speak. Disappear now." At this moment, the old ape cast a sidelong glance at the giant snake and casually asked it to leave. "Are you talking to me?" The peerless giant snake's green scales shone with a metallic coldness. Its scarlet eyes were filled with killing intent. It had the right to be arrogant. Its strength was far above the average life and death realm, and it was one of the strongest beings in the Arcana realm. "Heh, after so many years, even a little worm dares to challenge me. Interesting." The old ape laughed. It wasn't a benevolent creature in the past. It was unknown in the Arcana realm because it had always been in seclusion, guarding the sacred island of 5 elements left behind by its master. Boom, with a flick of his sleeve, an expanse of light shot out, accompanied by terrifying golden lightning that was deafening to the ears. The peerless giant snake's expression changed as it sensed danger. Roar. It roared and attacked with all its might. Its body that was as thick as a mountain exploded with divine light, and its tail swept through the void. However, with a loud crash, the snake's tail that was like the whip of a heavenly deity was broken into a bloody mess. The old ape had broken the peerless giant snake's tail with a casual wave of its hand. This made the peerless giant snake realize that its opponent's strength was beyond the limits of the Arcana realm. It could even be a living saint. Screech! A cry came from afar. It turned out that the golden-winged rock was also rushing over, but it was also shocked and frightened by the scene. It knew the peerless giant snake's strength very well, but it was heavily injured by a single strike. Just how terrifying was the old ape, Without any hesitation, the peerless giant snake and the rock chose to retreat, not daring to come closer. Lin Sun and the others sucked in a breath of cold air, feeling goosebumps all over their bodies. This old ape was too powerful, many times more terrifying than a life-and-death king. Don't be nervous. I mean no harm. The old ape's voice was warm. How could Lin Sun not be nervous? Even the golden-winged rock and the unparalleled snake were scared away, which showed how terrifying the old ape was. But the old ape was always disturbed when it wanted to talk. Not far away, a green centipede swept over, seemingly unwilling to give up. In other words, it was determined to get Lin Sun's great fortune. After a roar, it swept over. Boom, its green body was full of horrible light, and its fierce power was shocking. The old ape frowned. It seemed that it was finally irritated and no longer held back. Pooh! He stretched out his hand and grabbed, and he actually forcefully tore the jasper centipede that was several tens of meters long into two. Blood splashed like a waterfall, and a mournful cry resounded through the world. Then, it stopped abruptly. The two halves of the jasper centipede's body were tossed to the ground by the old ape like they were trash. It seemed like the old ape had done something very normal. A horrible creature that was not weaker than a life-death realm king died like this. All the people present were shocked and silent. Some practitioners who were watching from afar were all sweating and retreating. Even the butterfly as big as a cattail leaf fan and the extraordinary green fox showed deep fear and retreated far away. It has been silent for too long. I haven't killed for many years, so I can't control my power well. In fact, I didn't intend to kill it. After all, it's not easy to cultivate. It's not merciful to kill for no reason. The old ape explained patiently. Everyone was instantly speechless. This old ape seemed to be a decisive and ferocious person, so how could he possibly show mercy? Lin Sun didn't expose it, nor did he dare to do so. The old ape was too unfathomable. Lin Sun dared not to provoke it even if he had 100 guts. Where were we? The old ape ignored the others and looked at Lin Sun with gentle eyes. Speaking of fate, Senior, you want to make a deal with me? Lin Sun reminded in a low voice. Oh, yes. I'm getting old, so my memory is getting worse. The old ape sighed with emotion, which made Lin Sun speechless again. With such a terrifying cultivation, the old ape had long lived as an old antique who had insight into the affairs of the world. How could its memory become bad? Even though there's fate between you and my clan, I can't allow you to take away the supreme secret Tao scripture that belongs to my clan. Lin Sun's heart skipped a beat after hearing the old ape's words, and his hair stood on end. As expected, the old ape was here for the Tao scripture. However, you don't have to be nervous. Since you were able to obtain a portion of that Tao scripture, it can be considered as your fortune. I won't forcefully take it from you. On the contrary, I can give you some compensation. The old ape looked at Lin Sun calmly with its weathered eyes. This old monster is so easy to talk to? Old Toad and Zhao Jingxian were deeply astonished. What kind of compensation? Lin couldn't help asking. This Tao scripture records the secrets of the cultivation of the divine Tao. Even if you obtain it, you won't be able to use it right now. The old ape spoke calmly, however, I'm sure you won't be willing to hand it over on your own. So, I've decided to let you see all the profundities of this Tao scripture. How much you can remember will depend on your comprehension ability. Lin Sun was shocked and extremely surprised. He really didn't expect that the old ape's compensation would be to let him see the complete Tao scripture of the saint. In other words, this was simply a rare opportunity that came to him on its own initiative. The complete Tao scripture of the saint, it recorded the secrets of the cultivation of the divine Tao. Even a real saint would go crazy and be tempted by it. However, the old ape casually wanted to compensate him, which made Lin Sun feel like he had been hit by a pie from the sky. Humph, don't be too happy. The complete Tao scripture of the saint is imprinted with the power of the divine Tao. So what if I let you see it once? Your realm is too low and you're completely unable to comprehend the profundity within. Old Toad snorted next to him. It seemed to be sarcastic, but in fact, it was to remind Lin Sun not to be carried away by this kind of thing. You deserve to be the descendant of the three-legged golden toad. The old ape glanced at Old Toad with a hint of surprise in its eyes. You're right. The secret method of the divine Tao is obscure and profound, containing the supreme essence of the divine Tao. Unless you have the cultivation of the saint realm, it's really difficult to get any benefits from it. Suddenly, Lin Sun understood. The reason why the old ape was so generous was that it had already expected that even if he could get a glimpse of the complete Tao scripture, he wouldn't get any benefits from it. "What do you think?" asked the old ape. Lin Sun hesitated for a moment, then braced himself and said, "Senior, the compensation seems a little unkind?" The old ape smiled faintly, then nodded and said, "Well, how do you think it should be compensated?" Lin Sun took a deep breath and cupped his hands, saying, "I've gotten into big trouble. If you can send us safely out of the ultimate, I promise to hand over the Tao scripture I've obtained." Old Toad and Zhao Jingxian both narrowed their eyes. They were a little nervous, but also a little expectant. If the old ape could agree, it would undoubtedly solve their most difficult problem. Ha ha ha. The old ape looked up to the sky and laughed loudly. His eyes were like torches, as if he could see through everything. "Why are you laughing, Senior?" asked Lin Sun. "I just didn't expect someone like you to ask me for help." An unfathomable look appeared in the old ape's eyes. "Senior, I'm not asking for help. It's a fair deal," corrected Lin Sun. The old ape was stunned. He stared at Lin Sun for a long time, seeming a little surprised, and a dazed look appeared on his face. He seemed to be recalling the past as he murmured, "As expected, perhaps only someone like you is most qualified to obtain the inheritance in the remains of heart. Heh, you're so unyielding that you'd rather fight to the death than bow your head? But, who can persevere to the end like you?" Lin Sun and the others were bewildered. It seemed that the old ape knew some secrets about the remains of heart, which was why he was sighing with emotion. In the end, the old ape agreed to Lin Sun's request. Moreover, as he had said earlier, he didn't want to make things difficult for Lin Sun and decided to make a fair deal with him. Therefore, while agreeing to Lin Sun's condition, he offered to let Lin Sun study the complete Tao scripture. Seeing such a good thing, how could Lin Sun refuse it? Without hesitation, he took out the part of the Tao scripture he obtained from the sacred island of 5 elements and handed it to the old ape. The old ape took out the other part and pieced them together to form a complete Tao scripture. Following that, the old macaque performed a secret technique to make the complete scripture seem like it was activated, revealing its true mystery. "You only have one chance to study it. How much you can remember depends on your ability," said the old ape with a solemn expression. Lin Sun immediately sat cross-legged and operated all the power of his divine soul to study it. Boom, in an instant, the aura of a saint emerged in his sea of consciousness. It was sacred and boundless, and it converged into a beautiful chapter. Every word was glittering and flowing with mysterious and immeasurable Taoist light. This was the secret text of the saint. It was strange and obscure like the carrier of the Great Way. He couldn't comprehend it. In an instant, Lin Sun's heart shook. Every word seemed to be all-encompassing and contained infinite mysteries. Not to mention identifying it, he couldn't even see a trace of mystery from it. It was so obscure and sublime that it made Lin Sun's divine soul throb as if falling into a vast ocean. He had an illusion of suffocation and drowning. This was the power of the saint. It was not something that Lin Sun could peek at his current realm. At the critical moment, Lin Sun ran the meditating magic. The stars in his sea of consciousness shone brightly and the divine moon hung in the sky. The Dharma form was magnificent and boundless. He no longer tried to comprehend it. Instead, he used the power of his divine soul to copy and remember every word of the Tao scripture. He couldn't peek and comprehend it now, but it didn't mean he couldn't in the future. What Lin Sun needed to do now was to memorize and brand this Tao scripture. When he stepped into the divine path one day, he would be able to figure out its meaning, comprehend its essence, and control it. Lin Sun sat cross-legged on the ground with a solemn look. Old Toad and Zhao Jingxian couldn't help but envy him. Tao scripture of the saint. Even if it couldn't be comprehended now, its value was immeasurable. This was a supreme inheritance. If those life-death realm kings who had passed the immortality tribulation knew about it, they would go crazy with envy. The divine path was ethereal and supreme. If he could have the help of a complete Tao scripture when he stepped into this realm, it would be like adding wings to a tiger, and he wouldn't have to worry about cultivation anymore. "Senior, can we comprehend it?" Old Toad looked at Old Ape expectantly with a drooling face. There are thousands of great Daos. Practitioners should abide by their own great Daos in order to reach the peak. This method is the inheritance of our tribe, which conflicts with the secret knowledge of your three-legged golden toad. I advise you not to think about it. Otherwise, your Taoist heart will be in chaos, which will do you more harm than good. Old Ape pointed at Old Toad, which made the latter suddenly depressed. He shouted, "Why can this guy do it, but I can't?" Old Ape said calmly, "You can't comprehend it now either. Do you think anyone can comprehend the inheritance of the divine path?" Old Toad fell silent. It was true. Before long, Lin Sun opened his eyes for meditation, and a deep sense of exhaustion appeared between his eyebrows. Just now, even memorizing that Tao scripture consumed too much of his soul, and he almost couldn't bear it. The reason was that this was a complete inheritance of the divine path. There were endless mysteries in it, obscure and profound. Even memorizing it was extremely strenuous. "How much?" Old Toad asked hurriedly. "Almost all," Lin Sun said in a low voice. At this moment, on the simple and unadorned platform in his body, a piece of obscure Tao scripture was imprinted, faintly discernible and mysterious. "You've memorized all of it?" Hearing this, Old Ape was finally moved, and his eyes became strange. He had thought that it would be good enough if Lin Sun could memorize a part of the divine path. Who would have thought that he seemed to have memorized all of it? Old Ape couldn't help but feel a little stunned. He was a little uncertain whether it was right or wrong to let Lin Sun study the supreme Tao scripture passed down in his tribe this time. "Senior, may I ask what this is?" While the Old Ape was still in shock, Lin Sun had already stood up and asked. "It's called the 9-Purity Holy Light Technique, the supreme inheritance of my clan." The Old Ape looked at Lin Sun with a kind of indescribable complexity in its eyes. "Since you've remembered all of them, maybe it's your destiny. But I hope you won't leak them out. Otherwise, you'll get into great trouble." Lin Sun solemnly agreed with awe. 9-Purity Holy Body Technique? Why does it sound so familiar to me? The Old Toad frowned. Unfortunately, it had lost a lot of memory. No matter how hard it tried, it couldn't think of any valuable clues. Even so, Lin Sun was shocked. A divine secret technique that the Old Toad was familiar with couldn't be simple. "I have to remind you that when the real great era comes, the young child of my clan will come out of his slumber. You once had a feud with him, so you should resolve it." The Old Ape suddenly spoke about the young child who was dormant under the sacred island of 5 elements. "When the great era comes?" Lin Sun pondered. He was a little puzzled by the Old Ape's attitude. Logically speaking, the Old Ape should see him as an enemy. However, his attitude was very abnormal and strange. Was it related to the wordless pagoda, or was it related to the good fortune he obtained from the lost land of heart? Lin Sun was a little uncertain. "Let's go. The secret realm is about to close." The Old Ape looked up at the sky and made a decision. As soon as he finished speaking, he waved his sleeve and teleported away with Lin Sun and the others. Outside the ultimate. There's no doubt that the young demon god has seized the greatest good fortune in Xianxia Holy Mountain and obtained the inheritance of the Jade Archive and Golden Book. But the Demon Saint's secret realm is about to close. When he appears, he's doomed. Haha, so what if he has seized more good fortune? In the end, he's doomed to pay the price with his life. There was a lot of discussion in the outside world. The powerhouses of all clans were waiting. The bigwigs of all clans were very calm and indifferent at the moment, but their eyes were fixed on the entrance above the ultimate. They were also waiting for the moment the young demon god would appear. Originally, those big shots were still somewhat afraid of the power of the numinous treasure Holy Land, but now, the numinous treasure Holy Land had long given up and viewed the young man as an abandoned pawn. Under such circumstances, it was impossible for him to leave alive. As time passed, experts from various clans walked out from the entrance of the Beast Saint mystical ground, causing an uproar among the crowd. Everyone realized that it was time for the curtains to this operation to seize the fortuitous encounter to come to an end. Xiao Ran and the others also returned safely, and they told Elder Gao Yang some things. The latter's expression instantly became even more livid. It really was that Lin Xian. "Elder, there are numerous fortuitous encounters hidden in this kid's possession. We must kill him this time, and we can't let the other clans benefit from it." Su Xingfeng gritted his teeth. that's right. Senior brother Gong Yangyu was also killed by him. If we do not get rid of him today, he will become a great threat in the future. Wen Xiang and Yunche also spoke up. Don't worry, he won't be able to escape today. Elder Gao Yang's face was livid and cold, and his eyes were full of murderous intent. Everyone, when this kid appears, I only have one request, and that is to be the first to capture him. As for the fortuitous encounters on him, you can take them all. At this moment, Grandma Xianxia of the Dragon Whale clan spoke. The holy son of the Dragon Whale clan, as well as the experts who had followed them into the Demon Saint mystical ground, were almost all killed by Lin Sun. This made her so angry that she was about to go crazy. Old hag! Who are you talking about? How arrogant of you! At the entrance of the Demon Saint mystical ground, a disdainful rebuke suddenly sounded. 2 rays of golden light shot out of Grandma Tianxia's eyes. In an instant, she saw the figures of Lin Sun, Zhao Jingxian, and the others walking out of the Demon Saint mystical ground. The one who spoke so arrogantly was naturally the old toad. It's him. That young devil. Oh my god, he actually dared to come out. This is so unexpected. Outside the ultimate, there was a sudden uproar. All the experts' eyes were attracted by this, and they were in an uproar. Little bastards, how dare you still be so arrogant at this time? The experts of the Dragon Whale clan outside roared angrily. They were so angry that they were full of murderous intent. The young devil had made them lose face, and they could not wait to rush up and kill him. In addition, the experts of the Blood Lion clan, Demon Elephant clan, Blackwood clan, Jade Unicorn clan, Water Ape clan, and other clans also looked gloomy. They stared at Lin Sun, wanting to kill him immediately. Even the dominant forces like the Herculean Ox clan, the Golden Phoenix clan, and the Cloud Monkey clan looked hostile, and their murderous intent soared to the sky. It could be said that Lin Sun standing there was like a lighthouse, especially attracting hatred. He attracted the attention of all the clans, and they all hated and glared at him. I say, everyone, are you welcoming us? Ha ha ha, what a great show of force. But why are you so angry? It's as if we have killed your whole family. The old toad laughed, and he looked like he was talking and laughing. The faces of the experts darkened, and they gritted their teeth in hatred. Little bastard, you still dare to be so sharp-tongued when you are about to die. Grandma Tianxia's tone was cold. Humph. The big shots of the clans also looked cold. Old bastard, what are you yelling for? Come over if you have the guts. I'll kill you first. The old toad squinted, pointed at Grandma Tianxia, and scolded her. Grandma Tianxia was so angry that her whole body stiffened. Old bastard? How dare this green-robed young man call her an old bastard? He should be hacked into pieces. I'll go kill him. Damn it, you're courting death. Many experts couldn't stand it anymore. There were the Dragon Whale clan and other clans, and they had too many enemies. Even Su Xingfeng shouted coldly, Lin Sun, you are about to die, but you don't know how to kneel down and repent. You are still so arrogant. You are destined to die today. Everyone, no matter what, this man is related to our holy land of spirit treasure. Why don't you let me kill him? Elder Gao Yang also spoke. He was full of murderous intent, and his eyes were like lightning as he locked on Lin Sun. Lin Sun had been looking on coldly until he heard Elder Gao Yang's voice. He immediately smiled and realized that he had guessed right. Whether it was the experts of the various races or the holy land of Lingbao, they obviously didn't intend to let him go. Senior, I have to trouble you, Lin Sun looked at the old ape. It's a piece of cake. The old ape had a carefree expression on his face as he stood there. He seemed extremely old and inconspicuous, but from the beginning until the end, he was completely unfazed. It was as if he didn't take anyone seriously at all. Let the holy land of spirit treasure deal with me? I'll be the first to disagree. Grandma Tianxia sneered. She had endured for a long time and could no longer suppress her killing intent. She suddenly stood up and stretched out her hand to grab Lin Sun. Boom, a large hand blotted out the sky and was coiled with terrifying divine radiance, and it was monstrously terrifying. Everyone was horrified. They didn't expect that Grandma Tianxia, a life-death realm expert, would attack Lin Sun, a junior, regardless of her identity, it could be seen how angry she was. This guy is too arrogant. Kill him, and our Bloody Lion clan will have a share. In another direction, with a loud shout, the ancestor of the Bloody Lion clan also attacked at the same time. Humph. Elder Gao Yang's face darkened. Naturally, he couldn't tolerate being attacked by others. Without hesitation, he took out his divine furnace of birds and shrouded Lin Sun. In addition, some other big shots also attacked at almost the same time. This scene was undoubtedly shocking to the world. A group of life-death realm experts attacked together, striving to be the first to kill Lin Sun. This horrified all the experts present and almost suffocated them. But as long as they thought about it carefully, it was normal. Lin Sun had a great fortune. Putting aside hatred, just to seize such a great fortune, no one was willing to fall behind. Boom, the world was in turmoil. When a life-death realm expert attacked, the divine power was enough to overturn mountains and seas, and destroy mountains and rivers. But now, a group of life-death realm experts attacked. The void collapsed, the divine light shot into the sky, and the terrible power of the Great Way intertwined. It was as if the world was going to be destroyed. Kill. That kid must be killed. At this moment, Su Xingfeng and the others of Spirit Treasure Holy Land, Niao Tunchen of Herculean Demonic Bull Clan, Meng Lianqing of Golden Phoenix Clan, Kong Xiu of Cloud Dragon Clan, and other experts who had been defeated by Lin Sun gnashed their teeth with excited expressions. No one believed that Lin Sun could survive at this moment. All the experts were concerned about was who would be the first to kill Lin Sun and snatch away his fortune. Unfortunately, they all overlooked the old ape beside Lin Sun. Bang, at the same time as the group of life-death realm experts attacked, the old ape, who had been hiding all this time, suddenly straightened his back and looked around. Two lightning-like dazzling Dao light shot out from his eyes, tearing apart the void. Crack, the huge hand that Grandma Xianxia had struck out from afar suddenly crumbled like a piece of paper. Dong, the spiritual sword of the Bloody Lion clan's ancestor wailed and became dim like a dead snake, almost falling into the sea. At the same time, the terrifying attacks that came from all directions actually seemed as if they couldn't withstand a single blow, and all of them were shattered into pieces before transforming into a violent rain of light that rained down. And the cause of this was merely the two beams of light shot out from the old ape's eyes. In other words, the old ape destroyed the attacks of the group of life-death realm experts with the power of a pair of eyes. It was too inconceivable, but it was happening right before their eyes. The experts of various clans were shocked. Their expressions slightly changed, and their eyes flickered with a divine light as they looked at the old ape. There was such a frightening existence beside that kid, the scene was deathly silent. The experts of various clans were shocked, and their eyeballs almost popped out of their sockets. They couldn't believe what was happening. That was the attack of a group of life-death realm experts. How could it be so easily dealt with? It was too frightening. At this moment, the excitement in Su Xingfeng's group, Niao Tunchen, and Meng Lianqing's hearts disappeared as if a bucket of cold water had been poured over them. Their minds were in a daze. How could this be? Lin Sun and the others were shocked as well. They had foreseen that the old ape would be very powerful, but they did not expect it to be this powerful. The attacks of the life and death realm kings were easily dissolved. The old ape had probably already reached the Saint realm. The whole place was silent. Even the ferocious bull demon King Niao Sherry was shocked. His expression was serious, and he could not see through the old ape. What surprised them the most was that they clearly saw the old ape walk out of the secret realm of monsters with Lin Sun and the others. Such a terrifying existence was not suppressed by the power of the demon saint realm. Could it really be a living demon saint? Opportunities are taken by oneself. This is a fight between the younger generation. Yet, you all attacked with hatred and bullied the weak. You all have no magnanimity. In the silence, the old ape spoke calmly. His voice was not loud, but it reverberated through the whole place with an oppressive aura. Many people's expressions changed. Was he reprimanding them? This man is cruel and has committed too many sins. He has killed too many of our people. Should he not be punished? Grandma Tianxia's expression was ugly, and she was so angry that her eyes were about to pop out. Old woman. Shut up. There are bound to be casualties in the fight for opportunities. Are you the only one allowed to kill others and not allow others to kill you? Simply rude and unreasonable. The old toad yelled. You are seeking death. Grandma Tianxia's face turned green with anger. She waved her sleeves, and thousands of rays of light shot toward the old toad. Humph. The old ape frowned and let out a cold snort. But like a clap of thunder, the rays of light were shattered into pieces. As if struck by lightning, Grandma Tianxia felt a sharp pain in her heart. Her body shook violently, and she coughed out a mouthful of blood. This made many people's eyelids twitch. Was he really a saint? Otherwise, how could he have such a horrifying aura? The old toad was furious as well. He yelled, Old bastard, you are more than shameless. You are too shameless. I have never seen an old thing as shameless as you. You, the heaven slaughterer. Granny's entire body trembled. She was so angry that she clenched her teeth so hard that they almost broke. In front of everyone's eyes, she, the grand ancestor of the dragon whale clan, a life and death realm being, had been scolded by the old toad. When had she ever been humiliated like this? What about you? Are you speechless? Old Toad was very pleased with himself. Everyone could see that Lin Sun and his companions dared to show up without fear because of the old ape. This made them hate Lin Sun and his companions, and they couldn't help but feel extremely afraid. Fellow Daoist, you probably don't know what kind of person this kid is, and that's why you're protecting him. Meanwhile, Elder Gao Yang spoke with a solemn expression. This kid came with us, yet he harmed the companions by his side while seizing the fortune. His methods are cruel, his disposition is vile, and he can be said to be extremely vicious. I hope fellow Daoist will reconsider and not continue protecting him. Lin Sun's face darkened. He really didn't expect that a person like Elder Gao Yang would confuse black and white and fabricate right and wrong. Who are you? The old ape looked over. The 36th generation successor of the spirit treasure sacred land, Gao Yang. Gao Yang replied casually. I don't know you. The old ape withdrew its gaze and didn't look at him again. Gao Yang's face suddenly became extremely embarrassed. In the past, as long as he mentioned the name of the spirit treasure sacred land, anyone would have to be polite to him. But now, he was directly ignored. Seeing this, Lin Sun almost burst out laughing. The old ape seemed to be calm, but his words were really direct and domineering. Fellow Daoist, do you really want to offend all the forces here for this kid? Gao Yang gritted his teeth and asked in a deep voice. All of a sudden, all eyes were focused on the old ape. First, I'm not familiar with you, so don't call me fellow Daoist. We have different goals, so we can't work together. The old ape frowned and corrected Lin Sun. Second, in my opinion, it's not me who offends you, but you who offend me. The consequences will only be more serious. As soon as these words came out, the atmosphere became more and more silent. They all realized that the old ape was protecting Lin Sun and his companions. This made their faces extremely gloomy, and they felt extremely unwilling and angry. As for the so-called big shots like you, you're just SOSO. You can bully the younger generation now, but in the future, when the great battle comes, the whole world is destined to belong to the younger generation. I'm afraid you'll pay the price sooner or later. The old ape's eyes swept over those big shots one by one, making them nervous and afraid to look at him. The old ape ignored them and glanced at the entrance of the secret realm of Monster Saint behind him, saying, There's not much time left. I'll send you away now. Senior, please wait a moment. Suddenly, Zhao Jingxian opened her mouth and looked at Lin Sun with her clear eyes. No matter what, I'm still the successor of the spirit treasure sacred land, so, you want to go back with them? Lin Sun immediately understood and couldn't help frowning, but what if they dare not? If they want to return to the ancient desolation territory, they must use the secret passage of the empire, which has been firmly controlled by my father. No matter how much they hate me, they dare not do anything to me as long as my father is there. Zhao Jingxian explained. Lin Sun was speechless for a while. Zhao Jingxian had her own considerations and principles, and she didn't want to betray her sect. Lin Sun understood this very well. However, he was worried that now everyone present had seen that Zhao Jingxian was with him. It would be troublesome if she encountered an accident on the way back. Take this. When you're in danger, just drop your blood on it, and you'll be safe. Suddenly, the old ape opened his mouth and handed a green jade talisman shaped like a leaf to Xianxia. "Thank you, Senior." Lin Sun immediately became excited and bowed. "This is for Miss Zhao." "What are you thanking me for? Do you really think you're her man?" Old Toad sneered. Lin Sun slapped the back of Old Toad's head. Without any delay, the old ape waved his sleeve and tore a space-time tunnel in the void. Then, he picked up Lin Sun and Old Toad and threw them into the tunnel. "Take care." The old ape's words were concise and comprehensive. "No." Suddenly, an unwilling and angry roar came from afar. It turned out to be Grandma Xianxia. She came across the sky and waved her hand to attack. She was going to destroy the tunnel in the void. Obviously, she couldn't tolerate Lin Sun leaving safely. "Humph." The old ape seemed to be irritated. A cold light flashed in his eyes. He reached out his hand and made a grabbing motion. With a muffled sound, the world shook. Grandma Xianxia stiffened and then exploded in the air, turning into a rain of light. She died on the spot. Hiss, all the people present gasped and shivered. How could a life-death realm overlord be killed so easily? It was as easy as killing a chicken or a monkey. What was the origin of the old ape? It was too terrifying. Even the bigwigs of various races stared blankly at the moment. Their hearts twitched violently and they felt an unprecedented chill. They finally realized that the old ape was definitely a sage. Otherwise, how could he have such terrifying means? Buzz, the void here fluctuated, and with a roar, they disappeared with Lin Sun and Old Toad. "Take care." Watching them leave, Zhao Jingxian was stunned. Her clear eyes were filled with disappointment and she suddenly felt an inexplicable emptiness in her heart. "Go." The old ape waved his sleeve and teleported Zhao Jingxian to Elder Gao Yang's treasured ship in the distance. Then, the old ape turned and walked into the entrance of the Demon Saint's secret realm with his hands behind his back and disappeared. From the beginning to the end, no one dared to stop him. After the old ape left, the entrance of the Demon Saint's secret realm also disappeared. The sky above the ultimate had completely calmed down. However, the powerhouses of various races at the scene looked gloomy and ashen. A strong sense of unwillingness and defeat surged in their hearts. The bigwigs' eyes were deep. They had been shocked by the old ape earlier, which made them feel humiliated. They were so frightened and aggrieved that they wanted to vomit blood. What happened today was too shocking and could not be concealed. Before long, it would spread to the depths of the soul oblivion sea and be known by all living beings. The young demon god had provoked all the races and snubbed their authority, but he had left safely in the end. This was undoubtedly a great humiliation to all the races. It was believed that from today on, the young demon god would also become the focus of attention and be unforgettable to all the races. The space-time tunnel was extremely mysterious. It was imprinted with the supreme laws of time and void. Traveling through it was like strolling in the stars. But this didn't mean it was safe. On the contrary, if the old ape hadn't opened it himself, the space-time power alone was enough to tear Lin Sun and the Old Toad apart. "Let's go." Lin Sun and the Old Toad ran wildly. The space was distorted and deep. It was colorful and looked stable, but it was full of terrifying cracks and chaotic power. A slight delay might crush them. Suddenly, Lin Sun took a deep breath. He glanced at the void outside the tunnel and saw a corpse of thousands of meters long floating between meteorites and turbulence. The corpse was wearing a broken battle suit. No one knew how long it had been since it died. "Don't look. This is a disaster scene in the turbulence of spacetime. It's the most ominous. It's said in ancient times that when crossing spacetime, it's the most taboo to encounter this kind of thing." The Old Toad looked nervous, running wildly with Lin Sun. According to the Old Toad, the law of spacetime was the most mysterious, like a taboo. Crossing it was like wading in the chaos, unknown and terrible. Among them, the most taboo was encountering all sorts of strange and ominous scenes. There were mysterious corpses, black holes that engulfed everything, light showers that resembled the land of immortals, and even some heavenly melodious songs. All of these were ominous. Knowing this, Lin Sun couldn't help but be moved. The space-time tunnel spanned across the void and covered the 9 heavens and 10 earths. It was unknown and taboo. If he hadn't set foot in it today, Lin Sun couldn't imagine that there were so many strange things in it. There was no accident on the way. The tunnel they stepped in was personally opened by the old ape and was quite stable. They almost reached the end without any danger along the way. Soon, the void fluctuated. With a flash, Lin Sun and the old toad jumped out of a space node and came to the outside world. The sky was azure, clear, and translucent without a trace of impurities. The sea breeze blew gently, and it carried a refreshing aura that was distant and melodious. The water in this sea area was clear, the sun was warm, and the waves were boundless, vast and distant, like a fairyland. A small boat was drifting on the sea, slowly heading west. From time to time, Old Toad's unique laughter could be heard in the boat. He was counting his harvest in the secret realm of demons, grinning from ear to ear. What a great harvest! There were numerous rare spiritual herbs, minerals, and all kinds of treasures collected from the enemies' bodies. It was a dazzling lineup of treasures. This made Old Toad feel extremely satisfied. What delighted him most was that he had also found the talent inheritance of the three-legged golden toad while comprehending in the ancient temple at the top of the mountain. In the past, his combat capability had always been insignificant, and he was always in a sorry state when being hunted down. If it weren't for his thick skin and tenacious vitality, he wouldn't know how many times he would have been killed. But now it was different. He had begun to comprehend the inherited cultivation method of his own lineage, and it was only a matter of time before his combat capability became stronger. Damn it, it's so unfair. However, when Old Toad saw Lin Sun, who was also counting his spoils, he was stunned. His complacency disappeared and his eyes turned red with jealousy. On the ground in front of Lin Sun, there were mountains of rare spiritual herbs, rare treasures, and spiritual materials. There were also mountains of all kinds of treasures. Sabers, spears, swords, and halberds were common, but the rarest thing was that there were many ancient treasures. In addition, there were more than 10 kinds of Taoist manuals, bottles and jars of elixirs, and stacks of rare high-grade spiritual crystals. There were too many. As far as the eye could see, the treasure light was magnificent, glittering, and dazzling, illuminating the cabin. Not to mention Old Toad, even other practitioners would go crazy with envy if they saw this. These were, of course, Lin Sun's spoils. Some of them were found by himself, but most of them were obtained from the enemies. As the saying went, a man would not be rich without a windfall, and a horse would not be fat without grass at night. No wonder in the secret realm of demons, the strong of all races liked to kill people and rob their treasures. This way of obtaining opportunities by violence was simply the most direct and effective way to accumulate wealth. Hell! Old Toad pounced over without a care for its image, looking like it wanted a piece of the action. Go to hell! Lin Sun slapped him on the back of the head, and then kicked him out. This prince has been at your beck and call along the way. Even if I haven't done anything meritorious, I should at least have worked hard, right? Don't tell me you want to hog everything for yourself? Old Toad's expression was bitter. Lin Sun put away all the trophies and said, You don't lack treasures now. It's a waste to give them to you. Old Toad gritted its teeth in anger. Who would have thought that you'd actually talk about monopolizing the food in such a righteous and awe-inspiring manner? You're simply too shameless. This king has never seen someone more shameless and black-hearted than you. Lin Sun rolled his eyes, ignored him, and took out the wordless pagoda. In fact, the biggest gain from entering the Demon Saint mystic realm was hidden in the first level of the wordless pagoda. This was because hidden within were the spoils of war obtained from the bodies of the chosen, for example, the holy daughter of the blood lion race, Lin Lang, and the holy son of the dragon whale race, Xianxia. For example, the chosen and Gong Yangyu of the Green Scale clan were completely killed, so the treasures they left behind were naturally extraordinary. Similarly, Niu Tunchen, Kongxiu, and Xianluozi were also defeated by Lin Sun. Although their souls eventually escaped, their bodies and treasures were left on the spot. Without exception, all of these became Lin Sun's spoils of war. At this time, Lin Sun was sorting out these more valuable spoils of war. During this process, it caused him to feel slightly horrified, and he gasped without end. There were too many kinds of treasures, and all of them were of high quality. It was difficult to even find an ordinary one. In particular, there was a dragon bone halberd left by Yu Shaoxing and a green jade ruler left by the chosen of the Green Scale clan. These two were obviously the secret ancestral treasures of their respective clans, the dragon bone halberd was called Sky Sealing Halberd. The green jade ruler was called Ruler of Chaos. Even if suppressed in the wordless pagoda, these two secret treasures were still struggling freely. Their spirituality could not be subdued, which was extremely magical. Lin Sun had no doubt that once they were taken out, he would not be able to suppress them with his own strength. Instead, he would let them escape. Fortunately, the wordless pagoda was quite magical and bound them all. However, in a short period of time, Lin Sun could not use them at all. Unless he had the ability to completely refine these two secret treasures. However, it was obvious that Lin Sun was far from being able to do so. Apart from that, what these chosen possessed the most were the various elixirs and cultivation techniques needed for cultivation. For example, the Blood Lion race's Panwu True Scripture, the Dragon Whale race's Freedom Swallowing Technique, the Herculean Bull race's True Underworld Thunder Body Tempering Technique, the Cloud Monkey race's Six-Shell Demon Sealing Scripture, and so on. Each cultivation method had its own magic and belonged to the secret inheritance of each clan. It contained the essence of Great Way and was invaluable. If it was leaked out, it would definitely cause chaos and countless practitioners would fight and kill each other. Now, these secret inheritance ancient books were all in Lin Sun's pocket. It was no wonder that the big shots outside the ultimate ruins were so angry that they wanted to kill Lin Sun. No one could tolerate the secret cultivation methods of their own clan being taken away by others. Unfortunately, although these ancient books are magical, they can only be used for reference and speculation. There are very few suitable for my own cultivation, Lin Sun sighed with emotion. Although there were many cultivation methods, if they were in conflict with one's own great way, it was destined that they could not be controlled by him. Of course, this did not mean that these secret methods were not valuable, but it was just a matter of whether they were suitable or not. Even if they were not suitable, he could figure out and use them for reference to make up and improve his own great way. Finally found it. Not long after, Lin Sun's eyes lit up with excitement. A spirit flower that was pure white like jade and translucent to the point of seeming illusory had appeared in his field of vision. There were 9 petals on the flower, and every single one of them was enshrouded with the aura of the Tao. They flowed with a divine glow, and they emanated strands of the refreshing fragrance of the Tao. Refining Sea Soul Flower. In order to find this flower and help Vulture get rid of the Devil's Calamity Powder, Lin Sun promised Zhao Jingxian to explore the secret realm of demons. However, after entering the secret realm of demons, too many twists and turns happened, so that Lin Sun found nothing even if he searched all the way. Fortunately, he got a lot of trophies this time. After a careful search, he found this rare flower. With this thing, Vulture can restore his previous cultivation. Lin Sun thought of Vulture in Xiao Empire and Xia Ji, Lin Zhong and Yang Ku on Heart Cleansing Peak. It had been nearly 3 months since he went to the secret realm of demons. It didn't seem to be a long time, but Lin Sun had an illusion that it was a lifetime ago. Boy, don't you think that your biggest gain this time is this pagoda? At this time, Old Toad suddenly spoke, which awakened Lin Sun from his contemplation. Old Toad stared at the wordless pagoda with fiery eyes, but his expression was very solemn. It's because of it that you obtained that mysterious Taoist hymn. It's also because of it that the old ape's attitude towards you was quite abnormal. Not only did he not harm you, but he also allowed you to study the 9 pure holy body technique Taoist scripture. In the end, he even sent us away safely. Speaking of this, Old Toad's expression became more solemn, and he said word by word, so it can be concluded that the origin of this pagoda is absolutely beyond imagination. Lin Sun nodded. He also thought so. He even speculated that there must be a great connection between the wordless pagoda and the mysterious remains of heart. However, you have to be careful. The greater the origin of this pagoda, the more terrible the karma you will get. Old Toad reminded Lin Sun. Lin Sun was awestruck. He only had a vague understanding of karma at present. But it could be foreseen that if the origin of this pagoda was really beyond imagination, then one day it might really bring him some unpredictable karma. This reminded Lin Sun of the heaven accessing place in the Sea of Consciousness. Wasn't its mysterious origin the same as this wordless pagoda? After thinking for a long time, Lin Sun finally smiled and said, "The gains and losses of karma have accompanied me on my Taoist path. If I blindly cling to it and worry about it, it will disturb my state of mind." You're enlightened? Old Toad was surprised. Enlightened my ass. Lin Sun said grumpily, I'm saying, things have already happened. Who cares if it's a blessing or a curse in the future? Old Toad was immediately amused and laughed, yes, yes, yes. That's what we cultivators should do. The sea was blue, calm and auspicious. From time to time, fish leaped out, splashing waves. In the sky, phoenixes fluttered and seagulls cried, distant and distant. The boat carried Lin Sun and Old Toad all the way to the west. The speed was not fast, because neither of them could determine where they were now. When dusk fell, a red sun fell to the west, sprinkling orange glow, dyeing the blue sea with a layer of fiery red, shimmering like the sunset glow, magnificent and magnificent. It's beautiful. Lin Sun stood at the bow of the boat, his black hair fluttering and his white robe fluttering in the sea breeze. With his hands behind his back, he looked at the sunset and the fiery sea, and couldn't help but sigh. With emotion at the magic of nature. Humph. Ignorant. There was a sacred ground in the primordial times called Sunset Tang Gorge. There was a suncrow divine beast that transformed into a sun that resided there all year round, and it emanated divine lights that illuminated the world. Such a scene could be said to be a wonder of the heavens and the earth, a divine show of creation. Next to him, Old Toad looked contemptuous. Sunset Tang Valley? Since it's a holy place in ancient times, have you ever seen it? It seems that you've only heard of it. Lin Sun took the wine gourd and drank contentedly. In his field of vision, he could already see the stars reflected in the sky, and the night was coming. Dusk was the time when day and night alternated, and the clear and turbid were separated. The changes in the scene were the most thrilling. Just like at this moment, the sea was steaming like the sunset glow, the setting sun was far away, and the stars in the sky were looming in the twilight. It was the time when the day was about to pass and the night was about to come. Standing on the boat on the sea, facing the sea breeze, Lin Sun looked into the distance. It seemed that there was only one boat left between the heaven and the earth. The tranquil and remote mood made Lin Sun feel a sense of sublimation and detachment. As early as in the secret realm of demons, Lin Sun's cultivation had reached the mastery of the Tao Insight realm. Later, in the ancient temple, he reshaped his own Tao, which was equivalent to sublimating his cultivation to the extreme, becoming round and perfect. That was until he experienced a battle with 4 top saints and grasped the battle saint technique's fundamental secrets in battle. Undoubtedly, Lin Sun's strength had undergone another round of tempering. Yet now, as he stood on the small boat, his mind was completely relaxed, and he experienced the beauty of the creation of the heavens and the earth. The vital energy in his entire body instantly resonated with him. So, the signs of breaking through the realm came naturally. The sea breeze was blowing gently, and the sky was close to dusk. The clear and turbid sea was like fire, and the sky was full of stars, majestic and distant. Lin Sun stood upright, as if he was going to transcend the world and fly away with the wind. At this moment, his mind was pure and clear. Looking at the sky, he asked softly, "Where is Tao?" Old Toad next to him was stunned and looked at Lin Sun. It was rare that it didn't make jokes. He said in a low voice, "I think Tao is like the sea in front of me, and all the streams in the world belong to it." After thinking for a while, Old Toad said again, "Tao is like the setting sun, hiding in the night and shining in the day, going round and round." Lin Sun shook his head. "If it were me, I would fill the sea and break the sun." How could Tao exist? Old Toad widened its eyes and said, "Good boy, you can't bear to see me meditating on the profound meaning of Tao?" Lin Sun suddenly laughed. "If it's the existence of Tao, how could there be sea and sun? Then tell me, where is Tao?" Old Toad was very dissatisfied. Lin Sun said nothing and took a step forward. Suddenly, an invisible airflow rushed out of Lin Sun's body, went straight to the sky, and broke the clouds. On the distant surface of the sea, countless waves surged. Every single drop of water reflected the magnificent changes of the world. Tens of thousands of water droplets transformed into waves that rose and fell, surging endlessly. Groups after groups of colorful fish leaped out of the waves, drawing beautiful trajectories in the air. Not long after, this area of the sea surged, as if it had come alive from silence. Waves splashed, shoals of fish patrolled, and the setting sun sprinkled down a rosy red that was like a dream. The stars in the sky twinkled as if they were inhaling and exhaling. This scene was like a painting that was balanced between movement and stillness, and it contained the beauty of the heavens and the earth. Lin Sun, on the other hand, was a man in the painting. His whole body was full of qi, like splashing ink, rendering such a painting. The fish leaped into the sea, and the flowers bloomed on the other shore. This is the Tao. Lin Sun turned his head and looked at Old Toad, his black eyes deep and clear. The old toad stared blankly at Lin Sun in front of him. The picturesque world in the distance seemed to have become his background. There was an indescribable shock in his heart. This is my Tao. Lin Sun turned around again and looked into the distance. At this moment, the setting sun disappeared in the horizon, and the night finally came. The sky was full of stars, shining like gems. An icy moon rose into the sky and flowed with clear radiance, and it emanated an expanse of crystalline sound waves on the surface of the ocean. This sea area became more and more tranquil and remote. The old toad stared blankly for a long time and couldn't help cursing, "Damn it, how could you advance so naturally?" This sentence immediately destroyed the mood and ruined the scenery. Lin Sun stiffened all over, and the corners of his mouth twitched imperceptibly. After a while, he couldn't help laughing. In the end, he couldn't help but look up to the sky and laugh, full of joy and open-mindedness, resounding through the world. Indeed, he had advanced. With one step, accompanied by the picturesque vision of the fish leaped into the sea, and the flowers bloomed on the other shore, he stepped into the middle realm of Tao insight. Everything happened naturally, just like the moon was full and the water overflowed when it was full. This was Lin Sun's path of Tao, the road to the top after the extreme perfection. Whether it was cultivation or advancement, it was destined to be different from the world. The moonlight was like water, and the clear radiance sprinkled on the sea, sparkling like silver. On the boat, Lin Sun sat at a table at random, tasting the golden and glossy cloudworm meat and drinking wine. The old toad was working hard to roast the meat, very happy and excited. This was the body of Xianxia, the holy son of the mysterious turtle tribe, but he directly roasted it and ate it. At first, Lin Sun refused, feeling that it was like eating people. But the old toad righteously taught him that the mysterious turtle was a fierce beast in the sea and a kind of supreme delicacy. In ancient times, many sages praised it. Lin Sun hesitated for a moment, then forced himself to take a bite. Then, he abandoned all scruples and couldn't stop eating at all. As the old toad said, the meat of the mysterious turtle was so delicious, tender and chewy that it could be called a supreme delicacy without any seasoning. "Hey, don't eat so much. Leave some for me." Seeing that Lin Sun ate so fast, the old toad immediately became anxious and rushed up to grab the meat. As he ate, he praised, "It's so damn delicious. Next time, let's eat the cow and the cloudworm too. It's such a waste to throw them away." Lin Sun didn't say anything and just ate heartily. The more the old toad talked, the more excited it became. "I heard that the ancient sages once tasted the real dragon liver and phoenix marrow. It's said that it's a supreme delicacy that even the gods covet. One day, I'll have to taste it myself. Childs, would you like me to have a taste?" Suddenly, a string of laughter like silver bells rang out, clear and intoxicating, like the sounds of nature. On the sea at night, a rain of light sprinkled down and turned into a graceful figure, stepping on the waves. The old toad was startled and immediately shouted fiercely, "Who are you? How dare you approach so rashly? Believe it or not, I'll kill you." "Hee, Child's mouth is really fierce." With the voice, the beautiful figure approached. In the dim moonlight, a girl in a yellow dress appeared. Her pretty face was white and elegant, with curved eyebrows, a sharp chin, sparkling eyes, and a mischievous smile on her lips. She was like a sea elf. Even Lin Sun couldn't help feeling amazed at this moment. "Humph, I'm not only fierce, I'm also fierce." The old toad snorted coldly. He was very vigilant. "Ah, it's fate that we meet. Why be so fierce? I've taken the initiative to ask. Do you have the heart to drive me away?" The girl in the yellow dress had a delicate and beautiful face. As she spoke, she stepped onto the boat. Her dress fluttered in the wind, making her snow-white and beautiful body look graceful and charming. "I've never seen such a woman who takes advantage of the situation. She's really thick-skinned." The old toad mocked. The girl in the yellow dress giggled and didn't take it seriously. She sat down at the table freely and said, "My name is Ahu. Nice to meet you, Childs." She had a very special kind of beauty. Her temperament was ethereal, like an otherworldly fairy. But her figure was slim and graceful, and her small waist was graceful and extremely tempting. Especially when she smiled, her big eyes were intelligent and her red lips were moist. She was breathtakingly beautiful. She had the temperament of a fairy and the figure of a witch, giving people a kind of changeable and lively unique style. The old toad didn't appreciate it. He glared at her and was about to scold her, but was stopped by Lin Sun. "It turns out to be Miss Ahu. May I know why you're here?" Lin Sun asked with a smile. "I'd like a cup of wine to eat, and it's best to taste this black turtle meat." Ahu's eyes were intelligent, and she was smiling. There was a kind of ethereal beauty on her clean oval face. Lin Sun also smiled and said, "Please." He felt very interesting. It was so interesting that such a unique and beautiful girl suddenly came to this unknown night sea area. Ahu didn't stand on ceremony. Without the restraint that ordinary girls should have, she directly picked up the wine pot with a pair of white and crystal hands and poured herself a full cup. At the same time, she tore open the golden and glossy black turtle meat and stuffed it directly into her bright red mouth. She ate the meat and drank the wine at the same time, looking very comfortable and natural, as if she didn't treat herself as an outsider. This made Lin Sun feel that this girl was more and more interesting. The old toad gritted its teeth and sat down on one side, also fighting to eat, as if it was very unwilling to let this girl enjoy the delicious food alone. "Oh, the black turtle meat is so delicious, the taste can be said to be superb." Ahu ate until her cheeks bulged out, her lustrous red lips were full of oil, and her big and intelligent eyes narrowed, full of enjoyment and satisfaction. "Foodie. Don't you worry that you'll be as fat as a ball?" the old toad mocked. "Hee, not afraid." Ahu smiled very sweetly. She sat there bathed in the moonlight, ethereal and graceful, with a kind of frank beauty. "Where are you going, Childs?" After eating for a while, Ahu stretched and wiped her lustrous red lips with her hand, asking curiously. "Xiao Empire," Lin Sun said casually. Ahu said in surprise, "Ah, that's very far, and the road is dangerous. If there is no life and death realm king leading the way, it will be very dangerous." Lin Sun glanced at her. "Miss, you also know Xiao Empire?" Ahu nodded and said with a light smile, "I have." She touched her lustrous forehead, thought for a moment, and said, "In 7 days, there will be a grand treasure auction in Cloud Canopy Bazaar. It is said that a vast universe ark inherited from ancient times will be auctioned in this auction. If you can get this treasure, you may be able to safely bring Childs to Xiao Empire." Cloud Canopy Bazaar, treasure auction, vast universe ark, Lin Sun's heart moved. Just when he was about to ask carefully, Ahu had already stood up and said with a smile, "Thank you for your hospitality, Childs. In order to avoid bringing trouble to you, I will leave first." Her figure was graceful, her ivory white skin glittered in the moonlight, and her delicate and beautiful face looked very ethereal and holy. As she spoke, she floated away. On the surface of the sea, like a fairy, she came suddenly and left quickly, and soon disappeared. Only a wisp of light and sweet fragrance was left in the air. Old Toad's face was gloomy, and he had a lot of opinions about Ahu. He said, "She is obviously a siren. Don't be fooled by her and believe her nonsense. I think that since we met by chance and there is no enmity between us, she should not have any malice, and she should not lie to us." Lin Sun said thoughtfully. Old Toad slapped his forehead and sighed. "It's over, as expected, you've been bewitched by that demoness. A guy like you who is fickle and obsessed with lust has completely lost this king's face. If Miss Zhao finds out, she'll definitely make a clean break with you." Lin Sun rolled his eyes and said grumpily, "You deserve to be single for the rest of your life." Who would have thought that old toad was not ashamed of it, but proud of it? He said proudly, "How do you know that I have always been clean and self-disciplined, and disdain to talk about love?" Lin Sun felt a touch of pity in his heart. Sure enough, this toad was so sick and hopeless that there was no medicine to save him. What a pity for his handsome and charming pretty face. The night was as dark as ink, vast and quiet, and the boat sailed slowly. Lin Sun was lost in thought. Yunpeng Bazaar? What was this place? Also, what power was holding the treasure auction? Lin Sun suddenly found a problem. It was imperative to determine where this sea area was as soon as possible. Otherwise, not to mention returning to Xiao Empire, they might even get lost in this boundless sea. By the way, the demoness said before she left that she would not bring us any trouble, so she said goodbye first. That's not right. Old Toad suddenly said. Lin Sun was startled and said, it's indeed a little strange. That demoness came in a hurry and left in a hurry. Could she be fleeing? Old Toad speculated maliciously. Right at this moment, a dazzling streak suddenly appeared in the distant night sky, and it flashed over like a bolt of lightning, extremely dazzling. It seems, you've guessed it. Lin Sun noticed at once that this escape light was full of murderous intent and looked very strong. Have you ever seen a girl in a yellow dress? With a swish, the escape light stopped in the void not far away, and a thin figure appeared. His eyes were green, and he had a mustache. His back was slightly hunched, and his skin was pale and translucent, looking somewhat sickly. But he came in a menacing and overbearing manner. Standing proudly in the void, his eyes were like cold lightning, overlooking Lin Sun and Old Toad on the boat, and asked coldly. Lin Sun and Old Toad looked at each other. Sure enough, trouble was coming. No. Old Toad was a little annoyed, feeling that this guy was too rude, as if he were interrogating a prisoner. His attitude was very high, and his words were very blunt. Presumptuous. The thin man's face darkened. There's clearly a trace of the demoness' breath on the boat you're on. How dare you lie through your teeth? Haha, since you've already seen it, why ask us? Is there something wrong with you? Old Toad increasingly disliked this man. Originally, he thought that if this person's attitude was a little better, he wouldn't mind telling him some of the truth. But now, he changed his mind. Lin Sun also thought so his eyes on the thin man became colder and colder. How dare you? I asked all of you because I was giving all of you a chance to prove your innocence. Now it would seem like all of you are that demonic woman's accomplices. The skinny man's eyes were filled with killing intent. Is this guy out of his mind? Old Toad asked. Ask him to shake his head and see if he can hear the sound of the sea. Won't you know if his head is flooded? Lin Sun suggested seriously. Startled, Old Toad couldn't help bursting into laughter. This is a brilliant plan. They spoke as if there was no one else present and ridiculed the gaunt man, causing the latter's expression to instantly become extremely icy cold, and he was angered to the point the mustache at the corners of his mouth trembled. All of you, just you wait. The thin man gritted his teeth. As soon as he finished speaking, he actually flicked his sleeve angrily and turned around to leave. Both Lin Sun and Old Toad were stupefied. Such an arrogant guy had just left behind a superficial threat and left just like that. They didn't know that although the thin man seemed to be overbearing and extremely domineering, he was absolutely not an idiot. On the contrary, when he noticed Lin Sun and Old Toad's fearless appearance, he already knew something was wrong and realized something was wrong. Out of caution, he decisively chose to leave and didn't dare to rashly probe again. Ha ha ha, damn it, I was almost cheated by him just now. It turns out that he's just a good-looking but useless coward. Old Toad laughed. Something's wrong. Let's catch him first. As he spoke, Lin Sun had already disappeared from the boat. His figure was like an illusion, and in an instant, he had already caught up with the thin man. Oh no! The thin man's face changed abruptly, and he fled with all his might. Taoism pure, it's fate that we meet. Why leave in a hurry? Lin Sun increasingly felt that there was something wrong with this guy. Humph. I still have important things to do. How can I waste time on you? Retreat quickly and don't block my way, or you won't be able to bear the consequences. The thin man shouted harshly, looking dignified and cold. Crack. As soon as he finished speaking, Lin Sun slapped him on the forehead, causing him to scream and stagger, almost falling from the void. How dare you? Don't you know who I am? Boy, you're finished. Since you've offended me, no one in the world can save you. He roared. Still pretending? Let's see how long you can pretend. Lin Sun sneered and rushed up to slap him hard. The thin man screamed again and again. His forehead was red and swollen, and he was so angry that he almost went mad. His shrill cries constantly drifted in the night sea, scaring the fish under the sea and making them flee in panic. In the end, the thin man gave in and cried for mercy, "Young master, please spare my life, please spare my life." "Hey, weren't you very arrogant just now? How did you become like this now?" Old Toad also came to join in the fun and ridiculed the thin man. Immediately, Old Toad seemed to find something and suddenly showed a strange smile. "Damn it, this guy turns out to be a tortoise. Now it's easy. Let's make a pot of tortoise soup later. It's also delicious." The thin man shivered all over and was so scared that tears almost flowed out. His appearance was so unbearable that Lin Sun shook his head. Who could have imagined that the guy who was so arrogant just now would be such a coward? On the boat, before Lin Sun could interrogate him, the thin man confessed everything. It turned out that his name was Wushang. He was a 1,000-year-old tortoise who had cultivated into a spirit. Now he followed Qing Yunyang, the holy son of the Green Turtle tribe, as a servant. Green Turtle tribe. When he heard this, Lin Sun immediately thought of an old friend, and his expression was a little strange. "With your little ability, you still want to chase after that demoness? What a joke." Old Toad was disdainful. "I'm just a spy. I'm only responsible for tracking the demoness whereabouts. When the real fight starts, there will be a master who will come in person." Wushang hurriedly explained. Lin Sun asked curiously, "How on earth did that demoness offend your holy son?" Wushang gnashed his teeth. "This woman is so audacious that she stole the treasure of our Green Turtle tribe a few days ago. If we don't capture and kill her, where will the face of our Green Turtle tribe be?" "What treasure?" Old Toad's eyes lit up. Wushang hesitated for a moment and hesitated, unwilling to say it. Old Toad was annoyed and was about to torture him. Who would have thought that Wushang would confess without any backbone, which made Old Toad despise him? It turned out that the treasure was called 1,000 Manifestations Banner. It was an ancient treasure with unfathomable uses. It was said that this treasure contained mysterious mysteries and could be used to deduce one's own cultivation path, check for deficiencies, solve many problems in cultivation, and avoid going astray. What a good treasure! Old Toad immediately coveted it. This kind of ancient treasure was indeed unique and rare, and its uses were marvelous. Yes, in our Green Turtle tribe, only the Holy Sun is qualified to have such a treasure. Who would have thought that it would be stolen by that demoness? Wushang sighed. Lin Sun thought of the beautiful girl named Ahu. Was the truth really as Wushang said? Next, Lin Sun asked some other questions. The cowardly and spineless Wushang was very cooperative and told him everything he knew. It turned out that this sea area was called South Sea, which still belonged to the Soul Oblivion Sea. It was tens of thousands of miles away from the ultimate. In the South Sea area, there were many ethnic forces, either entrenched in the deep sea or living on the islands in the sea. The Green Turtle tribe was one of these ethnic forces. Knowing this, Lin Sun and Old Toad looked at each other and became vigilant. They had offended too many ethnic forces. Although they had escaped, as long as they didn't leave the South Sea, their situation would always be threatened. "We must leave as soon as possible." After making up his mind, Lin Sun continued to ask about Cloud Canopy Bazaar. "Childs, I have told you everything I know. I hope you can let me go for the sake of our Green Turtle tribe." In the end, Wushang begged in a sad voice, "The holy son of our tribe is nearby. If he knows, are you threatening us?" asked Old Toad. Wushang hurriedly waved his hands in fright. "I wouldn't dare. But you should know that with your strength, I'm afraid." "I'm afraid," Lin Sun smiled faintly. "I'm afraid we can't fight against your Green Turtle tribe, right?" Wushang was embarrassed and acquiesced. "Don't worry. When I see your holy son, I'll let you go immediately." Lin Sun pondered for a while before speaking. "You want to see the holy son of our tribe?" Wushang was surprised and couldn't believe his ears. Who on earth were these two guys? They were too bold. Weren't they afraid of death? "Are you really going to do this?" Old Toad was also a little surprised. Wushang had already been knocked unconscious, so they didn't have to worry about being overheard. "I have no choice. You heard what that guy said. If you want to participate in the treasure auction in the Cloud Canopy Bazaar, you have to be recommended. Otherwise, you won't even be qualified to participate. Lin Sun sighed. If we can't participate, we won't be able to get the vast universe Arkansas. Without this treasure, we can't cross the soul oblivion sea with just the two of us. Old Toad frowned. Do you really believe that witch is nonsense? Lin Sun shrugged. Whether it's true or not, I have to try to know. Old Toad was puzzled. But why do you want to see the holy son of the green turtle tribe? Don't tell me you're thinking of asking him to recommend you to participate in the treasure auction? Lin Sun's lips curled into an intriguing arc. I said, if I don't try, how will I know? One day later. In the early morning, the blue gem-like sea was sprinkled with a bright luster by the morning sun, looking vast and magnificent. Woo-woo-woo, it wasn't long before a boundless horn resounded from the surface of the sea in the distance, and it shook the heavens and the earth. They're here. Wushang was in high spirits and excited. What a great battle! End of chapter 630. Don't forget to subscribe, like, and share the video to support the channel.